Alright, let's continue.
Living here in Jersey, fighting villains from afar. You gotta find first gear in your giant robot car. You dig giant robots, I dig giant robots, we dig giant robots, just dig giant robots. Nice.
Well, you all saw the reviews of a good Super Robot Wars game with V. You experienced the live release of one with 30. Now, let's talk about a Super Robot Wars game that, well, qualifies as bad by the franchise's metrics. Super Robot Wars X of the games that has been translated really isn't anyone's favorite. Oh, it does some good things in it. I vastly prefer what they did for post-series Code Geass here than what was done in the awful movie timeline for the series, as little as that content has spotlight in this. But overall, the game is stuck between a state of being meh and frustrating. Some of that comes from the series involved, or lack thereof. The series count for this one is notoriously lower than other games in the same era, with much of the rest originating from the story they are all thrown into, being one that doesn't allow one to make much use of their original stories or their proper amalgamation, or extensions to their stories made possible by their post-story extensions like V made masterful work of, on top of a myriad of issues with characterization. Now, that isn't to say it was impossible to properly mesh these properties up, but the ones they gave the most focus to in the story for the game did allow for proper utilization of them, despite there being a number of popular series in here. I mentioned Code Geass, but Gurren Lagann and Gundam Wing are also here, and all three are really liked in the Western markets, which was the entire point of this release. Remember, this was the third consecutive Super Robot Wars game, after V and OG the Moon Dwellers, that they gave an English translation for after their production team deliberately began to appeal to the international market as a new income source. This also disregarding the GBA and DS releases that in the 2000s that also got out here. So you can't even say this isn't meant for those outside of Japan, as they deliberately were trying to cultivate that market now with this release. But despite V and T doing well with that, X did not. It holds the record for the worst-selling Super Robot Wars game in the entire history of the franchise by a wide margin, even with international sales factored into Japanese domestic ones. Why X is considered a black sheep is what we're looking to examine in this year's review, as when it comes to Super Robot Wars games, there isn't always a straight answer to why some of these are considered bad. Sometimes it's because they incoherently amalgamated the series together in the storyline. Sometimes it's because the production team got stuck including something they didn't want to, and that single series holds down the rest. Or alternatively, they did want to include it, but the higher-ups wanted to do something that made said inclusion harmful to the overall product. Sometimes the running original plotline is such a slog that the SRW original characters become the worst parts of the game. And sometimes the writers of the games completely forget to fix properly disliked elements of the stories they're including, when half the fun of a given mecha series or movie's inclusion in these games is to deliberately allow for a fix-it-fix scenario to be done in ones that have detracting elements, or address the problems of such differently with the new cast at hand. And sometimes the series included are exclusively set after the end of their stories, which may not be bad in and of itself, but becomes bad if there is no new story specifically told with those characters to warrant their inclusion in the first place. So all they do is clog space in the roster without anything to do, nor any purpose in being there at all. Or you can be Super Robot Wars 30 and have all of these problems happen at the same time, and in fact ends up repeating nearly every sin of the much maligned Super Robot Wars Operation Extend, which some, not myself, say is the worst game in the franchise. I haven't played it, so I can't tell for myself. Seriously, I ended up disliking 30 the most of the English translated ones, due to all the outright obvious mistakes it makes, and how overcrowded it is with so many series that deserve spotlight, which don't get it, as their inclusion is resultantly made meaningless. I can't objectively say 30 is the worst of them all due to how few of the games in the franchise have gotten translation, and thus I don't have personal experience with them to make that judgment, but it did manage to consistently echo everything negative anyone online has ever brought up about the SRW games. For despite what characters it includes, 30 makes it so each story segment recreated from a given series entirely forgets that characters from other series are a part of it, and does jack all to fix any of their collective problems. Worse, it completely mangled its setting amalgamation in several respects, such as setting the events of the Lapless Box Revelation part of the story of Unicorn Gundam and narrative after the events of Code Geass, where Lelouch removed from power everyone that previously ran the world, so those who would have benefited from keeping Lapless Box's secret in this setting were already out of power, meaning the entire point of that storyline becomes entirely invalidated. Worse, because the tyranny of the Universal Century timeline no longer existed, it becomes impossible to set up the events and story of Victory Gundam that was contingent on that imperialistic tyranny still being around. Or if those tyrannical evils were still in power, then that undermines the entire point of the Demon Emperor Lelouch ending of Code Geass that is kept in 30's events to justify including that resurrection storyline. To keep a long tirade short,
Too late!
Code Geass is one of numerous mecha series that are incompatible with Universal Century Gundam on a fundamental level, as their stories basically negate or undo the principal setting from narrative and thematic perspectives. And yet the modern SRW games' continuous insistence on always keeping UC representation heavy in the games is one of the things that keeps screwing them over. And that's not even counting the mess of the DLC, where some of them are fun to include but irrelevant to the story, which becomes one of the most boring and directionless ones I am aware of, and made Super Robot Wars 30 one of the single messiest SRW games. I genuinely ended up disliking it, regretted getting the game digitally, and have no interest in revisiting it, so I hope the next game in the series includes and better handles some of the material it did, because 30 had a number of great series that had their debuts squandered by a story that did not do the involved justice. And that's not even getting into how the game's non-linear progression makes it difficult to tell a cohesive story, or the ways in which the localization team botched that one by conforming to several mistranslations that actually screwed up story lore the game relied on, and the jokes it made, to make the greater story outright incoherent at points. Time crunch they were reportedly under only justifies so much, with recurring errors that undermine the related tale. Ironically, 30's relative failure in this regard, it actually sold well so it isn't a financial failure, helped me put in context what the problem is with X, though I was already thinking it was the case beforehand, just not as overtly, because it does much of the same thing for parts of its excuse plot. For you see, Super Robot Wars X is an isekai story, with the involved characters taken from their series or amalgam universes and transplanted on a complete fantasy world where the story takes place entirely dissociated from the grand majority of what their own individual settings made available to them. Now, to be fair, this is not the first Super Robot Wars game to do this. The Z game series also used that story engine, with multiple alternate Earths being haphazardly smashed together into a version of Code Geass's Earth, where the Z and Z2 games have central focus on how the inclusion of all these other super robot characters affect the story of Code Geass, and also relatedly Gundam 00, as I've discussed before, with both of those anime used as their central backbone by which all the others were structured around, in a similar way that Super Robot Wars V made Space Battleship Yamato, Might Gain, Cross Ange, and Full Metal Panic be their central story pillars. Those games were good because, despite the cheap excuse given for why they were forced together, the actual intrigue came from how each series' characters played off of each other as their stories continued in this new amalgam setting, such as Callum Kozuki gaining piloting experience and notoriety through gladiatorial matches she participated in against the characters from the anime Votams, or there being a second Japan transported onto that Earth that Britannia didn't attack because it was protected by Mazinger Z, which became a safe haven for those able to escape the Japan turned into Area 11. The Z sub-series of games knew how to take advantage of putting everything together like they did, and think logically how things would go about because of those changes, which made possible for the Code Geass storyline to conclude upon an actual happy ending, with Lelouch living, as the SRW staff does not buy into the view that Lelouch's death was inevitable or necessary, and found the exact place to perfectly disarm the time bomb, triggering the progression towards that death, thanks to how badly Code Geass R2 was written. And Z's writers were calling that out. I really wish the Z games had gotten an official translation, and that sentiment is shared by many that hope for a collection or even a remaster of them in the current SRW format, which would allow international audiences to experience that. X, by comparison, does not do what made Z's Isekai amalgamation plot work. It takes most of the characters it does, and transplants them into a setting where their stories largely cannot take place, or are from ones that have already concluded. Thus, they for the most part do not matter to anything in a significant way, are stuck on the rails of the ones that are either made native to the original setting, or the story has to briefly take them out of the setting they are sent to, just for those segments that can allow their tale to move forward despite it acting against the ongoing story, which in turn dissociates that setting as well. Made worse by much of the new content inclusions for this game not playing well in X's original setting, or with the other involved series. This is a case where the SRW staff had some of the series they had to use mandated to them, and thus the game doesn't attempt anywhere near as clever a narrative as the interconnected 3 Earths from V. Though admittedly, they try with all these characters taken from 3 Earths, which each represent the cycle that is the endless waltz of peacetime, war, and revolution. Until you realize that because of one of the series they included, there needs to also be a 4th world in there from somewhere else, because it doesn't fit the narrative stories of any of the other 3, nor the one they're all stuck on, which undermines this entire theme. And the actual content of the game, oh, it is so boring. Like, it's legitimately difficult to give a damn about it. Thus, any good ideas that are here, good character moments and good decisions they did try and make for an original story, putting together everyone for something new and different and not tied down by the weight and problems of their stories, gets drowned out as they are pushed into the background to be made irrelevant to the larger narrative, which quickly forgets them and their importance to those stories, as opposed to building a story that brings them all together, as V did, and allowing their stories to tangibly progress in ways that their original series did not allow. So let's start off on this journey, with the game introducing us to the world of Al Warth, who many, including myself, mistook as being spelled as I Warth, due to the text of the game making L's and capital I's look exactly the same. And if I mispronounce the name at all at any point, that is the reason. It wasn't until I was finishing writing part 11 of this video series that I caught the typo when reviewing footage that wrote the name in all caps. Hell, I'm not the only one to make this mistake. It's a pretty common one when discussion of this game comes up. Regardless, this world's prosperity is protected by the god entity N, and those that serve it. But enough about the original story stuff, for this small lost child has just been transported to this world! And that's where we immediately have a hang-up for this game, as this child's story ends up being the linchpin to every other one throughout X. That tale being Mashin Hero Wataru, the second ever Isekai anime series from 1988, with the first being Aura Battler Dunbine in 1983. If there is one before either of these, or in between them, then I am not aware of it, as most later Isekai series just plain outright lift things from either Wataru or Dunbine, or exploit.hack if they end up overtly game-focused. And I really can't tell you much about the original Wataru series, primarily because it's not a series that's ever been imported to the West, nor has any fan subgroup really taken the time to translate it as far as I know. Thus, any popular knowledge on it takes the form of just international cultural osmosis, as opposed to a series having a cult fandom which may allow it to eventually make its way into the mainstream. The most I can tell you about the series' plot as consequence ends up coming from what's repeated in the plot of X, which recreated that series' story the most out of any of the series involved in this one. And I consider that another of X's mistakes, as there is heightened investment for audiences to engage with the tales of characters they know, and those characters interacting with others permits that audience to then become more aware of series that they might not know, but end up liking. Case in point, what ended up happening with me in regards to the series Cross-Ange, thanks to its central role as part of SRWV, and its introduction being assisted by more popular series like Seed, 00, and My Gain, to contrast and accent its better elements and crush underfoot its problematic start. But Wataru honestly on its own struggles to make a connection with the audience, at least ones of the demographics the SRW games usually target, which tend to skew older than those who Sunrise targeted Wataru for. And with you internationally knowing of it before this, it is a harder sell. Like, I joked about Daitarn 3 and Zambot 3 basically being worthless to include in SRWV, and are only there to pander to Yoshiyuki Tomino's cult, but the fact that the Gap didn't utilize them more was to its benefit, as there isn't this huge knowledge gap for those who have no means of accessing the series. Hell, the most cultural penetration Wataru had before X released was from a localized import of one of Wataru's tie-in video games for the TurboGrafx 16, which in its localized form was named Keith Courage and the Alpha Zones. That is not a joke, or at the very least, it is not mine. Now, I am not saying that Wataru didn't deserve to be in this game. I think any mecha-inclusive anime, novel, or manga should be fair game, as long as the rights can be secured and the dev teams find a way to properly integrate that story and make it matter. But there are stories that are not good at headlining an SRW game, as it makes it more difficult to integrate other series tales. And Wataru is one of those. And it's actually more irksome in retrospect after Super Robot Wars 30, where they basically had over a dozen series debut in that game, and all of those could have easily headlined the main thrust of an SRW storyline, yet none of them were, as 30 kept focus on them disassociated from everything else. Which is once more the opposite extreme, and a more harmful one in my opinion, as it makes it seem like those series weren't worth our time. On its own, however, the Wataru franchise does somewhat hold its own, with the main story of such having a few OVA and sequels in the 90s, alongside full reboots of it in both 1997 and 2020, to mixed effect there. Plus, with Bandai releasing a bunch of model kits for the series in recent years, it's not like the franchise is dead, but is one of more mixed appeal. I think that Wataru and SRW would have had a better chance of working had it shared its headliner credit with another mecha isekai anime that would have had a stronger tether to the thrust of its adventure. In my mind, that series being Magic Knights Rean, a magical girl mecha anime that would end up debuting the following year in Super Robot Wars T. I'd also have said the series Knights and Magic, which debuted in 30 itself, but at the time of X's make, that series was just too new for a debut of it to be done properly. And frankly, Rean is a much stronger story by comparison with its character and story beats that drag its isekai setting into catastrophe. That would have better complemented Wataru's overall tale. Unfortunately, the dev team weren't able to secure the rights for it in time for it to be scripted in as part of X. The rumor is it only just missed the window. Ergo, why Rean instead debuted in the next game the following year. Even though Rean's presence in T then ends up feeling awkward, even though those story segments themselves are really damn good. As that feeling of series intruding on the progression of everyone else's story? Yeah, that happened in T a lot as well in order to properly accommodate Rean in the first place. Not help that had Rean been a co-headliner, well, it would have had to get past Japanese corporate sexism because, again, magical girl mecha series. But there is definitely a hole in X that Rean would have perfectly fit into that likely would have fixed a fair chunk of it. Anyways, yeah, this kid is Wataru Ikusabe, the franchise's protagonist who is out of nowhere just dropped into one of the many forests of Al Warth, where he comes across the Super Robot Wars original character for the game. Like last time with Soji and Chosei, you have both a male and female protagonist to choose from. But unlike either V or T, X's protagonists only have one difference between them: their gender. Everything else just folds into being the same regardless, so I decided to have our case be led by the girl of the two. Especially helpful because the original mecha of the game, the Zelgard, is all magic-based, with this thus making the original segment slightly more engaging as it's now a magical girl mecha story. So again, there is a Rean-shaped hole in the game they are trying to fill. Though I do unfortunately have one regret with choosing our protagonist for the game, Amari Aquamarine. For you see, when I recorded this footage in 2020, I had not yet seen the goofy fun that is Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun, and thus I could not slightly change Amari's name to reflect the best girl and waifu of that series, Amari Azazel.
よかったら今度2人でどこか行きましょうか。
As that would have just made for fantastic joke fodder. I could still do it, but it'd be wrong to do so without the proper setup, which I didn't do. I'm not gonna claim that I did accidentally. Anyways, Omri scares them off with a bit of fire dogma, a magic system of this world, which Wataru mistakes for goons of Dr. Hell, as yes, Mazinger is in this game. And yes, it is a writing problem in X that it introduces concepts and plot points entirely disassociated from their related series, and separate from any exposition about such by which to explain them, instead of alongside them. V, for the most part, did not do this. Suffice it to say, the context and lore apocrypha section gets a workout in X due to how far they can be apart from each other at times, as we're not going to be getting to Mazinger content until part 6 of these videos halfway through the game. Again. Omri is a member of the Keepers of Order, a neutral organization that acts as peacekeeper between the various factions on Al Warth, with her trained by them to pilot her auto-warlock Zelgard alongside the assistance of her magical familiar and master, Sparrow. Though it should be noted that the name Sparrow is an unnecessary localization change, his original intended name being Hawks. Why'd they change it? I have no idea. But this is a change you hear every time the main character says their name. This is explicitly the kind of change you don't make, as it is plainly obvious that the change has been made, and the content itself calls it out as wrong. The pair take on several Mashins from Wataru's series that are parts of the Dwakdar faction. Omri transporting Wataru to the closest village, and having to deal with some soldiers from Bison Well along the way in some DLC content. Again, characters and concepts introduced disassociated from their series, we'll get to it in a little bit. With them ending up in Manja Village, where the people of it recognize Wataru as their prophesied savior, one that can awaken the 7 rainbow dragon gods of Mount Sokai to return peace to a turbulent time of strife, showcased by the rainbow of the mountain turning gray. This is the plot to a Rainbow Bright episode. God, does anyone else remember what Rainbow Bright even was? I'm old! This believed to be Wataru as he was transported to this world after seeing a dragon in the Ryujin pond of his hometown, and chosen by it for this task. The game quickly introduces Wataru's supporting cast in the form of the samurai Shibaraku and the ninja Himiko, who help him out as Dwakda sends more of his forces to assault the village and stop the rise of the savior dragon. Unfortunately, they were too late, and Yusei had already tuned it with Stardust Dragon into Savior Star Dragon. I still don't understand why the Savior series of cards was renamed into the Majestic series. They even use the name Savior in the dub to describe those using them. But before we get to that, just look at this. You can kind of tell that the Wataru series isn't exactly one to be taken the most serious with this, as, yeah, explicit Schwarzenegger reference. Hell, he's not the only one. Another of Dwakdar's units? Second Gun. Piloted by Cruising Tom! Cruising Tom! It's like, I can't even be mad at this. It is so absurd it loops back into being hilarious. Like, bravo, Wataru writers! The show from Adventures in X might not have been something I would have personally liked, but it's clear they were just having some harmless fun at it, so it's hard to be critical of it. But yeah, parody Governator's attacks awakens the dragon that brought Wataru here, Ryujin Maru. It possessing a clay doll Wataru's made previously in his class that he still had on him, with them transforming it into... It's not often you see SD mecha like this taken that seriously or given their time to shine. The next best example I'd like to give is the Valkylanders from Build Divers Re-Rise.
今だWataru!
よーし覚悟しろ必殺登竜拳
As for Wataru's allies, they call their own mechs...
あ、センちゃんこちらシバちゃんだけど今もんじゃ村だけど来てくれるかなそう
I mean, with how frequently that's happened in Super Sentai, I really can't complain. Alongside Amri's assistance, the attack is thwarted, the elders of the village instructing Wataru and company to head south to discover the clue to the second dragon they must awaken, found at the Twin Dragon Rock, which Amri as one of the Order Keepers can lead them to. After all, saving the world is in their job description. Yeah, about that. As they get on the road, however, Sparrow briefly pulls Amri into a dimensional pocket that acts as Sparrow's own personal sanctuary, which is how the game introduces the Ace Pilot interview/reward system of the game, with Sparrow's own framing of such as research. But without a good reasoning for why. In V, System 99 did interviews with all the cast members in order to better come to understand humanity, and that thing we call love as part of the game's larger cohesive thematic arc. But unfortunately, Sparrow doesn't have that same kind of dynamic with everyone else. While we get a scene as a reward for reaching Ace Pilot status with a unit, it's hard to really grasp what Sparrow intended out of them, outside of transcribing the essence of their emotions and life into a book to represent the story they had to tell. Which kind of does tie into the story's endgame, but in a lot more of an obtuse way than V approached it. Or T, for that matter, where the Ace Pilot scenes were all framed as performance interviews done by company personnel. Anyways, Dwokdar has more minions to send, but tracks us with assistance of the bird beastman Kurama, who over time becomes an ally of Wataru's, as the group heads south, though at a lot slower speed than expected, as all of them are on foot. The Machines need time to recharge, and the Zelgard... Well, those magic-powered mecha amplify the power of the sorcerer piloting them, but they still run on the pilot's magical energy. So, combat speeds and effectiveness? Yeah, they'd utterly destroy Amri's reserves if she tried to use it like a commercial plane to just whoosh them to their destination. There's enough ambient magic that the Zelgard can walk alongside them in Al Warth, but that's about it. Which, credit where it's due, I like that. Magic has to have rules and drawbacks, and the game saying a constant use of such amplifiers will exhaust their user unless they have time to rest and not use it, that's a good one. Granted, by game mechanics and story demands, that can end up just forgotten, especially near the endgame where such is entirely thrown out, but an attempt was initially made. This is also where the game further exposits on Amri's relationship with the Keepers of Order, the Worshippers of End, spelled E-N-D-E, and how they found Amri when she was younger and basically raised her, teaching her their magics before tasking her with protecting the peace. But there's more to that which doesn't get its time to be elaborated on, as a little girl and a pet lion cub come barging into their camp, chased by a Team Rocket reject, and all three of them are just trying to reunite with their friends, who include a woman dressed in red, a childhood inventor, and tanned Rule 63 Shinji Ikari. And so it begins. So I alluded to this series in part 5 of my SRW V reviews, when talking about the show that basically destroyed Hideaki Anno's self-worth when it ended up a trash fire, and caused the depression spiral Anno fell into, which led to his creation of Neon Genesis Evangelion. And that series was Gainax's Nadia and the Secret of Blue Water. That anime started off as the brainchild of Hayao Miyazaki in the 1970s, who wanted to make a full anime series based around a loose interpretation of the novels of science fiction pioneer Jules Verne, in specific 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and other tales based around Captain Nemo. Miyazaki's pitch for the series was two children being chased around the world by a secret cabal who end up in the care of Captain Nemo and sheltered on his ship, the Nautilus. Miyazaki's original pitch was never produced, but the rights to it were retained by Toho, which is where Gainax entered the picture as they eventually collaborated with Toho to try and make it work. Gainax at this point had only produced 3 other projects: Royal Space Force The Wings of Animize, the 1988 Appleseed OVA, which actually you have to find because I like the Appleseed series, and I have not actually picked up any of their physical releases at any point, and the absolutely amazing Gunbuster. Speaking of, pick up the Discotheque release of this when you can, it is amazing. And as I discussed in 2021, well, Ano was mentored by Miyazaki early in his career, so of course he would jump at the chance to rescue one of his mentor's passion projects, which then led to Ano to bring Miyazaki on board production of the series as a creative consultant, who over time just straight up took over the show, even when he wasn't credited on it.
This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move.
And the early part of the series is actually fairly decent, primarily because of Ano's influence, up until episode 23 at least, with the series revolving around young French inventor Jean in 1889 encountering naturalist circus performer and animal tamer Nadia, who is being hunted by various factions for the titular blue water gemstone that is the only thing she has of the family she barely remembers, having completely lost them in the past and drifted ever since. Feeling a kinship with her, Jean decides to assist Nadia in returning to her homeland, which she believes to be somewhere in northern Africa, despite her frequently voicing a mix of awe and disdain for Jean's various inventions and innovative means of problem-solving. The first faction after them, the Grandest Bandits, end up becoming their allies as they come under attack by the forces of Neo-Atlantis, led by a man calling himself Gargoyle, who seeks to use the blue water as a power source of a doomsday machine, which is where Captain Nemo comes in. Nemo in this story is the true king of the civilization that in ancient times was Atlantis, Gargoyle being nothing but a usurper to the title, but also the one that destroyed Atlantis' successor civilization 13 years before the series start. For as opposed to the myths about the country, Atlantis' people in ancient times had decided to hide themselves from the world so as to not negatively influence its development after their own hubris had done damage in ancient times and destroyed their original capital, their survivors from the original destruction forming another city-state that stayed under the radar, thus leading to the myths of the original nation, at least until Gargoyle started up his nonsense. For Gargoyle sought to continue what the Atlanteans had themselves moved past, in part because he was a normal human rescued by those in Nemo's kingdom, yet had seen their advancements as a way to seize power. Which I never get when a series does this with an outsider brought into a culture not their own, as you would think a person saved and taken in by such a people would be grateful instead of eventually flipping to become someone trying to grab power. After all, they were raised by this enlightened philosophy, so they should believe it themselves instead of hypocritically contradicting it. The more realistic view would be they would integrate in a way aligned with their values. There was even a Star Trek TNG episode about this concept, as the values one believes in they are not inherently born with, but those they develop with experience and understanding of the world beyond just themselves. Most people with deeply insular and selfish ethics are those who are kept ignorant of them, or stick their head in the sand to the truth of what is real around them.
Saying that you are willing to go to war over this boy.
Would you not for your only son?
God, I miss when Star Trek was good and actually appropriately allegorical. And Gargoyle's characterization itself contradicts this humanist view, instead of moving into a full nihilistic incarnation that, when looking back at Miyazaki's work, you can't help but find in the grand majority of his antagonists, all of which he depicts as evil for wanting to progress and seek advancements for the whole world, as opposed to the heroes who want things to not change or revert to more traditional means. But the recurring problem with that is, the past isn't the hallowed place you think it is, and making someone be selfish and evil just for wanting to improve and better things for others gets old really, really fast, as the hypocritical note to it has been done to death, and reflects nothing factual in reality to have any air of relatable note to it. Granted, the series does not get to that right away. It builds itself up over time, as the first 22 episodes are relatively episodic. Jean, Nadia, and their companions traveling from place to place as they're chased, which opens them up to the wonders around them. Or at least it does for Jean. Nadia, not so much. In fact, Nadia, the title character, is the single greatest point of discourse regarding the whole series, as I and many others hate the little brat for how she treats those around her and refuses to learn and grow from her experiences. Frankly, she's worse than Asuka Shikinami from the Rebuild of Evangelion timeline, as Nadia has less justifications for her crap than any incarnation of Asuka. And this is something I am just in contradiction with others over, at least with those who like the series. As when it comes to reviews of the series, Nadia is praised up and down for her characterization. And I don't see why. Nadia is consistently awful due to how she mistreats everyone around her, is constantly closed off to new ideas and ways of approaching things, makes no effort to understand the complexities of the world around her, and insists on the way she lives her life, ignorant to everything, as being the right one, assuming everyone else's is by default wrong, and deserving of her scorn because of it, which she does not develop out of as she continues to just be a bitch to everyone around her. Does that sound like anyone I've condemned before? Because it has been a recurring thing since I started the show that such characters drive me up the wall and are the wrong way to write anyone you are trying to make appealing. Like, just one example of this. Nadia is a vegetarian. She does not eat meat by choice, and she has such a strong bond with animals that eating their flesh is offensive to her. Now, this is not in any way the problem. I myself am mostly vegetarian, though it is not by choice, as eating certain types of meat actually does make me sick. Hell, sometimes the smell is enough to make me want to vomit and feel nauseous for the rest of the day after having direct exposure, depending on how that meat is prepared. I'm not sure if it's an allergic reaction or not, but we treat it as one because my reaction to it is that horrible and I have been hospitalized for it in the past. And thus, I have a rule in my house that my roommates cannot make anything that involves pungent-smelling meats or means of preparation that makes their odor pungent, especially cooked beef when I am around, due to what that does to me. The difference between me and Nadia, however, is that just because I get sick from such food, does not mean that my roommates cannot ever have it. They just need to be conscious of what it does to me to not harm me unintentionally, as that would then be inflicting their actions upon me, and that is a bad thing. If they want to make tacos, they're more than welcome to on nights that I am not around, and since I work night shift, that is pretty frequently, as that is the way around such a complication, finding the means of compromise that best benefits both parties as a show of mutual respect towards the other's needs. We cannot say the same for Nadia, as in this example, because she chooses to not eat meat, she demands that no one shall, regardless of circumstances. Even in the event that they are all out of other food, she would rather have them starve. That is harmful. That is selfish. That is arrogant and myopic and uncaring and childish and everything else she accuses others of being. And the outright hypocrisy breaks any claim that her character is better than it is. She has no right to impose her personal beliefs onto others who do not share them, especially as it ignores the fact that humans are omnivores whose diet requires proteins that are ingested best from meats, or some other alternative. And she has this belief because she saw a sick lion be killed by the circus owner she used to work for. You know, someone putting a suffering life out of its misery so it wouldn't remain in pain when they can't save it. But that detail is not revealed to us until nearly the end of the show, long past the point where you can justify her vehement hatred of it. The social contract to be tolerant of others' beliefs is only maintained as long as you do not force those beliefs onto others. The second you do that, you violate the social contract and are no longer protected under it. And Nadia is like this for a cavalcade of subjects in the story where she is objectively in the wrong, as she does nothing but assume that she has all the information to make an informed decision, or refusing to listen or learn of more than she already knows, until the point the harsh, cruel reality is shoved down her throat due to her own sheer arrogance. Even before episode 22, I found her to be the worst character in the series by far. So when I looked back at all the old reviews that praised the series, I couldn't help but ask of them, what show were they watching? Or was it just being carried by the pedigree of Anno and Miyazaki from their previous works that was obfuscating the actual tangible problem with this depiction that would see more active scoring with Evangelion's Asuka years later, despite Asuka in no way reaching as far into being as much of a selfless bitch as Nadia is all series? However, Miyazaki's uncredited influence, and by the way, I say uncredited as he is not in the credits of the episodes, but it was later revealed that he was directly involved in most of it, over the series' development is largely believed as why Nadia went to crap and screwed over Gainax. For at episode 23, the ongoing story is entirely interrupted and abandoned, and half the main cast end up shipwrecked on an island, which begins the adaptation of the Jules Verne book, The Mysterious Island, with the anime citing by name the Lincoln Island from said book. And then the remainder of the series proceeds to spin its wheels until its final episodes doing exactly two things.
Jack and shit. And Jack left town.
Yeah, the Island arc, as episodes 23 through 34 is referred to, utterly destroyed the series, causing the anime to lose 13 episodes from its originally intended run, and all but bankrupted Gainax as consequence because all of their sponsors for production of the series abandoned them during that period. Audiences for the series stopped watching as they could not stand Nadia's constant bitching at them for 3 months without fucking end. Gainax ultimately fell into 80 million yen of debt because they didn't own anything about Nadia that wished to find a way to make their money back via merchandising from the financial losses Miyazaki was causing them, and spent years struggling to get by as a consequence of Anno's choice to bring him on. As while the story is adapting elements of the Verne novels, it runs up directly against the problem of Miyazaki as a person, in that while he is not a terrible man, he hates science fiction and the wonders of the modern world and where it is trying to advance to, only to be held back ironically by people like Miyazaki himself, who cling to the past or their own prestige and power as they refuse to accept the necessity of change. The most science-y his films got was either in steampunk fantasy, or to openly condemn and criticize all scientific and cultural advancement as inherently destructive. Despite everything he cites about progress, being destructive is not in fact progress at all, but usually toxic capitalism strangling true efforts at progress, as Miyazaki believes the two to be one and the same, which is a problem when you deal with Jules Verne, as Verne's work was science-based speculative fiction in his era that looked towards the possibilities of a progressive, better future. Verne's work being one of the central foundations by which the entire science fiction genre was built.
Capsules settle off with rockets, devices that create giant explosions so powerful that
they break the pull of the Earth's gravity and send the projectile through outer space. I read that book too. You're quoting Jules Verne from The Earth to the Moon.
Which again acts as a contradiction. Miyazaki really likes Jules Verne, yet despises everything Verne's works inspired that got people to fantasize about how the future can be made better than the now, for his works are looked back on as classicalist fiction instead of something that inspires innovation. As all of Miyazaki's works inevitably look backwards towards the past and idealizing it as better than how things are now. Even though many of the true causes of our problems existed back then, we just weren't aware of them being responsible for what they are, so people looking back and idealizing those times don't recognize such harm for what it was. As it's not until you realize what a problem is that you can understand the damage it does, or find a way to properly fix it. So every time they try and follow the Miyazaki path, and that you have to be traditionalist and back to nature and science and technology overcomplicate actually living your life, it undermines the point of Verne's novels where advancements in science and technology allow you to experience the world around you in ways you could never have imagined before, uncover new facets of it, and survive circumstances others less civilized would not have been able to by thinking about the world around you and opening yourself up to new possibilities and ways to do things. His books encourage you to invent the future, whereas the running theme throughout all of Miyazaki's work is abandon technology, embrace fantasy and tradition, return to monkey. And that's what you largely see of the Island arc, where said island is nothing but a remnant of Atlantean technology. one that vanishes beneath the waves the second the story has to move on from it. It's because of the last crew of the series being cancelled, Ano and the rest of the Gainax staff need to use every second they had left to give the series any type of positive conclusion. But the consensus about the entire series is you have to skip everything from the island arc, an entire third of the series, to leave with any positive opinion of it. Watching the island arc really does make you hate it all. So to sum up, Ano almost destroyed the careers and livelihoods of himself, his friends and co-workers, and the reputation of those he respected, all because he was helping his mentor make the series Miyazaki always wanted to do, in the way his mentor wanted it, but not in a way that the audience they made it for would enjoy. For as we've discussed before, Ano is not Miyazaki. That is not a bad thing. But every time Ano tries to do his work Miyazaki's way, it ends up going badly for Ano, as Ano's greatest talents and strengths are in diametric opposition to Miyazaki's. For what Ano loves most is the forms of media that Miyazaki most hates. So when the show is at its best, it is embracing the speculative fiction side of Verne's Captain Nemo adventures, and not when it's focused on the cast of Lost. It was only because Ano made Evangelion later that Gainax ever got out of the red this production put them in. And Evangelion was all a consequence of Ano's creative depression that came from Nadia, and taking refuge in a franchise he loved from childhood, which happened to be Ultraman, which Miyazaki notoriously despises due to them being science fiction superhero aliens, and then Ano looking at Ultraman and deciding to put a dark spin on it. And ironically, Evangelion was originally intended to be an in-canon direct sequel to Nadia. But because Toho owned the rights to Nadia and not Gainax, they had to entirely rewrite their plans for that series to exclude any overt mention to it, leading to why Evangelion leans so heavily on meaningless Christian symbology for an Ultra series influenced show. They were all placeholders for something entirely different. The only other thing I'll comment on with Nadia is the stupid Atlantis allegation. The Disney film Atlantis the Lost Empire is also based on the works of Jules Verne, and features the discovery of the lost city of Atlantis, which has ancient Atlantean technology, be dangerous to the people, alongside magic crystals that can power ancient artifacts. And despite the producers of the film claiming they hadn't even heard of Nadia at the time, there's nonetheless been accusations of plagiarism towards it, and Disney only got away with it because, well, Disney. Yeah, I don't buy it and never have. While Nadia did have early 90s distribution on VHS in North America via Streamline Entertainment, which was the first dedicated anime import company, which wasn't just repurposing the footage to make a different show, well, Streamline was a mail-order service with ridiculously expensive tapes of the anime they licensed. And I'm talking more expensive than Aniplex Blu-rays are now, as each tape from them could go for over $100, but only have a couple episodes on each of them. And despite partnering with the company Orion Pictures in 1996 to try retail distribution of their licensed IPs at a lower, sustainable price point, it was too late and didn't work. Streamline went out of business in 1999, and Nadia was among their first series to go out of print in both mail order and retail runs years before this, as no one bought them. ADV then redubbed and distributed the series again in 2001, and their DVDs didn't even begin to hit stores until half a year after Disney's Atlantis film went to theaters. But it was with ADV's release of the series that anyone first really paid attention to it, as that was after the anime boom more centrally put spotlight on the medium, and after Evangelion had become a huge hit for ADV, which gave Gainax's productions major spotlight in the West when ADV grabbed more of them. Thus, unless the Atlantis production staff were fans of anime in the era before imported series were easily available to have known of it, the timeline for the series to be known and available enough in the West to build a case for plagiarism don't add up. And I believe them when they say they hadn't heard of it. Hell, if you read a back-of-the-box description summary of Nadia's content from those days, you wouldn't even realize any commonalities between them, as all the Atlantis crap that is claimed to be plagiarized is buried in the back of the series on the tapes that saw the absolute least purchase and distribution. There's fans in 20-year-old forum posts that didn't see the end of the series until after the ADV distribution. And that's the people who liked Nadia saying that due to how difficult it was and expensive it was to get those last streamline tapes. Moreover, magic crystals like the blue water and Atlantis' gemstone are a recurring fictional trope, and they're not even used in the same way. The blue water is advanced technology that just looks like a gemstone, while the crystals in Atlantis are external wireless mana batteries drawing their power from an external mystical source that is a plot point in the film. And those crystals aren't even the major thrust of it, but a last-minute Chekhov's gun as opposed to the blue water being a plot-critical story device. Most of the accusations of plagiarism are based around superficial details at best, and are too divergent in use to count. Thus, there is not, nor ever would have been, a credible case had a lawsuit ever been filed. Hell, they're not the only ones to have power crystals as a story idea, completely independent of others revolving around Atlantis, as that's been a recurring thing from myths around Atlantis as well that are associated with Jules Verne, such appearing as part of Stargate Atlantis, for example, with their crystal-like zero-point modules that power the city. Now, here's the problem with including the Nadia story at all, especially in the way they did so here in X. They only used the last 5 episodes as what is utilized in the entire story. So once again, the story of X is made more and more reliant on its original and Wataru story used to carry the weight of the tale for what is new in X, which neither have the strength to do thanks to how little is being used. And worse, this is another bit where isekai'ing that cast makes it so less of the story can be told or works, unless you also transplant everything relating to Atlantis to Al Warth as well, which the game actually does. But that brings in the problem of Nadia being a sci-fi series dressed up in turn-of-the-century steampunk garb, and they're not really compatible in the way the story wants them to be. And Nadia's only here because Grandis has a robot buggy, Nemo's Neo-Nautilus is badass, and Gargoyle has control of literal space saucers as the Atlanteans in Nadia are revealed to actually be aliens after Ano took the show back from Miyazaki in an attempt at a last-minute plot reveal to recontextualize and save the show. That just didn't work. That's it, and that really isn't enough. The only other reason is because Gainax is one of the studios that does, or rather, did see spotlight regularly in SRW with their IPs. However, with the controversy that happened around Gainax's CEO, which I'm not getting into here, it's doubtful the company's IPs will see much spotlight going forward. Hell, Gurren Lagann isn't owned by Gainax anymore. Its creator Kazuki Nakashima got that series' IP rights in their entirety and took it over to Studio Trigger. The bright side of all this is the cast's involvement in X replaces the Mystery Island arc in its entirety, but the downside is the various character problems remain, such as Nadia explicitly refusing the evidence of her eyes and ears because it reflects a reality she doesn't want to accept, and it grates on me. The best I can generally say about this is because neither Jean nor Nadia actually pilot any mecha, that their presence can be largely ignored. But that's why it's pointless to include them, as when they are brought up in story cutscenes, their presence drags down everything else. As Super Road Wars is not a game that allows for characters that aren't attached to mecha themselves in some form to really have significant focus. More is done in their introduction with Kurama to narrate him into the cast, and he's part of the Wataru plot. And all he does here is give Dwokdar's forces an excuse to attack, which Grandis and her minions repel.
お笑いならよそでやりな。サンソン、ハンソン、やるよ。
合点。ここは射撃の天才に任せてください。おりゃ！
無理きー。
Yeah, the Graton in Super Robot Wars is basically just a gag vehicle, which does not play very well when you consider that this is a game that ends with us eventually fighting space war gods with the power of Domon Kashu's spiritual daughter, who is fighting alongside her own spiritual daughter in turn. The aforementioned Cruising Tom comes in to be backup, but he's easy. The bigger issue is a group of Neo-Atlantean crab drones being around. which all chase after Nadia. And the game continuing her brat track record of blaming her blue water gem for all her problems instead of, you know, the people who want it for nefarious reasons that she is well aware of at this point. But the battle has built some good camaraderie for most of this small group, Jean and Wataru coming to realize that they're likely not from the same Earth, and certainly not from any common point in time. Which, as I said, this isn't just a two-world problem or an interconnection issue, but an entire snarl of common Earths shoved haphazardly into this that kinda just gets forgotten past a certain point. Fortunately, Wataru's supporters know of a ritual that can return people to their worlds if they're Isekai'd here, as it's happened before. But it takes the rainbow of Sokai being at full glow for it to work, so they've got no choice but to help. But it is concerning so many are starting to be ported in, as their antics could even further destabilize the world. Or it's being done intentionally to bring strife and stagnation can be worse. That or something feeds on chaos and conflict and is hungry. Which actually segues into our next character and series introduction, with this tiny fairy person and the partner she supports, Shozama, from 1983's first anime isekai series, Aura Battler Dunbine. Aura Battler Dunbine is actually really good, let me just get that out of the way, because Dunbine is claimed as a Yoshiyuki Tomino series. However, there has been doubt raised over whether it's actually a Tomino series in the way people think of them, as while he might have come up with the ideas for it and collaborated with its actual writers, so I do not discredit his involvement in it, there is evidence that he wasn't responsible for its creative direction. Its writers were. And other content that solely Tomino made has showcased that it would have been horrible had it been done his way. So it's not really his show. As I've said before, directors are not writers, and should not dictate story direction to said writers, but at most give them feedback to avoid problems like any peer should lest they make the product worse. The writer should have final say, and there should be recognition of that. Case in point, while director Akira Amamiya was behind the initial ideas for Trigger's Gridman anime trilogy, writer Keiichi Hasegawa, who was hired to collaborate with him on it, was solely responsible for turning those ideas Amamiya had into an actual workable and good story. Them back and forth in development made it good, but had Amamiya ever attempted to pull rank, it would have messed it up. Amamiya didn't, because he was aware of his limitations when it comes to writing, as he is not a good one by his own admission. Another example I've liked to cite lately showcases the reverse, and that is what happened with Cross-Ange Wando of Angels and Dragons. As discussed before, Cross-Ange's first episodes are the breaking point for many with how deeply hostile they are regarding the protagonist against everyone else. And the series head writer Tatsuo Higuchi intended that bullcrap to be the thrust of the entire show. Ange versus everyone else, with no character development for anyone taking place, as they felt that conflicts made for good drama. However, the series director, Mitsuo Fukada, pulled him aside not long after the first episodes were done, and told him to his face, "No one wants to watch the series the way Higuchi was writing it." And by evidence of the reception to Cross-Ange's first episodes being negative across the board, even by those who like the show, Fukada was 100% right. Higuchi was approaching the series the wrong way. It's after this was explained to Higuchi that we got the Cross-Ange we did. You know, the one with an actual plot that is about more than people bitching at each other that actually made the show be good. This is a positive example of a director stepping in and intervening in order to get a better end product, by encouraging a writer to do it right by his audience, and not by what they think is better when it isn't. And thus, why we more credit Fukada for the good things about Cross-Ange, as they would not have happened had Higuchi not been talked to. Good directors know how to not just make things look good, but can get good results out of bad or problematic writers when they encourage and critique them in the right way. The problem is Higuchi did not really seem to learn from Fukada telling him to knock it off, and still pulls that same needless cast antagonism bullshit in his other work, such as in his adaptation of Kamen Rider Double's manga sequel Futopii, where the cast would constantly belittle Shotaro Hidari every chance they got. That belligerence is largely absent in the original Futopii manga, and was used in its originating series to show that the character who was being belligerent didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. And an understanding of that is entirely missing in Futopii, where what was originally meant as subversion and defiance of stereotypes is instead played straight to an attractive degree. Higuchi instead using that misinterpreted element excessively to accent the negative and make the cast more dysfunctional and attack the series' lead without valid reason. Which shows that despite being told what his problem is and how much it is disliked, Higuchi still screws his scripts over because he seems insistent on proving that such works. It doesn't. Futopia is a good series, but poor adaptation because of that character slander that reflects the worst interpretations of the series it is a sequel to. But still, that's how the role of directors should work. Not take over the creative process, but give their input and feedback to collaborate with the writer that should have the main control over the work and its narrative direction. Thus, the writers who are responsible for the bulk of the story that engages people in the first place should still be credited as the central creators or in collaboration with the director instead of having their role marginalized, which is an industry-wide problem. I really dislike it these days when a director who is responsible for how things are visually depicted take all the recognition for those responsible for writing the story they are depicting. And it happens far too frequently where we hear of cases of a director or producer's executive meddling over story direction actually ending up making those tales worse. Tomino wrote one episode of Mobile Suit Gundam, and it is infamous as the bad one. Yet he has taken credit for all of it and considered the men who created everything Hiroyuki Hoshiyama, Kenichi Matsuzaki, Toji Araki, and Yu Yamamoto did to write what people liked about the original 0079 Gundam. And while we may have stories of him being genuinely encouraging to voice actors and staff members, so Tomino is not deliberately a bad person, time and again we hear stories of him interceding with the creative process on the shows he's a part of, and it's largely been to their detriment as those elements he insists on end up their worst aspects, leading to series that succeed having done so in spite of him, not necessarily because of him. It's why I really dislike it when people take his hostility against other creators as gospel to freely echo his antagonism against them. His own track record has far more failures or series rescued from failure than those he belligerently criticizes. Tomino might not be a bad guy in real life, I am emphasizing that as I do believe that, but his ego issues have made him an antagonist towards others in the industry, even those who are just trying to do their damn jobs. This all factors into Dunbine, because Dunbine was actually written by two people, Yuji Watanabe and Tsukihiro Tomita, both of whom had worked with Tomino on Space Runaway Ideon. And Ideon is frequently cited as the series' most representative of Tomino's, well, Tominoisms. Yet it was actually them behind a lot of it in developing what demands Tomino threw their way into something, well, considering how Ideon is, I wouldn't say workable, but at least watchable up until its nonsense of an ending. Watanabe and Tomita, however, more pushed back against Tomino's overbearing after Ideon. Thus, any citation of Dunbine being part of Tomino's pattern has been under re-evaluation for some time, as the show is more consistent with Watanabe and Tomita's shown writing tropes, even if it does still bear some of Tomino's staples, which are honestly the worst parts of the show due to how unnecessary a lot of them are. This being further backed up as Tomino didn't even direct on Dunbine either. That was 7 other people who did so and collaborated with Watanabe and Tomita on such. Tomino is only credited as the chief director for the series. And once more, depending on the production, that title means there's the show's producer. And producers are either so disconnected from the day-to-day work to be largely immaterial outside of the rare exception, or so caustically hands-on that they ruin what might have otherwise been a decent series. Now, to be absolutely clear on this, my position is not to discredit Tomino's involvement or responsibility for any originating ideas for a lot of what eventually resulted in Dunbine, as he did have of them. A lot of them. But my point is, he wasn't the one who developed those ideas into a serviceable and good story. Thus, it is wrong for him alone to receive all the credits, and that as much holds for his part in Gundam, where it was a collaborative effort between more people than just him. For like a director, a producer should not take credit for things they themselves did not do. And yet, Tomino's entire reputation was built on the backs of Sunrise's staff, whose identities were hidden behind a collective company pen name. Hell, even on this Dunbine Blu-ray, it's still the pen name that gets the credits instead of the actual writers who played part in this. This needs to stop. Dunbine is the story of Bison Well, a magical realm that exists as a landmass which borders the land of the continent and the depths of the sea. Here, all manners of fae and fantasy beasts live, but when a man named Weapon... Yes, seriously. While I don't think Tomino was responsible for everything about this series that should be credited on the writers instead, Tomino naming is still in effect here. Fell into the realm. He discovered the massive insect-like beasts that lived here, and their ability to absorb the life energy, referred to as aura, of humans to grow stronger. He found a way using the science and engineering he knew to craft the carcasses of these beings into massive robots. All with the assistance of the series' primary antagonist, Drake Luft, who wished to conquer Bison Well and the realms beyond through Shot's mergers of science and fantasy. To facilitate this, he harnessed the magics of Bison Well to summon humans of strong spiritual strength who could pilot the Aura Battlers, and deceive them to believe his conquest was righteous. And thus he got his pawns to spark a massive war that broke open the metaphorical gates of hell. Among these summoned in this scheme is the teenager Sho Zama, who is quickly made aware that Drake Luft and Shot Weapon are lying to him. And with the assistance of other freedom fighters and fellow Aura battler Marvel Frozen, yes, seriously, they turn the tide of battle against Drake's forces, but not without casualties. For as the Fae beings of Bison Well are more and more affected by Drake's war and the ever-escalating power of Aura, they are eventually all banished by the Fae to Upper Earth, where the conflict reaches an ever more terrifying stage. But come on! These insectoid robots had to have large amounts of them to even assault a feudal village. What could those toys possibly do in a world that has tanks and planes and heavy guns and missiles? Yeah. Remember what I said about these things being powered by Aura, and Aura is life force? Well, Bison Well does not have a lot of people, and Aura Battlers don't just draw power from the life aura of the pilot, but also the ambient life aura of the surrounding populace, with the pilot then acting as the battery to store that energy. So, Bison Well, few thousand people, arguably no more than 1 million in the entire realm. Thus, not a lot of ambient life aura to absorb for those in these weapons. But 1983 Earth, that was 4.7 billion people. So the Aura Battlers potentially become hundreds, if not thousands of times stronger just from a change in venue, where they can passively absorb more life aura that is present on the planet to a degree never intended. And that's assuming the increase in power was based on linear power increase and not exponential, or factoring in wildlife to that count, which is even worse. As that bomb that exploded like a nuke in that scene I just played, yeah, in Bison Well, that was a grenade, designed to destroy, at most, a small house, with no more force than would be seen of a cannonball. So by the time the Aura machines make it to Earth, just their standard easy-to-mass-produce infantry and arms are each individually a weapon of mass destruction. And worse is the last ability that the Aura machines are revealed to have. For when strong emotions of a pilot are unleashed when in the presence of a high enough concentration of aura, the Aura Battlers just start sucking all of that aura into themselves, their power multiplying even further, and their forms growing to become genuine kaiju of immeasurable destructive force that can casually crush nations without care or control. And that happens because the people on Drake's side find their own reasons to fight for him that blind them to the true destruction they are wreaking upon the worlds. The most understandable and yet frustrating of such being the character Todd Guinness, who many consider to be a prototype for Suzaku Kurugi, in that he keeps making very poor decisions against his own interests that escalate the conflict, ultimately in this final war siding with Drake in hopes out of a selfish desire to save only his mother from being killed in the crossfire. despite it being easier to have protected her if he had sided with the heroes. But his thoughtless actions just serving to further the destruction. For at the very least, Todd is presented as a meathead, not considering the ramifications of his actions until the point he starts to be blinded by pride, instead of insisting he's right in contradiction to evidence. For by the series' endgame, Todd at the very least knows he is in the wrong, but has nothing left, so wants to spare one last person from the consequences of what he enabled. It is still bad reasoning, don't get me wrong, but it's more respectable bad reasoning, as he can and does admit he fucked up. It's just his ego that will not let him stop. And that reflects how in many conflicts, they only don't end just out of sheer stubborn pride, instead of a tangible reason to not lose. Look at the war between Ukraine and Russia. Russia attacked out of ego and pride. Ukraine resisted, fought back and pushed them out. And it just didn't end there because of Russia's pride, and that pride sending many more pointlessly to their own deaths. And this key element of it being pride, arrogance, and ego on the antagonist's behalf that prevents them from stopping? It's more rare than one thinks in Tomino's works, as when you assess the whole situation in context, it actually ends up more that the protagonists are the ones with the ego issues blinding them to the roots of the problems in their setting, which prevents them from ever successfully fixing them. And unlike other series with Tomino attached to them, the ending is very poignant, with Show and Marvel dying, but dying in a way that concluded the conflict for good by destroying Drake Luft and all the Aura machines, so their power could never be used by anyone again. The truth of Show's actions and the true story of their plight shared by their fairy companion Chum, the only survivor of the active participants in the war, so their deaths are not made meaningless, nor their actions distorted into lies to act as comfort for the unknowing, even as all dragged into it don't even have enough left of them to bury in unmarked graves. That is how extreme and well handled the Lensman arms race is in Dunbine, which is why doubt has grown over whether Tomino was really the chief craftsman behind the strongest elements of the show, as in no other content he was involved in his entire career was such a message made as clear and was as well delivered as it was in Dunbine. Not a single one. Many of the other series of his either mangle that message entirely when he was known to have been at the wheel of the matter, case in point, the aforementioned Ideon, where you need supplementary material to actually explain what the hell it was doing or the antagonism of its enemies, or the overall story becomes bogged down with distractions and bad dialogue and plotting contradictions, so that whatever intention it may have had is less appreciated or lost in the wake of greater setting recontextualization. Dunbine is a genuinely good series that I recommend. But like I said, there is tangible evidence, not just speculation, to the belief that Tomino wasn't behind what was good about Dunbine, which should then instead be credited to its actual writers. And that evidence is Dunbine's sequel, Garzey's Wing. Garzey's Wing, ladies and gentlemen and others, is written, directed, scripted, and storyboarded by Yoshiyuki Tomino, and only Yoshiyuki Tomino. Every creative role for the series was performed by just him, and it is infamous as being one of the worst OVA series ever made, which Tomino partnered with JC Staff to produce in 1996, as at the time, Sunrise and Bandai had stopped working with him due to Tomino's misconduct with Victory Gundam. It is what centrally exposes how it may have been everyone whose identities were hidden behind Sunrise's pseudonym Hajime Yatate that were doing the heavy lifting for Tomino throughout his career, and are more deserving of the reputation he had. As Garzey's Wing has no excuses for how bad it is, nor are the creators involved in any way to mediate or make sense of what Tomino himself put on the table, it reflects solely Tomino's capabilities alone, and it showcases he himself is the problem for many of the series he was on that went sideways. For Garzey's Wing is largely considered incomprehensible, even when you go into it knowing it is a sequel to Dunbine, and is representative of all the things people hated about works Tomino was part of, that contextualized the worst parts of them were likely things Tomino insisted upon. In Garzey's Wing, a man named Chris is transported to Byston Well with the power of the titular Garzey's Wing, which gives him wings of Hermes to fight slave owners. But in essence, this is a worse version of the opening act of Dunbine because Chris is told to do things without him really having anything explained to him or him being told why he should do the things he does. Worse, only Chris's spirit has been sent to Byston Well. His normal body is still simultaneously on Earth and is conscious. But if his literal soul is elsewhere, then how does his normal body still function without what is metaphysically needed to animate it? And that's pretty much how the series goes, with him fighting antagonist and antagonist without any seeming rhyme or reason. And it's not like the series is a complete story either, it ending with Chris still literally divided between two realms, without it explaining anything. And it's not like Tomino was making up the lore out of nothing for this. Again, this is supposed to be a canon sequel. Nor can you claim, if you agree with my original thesis about Dunbine that Tomino likely wasn't behind what it did well, that Tomino didn't know any better. For that brings us to the other sequel to Dunbine that he did, The Wings of Rean, which was an original net anime released in 2005 that is based on 6 light novels Tomino published in the 1980s associated with Dunbine. And once again, it has nothing to do with the original Dunbine, while being considered a self-contradictory story in both novel and anime form. And this is not helped by what Rean is actually about, which is centrally focused on xenophobic, isolationist racism that completely undermines Tomino's purported story theme of war is hell, and hate only breeds more hate. Not only because the only way to counter racist extremism is with fighting back against it, as he can't reason with those who have broken social and societal tolerance contracts, but due to how it just straight outright ignores the history it grounds its story upon, instead placing into those slots straw men who have little tangible reason to act how they do. The story of this series starts with protagonist ASAP Suzuki assisting 2 college friends of his in a terrorist attack on an American military base in Japan because this story hates everyone that is foreign in a way that more exposes racism on the part of the creator than necessarily the creations themselves. Especially knowing as in the original Dunbine, yeah, the Americans in that are the most helpful nation when the conflict gets shoved onto Earth. Whereas when Sho tried to get his parents and Japan's government on his side to explain what was going on and prevent worse atrocities beforehand, his mom disowned him for reasons no one understands, and every Japanese official either treats Sho like a kid playing with forces he doesn't understand, or a dangerous inhuman monster, which can either be viewed as unnecessary forced Tomino drama, or a narrative call-out to the insularity and conformity of Japanese culture, and dislike of anyone in the 80s that stood out as different, even if they were warning them of danger. As one sticking their head in the stand to a threat is an unreconstructed moron. And that all going sideways when forces from Byston Well attack Japan, before the lot of them are dragged back down into the Undertow, and meet a man named Sakomizu, who took over one of Byston Well's nations. Sakomizu is a soldier from World War II, who became the savior of the realm in a previous conflict, before trying to find a way home. By the time he did, he found the modern Tokyo to be an atrocity given form due to him viewing modern Japan as abandoning its stances it held during his time, and decided to wage war for no other reason than, to him, World War II never ended. Which is why he feels no empathy towards those who live in the now, as they are clearly just indoctrinated pawns of the American elite that must be purged to bring back the glory of imperialist Japan. Now that is a vast oversimplification skipping over a bunch of the details, but it is still the gist of what goes on in this one, it bordering along straight-up jingoism, with the titular Wings of Rean being based on the Garzey's wing, but serves as a means of opening the gates between Earth and Byston Well, called the Aura Road. However, this is arguably worse than Garzey's wing, as not only does it repeat everything awful about Garzey's wing, it also reintroduces the Aura machines as well. So it is straight-up Dunbine story done worse in nearly every feasible way. But also apparently the way Tomino would have written it had the original Dunbine's writers not been involved. For Rean is an adaptation of the novels Tomino wrote as a companion to the series in the 1980s, which apparently audiences didn't even like back then. For quite frankly, there's largely no reason for the villain's actions that are viewed in story as spreading and perpetuating hate, but should have been intended to be viewed as Sakomizu being unable to move on and accept failure and change. That is not hate, instead being based on a refusal to believe that he is in the wrong, and that he has done harm as consequence of his xenophobia. Yet Tomino's story does not treat that as factual, as to Tomino, just hate is enough to make someone a villain. Or in other words, it's the problem of a person hypocritically projecting what he's doing onto those he's attacking to put himself in the right and to disregard the suffering he causes, which you would think would be a good thing to present a villain being, but the series doesn't really acknowledge this in that way. Because Tomino is stuck on hate being the root of all evils in his series, when there's more to it than that. And yes, I count Gundam the Origin on that as well. You can have hate for valid reasons if you have suffered injustices, but you just can't be all about hate for the sake of hate, as even the most hateful of monsters in real life do it for a reason. The dividing line between hero and villain on the matter of hate, however, is whether or not you are directing your ire at those truly responsible, or are using that hate as an excuse for your own selfish ambitions and to just do what you want. For if you follow how the series is written, then Sakamizu gaining power in Bison Well makes even less sense, as the elitism of imperialist Japan that is the foundation of this purported hate would not have permitted him to make the allies he does to take over a country due to such xenophobia. And even then, well, imperialist Japan's own actions were themselves not based on hate either. They were based on the belief that they had the right to do and take what they wanted as a matter of divine providence. It was sheer arrogance and pride of imperialist Japan that caused the subsequent war and the suffering of the people that had nothing to do with and no power to change the course of the war, as those in power tried to elevate themselves over their victims. Again, I am way oversimplifying as this script is too damn long, to the point that when I've been trying to record it, I've had to do this from the start 4 separate times because my computer keeps crashing between the times I am attempting to record it. And that is not to say that hate cannot be a motivator for conflict between people. It happens a lot. But the worst atrocities of man are all caused not necessarily by hate, but by not considering those not like yourself as human, or deserving to have the same rights you yourself do. Case in point, the actual war crimes imperialist Japan committed during World War II. But dehumanization is different from hate. Hate needs a reason, but it only works as a motivator when it's directed at those whom are behind an actual offense, instead of victim-blaming those not responsible.
He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him. I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up.
People can be fooled into hating another for an invalid reason. Yet when there is no valid justification for it, that only lasts as long as the lie does. And the lie itself is not self-sustaining, but self-destructive. Dehumanization, however, is a defense that allows one to become willfully blind and excuse harming whoever they please as not deserving the respect due to another by just existing, all to assert yourself over them, as you want to be considered the special and the other to not be. There is no coming back from that, as can happen when one becomes exhausted of their hate. Hate can motivate, but dehumanization doth perpetuate. And it is perpetrated because a person's own pride prevents them from thinking they might be in the wrong, and thus they just keep doing evil things. See how that element of pride once again is the key to getting these things to work, and not just hate? And yet, that is one of the largest problems across Tomino's career, which helps differentiate the series he actually had a key influence over. For he completely confuses hate and dehumanization to mean the same thing, or act as equivalent evils, when they are not, while then acting as if those filled with hate have no reason for it. That's one of the reasons why we have so many problems with UC Gundam after all, as the Spacenoids' hostility towards the Earth Federation and their various attacks against them are largely justified once one realizes that the leaders of the Earth Federation dehumanize everyone they have banished to space as not even having the right to breathe air without their approval due to their arrogant, prideful belief that they are better. And yet in Tomino's UC series, the ones punished are the ones framed as being consumed by hate or retaliating because they were victimized, which can be a valid reason to be angry and fight back, while never addressing the system that perpetuates victimization and ignoring that said victimization even happens in the first place. That, more than anything, is what Seed spotlights in his contextual criticism of UC Gundam, where the war's aggressors had their tale focused on how dehumanization and societal victimization fueled the fighting, doing what Tomino refused to. And yet, here Tomino was again, doing the same thing, and still not getting that hate without cause on its own, is not enough. The original Dunbine worked not because of hate, but because of pride, because of that dehumanization by Drake and his allies to prop themselves above those they viewed as trash or getting in their way, because of the way his minions justified their actions without ever considering anything but themselves, how they tricked themselves into hating, not because of any cycle, but because they could not accept they were in the wrong, and needed to stop or change sides, and how all that arrogance got them was an early grave. But when one refuses to acknowledge that hate alone is not enough to spark such escalation, it doesn't work, at least in the same way. Dunbine had it work for the reasons I listed. SRW had it work because of jealousy, of loss, of pain, of trauma, and anguish, and ego that drove and justified its descent into madness. But when I look at Rean, I just saw the nonsensical ramblings of someone who claimed to know that war is bad, but couldn't articulate the point, without just as much blaming those trying to protect themselves or stop the source of the conflict, demonizing those who fought back instead of the aggressor or the oppressor.
You've managed to kill just about everyone else, but like a poor marksman, you keep missing the target.
So yeah, to sum up, Dunbine is good. Get Sentai Filmworks Blu-ray of the series. And from the evidence of Tomino's failed sequels, it is suspect he had a role in why it is good, at least to the degree that is claimed. And avoid those sequels. I should also mention that there is one other OVA series for Dunbine, though. The Tale of Neo Bison Well, that was written by Toshitake Suzuki in 1988. But I unfortunately have not been able to find a copy of it. I heard it was good, its story is partially adapted into Super Robot Wars T, and from everything I know about it, from there, it's consistent with the original Dunbine and not Tomino sequels. Regardless, for Shozama and Chum, this is set in the post-series for them, and they, like every other major Dunbine cast member, are supposed to be dead. He meets with Todd, who is also alive now, and despite them being rivals and enemies before, the two aren't actively hostile as the reasons the two had to fight are no longer present here. So them antagonizing each other further would be for no other reason than their own egos. And the pair are past that at this point. Well, that and for Todd in this game, it acts as a bit of a redemption story for him since, well, I compared him to Suzaku earlier, but unlike Kururugi, Todd is actually capable of realizing when he was in the wrong. It's just, even when he admits it, he keeps making the same mistakes. And he shows he wants to be better than he is as the two come under attack by other Aura battlers who have been recruited since being sent here into another's command, claiming they just want to be able to survive here. Todd defending Sho, as Sho does not have either his original Dunbine or his late season upgrade Meg the Billabine. At least initially. Chum finding the village permitted the rest of our group so far to follow her carrying it, so Todd's actions told them off have paid dividends. As the Dunbine is actually a rather impressive mech. Seriously, it is. It is one of the few non-Gundam mechs to get a Master Grade model kit, and it's fairly decent. I actually have it up on my shelves right behind Mike Guine and to the left of King Oger, for those of you who can see up there. Though I'm hoping that Bandai will do more new Dunbine high grades in the future, as when they did the Surbine model kit a couple years ago, I bought that and liked it. Now that Surbine is right above me on that shelf of various Super Robots I've got now to rep during the Super Robot Wars reviews. And as the enemy battlers revealed that they were actually sent to this region to kill Wataru, well, Sho won't stand for that. Now, there is a problem gameplay-wise for the Aura Battler mechs, and that is I could not figure out how to upgrade a given character's Aura level in each stage to unlock their respective strongest attacks, as their strongest attacks all require a specific Aura level be achieved by the pilot in order to use them. And that holds for T as well, so it's rare it could actually unleash their respective super skills on enemies, making them less effective overall in combat than other mecha where there isn't that limitation. With their defeat, it's revealed that Dwokdar is actually their benefactor, Cruising Tom coming in with a job offer for the new mecha as they prove their strength. And we again see the Suzaku comparison, as Todd suddenly decides to be a toady to the group that was attacking them and trying to kill a little kid. Why? Well, it's because those with power would allow him to have a fresh start in this world with all the easy perks attached if he worked for them. Yeah, Todd's Achilles heel as a character is he keeps looking for the easy solution. Granted, the game and story reason is it's trying to keep our party down to a small group of dedicated units instead of allowing us to have a wider range of them to freely choose for a fair chunk of the game. But this goes back to X's largest faults in that any time they would have a chance to do more with a character because of their inclusion in an after-the-end story, they forget to do anything with them when they could have. Todd going with Dwokdar's forces like this is done for no other reason than to get him off the field. And that's harmful to the ultimate intention of the game later on when we can go through the process of recruiting him. For Todd is actually one of the game's secret units. If you have him defeat a unit in this stage and then have Sho battle him in later ones to rebuild their rivalry, Todd will eventually stop being a smeghead and join us properly. But it's entirely unnecessary to make him be a secret unlock for the game. I guess one could reason that the writer decided they just didn't want to give it to him and make the player have him earn his redemption story through the following encounters, and that is more than fair, as such redemption should be earned. But I feel it also robs us of seeing that happen with him as a party member since the way they introduced him here was not in a hostile way at all. Though in the grand scheme it ends up a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing with such. The problem is more that the game does it, 3 or 4 times ad nauseum, so the repetition becomes less welcome every time to the point of undermining the intent. Regardless, this confirms for Sparrow and Amari that Dwokdar may be behind all these other worlders being Isekai'd to Al Warth, making it even more essential the group protect Wataru during his journey. Sho agreeing to join with them, if for no other reason than he feels it's his responsibility to get Todd to see reason. Which is where we're going to cut it for here, as next time, well, we have more of Sunrise's failures in the 2010s to talk about.
I'm not your buddy, friend. He's not your friend, guy. I'm not your guy, buddy. He's not your buddy, friend. I'm not your friend, guy.
As the group continues to travel, Sparrow and Amari explain a bit more of Iwarth's political situation. As while Dwokdar is a threat, they don't control the largest of territories for them to worry about them a lot. In fact, while there are a few differing nations in the world, the largest nations happen to be the Land of Mana and the Land of the Beasts. Or to just spoil it, the transplanted settings of Cross-Ange, that frankly made sense to include in an isekai-driven game, and that of Gurren Lagann, which kind of has its own problems considering how Gurren Lagann starts, but we're actually on the other side of Gurren Lagann's mid-season timeskip by the time we get to them, so the pre-timeskip part of the tale is just treated as a civil war. Regardless, as the Land of Mana is closer, the group decides to try detouring to it to warn someone with any authority over the lands of Dwokdar getting power from the displaced travelers. And Nadia has to be a complete bitch about it because she thinks it's better to not fight people who would callously murder anyone in their way. Yeah, one can be an idealist all one wants, but when your principles cause you to enable actual malice towards others, you can be just as complicit in the harm done. Nadia as a person, even in her own series, is one that never takes responsibility for her own actions, so she has no right to judge and condemn those who at least try to do the right thing and stand up to tyrants. For a grand majority of the time, those tyrants are nothing but cowardly bullies who are only allowed to get away with what they do because of those who enable and do not stand up to their malice, like Nadia is telling them to do. Evil triumphs when those who claim to be good people do nothing, and the quickest path to true evil is to ignore or forget what evil is. That was also a fundamental aspect of Kira Yamato's arc when he acknowledged, from the start of Seed, that his principles are not worth more than real people's lives. Nadia doesn't. She acts like she has all the answers, and never learns otherwise. But as they're dealing with the aftermath of Nadia's latest act of hypocritical myopia, we get our next group of displaced characters, them being from the Reguild Century Gundam timeline. Also known as the cast of Gundam Reconguista in G-Reco for short because Reconguista is not a word, such being Yoshiyuki Tomino's return to the franchise in 2014. And it bombed because it is one of, if not the most poorly told series in the entire Gundam franchise. And as a result, it is a contender for worst series of them all. And that's no joke, G-Reco is infamous for its poor reception, which was reflected in its sales. No one liked the show enough to buy any of its merchandise, so it became the least watched and worst selling series Sunrise put out that fiscal year, when G-Reco was supposed to be a major earnings tentpole due to Tomino's return. Now, some might argue that a show should not be judged by how much merchandise it sells, and that is fair. A show should be judged on the merits of its actual content, as you are there for the characters and the story they go through, which should be the focus. However, when someone is a fan of something, many would then find themselves wanting to purchase something that reflects their enjoyment of that series, as it can help show with its sales that more series similar to the one you like should be made. So depending on the series, you can determine how well it was received by how well its merchandise sold. Though, there are a bunch of qualifiers to that, as just raw earnings for a series can be deceptive depending on how much was put out for sale. If a small line of products sold a lot, they would consequently be seen as doing better than a large line that only earned as much as the small line, as more resources were invested in the large line that weren't made back. And thus, in the grand scheme of things, it's less that a series is about shilling merchandise, but more about how making something an audience does like will cause it to earn more easily, simply by more people being willing to buy even just little trinkets related to it, as there has been garnered a wider positive emotional investment towards it. You will elicit those positive feelings when you look at something related to it, as it evokes those positive memories of experiencing it. And that does not happen with a bad show or one that is just about the merchandise, as those garner a smaller audience and it's far less likely to trigger that emotional response. And thus, only relying on a collector's market who will buy anything regardless of quality, or dumbing it down to the lowest common denominator to just sell them toys, will only destroy companies' viability in the long term, as less and less will be earned from doing that over time. Moreover, Gundam merchandise sales for Sunrise, they have been used as the financial tentpole for Sunrise since Gundam's first model kits released in 1980, after the original 0079 series ended, making it so a show that was cancelled after Tomino pissed off and lost its original financial sponsors, then had it recognized how many of those watching fervently enjoyed it by them buying merchandise of it when such finally became available, thus leading to Gundam's wider recognition as a cultural phenomena, which it would not have had otherwise. All of Gundam's sequel series only happened because the posthumous merch sales showed that the series was something special, and Tomino himself had done the most damage to it as, well, Tomino hates merchandising. For those not aware of what a tentpole in this context is, it is an idiom used to describe a series that is meant to support the financial well-being of a company, by which to then use the earned funds from that tentpole to finance other projects, referred to as tiers, that might not earn enough themselves to warrant their production. Production companies for film, TV, and video games have that all the time. The big blockbuster IPs earn their studios millions, by which to then funnel to productions that deserve the time, but might not garner the audience to support themselves. For Sunrise, them having tentpoles like Gundam, and in the 90s the Brave series as well, are the reasons why tiers like Cowboy Bebop, Outlaw Star, The Big O, Code Geass, Scride, Escaflowne, and so many other great series from them were even greenlit. The larger series expected to be successful covered the bill, so they could take a risk on these smaller intellectual properties to make them at a possible loss without jeopardizing the viability of the company. And a lot of great series from many companies came about because of this concept, which would have not have happened otherwise. A company's sponsors would still ask these series to have something that can be made into merchandise to help cover their costs, but it isn't required they be big earners when a tentpole is covering the initial investment, as the weight of what many view as a necessary evil is placed on the shoulders of another that has been shown to be able to carry it. And G-Reco's merchandise notoriously did not sell by which to do its job as a tentpole. They did so poorly, it's actually really hard to find G-Reco merchandise now in comparison to any other major Gundam series. Even with Tomino's reanimate literally every scene, even the ones we don't need to, compilation movies for the series. They're the only non-build Gundam timeline series that exists to have no master-grade scale or even full mechanics gunpla of its units made, simply out of a lack of interest or demand for such products from the audience that would buy them. And while it's not the only factor in this, it is still notable that after G-Reco, Sunrise's production pipeline, well, stagnated. spending the next 6 years only releasing as much content over that time as they had in just 2013 and 2014. Most of their studios shifted to just doing second unit animation work for non-Sunrise productions, instead of original ones of their own. And when it did release, it was not out of the blue risks upon new IPs, but only adaptations or continuations of existing franchises. It not until Kyokai Senki in 2022 that they took a risk on a new original IP again, as they couldn't afford to take risks. This is also around when Sunrise became more open to releasing series online as original net animation, such as Gundam Build Divers Re-Rise, which got them direct market viewership and engagement internationally. Hell, we ended up getting the Gundam Blu-rays we have because of this, as Sunrise in late 2015 made a direct deal with anime distributor Right Stuf to re-release all the past Gundam series through their Nozomi division, as that had been a revenue stream closed to Sunrise after the collapse of Bandai Visual and Entertainment years before. And that's believed to be a consequence, but also a positive outcome, for this slump at the company, and them scrambling for cash. For when a tentpole series doesn't carry its weight, it can be very difficult to recover. After all, it wasn't just G-Reco that had a problem, but Gundam Age in 2012 and 2013 also underperformed in viewership and sales, to the point that it also had master grades intended for release cancelled from its run. That series losing out to both of the Gundam Seed remasters that aired around it, which is in part why Sunrise brought Tomino back to Gundam to begin with. Their previous project had also not done well, so they wanted to see if one of the original creators of the franchise could breathe back life into it. Though this ends up being a hindsight issue with regards to that, as Age's largest problem was it was too centrally echoing Tomino's series while ignoring Gundam's larger meta-narrative regarding how every series from G Gundam through 00 had been calling out varied shortcomings of Tomino's UC Gundam series, particularly in how the UC series left in power the very individuals that had ruined the setting in the first place to set off their conflicts by denying the common man their freedom, so things never ended up improving. All the AU Timeline series before Age had avoided repeating this oversight, and in their own ways called that out, with 00 taking it the farthest by deliberately casting Amuro Ray's Japanese voice actor, Toru Furuya, as their primary villain, Ribbon's Allmark, as an explicit clapback against the UC series' own hypocrisy, due to Ribbon's own efforts to make 00's setting a more fascist totalitarian oligarchy that echoed UC Gundam's own. His death at the end meant to be symbolic of letting the franchise move on from their past shortcomings, as Gundam had hit its 30th anniversary. And that is where Age screwed things up, as being a modernized celebration of the series that hadn't aged well, thanks to this recontextualized perspective. That is not everything regarding the problems of Age, and one can enjoy it in spite of this, but it does play part in why it saw rejection. Though I'll emphasize again, if you look at all this from only an earnings perspective, well, that will not give you the specifics regarding those earnings, and are less reliable overall by which to judge the health of an IP, thanks to all those overlapping projects. Hell, this sudden earnings spike at the start of the 2010s is in large part thanks to Bandai's high-grade All Gundam initiative, where they began to remake old models with modern engineering, regardless of what was airing. So sales for the franchise diversified from just what the running series was doing. And throughout the 2010s, at least 2 Gundam projects were debuting a year. Yet despite this, there's still that dip in fiscal year 2015, which related to G-Reco. Hell, that number only isn't worse because of G-Reco's running mate, Gundam Build Fighters Try, which was reported to have exceeded expectations. And it's not like Gundam's had a positive earnings uptick every year. Fiscal years 2017 and 18 had downturns too, but were associated with smaller, less expensive projects, so were not as big damage hits. And yes, this is still a lot of money. Sunrise and Bandai were not going to go bankrupt because of G-Reco not delivering on its investment. That's not what I'm talking about with this. But when you expect massive earnings from the franchise's credited creator coming back, and for that series to earn the money to finance other series they wanted to make, and they're only saved from having a worse year financially by a side project about custom model kit tournaments and everything released independently of the active production? That's not a good thing, and is a contributing factor to why Sunrise didn't take any risks with new IPs again for years. But it is also hilarious karmic irony when one remembers the reason why the original 0079 Gundam got cancelled was because Tomino pissed off the show's sponsors, who summarily dropped funding the show outright. And Gundam only got continuations due to the model kits released after that cancellation, then showing how popular the series was across all ages and genders, and led to its continuation, which Tomino has always just written off as boys only caring about toys, even though boys were not the only ones buying the Gunpla. Yet when he comes back again in 2014 to do a new series, it really was beaten out by one of the series that celebrates the hobbyists that led to that revival, which he's shown nothing but disdain towards. For a series has to garner people to want products associated with it in the first place. That is how merchandising works. If there is no audience for something, then it's not going to sell well. The content has to be liked for a product related to it to at bare minimum break even. That's just basic economics. Yet the single most consistent thing about Tomino is his hatred of merchandising and sponsorship, and Bandai specifically, but even his reasoning is self-contradictory. He wants them to collaborate and be an active part of the creative process, far past the point where they have any right to be. He also complains about when they send back notes in the development stage of a series at a time when they are supposed to be involved. I have interviews where Tomino derides Bandai for not giving him feedback on names for characters in his series, which they had no right to micromanage. This, by the way, being the origin of wacky Tomino naming. Yet also ones where he then did get a reasonable feedback from his sponsors, and he reinterpreted the intent of it into just market a toy, when the suggestion was not at all about merchandise shilling and would have been a good idea. Such as when Bandai asked about whether Tomino could do more ship battles in Victory Gundam to diversify the combat scenes, and he had this god-awful thing designed instead. Like, that wasn't what they suggested. He made something so imbecilely toyetic just out of spite.
Toyetic is a word created by marketing people. It means an object or device featured in a cartoon that could easily become a mass-produced toy.
It's stuff like this that makes me take anything Tomino says about Bandai with a grain of salt, as while the company and those under their corporate umbrella have done bad things, and I do not want to disregard any of that, these are not legitimate criticisms or examples of a company overstepping their boundaries. It instead comes off as a guy with an ego antagonizing those who pay his bills. Which is made worse when you learn that some of the things Tomino blamed Bandai for, yeah, they were decisions made internally at Sunrise with no involvement from Bandai. And that hasn't stopped happening either, thanks to Sunrise being rebranded as Bandai Namco Studios, as now Bandai even more takes the heat for Sunrise's bad decisions, where they have had a longer precedent of screwing up, such as them repeatedly interfering with the relationships their creative staffs intended to showcase. But at the end of the day, there is no one else but Yoshiyuki Tomino to blame for the problems of G-Reco. Like Garzey's Wing and Rings of Rean, Tomino is the sole writer credited for the series. No one else was responsible for this one but him. And Tomino's own statements about the series made it worse as it conflicted with Sunrise's own stances about Gundam continuity, which goes all the way back to Turn A Gundam. Tomino's interviews around the series frame G-Reco as a sequel series to Turn A Gundam, which undermine Turn A's story, whose themes are explicitly about those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, which played its own part in Gundam's larger meta-narrative regarding its relation to the UC series' central critique. Thus, you can't make a sequel to Turn A Gundam without destroying the narrative purpose of that show, especially with a key event in Turn A Gundam that has, admittedly, only gotten worse with age. I like Turn A Gundam. It is one of the most beautifully animated Gundam series ever made, but I will not say it is without fault. A major story point of Turn A is the fabled Black History of the world, a period of time no one has record of due to it being considered too dangerous to be known. But when the Black History is exposed, it is revealed that the series is set thousands of years after the events of all Gundam series made before Turn A was, including not just Universal Century series, but also G, Wing, and X. For Turn A as a mathematical symbol means convergence. Thus, this series title was meant to mean a convergence of all of Gundam. And the series itself reflected this by Turn A's story drawing a bit of basis from every Gundam series made before it, which is what it was thematically supposed to be. But then the revelations about the Black History story made a mess of that, because Tomino, and from what I've seen in interviews, only Tomino wanted it to be the last Gundam series ever made, and this take of the Black History was to be the capstone on every production and a closure of the entire franchise. The problem was, that was never going to happen thanks to the aforementioned nature of the Gundam franchise being Sunrise's only remaining financial tentpole after Takara canceled the Brave series. Of course, they were going to keep doing more series after Turn A. That was never in doubt. Only Tomino seemed to ever insist on that. But also, well, G, Wing, and X are not canonically in the Universal Century timeline, nor were they intended to be due to the fundamental incompatibilities of their stories and settings. Case in point, Australia, Midwestern America, and Ireland are all annihilated due to colony drops in the Universal Century. Those locations still exist when you see world maps of G, Wing, and X, let alone other series. Thus, show that in their canon versions, they do not, and cannot follow from Universal Century Gundam's events. Now, we can hand-wave that in crossover material as there's ways to change their story to make them fit. But for official canon, no. There's too many contradictions for that to be valid. Hell, Turn A itself wasn't meant to be canon with the previous Gundam series either, but its own distinct separate entity. Or at least it was in everyone else but Tomino's mind. What was supposed to be depicted in the Black History was a conflict that paralleled what had been happening throughout Turn A Gundam's own tale. And yet as a cost-saving measure, Tomino, who was the acting producer of Turn A, had the production staff just cutting clips of old Gundam series to depict the Black History, completely uncaring to G, Wing, and X's inclusion, not making sense. Well, I should not say uncaring with this, as he actually did care, so it was more a case of him being unaware. In an interview from 2015 that I was sent, Tomino revealed that he had not seen any Gundam series he did not make, so he didn't even know there were separate Gundam timelines not part of Universal Century Gundam until after G-Reco had been completed. Which actually puts in context Tomino's derision towards Mitsuo Fukada, which isn't just because Fukada actually can work with Bandai. When Fukada first got assigned what would become Gundam Seed, he informed Tomino of what was happening, and out of respect for Tomino's prior work on the series, asked for any advice. And most of Tomino's suggestions Fukada couldn't do, as they were intended for a Universal Century series that they were not making. Even then, Tomino thought all of Gundam was just Universal Century, and not adhering to his advice was defaming his work when that was just not the case. You can see why I tend to associate Tomino with this meme, even if he isn't intentionally an awful person. As this all was an innocent misunderstanding that did spiral into a lot of unneeded toxicity and hate when fans latched onto it. This ended up causing a greater headache for Sunrise in the long run, as Tomino's mistaken assertion that all of Gundam is one timeline was taken as gospel by many despite how little sense that makes, as it hadn't been so in years. The AU timelines conflict with that and cannot have their stories occur as depicted if such is the case. Sunrise eventually releasing this chart to explain Turn A's continuity during Seed's run due to the discourse, and it's ever since been maintained that Turn A only occurs in its own alternate timeline, where the series made before Turn A were one long series of successive wars. But their original series depiction are not to be treated as the same as what Turn A's Black History is, nor was anything produced after Turn A that wasn't part of those previous timelines to be counted. So Gundam Unicorn or Thunderbolt might count to be folded into Turn A's correct century timeline, but Seed, 00, Age, Fighters, IBO, G-Witch, and onwards would not count for that, nor were the canonical versions of G, Wing, and X made retroactively Universal Century content. An alternate version of their events occurs in Turn A's timeline, not the ones we saw. Unfortunately, Tomino kept asserting it was all one canon until someone finally corrected him, several of which I was sent by people in response to when I talked about this during their V reviews, ergo why I am reiterating this now. It getting so bad that the manual for the Turn X Gundam's Master Grade had whoever wrote its text blurbs about Turn A's story state that Turn A occurs after all other Gundam series, including the ones produced after Turn A was. So it's been a long-standing argument that only existed outside the series due to Tomino's own unintended ignorance of the franchise beyond the ones he worked on. Inside the series, however, and explicitly on the American retail release Blu-rays, G-Reco itself explicitly states that its events occur 1,014 years into the Reguild Century, an era begun immediately following the collapse of the Universal Century calendar. So none of the other timelines are actually in there. And that is what Sunrise itself has stuck to about G-Reco, as they don't want another Turn A situation where what Turn A's continuity is said to be now varies wildly depending on interview and source. I still go by this original diagram with regards to Turn A, as it makes no sense to start retroactively making even more series that are incompatible try to be slave to that, when the ones already included being enough of a headache on their own. If you see something different stated on the Gundam Wiki or someplace else, that's the reason. Various people hearing of contradictory accounts over this entire mess between Tomino and Sunrise itself. But this is not something you can word of God, as he has no right to with them. And the only reason this conflict even got restarted with G-Reco is because G-Reco is another of Tomino's works that was solely written by him, and that story is not conveyed well, it acting in conflict with its intent. The central root of the problem is G-Reco introduces a lot of political factions to its story, all vying for power and control and to free themselves from oppressive powers or crush underfoot those who can't be responsible with power. And yet because Tomino is so poor at distinguishing reasons for actions beyond invalidated hate and selfishness and needless animosity, these various political factions all just bleed into one another. It's not even a case of you can't tell the good guys from the bad guys. You don't even get a concrete reason for their conflict, as why they're doing what they are is in conflict with the means to achieve that goal which they've ignored, thus making the entire story difficult to follow, alongside many of their plot points being entirely unjustified. Like, people accused G-Witch of having the same issue, but here's the thing about that. All of G-Witch's corporate factions, they're actually the same group of assholes. Just divisions within a larger corporate conglomerate that's responsible for things that went wrong, and they're all infighting. Thus, their individual names don't as much matter, merely what they contributed to cause the abusive status quo that is broken over the course of the series. G-Reco's factions, they're supposed to be completely distinct, unique entities with separate goals, motivations, and origins, but they so bleed into each other and have their reasons be so stupid in context to what they're doing that it is far more difficult to care and keep track of them, as they're acting in contradiction of their stated intent to self-sabotage their own goals without reason. And the abrasiveness of how Tomino writes his characters frequently gets in the way of properly digesting whatever ideas he's trying to get across. And G-Reco, of any series Tomino has been involved in, short of Victory Gundam or his Dunbine spin-offs, is the most guilty of this. Like, Tomino keeps including new type psychic powers, but the way they're depicted makes it so even when someone who can see into and read someone else's mind sees the absolute truth of another person, that psychic still can't understand anyone but themselves. I don't get that. Among the biggest offenders on this being that of main characters Bellry Zenam and Ida Surugan, who over the course of the story are revealed to not be just siblings, but also royalty. Royalty in a setting that has long outgrown any concept of monarchy. Right, that totally makes sense. You know, Gundam Wing was mocking such a concept as ridiculous when it made Relena Peacecraft Queen of the World, right? And that was 20 years earlier! The problem, however, is just the sheer randomness of how they came to meet again after spending their lives separate from the other, to then have those revelations occur. Tomino purportedly wanted a Luke and Leia story echoing Star Wars with the two, but as depicted, the comparison is fleeting. If you look at Star Wars' plotline from what is made available narratively, and you ignore that Leia was not originally intended as the sister, but it just worked out that way from what was there to use when George Lucas scaled back his franchise plans, then the two coming into contact follows a line of logic. Leia is trying to recruit who she believes is the last Jedi to help her. Obi-Wan is staying near Luke to protect the son of his best friend, who he feels he failed and possibly trained him as the way to repent for that. Luke deciding to assist Obi-Wan in helping Leia draws the two into camaraderie until the later connection is revealed. That is a logical chain of events. G-Reco does not do this, instead just shoving them together and forcing them to stay together against all internal logic. Worse, Gundam already did the Luke and Leia sibling storyline with Kira and Kigali in Gundam Seed, following a similar enough narrative beat as Star Wars to flag such as the proper homage, as Gundam Seed's main creators were huge Western sci-fi fans. Yet, G-Reco doesn't pull that off with Balri and Ida, to the point that before their familiar revelation, their meeting had more in common with Gundam Unicorn towards Bondinger and Minerva, making people flag such as a potential romance arc. Despite there being problems with that as well, but again, it plays into the problem of excessive redundancy Universal Century Gundam suffers. Though, let's be honest, thinking a pair of secret siblings might be paramours is unintentionally baked into the homage. Regardless, the various Earth factions don't trust each other for no other reason than they don't. These groups only putting aside their differences as people from space are viewed as a threat to them, as those in space somehow control all means of electrical power the planet has left. And those batteries they are supplied with are only manufactured on Venus. Which doesn't make any damn sense when one is aware of how ridiculous it is to ferry a supply line of batteries between planets when you can just build solar energy collectors around the damn planet themselves. They did that in 00 just fine, and G-Reco is supposed to be over 1,000 years more advanced than 00's setting. Yet the only reason it's there is, 1, to parallel the Jupiter fleet in UC Gundam, but there they were ferrying fuel to the planet where it would then be used as that fuel couldn't be made or found in large enough quantities on Earth as anything solar-powered or charged would be. And 2, to say that space noids have created an oppressive system of control over Earth, keeping from them knowledge and technology, to show why full-frontal nudity's plan in Gundam Unicorn would have been so bad if he'd been allowed to enact his real estate scheme, even though that's what the Federation government itself does a decade later. When logistically, such oppression in the way G-Reco presents it is needlessly wasteful. You can justify it easily by shifting the paradigm, but the show deliberately doesn't want to do so. And the people from space now want back on Earth despite the sustainability of the civilization they have built in space to make that not be needed, as is the problem from F-91 and Victory with their antagonists. There is a later reason stated why the Spacers want off the colonies, but it's so egregious a reason that it should have prevented people living in space to begin with thousands of years before this. And then it's revealed the big bad of the series that's assumed control of the hostile Earth faction is in fact from the space faction. So instead of all this being the fault of regressive morons who never learn from their mistakes, or an oppressive controlling system that causes harm to the masses, it's all the fault of a man who thought it'd be a good idea to instigate a war for no other reason than it would make people stronger to learn the horrors of war. Even though senseless war-making has caused more atrocities if there is not proper instigation for conflict. So this entire event is blamed on him and every other inciting factor which enabled him, leading to the escalation that would have valid citation or a showcase of irreconcilable differences against a controlling and oppressive mastermind, are all rendered invalid. So the very systems that harm the people who live in this setting can thus continue unopposed as nothing has actually been done about them. G-Reco consequently repeats the same sin of Universal Century series, in that it leaves in power those who caused the grievances that should lead to the incitement of such conflicts. So at the end of the day, nothing is learned from the atrocities of war, and the peace and understanding that leads wish to promote will not address the root problems of the setting that should have been the focus. And that's another reason why G-Reco was not well received, as we have done that story already, multiple times. It had just been done with Gundam Age. We'd also just had the Gundam Unicorn OVAs, which was directly calling out this stagnation in universe after the Gundam Seed series had brought attention to the issue in big, bold letter text, and 00 showed how to fight back successfully against that stagnation and avoid the same narrative issues. And all other AU series had made their stories be about how such controlling manipulators have to be taken out to change the world for the better. So a series that was repeating the error and then saying centuries later that people were still going to ignore the problem instead of learning from it? Yeah. No. That doesn't fly. At the end of the day, G-Reco is the most redundant Gundam series, even if you don't think it's the worst one, as it doesn't address anything that had not already been explored before, and better. And those in the audience who aren't aware of all this are probably wondering how G-Reco got a compilation movie series to even retell the story if it flopped so badly originally. And I have no idea. I generally have no concrete explanation for that. Merely a suspicion that Tomino sold Bandai the rights to the novel Hathaway's Flash in exchange for them funding the film remake of the series. As technically, when Bandai bought out Sunrise in the 90s, they did not by default in that purchase obtain the rights to all Gundam media. There have been some outliers, such as the Gundam Sentinel novels and other supplementary material released in the 80s that Bandai to this day does not own. And Tomino's Hathaway's Flash was one of them, to the point that they didn't even produce a single model kit related to Hathaway until 2020, nearly 30 years after Tomino originally wrote the story. It's the only thing we can really guess at in this, considering Tomino's notorious animosity towards Bandai to begin with. It is to both G-Reco's benefit and detriment that its main cast is taken from their home setting then. As while they bring the war with them, they're largely removed from a lot of the dumb of their tale that isn't character-based. It doesn't work, and that separation makes it harder to tell their story in Super Robot Wars, but getting them the hell away from it would permit one to possibly appreciate them more than their core series would allow. In theory, not so much execution. As in reality, it makes such even more idiotic with how they continue their conflicts while entirely removed from being able to gain anything out of it. X poorly introducing the crew as being early in their journey when Bellry and Ida are sniping at each other over Bellry killing someone Ida loved, which is subsequently forgotten about a lot in G-Reco. Love to Tomino is something of a fleeting emotion. And yet Bellry acts like the selfish, inconsiderate jerk in the situation. Yeah, another reason why X is not positively thought of. Quite simply,
I knew it, I'm surrounded by assholes.
Seriously, a lot of Bellry's characterization problems are shared by other Tomino protagonists, in that they're obstinate and confrontational even in situations where they know they're in the wrong. Not every teenager is a complete jackass, and Bellry is actually screwed up enough to deserve his ostracization. And this line of his I just outright hate. Not just because it's hypocritical by Bellry himself acting in violation of it, it's literally a paraphrasing of the train of thought scene of Suzaku Kururugi in Code Geass. But while Suzaku is that series' tritagonist who is supposed to be recognized as being in the wrong, Bellry's version is delivered sincerely, and the series bends over backwards to make everyone else conform to that condemnation, as opposed to seeing if their views have any legitimacy. This justified animosity on Ida's side comes into play when their Char clone character, literally just named Mask, is found to also be on Al Warth and strikes at them. Bellry trying to make up for some of his screw-ups in defending Ida's G-Arcane with his G-Self unit, as G-Self is designed for close combat, while the Arcane is a sniper-focused unit, them holding off Mask and his Capital Nation allies, until the rest of Wataru's party arrives and assists in fending them off. But unlike the last several minions, Mask's faction has not allied with Dwakdar, but instead become the minions of the Mitsurugi Empire in order to survive here, acting as guardians of their territory, which Bellry's group had actually violated to justify this attack, thus showing Bellry as the hypocrite. Granted, that point is entirely lost as the Mitsurugi Empire is cross-Anj content, which at this point in their timeline is after it was taken over by Anj's idiot of an elder brother to act as a pawn of stupid hair embryo. So Bellry just gets to skate out of the condemnation as Mask Group is serving antagonists despite having no choice if they want to get home. Wataru's group is brought aboard the capital carrier of G-Reco, the Megafauna, which is a complete trash fire of a ship, both in design and in armament, with respect to the gameplay, with it being the overall weakest ship unit we ever get. Like, I don't even know where to begin with how bad a design it is. It really only beaten by the wheeled ship from Victory of Tomino's series. There's that much wrong with it, including but not limited to how the bridge is immediately above the only launch deck, meaning that if anything attacks or explodes in that area, that immediately destroys the bridge and sinks the ship. It is completely form over function, and that follows for most of the G-Reco designs where they just don't make sense from a functionality standpoint. I guess I'm more irritated at being stuck with this ship than I should be, as, well, Super Robot Wars V overdid it with the number of ship units they had. And ever since V, the Super Robot Wars games have limited the number of ships units one can have. So they are all, by default, story event units. You can't choose what ships you want to deploy anymore, as they don't include enough to make a choice. This is especially terrible in X's case, as it means that several ships that one would think would be part of the game, such as Cross Ange's Libertas and Code Geass's Ikaruga, are excluded. And the same problem follows into T and 30, where we're stuck with ship units that are terrible, ones we want nothing to do with, or ones that are overused, while ship units that should have seen spotlight are skipped over. Regardless, Wataru's group are gotten up to speed with this group, in that the pirate crew of the Megafauna have come to assist the Amerian faction of G-Reco's conflict due to them trying to restore peace to their nations. And then the whole world shift happened to land them here. Because the land of Mada is, at this point, revealed to largely be hostile to outsiders, it now makes less sense why they came here to begin with. But they still have to travel through it to get to the next destination in Wataru's journey anyways. A pair of bonus missions gives the group a bit of a breather regarding their interactions. The first being a bit more elaboration on just what the Mashin region Maru is. That being the first of the dragon gods Wataru is supposed to find, whose own power is used to animate his clay figure and use it as its host body as a robot. It's more intended as a character story for that being, but it misses its mark by such also being a vehicle for Grandis and her minions thinking that Ryujin Maru, being a god entity, makes it too good for us. At least until a fight occurs, where Ryujin Maru just starts spouting a bunch of puns. Because Wataru is apparently that kind of series, and again, I don't really fault it for that, as Ryujin Maru is just trying to be social and not make it seem like he's an existence that makes it better than anyone else it relies upon. It's not like Ryujin Maru can awaken the other dragons on its own. The second of the two is in turn focused on the G-Reco cast, and how a lot of people are making excuses for Bellry concerning his killing of the guy Ida loved, and how they all want Ida to get over it and forgive Bellry because Bellry loves her too. Yeah, this is before it's revealed they're siblings, but that is not an excuse to deliberately insist on promoting the incest. Atop that, it's more of that same bending over backwards to excuse Bellry's actions, and misses that the death is still recent and present in Ida's mind, and she's struggling to come to terms with it because Bellry will not let it be, as he thinks the apology he made over it is enough. And it's not. That takes time for their loved ones to get over, and constantly reminding them of what happened is not the way to get them to forgive you faster. So everyone on the Megafauna treating Ida as if she's the one with the problem? No, that doesn't work. As the younger members of this group got lost along with the child-minded Rara Ira they were playing with, long story, she is the original pilot of Bellry's G-Self, but is suffering from amnesia that reverted her to said childlike mind. Ergo why she went with the other little children in this scenario. Said girls ending up being found by Barara, one of masked subordinates that were out on their own mission, realizing they were with the Megafauna crew and try to use them as baits, which Ida takes offense to and says as much to demoralize and guilt them, with Bellry missing the point entirely of what she's doing, as Bellry is a complete moron who continues to not realize how generally hypocritical he sounds with his condemnations of Ida, when Ida is acting properly in response to the situation, as she was not just reprimanding them, but distracting them with her words so the group's ground specialist can rescue the kids without anyone being a casualty. Moreover, had Ida's words actually gotten through to those who had the girls, this would have settled the entire matter peacefully with no one needing to be harmed at all. So it's especially poor for Bellry to be condescending towards her when he doesn't even realize what she's doing. Like, I'll admit, me not liking G-Reco or its cast is bleeding a bit over into my recap of X on this. But X's content with them is not doing itself any favors by it not doing anything to fix any of the interpersonal issues of the cast members or properly call out those who are being insensitive, like happened in V. With the girls rescued, it's a quick pushback against the capital forces, the group reconvening on the Megafauna and deciding to properly organize everyone into the deployment group that will be led by Ida, due to her having the most competence at tactics for the time being, and the domestic crew that will play support when they're off duty. That will hopefully keep the kids from repeating this incident again. Which is helpful, for as they begin their proper traversal through the land of Mana, who should appear from another dimensional gate but freaking dragons? Which properly starts the cross-Ange part of the plot, with them all being assisted by the intervening Angelis Ikaruga Mitsurugi and fellow Paramel pilot Vivian, as the land of Mana in X is the more series-accurate version of the cross-Ange story for the most part, with Ange and her fellow Paramore pilots of Arsenal finding dimensional gates the dragons open and hunting them down, with said dragon hunts making the dragons instantly hostile to anyone with a giant robot. Now, admittedly, with the land of Mana not being everything that makes up the world in this iteration, you'd think that the dragons would try and contact anyone else on the planet to explain what their deal is. After all, in V, the world Cross-Ange was set on was secretly controlled by her central villain, so that wouldn't have worked. Here, not so much. However, one can rationalize this by Arsenal's dragon hunts simply just getting to them too fast for the dragons to know that there are potential allies for them on this world, especially with how isolationist the region is to cover up the atrocities their system is built to perpetuate. What is less defensible is, well, Vivian being here. Not because Vivian is a bad character, but because her inclusion here does nothing for the story. Not helped by where they have even chosen to set this relative to Cross-Ange's own continuity. As well, it doesn't have any point of intersection by which to connect them. Just another blip of unseen events that leaves them entirely disconnected from that story, as Ange and Vivian will be joining Wataru's mission. But that separation resultantly doesn't allow anything to be done with the rest of Cross-Ange's cast by which to remedy the inter-character antagonism that made Cross-Ange's early episodes awful. Whereas, had, say, Hilda been swapped in for this, then you could have set their whole story to coincide with when Ange and Hilda left Arsenal to try and see their respective families a third of the way through their series, with that being subverted into joining this troupe, likewise allowing X to entirely skip the worst of Cross-Ange's story when the entire cast were being horrible to each other for little justified reason. As, had Hilda been here, it would have worked to fix a different flaw in Cross-Ange's story. As I said in the Super Robot War V reviews, the only sign in the main story before the mid-season where Hilda shows romantic affection for Ange is through actions that align her with being a Sadodere, one who torments the one they're crushing on to see if they're worthy of seeing the other, softer side, but is an interpretation that can be misconstrued as them being a bullying jerk. The view of Hilda liking Ange is hampered due to them spending little time on screen together, and Ange playing part in why Hilda loses advantages she was trying to gain, so some of her actions also read as her holding a grudge, up until they leave for the family plot, and it's only after they're brought back and imprisoned that they then bond. But them bonding is resultantly mostly off-screen. Then the mid-season events occur, and by the time they meet up again, they're in the midst of the war with Embryo, so the time that they have leading up to Hilda's confession is mostly off-screen, and others noting Hilda's new romantic obsession. It's still canon that Ange has her little harem of cast members, with Tusk being the primary because he was helpful and has the most tangible romance arc between the two, even with the accidental perverted crap everyone who has ever seen the series calls out. But Super Robot Wars? The series is supposed to take the problems of canon and address them so they are smoothed over, and they don't do that at all this time. So if Hilda was here instead of Vivian, what would you think would happen? First off, if they're both on the run from Arsenal, having allies helps them keep a cover. Second, being the ones of their series interacting longer amidst everything gives them a better rapport by which to ground for the audience the viability of a relationship between them. Third, extended interaction allows for further on-screen character development that allows an audience more insight into how a character thinks. That causes them to not have to guess and look for in retrospect how a person might have acted, may not have been how they wanted to act or was obfuscating another facet of themselves. As said, it takes a second look at Hilda's character to realize she is a Sadodere, and her actions in part informed by her attraction. Furthermore, Hilda, once she is introduced deep into the game, is quickly rushed through all three units she pilots due to how late in X they finally start using the plot from Crossing, which would have been averted had Hilda been here instead of Vivian. Vivian never gets a mech upgrade and has little in the way of attacks. But had Hilda been here, she's in her first unit type while amidst these events, will get her second unit when the rest of the Arsenal crew is recruited, and then it's properly paced when she steals for herself one of the Ragnamail. No story crunch, no rapid unit swapping, and you get time to expand on a character in a romance arc she was part of, which would have allowed the long-existing actor illusion stuff between the two to take effect. An actor illusion I didn't bring up before because to most people it's obvious. Hilda's voice actress is Yukari Tamura, most known as Nanoha Takamichi from the lyrical Nanoha anime series, which I actually really like and I'm grateful they're getting newer home releases recently. And said character is canonically in a relationship with Nana Mizuki's character Fate Testarossa, and cross-Ange with Hilda and Ange was deliberately alluding to that with them because lyrical Nanoha was a big series in both of their careers. Neither did main star roles, only side characters before Nanoha, and they've been characters both have stayed attached to. Thus, alluding to that role and past when they come back together in another series makes sense. And X did not take advantage of that when it had an open opportunity to. This is all an example of what is truly the damning aspect of X and why it's not a good Super Robot Wars game. It does not take advantage of what it has to improve its story and series amalgamation, merely introducing cast members to use them as units or excuses for why certain things happen, but it does not give them material to work with. Hell, including Vivian here is a waste too, as it in no way addresses something important about her character either that I touched on before. That she's a dragon who is only prevented from returning to her dragon form because of the lollipops containing medicine that keeps her in human form. And I can't think she would have had that large a supply of those on her to be out and away from Arsenal for as long as the game keeps them out of it, which thus deliberately and unnecessarily invokes plot holes. Cross-Ange isn't the only series included here that has this problem, but it's the clearest example of it due to how easily it could have been improved by taking advantage of one character and swapping them around. Hell, once Callan and Lelouch joined the party, it would have been even more hilarious to poke fun at the kinds of people girl Lelouch and boy Ange have feelings for. This battle here is punctuated by the appearance of the Enryugo and its pilot Salamande, which as I inferred is too early for that to happen, especially as it once more highlights how the dragons could have gathered allies to free their trapped dragon Mother Aura from the Mitsurugi Empire, and yet that's not why Salamande is here. Oh no, it's solely as a plot device facilitating a change in venue. Salome singing the series' Song of Ruin, with Ange getting in on the melody, for both mecha to awaken their respective Discord feather attacks. Which for some reason the translation team for X now translates as Discord Phaser, which did not make sense to me. For phaser as a word originates from Star Trek, and is intended as a type of stun weapon, its name being rooted in the phrase, to phase someone. This following from Gene Roddenberry's intent for the show to have its heroes more based on exploratory pursuits, and not existing as regimented military out to conquer or indoctrinate. Thus, their weapons would be ones that could not kill as their default setting, even the ship-mounted ones, but one that would need to deliberately be set to such as a conscious moral choice to kill would need to be made. You know, versus a gun that's just point and shoot. So, use of phaser in this context to the Paramails and Ragnamails of Cross-Ange doesn't fit as the right translation, as the Discord Feather is not a stun weapon, but a weapon of mass destruction where the effect is visually calling upon a storm that can destroy the world, echoing in premise of the butterfly effect. Something small, simple, and beautiful, having massive chaotic discordant ramifications far beyond it, such as a butterfly flapping its wings somehow changing enough of an air current to cause a catastrophic storm, or an inherited aria sung to a machine unlocking a means of destroying the world. This seems like a minor thing, and it is, but that's the nature of a lot of my problems with the translation choices of these games after V as well. I didn't bring this up during the V reviews as I wasn't aware of it at the time, but a completely different translation team actually took over with X onwards with these games. And what they choose when they're not conforming to previous official media, with reflection ends up changing a lot of the intent and makes details like this less clear. Regardless, this is the actual reason Cross-Ange's cast was introduced in this way, to act as a story device to get to the next group of character inductees, and one that should not have been included in this entry at all. And I say that because the series literally has no place being here, that show being Buddy Complex. And I doubt many people watching this know or even remember what that is. Buddy Complex was the first mecha anime between Gundam Build Fighters Tri, Cross-Ange, and G-Reco that Sunrise released in 2014. And it also bombed, getting canned after just a single core. Barely any merchandise was made for it, and not a single mecha from the series ever saw any type of release, as there was no market for it. Cross-Ange might be polarizing for its bad first episodes, but there was more than enough of a draw for it to get Robot Spirits figures for it made, with Good Smile having developed a motor right specifically of the Vilcus. And beyond that, the Paramel designs were later readapted into the Gundam Eclipse to act as the central machine of the Gundam Seed side story of the same name. Buddy Complex? It doesn't have that. While Funimation licensed the show, it ended up doing badly in the West as well, as its storyline is another that just didn't work. Worse, it's a 13-episode series with 4 different writers, and none of them were particularly good. So it didn't feel like there was a unified vision for the story as a result, just by the room being too crowded. Those writers being Kurasumi Tsuneyama, Noboru Kimura, Tatsuka Urahata, and Yuichi Nomura. None of them are particularly known for good content between them. Though if you want notorious though, Kimura and Nomura are the standouts on that, with Kimura being most responsible for the 2017's Gundam Build Divers and Kyokai Senki, while Yoichi Nomura was the writer who is specifically credited with the depiction of Code Geass's Special Administrative Zone arc. I already explained at length the various problems of the SAZ, both from the logistics and writing perspective, as well as its sole story role as a trap for Lelouch, so I won't get into all of that again. But the SAZ seems to be a hallmark of Nomura's, where concepts they introduce do not seem to be thought through to their logical conclusions. And while every and any mecha anime deserves to at some point be featured in Super Robot Wars, it was wrong of the dev team to include it here, instead of holding onto it for a later game entry, which has been a problem with several Super Robot Wars games where the devs want to include a series but end up doing so when the time is not right for them. As I said earlier, X's story runs on an isekai storyline, with the cast members all being collected from 3 differing worlds, one of peacetime, one of war, and one of revolution. And Buddy Complex does not fit into any of these timelines, which screws over that dynamic entirely. Instead, in order to include it, they made it be from a completely separate world entirely, as its events cannot be made to conform to fit any of the others. Because it is a time travel paradox story. And as I have said, for over a decade now, Japan is explicitly terrible when it comes to fiction that involves time travel as a major plot device, where the good ones are either exceptions to the rule, or the good elements of a story that involves it overwhelms how poorly executed the time travel elements of their story may be. In Buddy Complex, 2014 teenager Alba is crushing on his classmate Hina, when a giant robot from the future comes to kill him. Hina, also from the future, fights it off, only for Alba to be sucked into the future himself, the year 2084, and end up getting conscripted into the military forces of the future, where he finds himself paired with the elite pilot, Dio. Wait, no, not that Dio. No, not that Dio. And no, not that Dio. For in the future, the military has created a quantum communication system that allows 2 pilots to coordinate their actions on a near-psychic level, allowing their tandem attacks and actions to overwhelm the enemy forces of other nations, one of whom happens to be Hina herself. Unfortunately, the writers of the show write Alba as a complete idiot, so the entirety of its length, simple to explain concepts go completely over his head. One of the central points being that the Hina he is fighting is not the Hina he knows, because the Hina that is his enemy has not yet experienced everything the Hina he knew did. This one is a younger version of her, while the one he knew is the older version that is farther along her relative experience in time by the point she travels back to the past to then become his classmate. Worse, the execution of that plot makes Hina's story one gigantic chicken and egg paradox, and that Hina was actually a young girl that was found on a battlefield, raised by an adoptive father in the military. Then she joins it, has interactions with Alba, travels back to the past to be with Alba while protecting him from others who somehow time travel, and then dies, only to be reverted to a child to be found on that battlefield again, with no point of origin to her existence. But her existence must be there in order for Alba to be brought to the future to interact with her. That leads to her time traveling, so she must exist to protect him, but she will have died and become a child again, and her child form never originates from anywhere.
Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed.
And people to this day still scoff at me when I say that Japanese writers in specific are bad at handling time travel as a plot device. Because you can literally fix this entire snarl with one simple change. Had the child Hina found on that battlefield not be an age-reverted Hina, but an attack on Alba in the 2014 time that starts this loop, also have a mother with her child caught in it and transported to the future. The mother dies, leaving Hina to be orphaned, and now there is an origin point for both of them. In the first loop, the attacker has no reason to attack, as their travel wasn't deliberate. But since this itself changed time, so Alba would travel to the future, it instead becomes the first lap of a causality loop, where the events of time changing to accommodate for the cause and effect of time travel causes the entire consecutive series of events. So when Alba's actions in the future change the shape of the conflict, and his first lap establishment of a connection with Hina on the opposing side, the event that first caused the time travel still occurs. But the pilot that travels back now has a reason to attack Alba, thus leading to Hina's role, where she herself is sent back to protect Alba, and consequently in doing so preserve the time loop in perpetuity. And it's after those events conclude that you get your window to change the future by being aware of the events that are occurring. As if Alba were actually smart, he'd be keeping Hina's death in his head, and looking for a way to subvert that death, or make it so the known events are not the last action that takes place. To think of it in a different way, this is technically what happens at the end of my favorite movie of all time, Back to the Future. Marty McFly was the first time traveler to make changes to his past, and his alterations to the timeline require a version of himself to now be involved in those changes to maintain them. While he himself was not part of a causal loop, it is the subsequent iterations of him who lived with those changes to the timeline that must internally maintain them so they are not erased from existence. The Marty that is our protagonist is not part of those loops as he's from the original timeline, but every other version of him is.
People assume that time is a strict progression of cause to effect, but actually, from a non-linear, non-subjective viewpoint, it's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff.
But normally with causal loops, the cycle is what is important, and once part of them, it is very difficult to break the cycle, which is where the problem of the paradox comes in, as such loops cannot be maintained in the presence of a paradox. They have to be self-fulfilling. A paradox is an unsolvable contradiction, something that cannot be resolved as the origin cannot be explained without the end existing first. Thus, progression past the point of the paradox stops as, well, you hit the universe collapsing divide by zero error.
The encounter could create a time paradox, the results of which could cause a chain reaction that would unravel the very fabric of the space-time continuum and destroy the entire universe. Granted, that's a worst-case scenario.
So Buddy Complex's plot hinging itself on not just Hina's paradox, but also the Assailant's paradox. It turns out that attacking Time Traveler also ends up becoming the big bad of the series that started the entire conflict. But if he wasn't the big bad originally, then the technology that permits time travel in the setting would not have been created to begin with. Buddy Complex's story has no solution to these basic contradictions. Thus it tries to frame it all as the fault of science, instead of human malice. But doing so snarls up every other intention they may have had, and again, it had a simple solution to not invoke the paradox as it does, by these actions all being set in motion and self-sustaining, instead of making the need for them to occur be then why they occur. You can have the other time traveler help the conflict along, but you cannot make them the entire cause of everything else. And yet, they do. So you then question how things got to that point originally, to incite the creation of the tech that would permit them to time travel to begin with. The conflict at the center of the story has to be depicted as building up independently of any mucking with time that is performed. And ironically, they could have had the scenario be focused on two destined lovers separated by divergent eras, only being allowed to meet due to a freak act of science, allowing them to be brought together, and the story is about the lead trying to save the other from what they mistakenly believe is an unchangeable fate. After all, 2 years after this, that became the very premise of Makoto Shinkai's award-winning film, Your Name. Which, while I don't care for the film personally, is on that list of Japanese media that actually knew how to properly use the concept of time travel to tell its story. Whereas in Buddy Complex, it becomes all about breaking time, both to start its story and then to end it.
My brain is melting. How can events happen before the ones that happened before?
Just the way it works. It's Jeremy Bearimy. I don't know what to tell you. That's the easiest way to describe it.
The time travel plotline of this series entirely unnecessarily overcomplicates a war story that frankly isn't really interesting to begin with, as the reasons for the international conflict are really poorly addressed. Even with Alba being an outsider to the conflict, allowing an easy means of exposition. Two sides are in conflict, Alba has this connection to a character on the other side, and for them, that's enough, even though it's entirely one-sided. It's like these collective writers saw what a few Gundam series, and Code Geass, did with friends or loved ones being on opposite sides of a conflict and what it could do for narrative drama, and wanted to recreate it. Only they decided to make such entirely one-sided, and then followed a horrible trend of Japanese authors at the time of making their main character an unreconstructed moron who has little audience appeal because they are an unreconstructed moron. X only makes this worse, however, as both causal loops and paradoxes are closed systems, isolated from being interfered with. They cannot be externally influenced, as after they are, the cycle that is needed to maintain them is entirely broken. Once it is broken, the changes that need to be perpetuated no longer exist. They are no longer fluid. They are set in stone. So taking these characters out of their setting to Al Warth at any point just collapses the entire intention of the tale by making it so either the characters brought into Buddy Complex's story are just as much trapped in the loop as everyone else, or it makes it so those changes are no longer self-perpetuating, but permanent alterations that now have no origin. You might think that would be a good thing since Buddy Complex isn't good, but X forgets about that entirely, so what shouldn't be continued anymore actually does, just without any of the invoked causes. It's on autopilot, which of course exposes the masquerade that the change in setting is doing nothing to change the overall course of their story, but justify it happening unheeded, despite them blaming it all on a character that had nothing to do with it in a failed attempt to explain it, which is entirely the wrong way to approach addressing the narrative paradox. That is what makes a bad Super Robot Wars game, because SRW is unique in that you don't have to follow the script. You can fix it here. You just need the writer to be aware of where to diverge. And that didn't happen.
Occasionally, that moment on the Bearimy timeline is the time moment when nothing never occurs. So, you get it.
Hell, it's just as present when we actually swing back to the cast we'd already collected, who are baffled by this transposition, with them asking Anj to take them back, and Anj telling them it doesn't work that way, as if she'd done this before. Yeah, she hasn't. As I said earlier, X introduces Anj before the point that she starts unlocking the Vilkis' special Ragnamail abilities, and even in canon, she only figured out how to do that from observing Salamandre do it herself, and had to be walked through how to use the Discord Feather later to use it as a means to traverse worlds. You can't even justify this with how V handled it, as their Anj has a training arc to get her used to and fully capable of using the Ragnamail skills. Here, this is either another translation error, or the original writer completely forgot Anj shouldn't have that yet. And I lean the former over the latter because the Vilkis doesn't have access to Discord Feather as a skill until much later in the game. So as I said, the story using it here wasn't with purpose of properly introducing or using the cross-age content, but it's a story device by which to then start including another series that shouldn't even be here. Regardless, they get caught up as well in the beginning episodes of Buddy Complex. Its conflict centered between the Free Pact Alliance and the Great Zogilian Republic. And their conflict is all based out of a trade war over a fictional natural resource called nectarbilium, which apparently is itself an energy-releasing radioactive matter. That can't be good! I mean, once again, back to Code Geass, Sakurai in that setting wasn't a power source, it was a superconductor that could store vast amounts of power, which made more sense to have a war over than a collection of radioactive rocks. When, solar power is a thing. As if nectarabilium releases energy, then you're still running everything on electric anyways. Hell, that name is very hard to say when the material is just basically Energon from Transformers. Regardless, Zogilia was the first to discover the resource and has since held a near monopoly over it, and had become aggressive after other countries with the same resource that are part of the Free Pact Alliance attacked them first. So basically we're stuck siding with the guys who started the war and are completely oblivious to their wrongdoing throughout the story. We just sided with this world's version of Britannia or Gundam Seed's Earth Alliance. And yet the setting is not self-aware enough to understand or acknowledge that they were in the wrong, but instead blame another person that logically should not be the origin point of such malice. Yeah, this is totally a Sunrise production, they keep screwing that up. This stage gives us our second capital ship, the Cygnus, and as much as I diss on the series, the Cygnus actually is a pretty decent battleship. Certainly it's a better designed one than the Megafauna is, at least. As well as Buddy Complex's deuteragonist Dio Weinberg in his Braedion unit. Alba being dropped in here thanks to the time travel mess, and just straight up being dropped in the Braedion sibling unit, the Luxon. But this is needed due to the combat system I mentioned before, the coupling system that allows the two paired pilots to communicate telepathically on a quantum level. With regards to the time travel plot, this is actually why Alba was dragged here, because he will develop a coupling connection with Dio. And because the coupling technology is based on quantum communication, it means that their bond is rooted in the concept of quantum entanglement. For those who aren't aware of what that is, well, if you've seen the Ant-Man movies, you've kind of gotten a primer on it already. Quantum refers to the tiniest forms of particles we are currently aware of, on the scale of photons and electrons, that work to explain the nature of how matter and energy work, and from observation it's been determined that certain quantum particles can become linked with each other regardless of the distance between them, which can act in contradiction to the systems they are separately part of, but are explicable from the viewpoint that the point of entanglement is not operating in four-dimensional space, as spatial dimensions don't operate the same way on matter that is that tiny. Some have theorized that quantum entanglements can be used for communication, as if you find a way to transmit data to one entangled particle, then the other would also receive the information, and means of data transfer will be able to translate that information both forward and back, thus providing a means of faster-than-light communication, which if used in computing would also allow for processing limits to exceed any physical constraints, and would be unable to be hacked by anything that is not already part of that entangled system. The problem is, it doesn't work, as there is a bandwidth issue to that data transfer. With fiber optic cable, electrons are being transmitted down a wire in a pattern that can be understood by the receiving device as interpretable data. With wireless technology, that information is instead being converted into radio waves that operate off of wavelengths of electrons. Now imagine all of that information that is coded to be transferred by an uncountable series of electrons, and trying to make it all fit into one electron that is only communicating to one other electron an unknowable distance away. Scientists cannot shrink the bandwidth enough to get anything properly out of it. At least not yet. But the possibility of quantum communication working in the future has been a fixture of sci-fi series for several years now. One of the popular ideas of such is quantum entanglement working beyond the limits of not just distance by space, but distance by time. Ergo, the logic the series runs with in slingshotting Alba to here, to then immediately be able to use the coupling system because at some point the pair will end up entangled like that, even if neither has yet experienced such. And also ignoring the fact that our bodies replace every single cell and atom that is part of our flesh every 10 years, and Alba is from 70 years before Buddy Complex's main story is set. Quantum. Frankly, that short span of time is itself problematic to the major bullet points of the tale, but it's the least of the problems at this point.
とにかく、なんとかして見せないと。コネクティブディオ、アクセプション。誰だか知らないが、こちらに合わせろ。そんなこと言われても。おとなしく従え。うわ
Yeah, that's about it. As in execution, it's no different than a pair of combatants with history and trust between them being able to act in sync with each other. Which, the usual appeal of such in a series that makes such a hype moment is the build-up to the point where a group can get to that level of seamless interaction and effectiveness. The coupling system, as a result, is a shortcut to such action scenes, removing the build-up that makes such so appreciated by those who were there for the journey to the combo attacks. This is especially unfortunate for SRW, as combo attacks are frequently the reward for pairing up matching groups of units on the map, and Buddy Complex's star units only have relevance by deliberately manipulating the mechanic. And ironically, it's easier to use such if you keep one of the two off the field in reserve, as that next allows you to use the relevant in-series combo attacks with just a damage reduction to it. Regardless, our troop comes in and helps fend off the forces, the enemy leader Bison calling off the mission as a failure, though they at least got some data on the coupling units for later use. Which is where we're going to call it for now, as we went long again, and we've really not even begun the game. Fortunately, we are through most of the new series introduced this time in SRW. As for what's left, well, let me put it this way. Believe in the me that believes in you! The captain of the Cygnus, Kuramitsu, gets the attention of Wataru's retinue and flags them over to explain themselves. And upon seeing the vastly different technologies at play, as well as a talking parrot and Omri's magic, he is more than willing to accept at face value that we're from another world and is as welcome as he can be in the situation. Okay, I might have been a bit overzealous in labeling the Free Pact Alliance as the bad guys of Buddy Complex. They still did start the war, though. What's less easy to swallow for Kuramitsu is Alba having traveled from 70 years in the past, which is again the problem of the series amalgamation. As well, inside the series, they would have problems with that. Again, because of all the other travelers that come from different places and times that were dropped in their lap, Kuramitsu has literally no reason not to accept Alba's words as well. Regardless, the Cygnus crew brief the newcomers over the conflict of their world, how the Free Pact Alliance is losing as after becoming aggressive, the Zoglians gobbled up enough territory to become an industrial threat. This is why the Free Pact group needed the coupling system to speed newer recruits through means of coordinating with their superiors, so experiences can be shared faster to turn the tide of the conflict in their mechs the Valiancers. Incidentally, Alba is a perfect candidate for this because of his lack of combat experience, as Dio can help share that knowledge through their coupling, stop laughing, to make Alba be a better pilot, and thus act as the perfect practical example of its usefulness. Before anyone here can discuss more collaboration, though, another wave from Zoglia attacks. Kuramitsu tries to get all of Wataru's group out of the battle, but because they participated at all, they've already been flagged as hostile. So we've got another stage in this world before, unsurprisingly, we're pulled back out of it, after Alba and Dio deal a significant blow to enemy pilot Bison's ego again, as well as be introduced to Hina Ryzen, the past-future past counterpart to the Hina Alba knows, who gets a feeling of deja vu from seeing him. However, Hina is well past the point of indoctrination on this, primarily because she was raised by a caring father, and again, the Free Pact Alliance attacked them first, so retaliation is justified in their minds, even if the zealotry of the presented setting is not. But as I discussed last time, everyone is too genre-blind of time travel rules to consider the possibility that the two might have met each other at opposing points of their own lived experiences. The way back to Al Warth is open through a magic gateway forming not far from the battlefield. It first dispensing magic golems before another man, who isn't introduced at this time, appears through it, casting a larger spell that sucks everyone back into Fantasyland, and exactly to where everyone last was over here as well. Well, that was a meaningless diversion. I'm so glad it'll never happen again. Amri, however, recognized the man who cast the spell as a member of the Keepers, and it turns out Amri is herself on the run from them, and is endangering all of them by remaining with the group. She attempts to sneak off, Haida catching her, and trying to talk her out of it. Problem is, Amri's not divulging any of the details that are important to getting an informed perspective out of this on why it's dangerous for her to stay with them. And before she can explain, who should be brought to this world this time but Seabook Arno and Cecily Fairchild from Gundam F91. Okay, I kind of got into F91 a bit since the Crossbone Gundam stuff, part of Super Robot Wars V, also included content from the later years of their lives, because Seabook and Cecily are also part of Crossbone. But I didn't so much talk about Gundam F91 itself, and I like F91, but it's not exactly a great film. In part because said film was the repurposed pilot meant to launch a new Gundam series, only for that project to be canned, and for us to get Victory Gundam instead. Truly, we live in the darkest timeline. F91 is focused around the uprising of the Crossbone Vanguard, a group of rebels advocating for return to living upon Earth by force, after the leaders of Earth had previously passed a law that allowed them to declare eminent domain on anyone on Earth and exile them to living in the Universal Century Timeline's space colonies. As a reminder, yes, that is Universal Century canon, and that law is passed during the events of Hathaway's Flash. It is the law Hathaway's terrorist group is trying to prevent from occurring in that storyline, and failed to. And then eventually sets off F91 and Victory's events. Once more, those that control the Federation and UC Gundam are the actual bad guys. The problem with the Crossbone Vanguard and their Cosmo Babylonia plan is, instead of returning the rights of rule to the people from the rich elitist assholes that have stolen it away, they want to replicate some of what the original 0079 Zeon was doing and replace it with a monarchy led by Cecily's family. And Cecily wants nothing to do with any of them, which caused parts of the story's conflicts, as there's a short time where she works with them before rejecting them outright and rejoining with her paramour Seabook, whose mother designed the F91 Gundam that was being tested on one of the colonies that is drawn into this little rebellion. I'm actually really disappointed this wasn't the series that was given support instead of Victory, but there is a reason for it. As in its initial premise, F91 isn't significantly different from any of the previous Gundam series that had already been done. Seabook initially coming off as a blatant XB of Amuro, and Cecily an XB of Sayla Mass. It's only in later content that they achieved more tangible characterization differences, but those were not done by Tomino, which is the Achilles heel of Yoshiyuki Tomino. He had an idea, and he already did it. So him doing the same thing, with only really the slightest of changes overall, over and over again, bleeds any interest to more from the material. Ergo, why the sponsors pulled out once animation had been completed on the initial episode. It just looked like the same thing they had gotten before. And so the production staff did what they could with what they had left to reformat it into a movie. I like the movie that was the final result, but it is deficient as an individual story because it was meant to be a longer series. I am not willing to fault it more than others do in that context, however. I am thankful, though, that the later Crossbone Gundam content was able to give more to Seabook and Cecily's story, to give it proper closure years down the line. Unfortunately, the pair are not from a standard version of their tale, but one where Char's counterattack is happening at the same time as F91's events are, and they were just pulled from the battle where they and all the other early UC Gundam protagonists were trying to stop Char's Axis Drop plan. Meaning their antagonists have no reason to be doing what they are because the declared eminent domain law about Earth has not been put into law or taken effect. Regardless, them appearing distracts Amari enough that she can't leave by the time more of those magic golems arrive and attack all of them, the quartet fending them off until backup can arrive. The control of the golems being another keeper under an invisibility spell, who calls the Zelgard an outdated piece of junk. Hey, that's vintage piece of junk, thank you very much. But here's where it comes out that the reason the Keepers are after Amari is because she abandoned the Order. Why is not yet provided here, but the ultimate answer that's given later is that the Keepers kidnap and indoctrinate their members from other worlds, and Amari broke free from the brainwashing not long before meeting up with Wataru, so she herself is on the run. Worse, the Keepers are benefiting from the chaos as it drives more numbers to support them, and consequently worship their god entity End, which gives it more power. Basically, it's just one big Ponzi scheme. And thus, they also want to stop Wataru's quest. As while the Mountain Rainbow isn't the only source of peace in this world, awakening the Rainbow Dragons will only bring more power to bear against them. Thus, they have to force them to fail. And unfortunately, the Sorcerer's Auto Warlock is much more advanced than the Zelgard, far more efficient in its magic amplification. Amari asking the Sorcerers to spare the others' lives, but it's only when she gathers her own resolve to fight does the Zelgard respond to her will, shocking the Sorcerer as it permits Amari to use magics never seen before by their order. As to them, only End can grant them new power. Plot points, but not in the way you might think. In the meantime, however,
今こそ見せます私だけのドグマ行きなさいゼルガードこれが先行石火です
From this, it is revealed that the sorcerer they've been fighting is your opposing gender main character, the one you didn't select at the beginning of the game. In this case, that being Iori. And this is pretty much why it's pointless to really choose a main character in this one, as both Amari and Iori have the exact same story, with no major or significant differences. Sure, a few interactions based on gender are slightly different, but the broad strokes? No, they're on the rails more than Soji and Chitose were in Super Robot Wars V, thus there actually is a benefit to playing V a second time through with the opposing gender main character. Not so much here. Hell, they know each other as they were abducted from not just the same world, but the same school and class. But before we can focus on any of that to actually deepen the plot, Mitsurugi Capital Amalgamated Forces, as well as the Zoglians that got transported here, both attack, making it so such cannot advance, and making everything else in this stage a wash. Still, with the Keepers targeting all of them regardless of whether Amari leaves or not, she might as well stick with them, with the group formally naming their team, which is supporting Wataru. And since this is a customizable name, I hereby dub this group the Twilight Knights. As let's face it, you were going to get a dot hack reference out of me at some point in this, especially thanks to the next series we are recruiting into this. Though the Megafauna's engineers reveal that Seabook and Cecily's mecha conform to the Universal Standard, a building methodology in the Reguild century that defines how their mobile suits are built. Yeah, it's just to see the idea that the Reguild characters are from the same timeline as the Universal Century crew, even though design ideals and methodology changed significantly over time. Case in point, how for a fair chunk of time, a lot of Universal Century mobile suits kept making themselves bigger and bigger and bigger. And then around the time F91 happened, they started to micronize themselves to become more energy efficient. In fact, the F-91 was the first with that design sense to it. A particular optimum setup to how, say, a cockpit might be designed? That I could buy. After all, the PlayStation controller has, for all intents and purposes, been the same since the PlayStation 1 DualShock, with respect to button layouts. However, even that is a lie when you actually start comparing the Guild Century and the Universal Century mobile suits. And the less set of common parts being used between them, well, that is in and of itself a ridiculous idea, so let's just avoid that. The plot also introduces a dilemma between the Megafauna's captain, Danielle, and Ange, due to Ange still having some loyalty to her original country, and not wanting to give up military information on them as a result. Yeah, that loyalty to that country died a quick death. But again, we're not at that point on Cross Ange's plot, where they literally tried to lynch her. Yeah, for those who are just coming in with these reviews here that didn't watch the V ones I did, please go back and watch those for context. Beyond that, Ange has to be aware that Norma who desert are supposed to be executed if they're found anywhere outside of Arsenal. So, that should have been relevant in this with regards to her decision-making, but for some baffling reason in X it is not brought up. But if the Twilight Knights need to avoid both the Keepers and Monolands, well, the only option left is just the Land of Beasts. And in the region, they're having to deal with a bunch of bandit attacks that are being made by the remnants of the previous ruling armies. So they'd probably like the help in exchange for safe passage. And we encounter one such incident between a large collection of beastmen and the hero of the war himself, the warrior of the spiral sky, Simon the Digger, from Tegen Toppa Gurren Lagann. And I freaking love Gurren Lagann. Admittedly, a lot of people have overhyped the series, and a fair number consider it overrated. And neither side is entirely wrong, but that's mainly because they're looking at it the wrong ways. But quite frankly, I just love the writing of its creator Kazuki Nakashima, who is the true man behind all that makes such work. Case in point, another series of his he co-wrote with Riku Sanjo that I actually like, Kamen Rider Force. While I admit I wasn't really on board his 2021 series Back Arrow, I frankly feel like he got some bad advice from Goro Taniguchi on it as they were developing it, as it really didn't feel like Nakashima himself had written it at the end of the day. Not helped that I guessed the big series-ending twist from the literal first episode thanks to such being a larger trope of Taniguchi's work. But Gurren Lagann, Kamen Rider Force, and his series Kill la Kill? No, all of those are extremely solid, and I'm quite happy that Nakashima was able to rescue Gurren Lagann's rights from Gainax and bring it over to Studio Trigger, due to all the awful things the guy who runs Gainax did. As frankly, all the people who left Gainax for Trigger have been doing fantastic work. For those who haven't seen this series, Gurren Lagann is the story of the young digger Simon, locked off underneath the earth with his tribe by the assaults of the Beastmen who rule the overworld, until the day he and his surrogate brother Kamina discover a small head-shaped mech known as a Ganmon they name Lagann amidst an attack on their home. Collaborating with the ponytailed sniper Yoko Littner, they fight off the Beastman's own Mashin and break out to the surface world, and the blue skies of possibility above. With Kamina in the lead, they capture one of the larger Ganmen to better combat their foes, and by combining the larger mech they name Gurren with the smaller Lagann, in what still remains one of the most hilarious combining sequences put in anime ever, Simon and Kamina form the super mecha Gurren Lagann, and began an adventure that drives them to openly rebel against the Beastmen and their leader Lord Genome, who oppress humanity beneath the earth lest the power of the human spirit, spiral energy, bring down even more nefarious monsters from the stars down upon them all. Simon and the crew of allies they gather, however, are completely unaware of this when they topple Genome's empire, but not without costs. For the first fatality of the series happens to be Kamina himself, who dies protecting Simon from harm in episode 8 of this 27-episode series. And speaking as one of those that watched this series twice, both with subtitles and with the fantastic dub of this series, that was a death no one was expecting as, to the casual observer, Kamina seems like the protagonist. And that is the biggest mistake an uninformed person may make. For when you pay attention to the series, you realize that Kamina didn't really do the things he was being credited for. All of his personal actions were to protect others by getting them out of harm's way, or were all bark and bluster with no bite, as he was completely incapable of doing anything himself. While Yoko is a fantastically talented sniper and more experienced in the world as the one in the group with common sense, well, Simon is the one that actually permits the group to do anything due to his own skills, that are all rooted from Simon's own perseverance. And yet, Simon doesn't think much of himself, which is the key to the dynamic. For Kamina inspires those around him to be better.
Don't believe in yourself. Huh? Believe in me! Believe in the Kamina who believes in you!
And while that might seem like a nonsensical statement from the outside, oh, and yes, Kazuki Nakashima's work is full of that, the reason they always work with Nakashima is when put in context of the entire series and the storyline to reach that point where that line is delivered, each and every one of them make absolute sense as they are the conclusions brought about from the journey to reach them as their culmination. So you must be aware of the journey to truly understand how fulfilling those statements are as a thematic leitmotif. The problem from an outsider's perspective is it does kind of seem like gibberish until you start turning them over in your head. And the belief line is the best introductory one to his work to grasp an understanding of the metaphors Nakashima frequently makes use of, as if you don't have faith in yourself and your own capabilities, then who will? Well, the answer should be obvious, but it's often not. The people you are closest to will believe in you even if you don't. And yet, despite that support, Kamina's encouragement was unintentionally keeping Simon from growing to have confidence in himself. He was too reliant on it as a crutch, which would have harmed both of them in the long term, as Kamina just could not successfully do anything himself. So his power to inspire would only take them so far before it would lead them all blindly to their graves. And the only way to prevent that would be to pass on that spark of inspiration to those more responsible than himself, and turn it into an inherited will that finally ignites in Simon his own drive. For that is the true theme of the series, which is in turn a repeated motif of Kazuki Nakashima's other works, as Gurren Lagann is a legacy story.
My bro is dead! He's gone! But he's right there on my back, and here in my heart! He lives on as a part of me! If you're gonna dig to the heavens! No matter what's in my way, I won't stop! Once I've dug through, it means that I've won! Just who the hell do you think I am? I'm Simon. I'm not my bro. I'm me! Simon the Digger! Finishing move! Iga! Drill! Break!
Or at least, that is one half of it, with Simon spending the rest of the series living up to, in his own words, the example of his brother. The other half of the series, however, is one gigantic series of homages to Getter Robo. I'm not even kidding. Gurren Lagann is in fact a nerd-gushing love letter to all things Getter, albeit with none of the visual iconography towards Ken Ishikawa's and Go Nagai's creation because, you know, licensing. But yeah, Nakashima's gone on record that Getter Robo was Gurren Lagann's largest influence. The spiral energy of the series that powers all the mecha was supposed to be analogous to Getter Rays, and the T's greatest enemy, the Spiral Nemesis, which is never seen, yeah, that was supposed to be a original antagonist do not steal, threatened the evil of the same nature as the Getter Emperor. Except instead of a robot who begins absorbing all mass in the universe to make existence equal to it makes it so that unchecked progress will eventually result in every spiral life form holding so much power they become like galaxies of might themselves. And when that power becomes too much to control and they die, their lives explode like supernova, leaving behind black holes that will just drag the universe into one massive singularity and cease to exist. Even the series' ridiculously hyperbolic Lensman arms race of its final third is thematically matching that of Getter, with the power rescale that ends with the mecha standing atop metaphorical galaxies. And I say metaphorical galaxies because the entire final battle of the series takes place in an artificially constructed dimension where nothing is of the scale represented. Meaning, no, the actual titular final mecha Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann is not literally standing on top of actual galaxies, nor fighting amidst them. It's actually just an extreme, cinematic level of exaggeration made possible by the battle taking place outside of normal reality, but that matches that of Getter's own end goal of eventually bringing into creation a machine that is literally absorbing all matter in a galaxy before collapsing that entire universe. That is the danger of unchecked progress advancing farther than one can handle or understand before it all spirals out of control, as once it runs rampant, how do you stop it? For the end boss of Gurren Lagann series, that is their entire argument. You can't. And yet, that is also their failing. And because they feared what might happen, they refused to prevent anyone from potentially progressing past the point they themselves did, as opposed to letting anyone think and know about the consequences of what was happening to make better informed decisions so that the eventual technological singularity they were moving towards would be approached responsibly and avoid the dangers they feared. But instead of doing that, they decided for them, on nothing but a theory they had, to stick their heads in the literal sand over any other possibilities. And if anyone disobeyed, they'd be killed. Thus, the anti-spiral became the very things they feared, as they stagnated the very life they claimed to preserve. But you can't be afraid of progress. You can't be afraid of change, of the unknown. All you can do is to make decisions that will minimize the risks and harm from a potential course of action. And if you can't do that, if all you care about is a numbers game of what's the minimum you need to do to not destroy yourselves, maybe you shouldn't be in a position of power to begin with. There's a lot more to the series than I can give in a brief overview, but that's my perspective on why it's had such appeal. And yes, I still have my original Anime Legends DVDs of the series. They are hidden behind my PT and Chris Yukine over there, and I didn't want to move those to dig it out. As there is no way in hell I'd shell out for the highway robbery that is the cost of the Aniplex US Blu-rays. There is no reason for that set to be $190 just for North American territories. That same goddamn set is $70 in Europe, and the DVD set I have was $50. But I didn't actually even pay that $50 for it, as I won it in a raffle in college. Especially with how bad the Aniplex set is packaged, and with none of the bonus features and Gurren Lagann's myriad of OVAs that are included in the Japanese version of the same set, that actually costs less than the US version as well. I might have bought the Kill la Kill Blu-ray set when its price got cut for a sale, but even that set was half-assed and overpriced. There is no reason for Aniplex to ask for as much as they do for their sets. Plus, the dub does get bonus points for me for another reason, and that is the absolutely fantastic casting, as nearly all of my favorite voice actors of that era are in it. Most critically for Simon and his eventual love interest Nia, who is introduced following Kamina's death, and plays a major role in defeat of her father, Lord Genome. For while Nia in part 1 of the series is voiced by Hynden Walsh, after a 7-year time skip to the second part of the storyline, her English voice actor is then changed to Bridget Hoffman. A Bridget Hoffman who is acting across from Yuri Lowenthal, who voices Simon, with both actors having portrayed Adelie and Haseo in the .hack GU game series the previous year. So for me, the .hack superfan that I am, getting to hear the pair that play my two favorite .hack characters, who I ship together, portraying a pair of actual devoted destined lovers, by which to translate back to that pair through the power of actor illusion? Yeah, this dub was a gift for me. Even with the way the series does eventually end on a bittersweet note regarding them. Unfortunately, this is again the problem of Super Robot Wars X rearing its head, as the current login content of the game is set in the post-timeskip period of the series, meaning that there's only 9 episodes of story for the game to even use unless they want to do original content for Gurren Lagann as part of it, which they do not, at least for the most part, as there is more they could have done with the post-timeskip side. Then again, I'm in the camp that feels the story could have been slightly more decompressed than it was, possibly to the point of making it a 39-episode series if Nakashima were willing to play with the setting a bit more than he did. There are so many who disagree on that, and fair enough, but I think we can all at least settle on the common ground of Gurren Lagann did not need 2 clip show episodes as part of its run. Like, just give us those 2 episodes to decompress the post-timeskip storyline, and I'd have been happy with that. Simon is out here on his own trying to get a better read of the problems of the people, so the new human-run government of the land can better address their needs. Also because Nia rejected his marriage proposal for plot-related reasons that I'm not getting into here, as it isn't until near the end of the game before it touches on anything major from Gurren Lagann. And while he's out doing that, he runs into the remnants of Lord Genome's Beastman army who are stirring up trouble, them led by Viral, who was a recurring antagonist in part 1 of the series, and completely rejects the overtures of peace between humans and Beastmen this new civilization Simon and his allies represent. Worse, it turns out Viral's group is in collaboration with Dwokdar, as Todd and a contingent of Aura Battlers have also come to support Viral. Though the win conditions are a bit different with this map, as while you control just Simon, you have to defeat every enemy the game throws at you before they cross a perimeter line due to a populated civilian city being in the path of the attack. The thing is, the game entirely wastes that tension by them instantly giving you the rest of your required units before the turn where that condition is set up even ends. Get Sho to fight Todd to play part in convincing the man of how much of a dumbass he is, and the rest of the group will take care of the rest. Though partnering up with Simon here gives us a bit of bad news. The Mount Dokai that holds Wataru's next dragon also happens to be where the base of all the Beastmen bandits is, ergo why Dwokdar is supporting them. But Simon's laid-back attitude is refreshing for the more world-weary of the group, particularly Ange due to her history of poor experiences with authority figures that weren't her parents. Simon directs us to the mountain, however, Cruising Tom has a magic flute that seals off the mountain pass from us. The flute he wields, creating a gigantic tornado. Wouldn't it be better to use that when the mecha were enraged of the effect to, wreck them with the casting itself instead of making them search for a way around it, or make them panic from the sudden appearance to then ambush them while they're disorganized? I swear, sometimes I do think I'd be that one advisor on the evil overlord list, pointing out the flaws in the villain's plans. Viral, however, is starting to reconsider the deal he's made with Dwokdar, as Tom treats him and the Beastmen under his command like disposable animals, which is a far fall from either part of Lord Genome's forces, or even what they could have had among the humans of their land if it wasn't just their pride driving them apart from the other. Even so, Viral can't forget his oath to Genome, so will battle Simon anyways, setting his men up in front of the tornado and barricading the path even to that. As frankly, Viral knew that the tornado was ultimately useless in this situation. Why? Well, a tornado is just wind, traveling in a spiral, like a drill, and they are fighting the King of Drills. As all Simon has to do is dive into the tornado and spin the Gurren's Giga Drill in the opposite direction of the twister to dispel it. Doing so knocks Simon around enough to disorient him, however, prompting Viral to surprisingly come in as support, as it seems having his butt kicked has helped him get his head on straight, as he generally cannot stand Dwokdar.
正面のあいつを叩くぞ。
なんだ？それは命令か？
命令じゃない。提案だ。
だったら乗った！ダブルブーメラン！ファイナル！
The flute is stolen back from Tom, and the Dwokdar forces summarily stomped, with it just leaving the crew to figure out the riddle of the two dragon statues that are at the mouth of the mountain pass, which requires one man place their hands in the mouths of both dragons. Okay, again, as I have no access to the original Wataru series, I have no idea how they solved this in show, unless it's like, did all of Wataru's companions link hands, or the dragon statues are in a hinge or something? Magic spell that gives someone Mr. Fantastic arms? I don't know. How they end up doing it here is they use the coupling of Alba and Dio to make the pair be counted as one person across their link. Which, again, is not how that is supposed to work, as the coupling system is not fusing their consciousnesses into one being, but letting them communicate thoughts instantaneously. But whatever, I've already gone off of the game's shoddy writing as it is, so it just works. And the dragons Chilly Willy and Chilly Billy are awakened. And yet they're still waiting on their pizzas. Where is that delivery bearer and bird anyways? Oh, right. They were turned into a marketable figurine by Nintendo. The twin dragons formally empower Wataru further, while also telling him there are artifacts aligned with the dragons like the flute they just recovered that are keys to unlocking all of their abilities. And it's likely the rest are in Dwokdar's hands as well. We get a bit more of the Wataru character Kurama's motivations as the spy in the group's midst reports to Dwokdar General Zan Cook. While it's been alluded to before that Kurama isn't naturally a bird man, it's also implied here that Kurama's entire village has been similarly cursed like himself, and Dwokdar has promised to undo the curse in exchange for his service. One might ask why he doesn't just ask Wataru for help, but the odds are that would have then endangered his home that is already under Dwokdar's thumb. So the best he can do is play unknown double agent, and not do more to help the would-be conqueror than he has to keep his cover. Which in this case means sabotaging the team. As Alba and Dio try to work on coordinating better to not be as reliant on the coupling system, Bellry tries to hit on Ida again under the cover of training themselves, only for Ida to rightfully smack his dumbass down. And Nadia keeps asking why they can't just let the Keepers of Order take care of all these bad guys instead of involving them. Again, complete and utter bitch, for she's ignoring how all of them are now targets for the Keepers that they want to eliminate. And they are not doing anything about any of these hostile powers when they have the capability to, which we ourselves are taking care of instead. Them not doing as she demands makes her storm off, as we get a lead on where Todd is, confronting him out on the plains. Anj encouraging Sho to stop half-assing things with Todd, so Todd can be decisively beaten in hopes he will get his head on straight, so as to deal with this past the point of death grudge. While that doesn't quite happen here yet, Viral himself commenting on how hollow Todd is acting by even doing all of this the way he is, what does is us meeting up with the female lead of Dunbine and Sho's love interest, Marvel Frozen, who rescues Sho from what Kurama was going to do to shoot him in the back to support Todd. With her is the Dunbine, the Dunbine successor unit, which Sho can use more effectively than Marvel can. And frankly, the two units both have their own pros and cons, so it ends up feeling a bit like a predecessor to when Shin Asuka passed on the Impulse Gundam to Lunomaria Hawk when he got the Destiny in Gundam Seed Destiny. This brings back the warrior spirit in Sho to finally give Todd what he wants in a definitive battle with both at their best. And Sho determined to live past all this in the new future he may have with the woman he loves.
ここは地上でもバイストンウェルでもないのに
そんなもんかよ蹴りをつけるぜショーこいつでとどめだ
間に合ったこいつの性能のおかげだ目を覚ませトッドもらったしまった
Todd's sent packing to actually reconsider his life this time and not fall back into self-destructive circles, while Sho and Marvel get to finally share a moment to themselves, where they both admit to the other that they should be dead. Whatever brought them to Al Warth didn't just snap them out of their place in time at the moment they would take that wound. Oh no, it healed them in the course of bringing them here. Which means any enemy any of the knights may have faced on their worlds could end up returning from the grave. Not exactly an encouraging thought, considering some of the psychopaths, and sociopaths, that are present in Sunrise's anime catalog. And if you've been having Sho beat Todd in all these encounters, a bonus mission unlocks. Marvel and Sho getting some time alone through a reconnaissance mission a bit after the previous stage's events. Which is unfortunately ruined by Vivian eavesdropping on them, thanks to the young woman becoming interested in romance due to some of Salia's romance books she'd snuck out from their commander before. Now that is a bold-faced lie if I've ever seen one. All of Salia's books are about magical girls, not romance. And besides that, Salia is enamored with her boss Jill, so I doubt she'd be getting as much out of it as opposed to reading into the magical girl stories for the off chance of stealth Yuri. Or as is common in more modern series, actual magical girl Yuri. So yeah, it's just Anj and Vivian that are there for them when they come across an assault force of the Keeper's golems. Sho charging on ahead in an effort to keep Marvel safe, but forgetting that Marvel is a fighter too, and doesn't need to be coddled. This is more than anything Sho's problem though, as after what he went through in their war, he can't bear the thought of possibly losing Marvel again, so is wrongfully being overprotective of her. It being up to Chum, his ever-present fairy companion, to remind him that he'll only do more harm to that goal. As in the past with them fighting side by side, it's what made them stronger than the opposition they faced. This mission also gives you 2 additional things if you unlock it. The first is a new paint job for the Dunbine that can put it in night camo colors, and frankly it needs it. I've always found the red and white color palette of the Dunbine to be its biggest flaw, while the green night camo color better matches both the Dunbine and the insect motif of the mecha. The second is a special attack that unlocks at Mission 34, but we're still a ways away from that, as we have to put up with more of Nadia's nonsense. For Nadia has not been pulling her weight as part of the support team, continuing to moan and complain to whoever will listen about the evils of war and fighting back against oppressors, as if it is the morally right decision to let those who are defenseless and possibly even yourself be murdered without stepping in at all to defend them, as if it is a sin to fight even in one's own self-defense. And she ends up spouting all of this to Anj. You know, the character who lost everything, had her parents murdered because of her status as a Norma, was turned into a slave through no fault of her own, and then forced to fight dragons who would kill her without a second thought. Which in comparison, makes Nadia out to be a spoiled, privileged, condescending bitch once again, as she has the luxury of never having to fight for anything in her life, while ridiculing everyone around her that gives her what she needs. Again, what is the appeal to this character? I generally do not understand it with how horribly she treats everyone around her, especially with her own backstory of being forced into financial servitude to a circus before Jean came into the picture. I kind of feel like X's writer deliberately paired her across from Ange on this one, though, because pre-character arc Ange, you know, the one that Cross Ange's writer originally wanted to spend her entire series depicting her as, would have been that same type of atrocious, reality-ignoring little girl. But why I like Ange so much as a character is specifically because she does grow the fuck up when exposed to the reality of the world, instead of continuing to delude herself with a make-believe fantasy that everything she says is correct. And Ange is only 2 years older than Nadia is, so Nadia being younger is not a fucking excuse. And Jean spoiling her hasn't done anyone favors on this by reinforcing Nadia's own delusion, leading her to just abandon everyone else. But unlike Amri, who felt she was endangering everyone, which made her want to leave before, Nadia has no reason to beyond her own wounded pride, albeit with her getting a little help from Kurama, as the spy directed her to a nearby settlement that is under Dwokdar's control, which is in turn actually an Atlantean ruin. Also, Kurama can turn her in to Dwokdar, so she can in turn be traded to the Neo-Atlantean forces on the planet, who have put out a bounty on her head. Though that would only work if Neo-Atlantis forces had not themselves also shown up. Gee, it's almost like Nadia being selfish only served to put herself and a lot of other people in danger for no reason at all. I wonder if that's better or worse in her mind than acting to protect people from an aggressive murderous force by acting in proportionate response to them. Kurama in his own mech defends her until the others can arrive and fight off Neo-Atlantis' minions, as well as the Zogilia Elite Corps. For while the Land of Mana has gotten backup from G-Reco's aggressors, the Buddy Complex antagonists have found solidarity with Neo-Atlantis. Which kinda makes sense. Neo-Atlantis' own forces are primarily based upon airships, not mobile weapons platforms. They were the only faction in this that didn't. This leads to a proper deduction of Gargoyle and his plans to get Nadia, claiming to be a more benevolent man than he is, and it's only because Jean refuses that Nadia doesn't stupidly sell herself to the devil, thinking giving the man everything he wants is a better way, despite how her giving in would be really, really bad. It's only when Gargoyle threatens her life, and the rest act to defend her, does she finally contextualize the idea that not all fighting is by default a bad thing. But it's still a problem with the character that this is something that only fits in her worldview if it is being something done just for her, as it doesn't deal with the root problem of the character that it isn't just about her. But with Neo-Atlantis properly appearing in the storyline, that only makes sense for them to be followed by the man, the myth, the legend, Captain Nemo. And he's not going to let the coward hiding behind a mask destroy the last good thing he brought into this world. Well, we'll admit, good is debatable at this point, but he's being a responsible dad, so there you go.
攻撃目標敵空中戦艦対艦戦闘用意
了解対艦戦闘用意
電子砲雷撃戦用意
全艦電子砲雷撃戦闘へ能力伝達
測敵完了
ホーミングレーザー
はい
主砲発射
発射
さすがは幻の発掘戦艦と言っておこう。
Gargoyle backs off, for now, in the face of it, allowing Nemo to meet up with everyone else, though Nemo just wants to get his daughter and former companions and leave. Unfortunately, Nadia's got to be a contrarian, and now wants to stay with the Knights because, for no viable and legitimate character reason, the story just says so. We get a bonus mission interrupting that, of Danielle trying to get Cecily to instruct Ida in the proper ways of the nobility, due to Ida being a rough and tumble type of person, which isn't fitting of the princess title that she has, and Danielle really not understanding who he's dealing with. Once again, the noble title of Cecily's family was bought, and she wanted nothing to do with them from the start. Plus, it's not even getting into the other princesses in this group. Nadia is a horrible person, and Anj was so traumatized by her entire world coming down around her, she's become defensive over the first sign she's being attacked or potentially manipulated. Anj does partner with Cecily on this task, though, and it's an amusing contrast between the two that keeps this mission from being the sexist bait one might expect, as Anj doesn't really think there's anything wrong with how Ida acts to begin with. Though this isn't surprising considering before her fall, Anj was a sports star in school. The point of the stage, as the group fights more Neo-Atlantis goons, just seems to be a lesson about grace under pressure. But again, I don't see why the G-Reco group always seems to direct the problem as being Ida's, because legitimately there's nothing wrong with how she is. But that's not the only plot Danielle sets in motion that goes south. For at the same time this occurs, another bonus mission has him plot to deal with Alba and Dio, who despite the coupling system are constantly bickering with each other. And it's getting on everyone's nerves, even though it's pretty clear that Alba is more of the problem. And it's Dio's sure-fused when it comes to dealing with Alba, who is oblivious to how he antagonizes Dio constantly, that leads him to meet such in kind. Let's face it, Alba is more of a thorn in Dio's side than the entire Joestar line. My problem is every time I find them bickering in this game, if you pay attention, you realize they swap positions in the exact same goddamn argument. It's better to charge out and defeat enemies before they get to you. No, wait, you have to play defensive. You can't go out and chase a running enemy. Oh, wait, it's better to withdraw and rally against our other attackers. And then that exact one later down the line gets repeated specifically. Now, some of this is military strategy where certain things are better to be done in certain ways and it's important to know how to do what, when. But it's Alba's complete insistence in doing things in contrarian ways when you should not do the thing he wants to do, and never listening to Dio at all despite Dio having more combat experience than him. Even with the coupling system, Alba is danger to himself and others as he refuses to listen at all. And representing examples of teamwork between partners among those of the Knights isn't really going to fix that, as Dio is more than capable of teamwork. It's Alba that refuses to get it. Though again, why this bonus mission works is it is as much an indictment against the other problem party members in this troop, such as Bellry getting called out for his crap again, and claiming that he has great teamwork with Ida, while he still does not listen to a single fucking word she says, as he uses this exercise as just another excuse to hit on her. So, as Dio says, they're a great example of how bad one-way communication is. Though really, I'm pretty sure they created this bonus mission just to give us this line. Really, the best example of teamwork that the Knights have right now is just Show and Marvel. And that was a relationship built over mutual trust over a long time. And that's again why Alba's the problem, as he's not trusting in others, nor acting in a way that shows others can trust him in the moments that matter, as he won't do as they say when the other person that he should answer to does have the experience for him to have to listen to them. And really, this is an example of how the coupling system makes such ego problems worse, as if they're really getting inside each other's heads, then they have to know exactly what buttons to push. So it becomes an issue of putting aside one's ego. And because this is a bonus mission, they're not exactly doing that. So while you want them to just shut up about the argument and deal with the threat at hand, they're not doing that. And that's the entirety of the stage. Just playing that up. This is actually where we're going to stop this time, as the previous two videos both ran long, and we're about to hit the game's first route split. So, hopefully with the grand majority of new series introductions for this game over and done with, we can better progress through the story and the ones they bring in next time. Only one of which I've not previously talked about. As we lead into the route split, we find Nemo at the Stone Ruins, discussing his options with Ritsuko Akagi. No, seriously, the character Electric here was later one-for-one adapted into Evangelion's Ritsuko, with both characters being fanatically devoted to a widower that hasn't quite gotten over their wife. Ava's definitely the worst depiction, considering it's implied that Genu Ikari took Ritsuko as a mistress, whereas Nemo's tried his best to not take advantage of Electra's affections. Though, in the problematic ending of the series, it is revealed that the two did have sex at least once, so Electra would eventually give birth to their son. Ultimately, the pair decide to stay around Wataru, as the Atlanteans have an old pact regarding the Dragon Savior to assist him in any way they can, even if Atlantis itself is a collapsed civilization. But with the Knights having grown so large, well, the lot have reached a point of cross-purposes where there's two goals that have to be addressed. For Daniel has received orders to provide more information for his allies on the land of Monad, which Ans wants nothing to do with, while Wataru wants to keep focused on fighting Dwakdar, with it ultimately being decided that all the fantasy mechs will stay on that offensive, while the real robots will return to the Monolands to survey them. I decided to do the Dwakdar assault route first, but like when I reviewed V, I will be doing all the missions in parallel so you, the viewers, will get the whole story. Besides, how else will I talk about certain things? Unfortunately, that involves first and foremost a return to Arsenal. And we once again that CX is doing absolutely nothing to fix the problems of many of the series they are including. As unlike V, which nipped this problem in the bud, when we return to Arsenal, all of Anja's paramale compatriots are back to being horrid Valkyrie bitches. Now again, the initial problem with Cross Anj was the needless character antagonism it started out with that only got resolved because Mitsuo Fukada told Tatsuya Higuchi to knock it off. So that was instead shifted into being the early series' extremely bad start, followed by the character and narrative arcs that even the series out, with most of the initial antagonism scene resolved in its entirety as of the show's 7th episode. Minus the Hilda stuff. And that is the problem X created for itself, as it set Anj and Vivian's return to be at episode 7, with this sect of the Knights encountering the Gravity Dragon that got the Paramel team to finally settle their differences. But because the events around all of that are not different, it means the events that resolve the needless inter-character antagonism never occur. So the grand majority of the rest of the game, the usual suspects of Cross Anj's crew that treat Anj like crap, namely being Salia, Hilda, Rosalie, and Chris, continue to treat not just Anj, but each other like garbage. When it was so goddamn simple to just set Anj and Vivian's patrol that got them caught up in X's plot after episode 7, as there is a notable void in time between 7 and 8 where one could set anything to occur, thus leading to the absence depicted in X. And thus, these girls being catty with each other, it's not welcome, as it has no reason to exist anymore. X's writer has revived a dead aspect of their storyline solely because it hadn't been showcased in X yet when it didn't need to be. And again, the reason why V so well handled Cross Anj was because they killed this nonsense early instead of letting it fester far past the point it should have been allowed to exist. But X just leaves such to fumble around like a zombie. This is again why I feel that swapping Hilda for Vivian would have been far better for this story as well, as Hilda and Anj do canonically desert Arsenal at the end of episode 8 of their series to resolve their familial stuff, which would have served as the better point of intersection for Cross Anj's mid-series, where the pair are dragged back there anyways. As when that plotline later gets done in X, it then invokes nothing but plot redundancy, which could have been remedied with just some better planning. But instead, everything that is bad about Cross Anj just never fucking stops in X far past the point it did in the canonical story. It makes the series seem like it is worse than the anime actually is, validating the opinion of those who stopped watching it after its heavily problematic first episodes. This is worse than choosing not to fix the problems of the included series. This is in fact exasperating them. Not made any better by Salamande of the Dragon Tribes appearing again as a mystery enemy unit, to just show once more how they've mangled the series, as unless they were willing to set the cross-ange part of the story to be later than they want it to be, then she really should not be appearing yet. Regardless, Nemo intervenes to settle the matter as best he can, having been an interim ally of Jill's regarding Jill's own efforts against Stupid Hair, as Stupid Hair in this universe had a hand in Gargoyle causing the collapse of Atlantis' civilization over a decade ago, which actually times itself to around when Jill led her own rebellion against Stupid Hair herself, explaining a lot about how things were gone about this time. That's why Nemo gets full command over Salia's squad to get them out of Arsenal's territory. But again, without resolving the interpersonal antagonism, that is a requirement for handling this specific series correctly. If you all watching this feel like I'm sticking on this point too much, well, let me be a bit more frank. One of the reasons X is so much more of a slog isn't because it involves more series I don't care for, but because I'm being made to hate just so many of the characters it continues to focus on within it with how the writer is depicting them. This is not a good thing, and the reason I keep comparing it so negatively to V is specifically because of how well V handled hostility to disarmament across the board. Moving on, the Arsenal girls are astounded by the alternate magic systems present outside of the land of Mana, which they still can't use, which takes their attention off of harassing Ange, for the most part for the moment, as the Nautilus group is put on the trail of a group of rogue giant mechs that have appeared near a village along their path of travel, which leads to the introduction of Maito Senpujin and the cast of My Gain, the rogue bandit mecha all being members of the Dark Syndicate that are his enemies, as they were transported here out to the complete boonies away from anyone and anything else, and have just been meandering around without purpose. Mifune and Vuitton having been confronted with regards to their antics by a certain teacher that's chosen to live out here, the Steel Sniper, Yoko Littner. Oh, I wish this game had actually let me have Yoko with just her sniper rifle here as a unit in combat. Hell, even as an included attack chain supporting Gurren Lagann, as it is forever until she gets her own mech in this game, despite her cameo appearance here. Why the hell did they not let her in here anyways? For Gurren Lagann units, it really is just Gurren Lagann for too long in the game, to the point I forgot about her cameo here. It's like, the entire reason she's here is she's a teacher right now, yeah, but the kids she's teaching are in danger. Let her get in the frickin' mech. I'm not even one of those who has a problem with her settling down to become a teacher like she did. It's her life. After losing someone she loves, it's clear she wants to be away from conflict unless it's absolutely necessary. But from a game perspective, she's among the most popular characters from that series for what she brought to the table. Not like that. The world is in danger. That danger is dragging it down on those she cares about. So, let her get in the fricking mech so she can be a unit and not have her be wasted until the late game stages. Plus, her heavy assault gunman would have fit well with the rapid introduction of Mike Gain's train-based mecha that afterwards takes center stage into the introduction, an entire district of their world having been teleported to this realm, and not just the Brave Express Corps in specific. Though something I will give this game a bit of credit for over V, X at least includes special combining sequences for these mecha, taking from their original stock footage archives, which V did not do. So showing off the smoothness of Mike Gain's combination, that certainly earned some points. But regardless of that, the storytelling suffers from the same problem most of the others have. Disassociated from their original setting, a lot of the weight of these encounters is just absent. They want to play by the engine their story ran off of, but operating off their rails in the wilderness just doesn't allow them to hit right. Even though the story does establish that the Brave Express Corps are from the same world of peace that Wataru himself originates from, to try and deepen the story connections there. Maito takes the group back to Auto City, which as said was transported to this world entirely intact, done so to permit the Mike Gain mecha to have their support industry for operations and repairs, since their needs are distinct from the other mobile units. The game also begins a short-lived subplot, with Simon's Nia happening to also be traveling the lands after she rejected Simon's marriage proposal, just as eager to find herself as Simon is, and understand why she said no. And Simon just happening to keep missing her. We get a scene of the Might Guy villain faction formally falling into Dwokdar's villain camp thanks to Purple negotiating their contract, permitting them the resources to build a missing member of the cast. Nia ending up captured by them when she walks right into the ship of Might Guy's angry scientist Wolfgang, after she caught sight of Wolfgang's men leaving the town and wondering, well, who would be going out into the woods on their own? But because she wandered into a construction area, her life ends up saved by Black Gain, who only recently came online and is still part of this group, as he just doesn't know any better. And by the time he does, he's already had the AI hijacking control device put back on him so as to recreate one of the best episodes of Might Guy. Again. The twist to this recreation of this event being Nia's intervention to tell them all that Black Guy's an ally that needs their help, and not just another villain to be vanquished. Which in turn leads to the introduction of Banjo Haran! Yes, Banjo Haran! Super Robot War's own secret weapon used for the purpose of avoiding unneeded character deaths. I will likely never get around to watching his series, but I respect the crap out of his use at preventing the worst of Sunrise's fatality tropes time and again, even though he is once more a character from a series that plays no real part in anything. Thus, he has no reason being here. Black Guy trying to talk through the slave program confirms Nia's words, and with Wolfgang's help alongside the power of positive thinking, the group managed to feed back the control program and destroy it. Yeah, that don't work, but it's a shortcut to just getting Black Guy on our side without making it a special unit recruitment or delaying any further the character's inclusion. After all, there's not that many series involved in this one, so every unit counts. Nia also decides to join us on this trip as a background supporter, though she and Simon for some reason don't renew the relationship for reasons that are very poorly explained. In the series, it's due to other events going on that screw that all over. But here, the best we get is she herself doesn't understand why she said no, so went on a journey like him to just as much seek to find and understand herself, so she may grow up and be worthy of reciprocating the love she shares with Simon, just as he is himself doing for her. This completes the Dwokdar assault side of the route split, which we really didn't end up doing much in, thus swinging us back to the Mana investigation side, where it is expanded more on why Danielle's superior, a man named Klim, even wants this investigation. Apparently he tried to negotiate with Anja's brother Giulio Mitsurugi earlier to get everyone to a state of ceasefire to try and understand the larger situation with everyone being teleported to this Earth, and Giulio completely rejected his overtures as not really seeing a difference between any of these displaced forces. On one hand, it's G-Reco, and negotiations always break down in UC-associated series. On the other, Giulio is a goddamn idiot whose own actions lead to the complete collapse of his own civilization. He was manipulated by stupid hair, yes, but he was still aware of what he was doing. As such, the more Klim knows about the land of Mana, the faster he can put together a battle plan to address all the various aggressors in play. All while Alba and Bellry are making a mess of morale with them pulling their ignorant bullshit all over again. Beginning to echo Nadia's words that it's better to just return to their respective worlds and wash their hands of Al Warth entirely, regardless of what the Capital Guard or Zogilla does here. Hypocrisy! Thy name is many Sunrise protagonists that follow the Tamino model. This is said as part of Alba again escalating animosity with Dio, who is dead set on stopping Zogilla how he can, due to Dio's own belief in moral justice, and he cannot forgive the atrocities those aligned with Zogilla have done to drag innocent people into the international conflict. And I hate to make Alba's argument for him, but again, Zogilla was attacked first. Hell, I didn't mention it before, but Zogilla was originally a freaking micronation before they found the series MacGuffin, and then somehow expanded the territory they controlled after they got attacked. Like, even Germany had allies that helped make the Nazis seem like a bigger threat than they were, and only got a chance to conquer as much as they did because of so many nations bending over backwards to appease their aggression. The entire reason the Germans lost World War II was their forces were so divided and spread out that it was only because of misinformation that the Axis powers appeared to have actual strength. So a tiny nation having enough manpower to conquer a significant enough portion of the world to be a global threat with their rapid expansion? Yeah, that doesn't gel, even with giant robots around as a type of terror weapon to make the conquered populace submit, simply because there would not be enough committed soldiers to their cause to maintain control in a hostile takeover. At the very least, Zeon and their Side 3 colonies had millions and millions of people to legitimize that. That doesn't quite as much happen with Zogilla in this. After all, the big problem with Alba is he is completely incapable of empathy towards those who have lived through the atrocities of their conflict, thus has little to no perspective on the matter that others might. So Dio's looking down on Alba is time and again justified because Alba can't get his head out of his ass. And the reason Dio is angry at Alba about this and throughout the following stage is because Dio's sister Fiona was left crippled thanks to one of Zogilla's attacks that got civilians caught up in the crossfire. To shorthand this, Dio is a loose XP of Lelouch, while Alba, I can't even say he's a Suzaku XP because he's just that stupid about everything. But before this can boil over for them to settle it this time, the ships get an alert of oncoming mobile suits nearby. Said units happening to belong to Zex Marquis and Lucrezia 9. Both of basically the only Gundam series I haven't talked that much about in video form yet. New mobile reports Gundam Wing. So, I'm in the camp that actually really enjoys Gundam Wing. Case in point. But the show is unfortunately not the most clear on the direction of its storyline, though that is unfortunately by design. You remember when I talked about how Code Geass had a significant amount of its canonical story told outside of the anime itself in audio and picture dramas, as well as character messages due to Sunrise wanting the story to be stupidly ambiguous what the original writer did not? Well, that was not the first Sunrise series to make itself overly reliant on tie-in content. At the time of Gundam Wing's release, the magazine New Type was a regular publication, and thus became part of a multimedia campaign Sunrise and Bandai had set up to release a tie-in manga series for Gundam Wing that would tell the backstory of the characters so as to less clutter the main series itself. To my knowledge, Sunrise had never done this before this point. Gundam The Origin would come years and years later, and it frustratingly meant that central context to what the story was doing and its general narrative direction was not immediately clear, both in Japan and when it was exported internationally. Hell, I'm betting most of you didn't even know Viz actually released the manga way back in the day, and this is before Tokyo Pop got the license to release the rest of the Gundam manga. This book is so old, it's from that era where they flipped the printing of the manga, so it reads left to right instead of right to left because they thought the books wouldn't sell if they were in their original Japanese formatting. But yeah, Sunrise's tie-in manga problem wouldn't stop for a while after, though the next most egregious one of people missing context for something explained actually happened during Gundam Seed, where in the tie-in Astray manga, the character Lo Guile was deliberately given crossover moments where he tied into Seed's main plot during his manga. Central to that being the initial rescue of Lacus Klein from forces attacking her when she visited Junio 7 in Earth's debris belt, which would then lead to her meeting up with the Archangel. And then later on, it was Lo who was responsible for getting the critically wounded Kira Yamato to medical attention, after the Aegis self-destructed to take out the Strike Gundam at the series midpoint. If you read the tie-in, you knew what had happened, and the story resultantly had no plot holes. But the problem then becomes creators should not make critical, need-to-know information be hidden inside of tie-in material. Once more, Code Geass being the worst example about that of all of Sunrise's series, thanks to its movie continuity deliberately disregarding all of the previous canonical content Okuchi kept having to lace outside the main series itself. It wasn't until Gundam 00 where Sunrise seemed to finally get a handle on that. As while the 00 manga's content is canon, the main series is not contingent on you knowing about it. Wing? Not so much. its story effectively starts in media res, doesn't go back to give context to what was skipped, and then proceeds to act like you are already tuned into what the arc of each character is supposed to be. This is not Wing's fault. This was an executive meddling decision performed by Sunrise. The show's staff just had to live with. And yet it's remained the biggest hurdle with introducing people to Gundam Wing in specific. As well, for many of us who grew up with Toonami, it was the first Gundam series we saw at all. As more Gundam series became available, we collectively became more aware that there was something missing from the depiction of Gundam Wing's story. You get the gist of where it's going with time to make it better on repeat viewing, but confounding the audience from the start with the abrupt intro isn't the best. We legitimately needed to know this book existed, and most people still do not. Wing is the story of the After Colony timeline, which has been recently dominated by the newly formed Earth Alliance militia, who are themselves being supplied and manipulated by secret cabal of societal nobles, known as the Romefeller Foundation, and their militant arm called Oz, that are vying for control of the entire Earth sphere, and treating the people as little more than toys among their schemes. Oz's members have put into motion Operation Meteor, a plot to drop one of the Earth sphere colonies upon the planet, before having 5 superweapons developed in secret attack the Earth in order to breed for the people an enemy that Oz would then defeat. The entire plot a false flag operation to bring about world peace by deceiving the people into siding with those who wish to dominate and willingly give up their freedoms in the name of security. The plot, however, does not go to plan, as the 5 scientists that have constructed these superweapons, the series Gundam units, have chosen as their pilots 5 teenagers with attitude who hail from the long-oppressed space colonies, who seek to confront Oz's actions and expose them, changing Operation Meteor from a scheme that will lead to world domination into one that instead rebels against the upper caste of society, from which all evils inflicted upon the world spring when they try to steal from the people their right to live how they wish. Complicating that rebellion, however, are 2 men, Treize Kushranada and Zex Marquis, who also come to oppose the way the upper echelons of Oz operate and stage their own acts against them. The series' ultimate culmination being twisted by the 2 into an all-out confrontational war, where their ultimate plan is to make everyone being put on the chessboard become completely and utterly sick of the war game escalation, and finally choose to stamp down on would-be tyrants and this nobility that started this game without a second thought. Both men martyring themselves to end this conflict and take the nobility out of power, while allowing the Gundam pilots who helped inspire their own rebellion to be hailed as the heroes of a setting that come to reject the view of war as a game.
Strange game. The only winning move is not to play.
There's a lot more to it than that, of course, but that last bit of the ultimate culmination of the series being Zex and Treize's grand scheme to call an end to conflict is one of the things that is most misunderstood about Wing, at least from the view of solely the anime series. The manga retelling of the series, Glory of the Losers, actually clarifies a lot of the details of the series and does its best to include more of the supplementary material the original version of the story frankly lacked connection and context to. For those who don't like Wing, I recommend that version of the story to you, as it will likely fix many of your problems with it, atop just plain awareness of the Episode 0 manga existing. Yet, even if I find the series more flawed than I originally did, well, you just can never forget your first. This scene at the beginning of Wing's first episode was just that damn impactful when the series originally aired on Toonami in the early 2000s. And I'm glad this was the one they chose to do first. As while it might not be the best show, it is one of the most clear with its respective "the AU Timeline series bar age all build themselves upon criticisms of the UC timeline" theme. And that one is, it is the people who are in power that make the common man's lives hell. So to place the blame for a conflict upon those who are being oppressed when it is the oppressors that are in the wrong is itself a fraudulent notion, As in the majority of UC Gundam series, the protagonists are part of the problem in serving or enabling the actions of the tyrannical forces of the setting by never allowing those that do the most wrong to the people to be punished for it. Or to put it in other terms, Wing was the first Gundam series to actually have the leads of the series focus on defeating the individuals and organizations that were actually the problem causing all of their conflicts within their setting. Not the symptoms of the issue, but the actual underlying disease. Even for people who may like G from the previous year, you gotta admit it didn't quite do this, even with the ways it did bring attention to the fact that the cyclical conflict was being used as a distraction that made people ignore how none of those in power were keeping their promises to fix things. Wing was just better at this because it remained overt with its rebellion against the world. But, if you want me to say something really negative about the show, well, I can provide you one. Chang Wu-Fei is a useless character, barely does anything, and could have been excluded from the story entirely. The main Gundam pilots consist of Hiro Yui, Duo Maxwell, Trowa Barton, Katra Rababa Winner, and the aforementioned Wu-Fei. And if you didn't notice the theming to their names, yes, each of them has a translation to their name that refers to a numerical 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the first four actually have storylines within the series or points of relevance in their tale. Duo being the snarky badass normal who views himself as the Reaper due to the people around him repeatedly dying. Trowa wanting to find a purpose as he was an orphan that lived life without even a name until he was chosen as his pilot's unit. Katra acting in conflict with his family's pacifistic beliefs by striking out against tyranny, and how he fights acts against how he was raised. And Hiro has the strongest storyline connections of the series, with him being the son of an assassin who killed a political leader of the same name as Hiro from the colonies that advocated for peace. And he himself was trained from his youth to be a killer as well. But when his first act against Oz killed a civilian girl he'd met when planning the raid in the Crossfire, it psychologically broke him. Thus Hiro's arc is a man wishing for his own death, but wanting that death to have some form of meaning.
I surrender, but I will not hand over the Gundams. I repeat, I surrender, but I will not hand over the Gundams.
Mission accepted.
And yet, unlike the later series that spoofed this storyline, the universe refuses to let Hiro die for a specific reason. Him surviving horrific injuries, because the point of his story is that death does not equal redemption. To repent for your sins, you must act in a way that shows you understand what you did was wrong, and seek to make up for it every single day. And for Hiro, for taking the life of innocence in the way he did, he must then do the hardest thing he can with such a weight on his soul. He must learn to live with it.
I will survive!
Wu-Fei, tell me, how many more people must we kill? How many more times must I kill that girl and her dog? Zero will not tell me anything. I will never kill anyone ever again. I don't have to anymore.
Once again, this is an example of how Code Geass screwed up with Lelouch and Suzaku, due to how much of that series drew basis from Gundam Wing. But Wu-Fei has none of these storylines his character goes through, or any actual tangible change over the course of it when the story does decide to include him, which is not often in comparison to everyone else in the cast. Hell, the story itself doesn't even allude to the fact that he was married young due to family traditions, and Treize was responsible for his wife's death, which explains everything about why Wu Fei spends the series having a hate boner for the man in specific, and why it's ultimately him that kills Treize as thematic closure for that. But it's an arc and conclusion that is literally invisible in the series without the Episode 0 manga. Which goes back to the reason they even included him, and that was because of the 5-man band rule a lot of Japanese series do with collaborative teams or groups due to the superstitions revolving around the number 4, with it being associated with death, and that being a bad thing, so they avoid that number whenever they can. 3 is too few, can't do 4, sweet spot for many of them is 5, give or take a 6th ranger for their group, like both Zex and Zex's paramour Noin end up becoming for Wing. But Wu Fei's pointlessness as a character would end up being noted, and they'd finally end up doing 4-man groups of units in both Gundam Seed and more prominently 00. Beyond that, Wing has some of the best thematically set mobile suits in the franchise. They can be a bit over-specialized at times, but the general frames all have their own appeal with how, for the lack of a better term, regal they respectively feel. As if the retro-futuristic design aesthetic of a group of old-world nobles trying to control a modern world had itself been transposed onto the very units of the series. Between the Death Scythe's beam scythes, the Sandrock's curved blades, Heavy Arms, well, just everything about Heavy Arms just works. The Tallgeese as a dangerous prototype on par with the Gundams was a great story engine for the series' Char clone Zex himself. And frankly, for many of us, Zex was a better execution of Char's own character arc as his actions consistently made sense, as he wasn't written to have contradictory values later on. Moreover, the Wing Zero was a game changer with regards to how upgrade mechs for a series are handled, especially with its Zero system, a predictive AI program that uses combat probabilities to depict the future. And it was amazingly used not just as an engine of destruction, but as a means to drive the story forward with both its danger to the pilots and those who seek to propose and abuse it for their own whims. With the advance of technology becoming dangerous even to their users playing into the arc of people treating all of these dangerous weapons as little more than toys to be broken and which to break others. The bottom line is there is a lot to like about the series and what it was trying to say, probably why it even got its own OVA story extension so soon after its conclusion, which not a lot of Gundam series did. But thanks to the just general problem of Gundam in the 90s where existing Gundam fans hated every AU timeline because it wasn't UC Gundam, fans that were sick of UC Gundam were going to come back even when a new timeline did pop up, as they didn't trust the brand at the time, and new fans were not going to be brought on easily due to how it started in media res. So it wasn't one that got a chance to really see the merit of the material until after it had been imported to the West half a decade later. Now it's more well received overall, but I'd still say for a new entrant, go for Glory of the Losers, if not only as a supplement used in tandem with the original anime. Anyways, Zex Marquis, the Char clone of the series, is here in his Tallgeese 3 mobile suit alongside his paramour Noin, who all things considered became for many the 7th member of the combat band, with how she was the best and regularly came to ally with the Gundam pilots in the series, and survived without injury despite being an active combatant. More of this, please, consistently. Also, when is your mobile suit the Taurus getting any type of a model kit? Seriously, there are a ton of units from Gundam Wing that have never seen production as a high grade at any point. Not just the Taurus, where is the Aries, the Cancer, the Pisces, the Virgos? Bandai's legitimately running out of units to make high-grade units out of, to the point they're making models out of units from manga. Yet there's still ones that showed up in their main series anime that have never gotten the treatment. They have escaped from Mitsurugi territory with another Valiancer pilot with information on the region, but are being chased by Zogillian forces and members of the army of Marimea Kushranada, Treize's biological daughter, who is the central antagonist of Wing's OVA series Endless Waltz, after she was manipulated by a man named Akeem Barton into rallying the forces of everyone who didn't want to stop fighting to try and claim power for themselves. Unfortunately, again, the amount of story being adapted is very short, and completely removed from the content that permits proper expansion of that story beyond the inclusion of the characters and their sprites that came from Super Robot Wars Z3 4 years previously. Hell, when I was writing this script, I literally blanked on whether Marimea even appears in this game or not. She's in it that little. Zex and Noin hold off these forces to prevent them from trampling upon a nearby city, but there's too many and they start to get past the pair. And even when the rest of the night contingent arrives, they're charging on the city too fast to counter. Bellry brings out one of the G-Self's alternate equipment packs, the Reflector Pack, to try and absorb and deflect shots from them. But when they start spreading out around the area of effect the reflectors work at, all seems over. You know, I complain about this working, but the G-Self's Reflector Pack all bases itself upon the manipulation of the electric fields of beam weaponry to diffuse them enough to drain their charge and repurpose that energy, as opposed to UC Gundam's usual nonsense with Minovsky particles. Plus, the Mercurius and Virgo units in Wing had the Planet Defensor remote shield weapons, which created electromagnetic fields themselves that blocked and dissipated beam fire. It's just those would usually overheat and break down when subjected to enough firepower, and couldn't properly disrupt weapons that could generate a continuous stream of beam energy, such as a beam saber, as the repulsion of magnetic fields would cause the barriers to break down with enough time. Regardless, we can chalk that up to Wing Zero predicting that this would actually work, Hero diving down in Gundam's Angel of Death, and completely destroying the attackers in one fell swoop. You wouldn't think a unit just spinning in place would make for such an effective showpiece to its power, but frankly it's in how little the Wing Zero has to do in order to wreak utter annihilation is why it is so intimidating. Though I have a critique in that, that's the Wing Zero's only map attack, when you would expect it to have not just an everything around you one, but a directed assault one based on how the Wing Zero can basically erase entire cities and colonies from existence on its own. I don't know, maybe Hero locked out that level of power due to the game being terrestrially based. Maybe it might have to do with the Buster Rifle's higher end performance actually leading to the gun massively overheating when used in atmosphere. That's actually how the Wing Zero breaks down in Endless Waltz after all. All I know is the Wing Zero's one of the most powerful units in Gundam, and the fact it's not allowed to show off its full capabilities in X is disappointing. Then again, the Tallgeese does have its own directed energy weapons map attack on its own, so for all I know the game designers intended for the pair of them to have a bit more attack diversity between them, so one wouldn't get so focused on using just Wing Zero to destroy everything. Though due to the unit's high movement speed, it is ridiculously easy to get behind enemy lines and then spam that map attack. Just Zex and Hero easily mop up all these enemy forces on their own. And I finally, deep into this game, get some nostalgic fan service of those two fighting together, and not against each other. The Wing Trio introduced themselves and freely offered to join up, explaining that they previously took refuge after being teleported to this world, landing in the Mitsurugi Empire. But when Julio tried to use them as military pawns, they just straight up got out of there. Hero himself having been attacked on sight, as when he arrived, the Mitsurugi had already made a deal with the Marimea army. And it's for the same reason many of the other factions are. Julio is selling them away to return to their homes so they can continue their original military campaigns, sans the opposition to them that would remain trapped on Al Warth. Thing is, Julio really doesn't have that power. Oh, the Mitsurugi Empire is responsible for the Dragon Gates that abduct the dragons to their world so they can murder them and then feed their carcasses to their all-mother dragon Aura, to then use her as the power source for their civilization's magic. And yes, for those who didn't watch Cross Ange, or play V, or see my reviews of V, that is 100% canon for that series. But the dragons don't necessarily live on the same worlds as many of these others. Thus, Julio is, for all intents and purposes, promising something he can't deliver. Oh, his boss Stupid Hair can probably do it, but then again, these armies didn't make a deal with him, and Stupid Hair cares nothing about territory control in the first place, as such petty rulership he considers beneath him. Granted, the Zoglians aren't showing much sign of intelligence themselves, as we get a scene of them where their cultural mandates seem all based on shows of strength and obedience, that might make all the right of it, and they're completely unaware of how little of it Giulio actually has any control over. All the while ostracizing Hina because of Alba's nonsense she's been inflicted by that has made her lose standing through the perception that she's a sympathizer to someone on the other side, potentially even a traitor. This scene also gives us insight on why Biazon has such a hate-on for Alba in his future, and that is he is a complete simp for Hina as their childhood friends, yet she in no way returns his affections. Dude, just accept that she's just not into you! And yes, him being friend-zoned is the central reason he later goes psycho and travels back in time to try killing Alba. Worse, it turns out Wu Fei, as at the time he was still part of the Marimea army, has been assigned to them in order to be able to take on Wu Fei's former compatriots. This group leading an assault on the Twilight Knights as they are seeking to rendezvous with the remaining members of the Wing cast. This stage is supposed to be another major story flag moment for the buddy complex characters, with Hina trying to present her devotion to the cause, and Alba breaking orders to try talking sense to Hina, with Bellry and Seabook foolishly enabling actions that could get them all killed, and I am largely apathetic to the lot of it. Neither Buddy Complex nor X have in any way invested me in actually caring about any of the involved. So other characters I already dislike for their impulsiveness, and those that I do being bent over to enable their nonsense, are not things I find appealing. Especially as it seems like Ida is the only one trying to talk sense, and Hina has a legitimate grudge due to Alba ruining her life. After all, as Hiro says in this stage, no soldier who fails to understand the meaning of war can ever hope to end one. And that is a really good line. Can be applied to a whole host of characters and series. Hiro is using it in promotion of Alba's position, not a condemnation of his actions. What the hell? This is where Wu Fei comes in to have his argument with Hiro, as happens in Endless Waltz, and it's debatable whether the changed reasoning present in X is better or worse than the canon series. For those who haven't seen Endless Waltz, I admit it's been a few years myself, the reason Wu Fei gave for why he was fighting for the daughter of the man who murdered his wife was because he wanted to figure out if peace at the expense of lives could truly be called peace. In case you are all wondering, yes, it is very likely Susaku had many of his worst character traits based on Wu Fei. For the answer to that question is, yes, you idiot! Because wars happen when the sides of it have irreconcilable differences or one commits an unforgivable act upon the other. Peace after an outbreak of conflict comes when either all of one side are dead, or it is determined that a continuance of the conflict serves no further purpose. The cost of doing war is inevitably paid in people's lives, and to continue war when you gain nothing from it is a cost-sunk fallacy where you only pay more to get nothing back.
Never spend more for an acquisition than you have to.
Basically, Wu Fei in Endless Waltz was approaching the question from the perspective of the idiot who had already solved the problem, both in terms of the war and its cause that was behind the irreconcilable differences, but did not understand that he already had the solution and just kept going as the solution felt unfulfilling, thus increasing the overall cost he was complaining about in the first place by denying the people the peace they were owed after the expense that was paid. In X, however, well, Wu Fei's reasoning is arguably just as stupid, having done what he did for all the soldiers who no longer had a place in the world, nor reason to live. Thus, continuing to fight would give their lives meaning! Again, grand majority of soldiers don't think like this. They don't want conflict to continue endlessly. When the war ends, they can go home. Most that serve in the military have families and people important to them, have other skills and trades they can return to now that the need for their services has ended. Hell, world peace doesn't by default mean all conflict is over. There would still be self-defense militaries and peacekeeper organizations. And even in Wing, there were with the Preventers organization. So it's not like they'd be just outright abandoned. And even in the case that their home was destroyed like Wu Fei's was, that doesn't mean they can't find a new one and start over. It will be hard, yes, and the traumas of war will be a barricade against easy socialization. But the only reason one would need to go to such extremes is if their originating nation completely abandoned their own responsibility in supporting their well-being. which, well, we have a wealth of examples of those who have dropped the ball on caring for the mental well-being of their enlisted.
Back there I can fly a gunship. I can drive a tank. I was in charge of $1 million equipment. Back here I can't even hold a job. Fucking guys! Ah!
So in both cases, it is Wu Fei projecting his own problems onto others that he didn't want to admit to himself. He killed the man who ruined his life, yet didn't feel any fulfillment from it. Thus he didn't want what he felt was a worthless piece, or he felt he himself was being abandoned because he deliberately isolated himself from those who still gave a damn about him out of pride, and lumped himself in with others with that like mindset. But in either case, in him doing so, he only enabled and escalated a new source of the very malice he had originally fought against, which is where it seemed like the Wing writers finally found a proper role for the guy, in him being the one that is always in the wrong for the most foolish and reality-ignorant of reasons. And I adore Hero's reason you suck speech here as how completely sidestepped the justifications Wu Fei pretends to have to just declare how he's only made things worse for those who have hopes for the future and want to have something, which is what Wu Fei does not. And the fact it's Hero of all the Wing characters, the guy who recovered from being suicidal over the course of the series, that is condemning Wu Fei over his self-destructive acts and enabling, is what makes it hit all the harder. And thus it's such a condemnation that it forces Wu Fei to look at himself and make him join the group to help repel the Zogilla aggressors. With him comes the awareness that every group allied with the Mitsurugi are likely being played, but without any other options, Julio's making them all dance to his tune, even as the lower echelons can see Julio as the incompetent that he is. However, with so many members of these enemy factions' elite units being around, it's likely their head administrators are all in Al Warth as well. I mean, everyone is here as if it were a Smash Brothers game, so why wouldn't they? And they might be able to cut off the heads of their respective snakes if they could just find them, which Duo, Tro, and Katra may be able to help with, as they've been out investigating the region as well. Or at least they were, as more of these elite core members have found them investigating another of the Land of Mana's developed regions, which recycles near verbatim the same map as one of the previous stages. Though the game at least puts a spin on it, making it so that these three units, who do not have map attacks, have to hold off a large army from penetrating into the city, including weapons called bugs that are designed to specifically massacre civilian population centers. And speaking of, I didn't mention it earlier, but each of the Wing units got a remodeled design for the Endless Waltz OVA that becomes their default appearance in Glory of the Losers. And of the group, Death Scythe Hal's is the worst redesign, both in aesthetic and capabilities. The entire meaning behind the unit's motif is supposed to be the Grim Reaper. That is why the torso vents are made to appear as if they were skeletal ribs. Atop that, Death Scythe is supposed to have a grappler claw and stealth system, to get in one's head the idea that you cannot escape the Reaper. He will appear before you when you least expect it. These were both removed in the Endless Waltz redesign, so the unit that is supposed to be a stealth specialist is lacking almost all of its signature equipment, including the stealth drive. What is even the hell? And no Super Robot Wars game has restored that to it to date, but it should have. I will give credit where it's due to the Glory of the Losers manga, however, and that the manga introduced the retcon that the Death Scythe Hell actually had those Slash-Hark and Grappler Claws moved to deploy from the Death Scythe skirt armor, so it wouldn't interfere with the wielding of the scythe. It didn't fix the problem of the missing stealth drive, but it was at least an improvement. And for us owners of the master grades, there was eventually an upgrade set made to provide those parts, as well as those for the Ultron that gives it back its dragon wings and tail. With the overall retcon being that these pieces of equipment were damaged at the climax of their story, to just not be repaired by the time Endless Waltz began, so they weren't operating with all the equipment they should have had. The fact also explaining why the Endless Waltz Wing Zero also lacked its shield and the additional equipment that it got as well. Though this group doesn't have to worry about holding the line for long, as straight out of nowhere, this is where the cast of Double Zeta Gundam comes in. Again. And since I was so critical of their introduction in V, this actually ended up a lot better timing to include them, as they're not intruding on another cast establishment as they did there, Judao Ashta and his crew coming in to thin the numbers and defend the town. Moreover, this introduction is better for another reason as well. For the Double Zeta Gundam cast are actually given something of a role in this, as the Zogilians in fact have among their number a brainwashed LPO Peru, who is sicked on them as a rabid attack dog. Judao shocked to see her, as from his perspective she's supposed to be dead. Yeah, the Double Zeta cast are from their post-series, and their timeline basically went to script up until Sharp's counterattack started early. The Peru sisters dying included in that, at least until now. The 9 members are all in on rescuing Peru as they're promptly informed of the situation, instead of the subject being made ambiguous. Though even when they knock sense into her and break the brainwashing, well, Peru's death occurred at a time when she thought she was responsible for the death of Judao's younger sister, Lena, which ended up being false as original Gundam character Sayla Mass had actually gotten her to safety. So what Peru's blaming herself for and feeling genuine guilt for? Yeah, this is a free opportunity to absolve her of that, and bring her in on our side as well. While also interrogating one of the elites to try and get an idea for why Mitsurugi's rounding up only the antagonist groups into service, which even they have no idea to. Probably has to do with so many enemy units not being playable ones, so story contrivance. And speaking of story contrivances, as the battle winds down and everyone catches up, it's revealed that Seabook knows Judao's group, and Judao and Ru, despite being in the Battle of Axis and the Double Zeta and Zeta respectively, were in different units when they found themselves in Al Warth. Ru being in the Re-GZ unit Amuro used early in Char's counterattack, for some reason, while Judao was demoted to the Zeta. This story contrivance is here just so Judao wouldn't have the Double Zeta immediately, nor would Camille Bidan be around to get the Zeta back, as is the norm for these games. Where Ru, in turn, keeps getting shafted on unit assignments. Joke's on them this time, though. Due to many pilots being swappable among the UC timeline units, I get to put Ru in the new Gundam later, as it isn't just for show. Mitsurugi also tried to recruit them, but since Judao is a world-wise character, he could tell Julio was a creep, so their group ditched them to look for another way home. With so many groups either bringing people here, or those gates being generated by another power entirely that should be able to be found. Which is where we're going to call it for now. For next time, begins the event that even warranted me even wanting to review this game, with it heralding the return of the man who is nothing. And I just realized I've had these upside down. Man, that's gonna be an outtake. With the end of the route split, the Night Forces reconvene, each of the groups introducing their new members and opening back up the suborders menu for players to both train units they no longer need to deploy and collect resources for everyone that will allow more thorough upgrading of units and their pilots' abilities, as I detailed more thoroughly when I reviewed V. You guys have all watched the Super Robot Wars videos by this point, right? But before we can continue the main story, this is where another few DLC bonus missions pop up for play. The first being a tale of Banjo Haran and the Gundam Wing pilot's arrival on Al Warth, as they all originate from the same world of revolution, and at the time when Marimea was conducting her coup. Their confrontation at the climax of Endless Waltz held off by everyone being ported here, Duo, Troa, and Katra ending up in a ruined city, along with the forces they were fighting, and a displacement across time depositing these three after everyone else was, Banjo finding them amidst this battle, but a week after he arrived as well, though already after the army had been recruited into the Mitsurugi Alliance, as the grunts are all under the command of Bison, with them being saved by Hero, who is himself wary of Zogilla due to it causing abnormalities in the Zero system. Well, yes, Zero as a system is a precognitive system that determines the best course of action due to a mass intake of tactical data that gains more and more plausible predictions the longer the system is continuously run. Though that is also the misconception, that it can actually see the future. It can't. You can, in fact, trick the system by acting against expectations or predictions as it is not all-knowing, as seen when multiple drone mobile suits called mobile dolls were loaded with the system. It takes a human mind to interpret the data and choose a defined course of action. But that gets a bit more difficult when the causality trap problem of buddy complex comes in. As such, a paradox closes off probabilities, so a course of action has already been preordained. Thus, the possible options for courses of action shrink, so the system either can't work correctly, or the possible out the system can see to the situation has either already been preordained to occur, or they legitimately can't let or make happen, which can come across as an error. Because the system is literally a showcase of how freedom of choice determines our own destiny, it's in diametric opposition to the premise that our own fates are set in stone and choice is an illusion. This comes into play later, as the specific problem is appearing when it tries to analyze Bison, since, again, he's the one that has to travel back in time at some point in the future, thus locking his fate. Honestly, I don't get why this wasn't a main story stage due to this premise, as bonus missions in V were mainly left aside for additional moments of character interaction, and yet this one is actually introducing major plot points of the main story, as if they were acting as outright content-clarifying retcons, which again shows the issues of X's storyline just not being very good thanks to the series it had to include. The second is a different flashback to the Might Gain antagonists going off under Purple's command to work with Dwokdar, and in doing so, kidnap Marie. Again, this is specifically Vuitton's plan, as the jewel thief that of course would be after the Blue Water Gemstone, Nadia willing to throw it away, and Nemo stopping her as he knows how dangerous doing that is. As is Nadia's recurring failure as a character, she refuses to listen to anyone else on why that would be an absolutely imbecilic thing to do. Especially with so many people that can allow them to safely save the girl without endangering her life being involved. Plus, you know, Maito's antagonists aren't exactly cold-hearted killers, for the most part. They're likely bluffing, which makes Nadia's bullheadedness all the worse, considering that group would be far more easily cowed by the actual killers in their midst into just handing over the blue water to anyone that might use it as the doomsday weapon that the thing actually is. Which is why it's so important it be protected, and why Nemo entrusted it to Nadia to begin with to protect it. Thus, Nadia's moral choice to trade in exchange to save Marie, as she sees it as a worthless gem in comparison to one person's life, would in turn enable genocide to the rest of the world.
Yes, you made the right decision. No, that's impossible. How can that be the right decision? The scales are tipped the wrong way.
Again, I do not understand the appeal of this character. She is literally presented as being almost completely objectively wrong about everything. As even before that happens, Vuitton feels guilt over kidnapping Marie, after Marie tells Vuitton about her parents being dead, and Jean and company are the only family she has now. Which again shows that Marie was never in danger from this group, so Nadia's actions are once again imbecilic. This entire stage, though, is just a vehicle for Grandis and Vuitton going at it, as she and her minions were originally thieves after the Blue Water themselves. So the stage devolves into a battle over the honor among thieves, which of course is going to vary from person to person. Meh, call Chris Pine and his merry band of misfits. Turn it into a dungeon raid where they fight a fat dragon and some undead. Getting back on track, however, Banjo calls the collective knights into a meeting to better explain the world of Revolution he, the Wing pilots, and the Aura Battlers come from, as it's for the most part following the plot of Wing. We're a worldwide paramilitary group kept order across the world until world nobles and their minions infiltrated and corrupted it thoroughly to tear it down and set the plan into a civil war between the varying factions of the Alliance, Oz, and the Gundam pilots, with the events of Daitarn 3 and Dunbine occurring in their own bubbles amidst this conflict. Where the snarl in the tale comes in, however, is the world of Revolution, is also where the events of Code Geass occur, and the Earthsphere Alliance of Wing originally coming about due to all the nations in opposition to Britannia's conquest and enslavement grouping themselves together as a unified power, just as Lelouch attempted to do with the United Federation of Nations in Code Geass R2. And that mostly works, at least from the perspective of that alliance collapsing and the story fusion having Lelouch be the one putting that alliance back together, and Wing covering one of many of the holes Code Geass's plot left in itself. For if one pays attention to the story of Gundam Wing, then you realize that the grand majority of it actually takes place centrally in Europe, Africa, and parts of Asia, matching with its European nobility stylistic motif emphasis on chivalry. Hell, there's a lot of French aesthetic in many of the uniforms of the Oz faction, and the material around Zex and his sister Relina, and them being part of a deposed royal family, echoing elements of the story of the Russian royal family, who disappeared in the 1900s after a revolt led by Vladimir Lenin deposed them from power. Rumors persisting for decades after, claiming they had survived, in part because impersonators of Russian Princess Anastasia attempted to repeatedly claim a right to the throne. And those who are curious about that, the entire family were found in a mass grave in an abandoned mine in 1991 and 2007. The advancements of DNA testing allowing all of them to have been confirmed killed when they were entombed there in 1918. Regardless, this is actually why Gundam Wing gels very well with Code Geass content, and not just because Code Geass drew inspirational basis from Wing to begin with. In the core Code Geass story, Europe and Africa were largely untouched material until the Akito OVAs, thus allowing them to occur mostly independently of each other if you set them in the same universe. Give or take things like the Damocles superweapon making less sense in a universe with space colonies. Hell, the Akito OVA actually helped the Wing parallel because the Romefeller Foundation that created the Oz faction and Wing is extremely similar to those that ruled the Europa United faction in Code Geass. So as far as the story fusion goes, trade one group for the other, and the plot still runs fine. This is very much why Wing and Code Geass worked so well in the Super Robot Wars Z sub-series of games. The two series helped cover the deficiencies of the other, and the inter-character conflicts that occurred within them came from logical places, such as Hero in those games not trusting Lelouch because of how much the man kept secret from others, and Lelouch not being able to put trust in such an independent death-seeking wildcard that Hero was during his own series events. X thus takes advantage of a lot of that material at this point, which is great for those that got a chance to play the Z sub-series. Not so much those playing X, however, as while it kind of alludes to the dynamics of Z, it falls into the trap that despite the interactions of these crossovers cast existing in the same world, all their events played out the same as if they were their canon stories. Meaning in that iteration, Banjo Haran was not able to interfere with the murder of Shirley Finette, so she still dies, which sends Lelouch into his death spiral, from which there was no return. This divergence from what Z did was all caused by Dunbine's faction, as Drake Luft was such an intrusive presence in the conflict, and him allying with Britannia under Emperor Charles, that it took Banjo's attention away from where he could have intervened in that. And after Drake was put down with the Aura Battlers disappearing, that, as told by this exposition dump, synced up with when Lelouch successfully killed his bastard of a sperm donor, which let Zex and Treize launch their own plan to end war, with Zex taking control of the White Fang faction to force people to become sick of all conflict, as I detailed earlier, which was in turn derailed by the Code Geass endgame, and Lelouch forced upon him by narrative contrivance Death Wish that made him declare himself the source of all evil in an attempt to subvert Schneisel taking command of Britannia, which would have resulted in the same thing anyways, as all these men agreed that conflicts in the world would only cease once people had enough common empathy to overcome their larger differences. And the fastest way to do that was to force them all to suffer from a computal threat or loss. And even here, that didn't work, because Lelouch's contingency plan against further conflict was Suzaku taking his mask and taking over the role as Zero, and as a result made Lelouch's entire sacrifice worthless, as his act of martyrdom still leaves an insider of conflict in power. For the only way Suzaku knows how to solve any problem is to oppress those who may have a legitimate grievance, and that starts the cycle all over again. This, however, I feel is deliberate and not a mistake on X's part, as the SRW staff members across the fucking board are blatant in voicing the fandom's loathing of R2's ending. The mistake I feel it does make in this is one of oversimplification. Neither Schneisel or Nunnally's actions with respect to the Damocles Fortress are at all mentioned in this plot recap, and it's not only specifically acting to kill people with the Flesia super nukes that is the final straw to Lelouch committing to not just killing himself, but making the world hate him just as much as he'd come to hate himself. As doing so was the only way to make it seem as if Nunnally was not the would-be Massacre Empress, with how freely and easily she blindly, literally fired those warheads at whoever she was told to by Schneisel, their sociopathic elder brother, making her shoulder all the blame for the act and framing her for it, while she naively believed that all the hate would go towards the weapon and not the one who fired it. After she had done that, then the only way for her to not be seen as just as much of a monster as the rest of her family was for Big Brother to fix it, by making it appear he was worse in comparison, so she would learn the actual true cost of her plan, and pay the consequences of it by spending the rest of her existence having to let the brother she loved be slandered as the most evil man that had ever lived. As before the Damocles happened, the plan Lelouch was running with was to tear down all the systematic corruption of Britannia and then pretend to be a power-hungry tyrant so the common man would no longer tolerate them, essentially destroying for all time the concept of monarchies and making the people vigilant against any one person having too much power by making them be invested in politics and not just ambivalent to what goes on around them, because rulers only have power if you let them have it. And then that got thrown out the window when his sister willingly nuked the capital of Britannia. There was no going back after that point. Zex even alludes to this in response to Show's own hesitance towards the man. The White Fang plot Zex was the head of, having started before Show died in all this. So it's left to percolate in the back of their heads as another Dwokdar general attacks them, crashing their ships to the ground. Said general is Death God, who wields the Mirror of Truth, which when the mirror is clouded can invert a proposed concept. Ships that fly instead sink, buildings get flipped upside down, stuff of that nature. Fortunately, Death God, and yes, that is seriously his name, didn't have a chance to use it on the mechs, so the Twilight Knights can more freely assault his men, which go over without much issue, as ironically this god of death is the complete pushover, fleeing quickly as he claims he'll become unstoppable once he uses the mirror to revive a true Dark Lord. Hoikolo's group prevents the Knights from following, permitting the appearance of our redheaded best girl, Catelyn Kozuki. Though already this game is taking things out of character, as with her is Suzaku, who she claims is not an enemy. Yes, he is. That was his literal narrative role in that story. So everyone bending over backwards to pretend that it wasn't, despite it being the only way the story can pretend to work, is not doing anyone any favors. Made worse is right after they appear, so do Jeremiah Gottwald and the former Knight of the Round member Anya Alstrheim, both of whom have better justification to be allied with Callan than Suzaku does, yet they are explicitly acting against her. I explicitly did not get into Anya's stuff in the Massive Code Geass review for just this reason. Anya's backstory has her repeatedly be the victim of a royal family member's Geass, entire periods of time going absent from her recollection, to the point she would keep a phone on her at all times, so she'd have a means by which to record what would happen in those gaps. Jeremiah freed her from that, and restored her memories thanks to his Geass counselor, so while she wasn't quite an ally in the climax, she did owe him. As for Jeremiah himself acting against Callan and working for Dwokdar, well, there's only one man Jeremiah has loyalty to, and that's Lelouch. So from an audience perspective, we know his actions have something to do with Lelouch, someone Callan would canonically wish to never let harm come to again. Thus they don't have any reason to fight, unless Dwokdar itself is somehow holding Lelouch hostage. Which is where the problem with Callan and Suzaku's alliance comes in, as they've been dogging Death God for some time, as they believe he has Lelouch's corpse, which Suzaku wants to destroy, claiming it was Lelouch's last wish to prevent him from possibly being revived from the dead. Of course, if Lelouch actually got a code by which to be revived from the dead and made immortal, the entire reason Lelouch would have made that request, yeah, that don't work. CC was cremated before and came back from that without a scratch. So if Lelouch got an immortal body and hadn't woken up yet, what was Suzaku going to do? Cut him up, drop the dismembered body parts in cement blocks, and scatter them across the planet as a form of eternal suffering from him? Because I severely doubt anyone that actually loved Lelouch would have actually let him do that. Speaking of, yes, that is an actual proposed way to deal with code bearers and code Geass that doesn't involve transferring their code from one Geass user to another. No reason we know of why they can't work. Hell, chain them up with some cement sneakers and drop them into the Marianas Trench. If done correctly, the water pressure constantly crushing their body and lack of light would trap them down there better than any prison could. So yeah, Suzaku's after Lelouch as he wants Lelouch to stay dead and will kill him as many times as it requires for that to happen. While Callan doesn't want Lelouch's memory being tainted any further by him possibly being revived as an actual monster, which should put them at cross purposes as they have no confirmation that he is actually dead anymore. And there should be no way in hell that Callan will let Suzaku anywhere near him after the shit Suzaku pulled. The best I can guess at why they allied, beyond Suzaku being Bandai's creator's pet by proxy thanks to how much they pushed the Lancelot, was due to neither of them wanting Lelouch to fight again. Suzaku because he believes Lelouch creates only chaos into the systems that govern everything, through which Suzaku makes himself the man in the right, and Callan due to the harm she's seen him suffer again and again for others' sakes, since she's one of the few in the series that saw the true him to understand that pain. But there is a reason specifically Death God attacked this town, for this is where a not-dead Lelouch V. Britannia has been living since he found himself in this world. Banjo Haran finding him watching them all from a distance, with Lelouch offering to let himself die once again if it will save someone he cares for any more pain. Banjo ultimately doesn't do it, ultimately leading to Lelouch meeting Wataru and Amari the following day, as he looks around the mountain areas in the region. And we see how much Lelouch did not want to survive, telling himself he still doesn't have a right to live, so is just willing to waste away as a nameless nothing again. It's ironically him seeing himself in Wataru, seeing in the young boy that same drive to fix things in this world, that gets him thinking. But he's too scared of himself to intercede. However, when the Death God attacks once more, he's drawn into this again regardless, which is exactly what Anya and Jeremiah did not want. Both of them trying to lead Duakdar away from Lelouch due to the crippled mental state Lelouch has become trapped in. Just too broken by his guilt over everything to be of use to anyone. Which is where the Mirror of Truth comes in. As Death God believes when used on Lelouch, it will unleash all the malice of his truest self. Unfortunately, a Mirror of Truth is the worst possible thing you could use on Lelouch. For the one thing, the single, solitary thing that Lelouch is more than anything else, is a liar. He is a man that deliberately turned every single thing about himself into a lie for other people, for those that he loved. And you just forced him to tell the truth. What follows is arguably the single best scene in any of the translated Super Robot Wars games to date, as the Mirror's power instantly breaks Lelouch's guilt complex, all constructed from the lie that he was to blame for everything that went wrong. Every imagined evil in the world that made him martyr himself is instantly banished, leaving behind the absolute unyielding truth of who he is. As it at last dawns on everyone beyond Callan what the truth actually was behind the actions of the man who is nothing. From the start, the truest self of who he was is neither Lamperouge or V. Britannia. It always, from the start, was the antics of a masked man and the ideals he embodied. That was the realization of who he most wanted to be. And this scene, this exchange between Callan and Lelouch specifically, this is what I wanted from Resurrection. This is all I and many others wanted from that awful movie that it entirely refused to give us. And SRW X does it as an afterthought in the grand scheme of just facing one of Wataru's enemies, with Lelouch instantly directing them with his use of territory control to demolish Death God's forces, leading to the Mirror of Truth being stolen back and the curse it was used to place reversed. The entire cast resultantly commenting on how similar Anj and he are, as Lelouch directs them all in one massive blitz, with his reliable Q1 once more leading the charge alongside him.
貴様に読めるのか、この俺の行動が。蜃気楼の最大火力で仕留める。この光で滅せよ。こうコツコツやられてはたまらん。なかなか出てきよって引っ込んでいろ。デスノット流聖剣。遊びに付き合っている暇はない。
ゼロの作った隙を突く。最大出力でいく。消し飛べ
えやられたの？うっそー！
止められない。もう誰にも。
It's not as good as the two having a proper team attack, but it works. And the following discussion after the battle gives more of what every Code Geass fan wanted from Lelouch and for Lelouch. For him to come clean about the truth of everything that he is, and find acceptance in their arms. Most centrally Callan, who gives the most poignant conclusion to their leftover arc from the core series, with their proclamation that you are you. Kiss, damn it! This cycles back to my earlier criticism of X and forgetting to actually handle the presence of canonical paramours across the larger length of its tail. So the moments that Callan and Lelouch get together are handled just as badly as Resurrection did. Resurrection has an explanation in that it was deliberately seeking to downplay and erase Callan's status as the main love interest of the series as part of an executive mandate to replace her with CC. But as a crossover game made before Resurrection released, it has fewer excuses for it. It does, however, have a justification on why, even here, while they've settled things that divided them from this event, that doesn't change how this all ends, as they are going to be separated again. Because she can't stay with him, and he can't go with her. Even if Marimea's actions and Suzaku's incompetence already destroyed the peace he was trying to bring with the Zero Requiem on the world of Revolution, he already forever burned his public image. So if he were to return, he'd never have a chance to be with her, even if the story were to have him acknowledge and return Callan's affections, as the second he was discovered, he'd be arrested, tried, and executed for the acts he pulled as the Demon Emperor, making it no different than had he died, only forcing Callan to go through that again, and again be among the reasons why he was damned, which he won't put them both through. And in turn, Callan can't stay in Al Warth, as she still has her mom and friends that would notice and care. So to abandon all of that, even in the name of someone you loved, if they just return her their affections, that's not something Callan would do, and not something Lelouch would want her to do, as it would then spit in the face of his sacrifice in the first place to bring a world where she could live happily. So as much as players of this game hoped they would do it, there are legitimate, valid reasons on a character and story level why they didn't. Which again, as much as I have been complaining about this game, it still treats this cast far better than the Resurrection movie did, as it didn't even try to reconcile this, and treated Callan like shit in order to not reconcile it. Hell, as much as I've been continuing to bash the guy, even Suzaku is not entirely a hypocritical shithead here. My interpretation of what we've been showcased on these stages is just me putting Suzaku's words and actions into a reflection of their canonical context, which X tries its best to downplay once again, not just because the writers knew how much the character is despised, but because Bandai insists on promoting Suzaku's Lancelot as the premier machine of the series, and CC as having relevance. The SRW writers are constantly stuck with including them, despite showing that they want nothing to do with them. Hell, CC actually does appear on the stage out of nowhere. That's how much even here she is an afterthought. As I continued my thought experiment of it being possible to cut out nearly every scene of her involvement and have there be no major change in the story due to how little she affects anything that doesn't directly involve her. I can actually do that with Suzaku here too. He does nothing relevant in X. In fact, I actually don't ever let his character level up, not even once. So he becomes the lowest level unit in the game by its end, never leaving his introduced level of 17. But with the Code Geass drama done with, we re-enter a different Code Geass influenced drama, with the Cross-Ange cast plot coming in again, with word reaching Ange that her little sister Sylvia is being charged with treason and scheduled to be executed. Only with the additional screw-up towards this being Momoko, who is loyal to Ange more than anyone else, being the one that is even providing the contact to tell Ange about this, despite having to be aware this is a trap if she was still in the country, which is in turn a disservice to Momoko's character itself. And the plot of this basically plays itself straight from the canon incarnation and the prior reiteration of this event in V. Once again, if you've not already, please watch the V reviews where I go into that more in depth, because I will not be repeating that all here. Hell, X less effectively touches on that because it's made so much of the Cross-Ange content a complete afterthought in comparison to everything else. Which again, would have been more justified if they had started Cross-Ange's story segments in this game at this point in its timeline. Hell, this stage revealed that everything that was supposed to happen with Hilda that coincides with this event apparently already happened while Ange and Vivian were off helping Wataru. Except, Hilda deserting herself required assistance from Ange to happen in the first place, because Hilda lacked the means to do it herself. And worse, Ange helping Hilda? That's one of the triggers for what paramour stuff exists between them. So even that is now worse off, despite still stated to later exist. Except now it exists without cause, as that's what later leveraged their attraction. This isn't exactly me being nitpicky, but when you remove foundational elements of what a story builds without replacing the pillars that hold them up, then you're going to end up missing the essential structural components which allowed for a cohesive experience. What this stage has going for it, however, is instead the presence of Boy Ange himself, due to the parallels Ange's story plays to Lelouch's own, which thus leads to Lelouch supporting a full-on assault of the Mitsuri Empire so Ange can try and save Sylvia, as that is everything he would do if he were in Ange's place. Again. But this once more highlights the contrast in execution between the two series. Sylvia is a malice-filled reinterpretation of Nunnally, viewed from the point of not just their common state of crippling, but how they view the world through a distorted lens created by the society they live in. Nunnally just more shielded and naive to it than Sylvia, due to Nunnally's respected blindness that more easily allowed her to be misled, as she never learned that there are those whom you cannot trust. Yet they're both convinced to commit atrocities with little to no influence needed. The major difference then becomes who is pulling the strings, as Ange and Sylvia's elder brother Giulio is not the Schneisel in this scenario. He is the Clovis, incompetently stumbling around and using others as scapegoats to insulate himself from just how generally bad he is at his job, which Sylvia is more than willing to go along with because it allows her to indulge in the dehumanization the land of mana inflicts upon those who cannot use mana, and against her sister in specific as consequence. I'll give X this, though. Because Giulio sticks around longer than in Cross-Ange canon, we do get to see just how truly incompetent he is. Though that's more a consequence of the series' length than anything. For when his trap is sprung and Ange is left in the executioner's yard, he just spills everything about his plans, despite them not being complete yet. His gloating is not yet deserved, as while he thinks nothing can stop him, his forces are losing to us, and he's being confronted by Lelouch, You know, the Sunrise character whose family considers a man of Giulio's capability nothing but a pawn's puppet that will dance to their tune. As while Giulio kept all attention on them, they ignored all the explosives Lelouch had everyone scatter around the capital. As a country this corrupt deserves nothing but destruction. Before they can complete that task, however, forces from Neo Atlantis arrive to reinforce Mitsurugi's defensive line. As behind the scenes, Stupid Hair is also playing Gargoyle like a fiddle, as revealed in a confrontation Nemo has with the World Tuner, leading to the Knights having to break through the reinforcements to withdraw. Tusk showing up with his personal unit to help at this point, to finally introduce Ange's sole male paramour. But hey, much like in V, at least Ange has a place to properly belong that doesn't hate the very sight of her, as well as a new goal. For once they're done with the fighting, now that the Arsenal girls have all turned against the land of Mana they were once enslaved to fight for, it means they can now look to find their own goals in life. At least what's all that once held them down is itself all left broken. And that's something even the girls that still hate Ange can get behind, as can the rest of the Knights. Unfortunately, the raid the Knights performed on Mitsurugi, yeah, that's not just being ignored by their allies. Mask of the G-Reco antagonist seeing this as his way to get his faction to prove themselves, quickly organizing a counteroffensive before the Knights can return to the Land of Beasts. Mask making this battle a grand unveiling of their peerless new mass production units, the Jigen. Yeah, the Jigens were useless cannon fodder in UC-93. The fact they're brought out of the dark history mothballs is not exactly evidence that technology is more advanced in this era as is claimed by G-Reco canon. Like, even Mask's justification behind getting these new models is just plain pathetic, as if they had no leg to stand on beyond saying, "No you!" to everything. Even eventually bringing out their new super ultimate war machine, the Double Zeta Gundam. I mean, I don't hate the Double Zeta, but it's kind of badly designed in several respects. Case in point, the pilot they shoved in it can't even pilot it, them plainly incompetent, which allows Judao to steal his signature machine back with a little help from Bellry. Even as a third faction in receipts on this fight, these new machines being from up in space, as of course several space-based installations from the worlds would have been teleported here as well, but have managed to stay out of things until now. With this group ultimately being represented by the Giga Chad of UC Gundam himself, Char Aznable, who everyone immediately treats as an enemy, to the point Mask actually acts as a temporary ally in this stage. And yeah, just like late Universal Century Gundam, by the time we get to his reasoning for attacking us, it doesn't explain at all why the game forces us into conflict with him beyond the tradition of forcing him to inexplicably act as an enemy. To be fair, Char has a bit of a defense here in that he would not be personally aware of the circumstances behind why the Twilight Knights and the Mitsurugi Alliance would be in conflict, just that machines and technology from his universe are being misused on another world. So the condemnations the UC timeline characters have of him here, of Char bringing their conflict to this world, is just as applicable to them when you aren't aware of the reasons for why he is acting now. For as is revealed when you complete the stage, all Char and the Towa Sanka group he's working with were here for, it was just a fact-finding mission. Had the Double Zeta not gone nuts, had Mask's group not pressed the aggression, and had Seabook and the other UC members not attacked him first, then this situation wouldn't have escalated, and Char himself would not have been obstinate towards this group that has now been poisoned against him. We could have had him potentially be an ally. But no, we can't have nice things, now can we? Well, to be fair...
To be fair...
To be fair, Char, or the Char equivalent of the game, is usually treated as a late-game unlockable unit by doing enough on-map extra tasks to unlock them, just like we did in taking down full frontal nudity in V. It's just, some of the times the need to make a character an unlockable are flimsy at best. Usually just avoiding the original death flags to prevent their bad ends. It's just, in this case, it's a matter of earning his trust to recruit him, instead of having his favor beforehand. As he leaves, however, we have even more problematic continuity for this game pop up, and it has to once more do with the World of Revolution. Earlier in this video, I described how Wing, Code Geass, and Dunbine's respective continuities synced up with each other according to this game itself, with Dunbine's events concluding first around the time Lelouch killed his dad, then Wings concluded with the space battleship Libra being destroyed, and then Lelouch took over Britannia, claimed he was behind everything, and Code Geass's Battle of Damocles over Japan occurred. They happen in that specific order. They are said in the text of the game, in a previous scene, to occur in that specific order. This next DLC mission contradicts that, as whoever wrote this DLC mission reversed the order of events, making it so Lelouch claiming the throne of Britannia happens first, to then engineer the scenario so Drake Luff's forces are allied with his Britannia and not Charles. And if that was what was meant earlier in the game, then this makes no sense and compounds the error. Lelouch is willing to play himself up as the villain, but he would not have enabled actual malice like he is said to here. No, he'd be against that shit. Turn the armies he just took over from Britannia on the Ore Battlers and raze Drake Luff to the ground with them first and foremost. Just as a reminder, Britannia in the Code Geass universe is the America equivalent, and America in Dunbine was firmly against Luft. So if they want to adapt that aspect of the story, there's no better way than to showcase that. Moreover, in the event Drake would have been a radical loose end to Lelouch's own plans, it is one he wouldn't have ignored. It's done to showcase Todd working with Suzaku and Jeremiah against Callan, Sho, Marvel, Hero, and Anya, and to its benefit it actually has Suzaku as the end boss of the stage, so we can get it acknowledged for just once that Suzaku was the villain that walked him to his death. It's just the entire thing is one mess of out-of-character nonsense, included to try and explain why in the merged world of Revolution, why Hero wouldn't be involved in trying to stop Lelouch and Suzaku, which would have already been explicable from how damaged the Wing-related Gundams would have been from concluding their conflict. Moreover, this line, Callan is saying to Jeremiah and Suzaku, when it should be one Callan is saying to Lelouch. I know I already explained why this game couldn't ship the two, but this is still verbatim a line everyone that is a Code Geass fan wanted Callan to say to him, but she was never allowed to, and is being robbed of that opportunity to do so again. Oh, and speaking of bad lines...
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you forever. Fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves, you fucks.
I am overusing the Merlin Fish clip, but that is how I feel about Suzaku proclaiming anything at this point. It is a line that only works in one context, and X doesn't ever put it in that context, as that context requires that proclamation come from Lelouch, and be followed with a different sort of admission entirely that necessitates Lelouch tell her that he doesn't want to use her as a weapon directed at his enemies, as he cares about her too much to do that, romantic connotation or no. Callan would summarily punch him in the face for trying to coddle her, as she's a warrior, dammit. Her place in the fight is by the side of who she fights for, and not placed off the board. As even in this stage, Callan is the only one trying to stop Lelouch in that damn flashback from damning himself, while Suzaku himself is still dragging Lelouch towards damnation. For the Lelouch's sword that Suzaku is the one pointed at Lelouch's back, not the one that defends him. Always has been. The second DLC mission at this point is a bit more fun, as CC is craving pizza, and Al Warth is a world entirely without pizza. This planet must be destroyed. Now. Nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. This comes up as some members of the Knights have begun to feel the stress of everything built up, and Callan suggests to the group some food therapy, which doesn't really fit her character, to be honest, as she isn't seen implementing food therapy much to deal with some of her moods. Leading to CC suggesting pizza, with cast members never hearing of it, and even beyond that, they don't have the ingredients between the ships for it. This is the point where CC pulls out a Galaxy Brain battle plan out of the padding of her bra that she has placed there for just these specific circumstances. See, Works every time. In actuality, these circumstances coincide with the Mitsurugi royal family tradition to tour the empire and witness the well-being of their nation, during which the royal family would be showered in small gifts, one of which is a local settlement close to where the knights are that they can actually raid, which just so happens to specialize in the production of cheese, tomatoes, and grain. And since the family is down to just two, well, to echo Anj, screw them! We're raiding the city for supplies. It's something of a local service, too, due to how incompetent Giulio is at his job, that he conveniences everyone local to wait on him hand and foot. Which is all the more ridiculous for him to be that lazy to need it when you remember... magic! God, Giulio outed his sister as the magicless Norma, and he is the one that deliberately chooses not to use it. Of course, Callan would be the one to pop the bad acting bubble as the spiritual mom in this situation. Sadly, we've got to put up with Mask being their guard again. This stage exposing Mask's own inferiority complex he used to justify crushing people underneath himself due to the discrimination he himself has suffered, which is another frustrating Sunrise trope that doesn't work the way claimed due to how Sunrise executes such again and again. But then again, this is a Tamino character, with the assembled retorting against his actions that if Mask doesn't like how the world works, then instead of enabling the very malice that's oppressing you, you need to fight back against it and destroy the very system that caused it in the first place. Which Anj calls out as him being a loser because he'll only fall in line with the strong. Why is Lelouch not part of this mission? Some might consider it character redundancy to be here with Anj, but Callan's here, and Anj is one part Lelouch and one part Callan, selected by the Double X Factor and aged to perfection over 16 years. That oddly also applies to the production of cheese when one considers the respective cure times of really good cheese. But I'd want him and even Suzaku to be here specifically because of the relevance this Reason You Suck speech has specifically to them, which will allow the Code Geass cast to explicitly rag on Suzaku. Really, it's lines like these in this DLC mission and the hilarity of this all just escalating from the group wanting to get pizza ingredients that makes it one of the best in the game without exception. With Anj also getting back a bit more of her story by being able to make her former siblings flee for their lives from the sight of her mere presence in the Vilcus. With them retreating, the Knights get the supplies they needed, and Cece is allowed to feed her pizza addiction thanks to the combined efforts of Callan and Anj. Let's face it, this DLC stage was just cheesy. Following that among the DLC is the Boss Rush stage Dream Battle, and honestly the Boss Rush stages in this game have far less reason to exist narratively than V's did. With V, it was 9 tricking the cast into getting performative combat data. Whereas in X, it's just a lucid dream Sparrow creates for the cast to experience because it's expected to happen, but it's another thing that isn't really done with purpose. Getting back to the main story, however, now that we know that Otherworlders are not just on Al Warth, but in the space above it, we need to address that and see what might be up there. Danielle reporting to his superior Klim again, to confirm that the group Char was with were from the aforementioned Toasanga group. Klim deciding it might be a good idea to negotiate with them in person to head off any further hostilities, thus requiring the Knights head to space. Problem is, at this point in the game, not every mech here is space capable. But the plan because of that in the interim is to once again perform a route split. All of the Gundam characters and the Buddy Complex crew heading up to space, while Wataru, Nemo, the Brave Express Corps, Gurren Lagann, the Black Knights, and Arsenal remained on the ground. I decided to do the space route first this time, but we'll swing back to the ground team later on. Though before either route, Kuramitsu brings up how Omri and Sparrow haven't been on the best of terms as of late, due to Sparrow invading her privacy and poking holes in aspects of the story the Keepers fed her about them saving her. And the Zelgard's been suffering for it as that machine is an old mech, needing both of them at their best to make it move. Yet a lot of Sparrow's actions are motivated not by him caring about anyone, but to solely satisfy a lust for knowledge, having only intervened to help Anj earlier to see the dark side of the Mitsurugi. So there is a legitimate concern that all of Sparrow's actions are motivated for self-serving reasons, and not because the magic bird places any value upon others. An aspect needed to be cleared up for what progression we get with them to move forward. We get a cutscene here as well to most of our Mitsurugi allied antagonists, giving us a chance to properly introduce Dakeem Barton, the true antagonist of Endless Waltz that was manipulating Marimea Kushranada. Compa from G-Reco, who was the dumbass thinking conflict without purpose is needed for humanity to not stagnate, and Wilhelm Hahn, head scientist of Zogilla in Buddy Complex that's behind a lot of the indoctrination in that series. This meeting done to properly introduce the three men to the man they've all sworn allegiance to, Embryo, who is now taking a more active hand in events that will shape the conflict in Al Warth. Speaking of Al Warth, we finally get a view of the planet we're on, and man, it's weirdly colored for a planet. The showcase landmass being wildly inconsistent from the world map we keep getting shown. Though the site of space recovers the memory of the previously amnesiac Raraya, her origins from space and the nature of the space nations of Reguild prompting a discussion of the idiotic taboos of the Reguild century, and how everyone in space, specifically a group known as the Hermes Foundation, has locked out industry in forms of technological advancement from anyone's hands to keep everyone stagnant, as at this point technologies do exist that are capable of resolving all of humanity's problems. It's just they have a stranglehold monopoly on all of them, as they think unfettered access to technology is what causes endless wars and endless consumption. As discussed before, it's not, and the belief that it is part of Tomino's vast oversimplification and misrepresentation towards the various causes of war, at least as he presents in his series. I don't know what his personal views are on it in specific. Science and technology can fix many causes of conflict and the overconsumption of natural resources by providing alternative means to remedy them. You know how much science and human rights abuses the last century have been caused over just securing oil? Yeah, science has a solution for that. We can make everything that used to require fossil fuels now through other means, or the recycling of objects already produced. Why such isn't more implemented, however, is many corporations don't want to pay to upgrade from older, more wasteful methods, as that requires them to put their money into it. And they don't want to give money to update their processes. They want to continue taking and hoarding it, as money for many is power. Thus they view it as cheaper to buy a politician to legislate things as an exercise of that power. And the problem with that is the politicians they pay to get that are often so morally bankrupt or power-hungry, they themselves either promote or enable dehumanizing rhetoric and encourage ignorance of the masses, which starts a feedback loop where those targeted for that dehumanization are victimized, inequality is caused, conflict between sides form, those ignorant of the causes make things worse, and if not remedied, that escalates, and then we all get stuck in stagnation as the resultant culture war distracts from and obfuscates the identities of the truly responsible parties behind why the root problems we suffer are not getting fixed. Toxic capitalism is the enemy. People put in power that do not care for the well-being of the people. Only their own power is the enemy. Stagnation of the people so they cannot grow is the enemy. As all these things deliberately cause inequality that divides people, so an elite group view themselves as better or more deserving can seize more power for themselves. And that breeds animosity that incites war. And that's again the problem with G-Reco's plot, as the villain of the story uses war for the sake of war as a means of solving societal stagnation, when that stagnation is being caused by systematic inequality they are not addressing, that is in turn being facilitated by the monopolistic corporatocracies run by the spacers, descended from the same assholes that screwed up the setting to begin with, who just moved their place of residence and left those they abandoned on Earth that they tricked into doing their dirty work holding the bag full of blame, resulting in the spacers' societal suppression of Earth in the common man's misguided belief that Earth incites all conflict, allowing those responsible to now maintain their control through the prevention of helpful technologies being further developed, or giving them anything that would disrupt their hold. That would actually make G-Reco really interesting for an inversion to the expected shtick of UC Gundam, if that was at any point the intention, instead of just being an afterthought observation. So this is all why, once again, G-Reco as a series was out of step with its own message, even in its movie continuity, as its central villain is symptomatic of a sociocultural problem G-Reco, like a lot of Tomino's works, had no interest in even acknowledging, let alone resolving. Unfortunately, as we meet Klim and their companion Mick, who are in Neo Zeon's Jagdoga mechs, we see another expression of how deep G-Reco misses the point, as Klim is a battle freak who thinks that his supremacy in battle will lead to Toasanga acknowledging his capabilities, as he's another one of those might makes right morons, when they would actually see such a threat to their control, and making dialogue with them even more difficult as Klim literally picks a fight with one of their patrols. Klim is depicted as possessing charisma, and no, he doesn't. If anything, he has anti-charisma. He drags the rest of this division into it, which escalates things even further as their units and reinforcements are all based on Neo Zeon units, as is informed by Raraya now that she has her memories back. For she is in fact a former ace of Toasanga, and the previous pilot of Bellry's G-Self, who tells them that Klim's actions have screwed up entirely into making this group hostile to begin with. Nor is Bellry himself helping matters, as instead of letting the ships try and hail these reinforcements to try and explain this as a misunderstanding, he equips the G-Self's assault pack,
そっちが攻めてくるんだから死なないでよアサルトパック接続しますまずは牽制し止まったそこだ
And yes, Bellry, many people on those carrier ships likely died from that. And in doing so, you've made things worse. And he remains completely oblivious to this while blaming the ones responding to an attack on them by his own bosses. Like, I continue to generally be at a loss for words over this. I know this is a reflection of G-Reco's own issues, but I'm baffled why X's writers made no attempt to remedy this. And the retention of the things unchanged continues to be compounded by the Isekai plot, as the central antagonist of this stage, the Toasanga ace Rockpie, then unnecessarily antagonizes Bellry in a way that makes it seem like Rockpie is the guilty party instead of Klim over this skirmish, with his factions focused upon the Reconguista. The Reconguista is actually supposed to be the Spanish word Reconquista, meaning reconquest or reconquer, which Tamino deliberately misspelled, and is inevitably the endgame of G-Reco, where those in space would en masse emigrate back to Earth once the planet is at a point where it can sustain a large human population again, and basically take over everything. This goal being part of the reason why Earth natives aren't permitted more advanced technology, so there'd be little resistance towards them declaring eminent domain, again, and taking over. As I said earlier, it becomes a redo of F-91 and Victory's plots, with fewer justifications, since the spacer colonies in the Reguild century were actually properly constructed, instead of the defective rush jobs F-91 and Victories were dealing with if they actually lasted 1,000 years. And if there were problems with them, yeah, they would need to have emigrated out of them far sooner. Spoilers, there is actually revealed to be problems with them, but there are ones that are so stupid to exist that they should all be dead already. The issue among the spacers is just that some want it to happen sooner, while others are content to let it happen when it is time for a more peaceful reunification. So even among the spacers, there's too many political factions in play to really keep track of them. The one Klim just attacked are part of the Dorette faction, while another of them happens to be of the Ray Hunton royal family that is the one Bellry and Ida are the heirs to, with Raraya and the G-Self sent to their Earth to find and recover them, as the G-Self has a gene lock on it that only allows those part of and approved by the family to pilot it, this being how the two find out that they are in fact siblings. Meanwhile, at the coming destination of the Serrano 5 colony, we find Char in discussion with Amuro and Tobia Aranax, trying to recruit them into furthering Toasanga's goals of a peaceful reunification, which he is doing so with intent to repent for his past misdeeds. And that being another thing that doesn't make sense in this game, but all Amuro can do is insult Char's dress sense. Hey, it's not the game's fault that that's the only outfit sprite they have available for him to use, while Tobia is too paralyzed by being in the presence of two legends to really give a proper answer. Which is where we're going to call it for now, as there's still a lot to go through with this plot line, and this is honestly the best place to break it at. We'll see you next time for the continuation. Klim somehow manages to bullshit the assembled forces into the Toasanga's good graces when they next make contact, despite the one he was bullshitting being the head of the Doret family. And the distinction between them and the Reihuntans is explained more by Raraya, with more of the lesser families aligning with one or the other. With Ida the heir of the Reihuntans, who was sent into hiding when the Dorets seized power a decade ago from their time frame. Though Klim himself is getting their favor by dangling before them what they want to begin with, a return to Earth without opposition. Yeah, they're not currently on Earth or in contact with Earth for Klim to be able to make those promises. They're empty words without some way of making them honor their side of the bargain, which they can't while they're dimensionally displaced into Al Warth's universe. Now, a ceasefire so they could all return home where they could then open up a proper dialogue so everyone gets what they want is one thing, but again, that's not how this game is treating the events. It basically forgetting the Isekai plot has happened when it comes to these story bits from G-Reco. And worse, Klim is offering it primarily in exchange for the Doret supporting his own bid to take over his nation of Ameria, which does not have a hereditary succession system, meaning he's asking them to help him conquer his homeland. However, the deal falls through as the Doret have already allied with G-Reco's villain Compa, whose past long stupid hairs deal to them that he'll send them home once he has full control of Al Warth. And for some reason that plot point rubs me the wrong way, though not because of the Tomino character stuff, but instead because of how stupid hair is being used here, and I'm not entirely sure why. Embryo in Cross-Ange is a depicted definition of a guy with a god complex masquerading as a god due to his dimensionally displaced immortality, and the literal designer clone homunculi that worshipped him in his planned society, appearing as a benevolent deity until you go against his controls and command, wherein he reveals the true monster. As V depicted him, he was the master manipulator behind the scenes, controlling puppets who spread his malice to the rest of the world, which required entirely separate factions secretly worked to counter and undermine him because he was not omniscient, while the few he allied with acting to further the scope of his dominion. With the story's amalgamation building him up as a bigger villain, while not necessarily making those intersecting stories solely slaved to the newer tale. But here, I think the problem is rooted in how Embryo doesn't already control Al Warth in its entirety, and I don't see him settling for that as long as it appears he has to then have him ally with as many factions as now have come under Mitsurugi's banner. Moreover, he is far too directly in play in this game. As while the various faction heads are still his minions, he acts more as a micromanager for the lot of them, and his influence is felt directly, so there isn't exactly the same build-up to throwing off the strings of a puppeteer. And consequently, overblowing him weakens the positions of all the other villains allied with him, as their motivations and malice then become slave to him, instead of coinciding or coming about because of his actions. In V, neither Embryo nor Leonard superseded the other stories despite their collaboration, but it feels like that is happening in X. The Cross-Ange cast as a whole being used to facilitate these other stories, but those stories in turn not giving back to support its own. Instead, such feeling mishandled to the point it starts to feel exploitative. Klim's counter to this is to declare he had Hero plant bombs all over the colony, but considering the root of Hero's emotional trauma came from him accidentally murdering a child, there is no way in hell Hero was convinced to do that. Char intervening so Doret cannot call their bluff, and escorting them out as he knew this would be the worst way to do all this. Char's reasoning for assisting the greater Toasanga organization is not revealed here, just to allow the UC-related characters to condemn and scapegoat him further for the evils in their universe that are certainly not his fault as they did not disappear with his death. Bottom line of the plot as it's revealed later, Char supports the Reihuntan branch's views and sought to undermine the extremes the Dorets are pushing the others towards, thanks to them echoing the extremism of certain members of the Zabi family, which he killed. But he's doing it in the way he did back in the original 0079 Gundam, where he pretended to collaborate with their goals while pursuing differing ones intended to throw off the slavery shackles of elitist tyranny. But as usual when it comes to Char, this is neither recognized nor acknowledged internally with intent to always place him in the wrong. And because he didn't get that help he was asking for, he's stuck collaborating. This is also why we saw a scene of him trying to get Amuro and Tobia on his side, because he needs help to handle this, as otherwise he's going to be dragged to extremes he does not want to go to. Thanks to the Guild Century having records on how the consequences of his own actions play out, again, thanks to Hathaway's Flash being by default canon to explain F-91 Crossbone and Victory's setting, Char himself is not to blame for them thanks to the Federation's Declare Eminent Domain law being no different than what Char was trying to do, just without the infrastructure that would have allowed it to work. And it's the lack of infrastructure that would allow it to work is what made such go wrong, as it caused extreme classism to form instead of enabling a restoration of equality. But since it's the same result regardless, he is never informed that the Axis drop didn't succeed, so he blames himself for the move to space going wrong. And he's trying to do something different that can only be done by going through the motions of his old roles, unless he has other people with him to give him alternative options, which Amuro refused to listen to on the grounds of it was Char asking. But to contrast Char actually trying to learn from the past to prevent future issues, we have how Ida and Bellry are treating the revelation of their status as the heirs of the Ray Hunton, with Ida lambasting them and declaring new eras aren't shaped by the old. Literally every society that whitewashes and erases their own history then repeats ad nauseum the mistakes of the previous one that collapsed due to not learning from them. Ignorance of history, politics, economics, and a whole host of other matters do not make the problems that may be caused by them go away. New eras are literally built from the foundations of the old ones and learning from them. Case in point, the road to Giza in Egypt was first constructed 4,000 years ago, and that road is still in active use today. The era of the pharaohs may be over, but the infrastructure they first built for their country still continues to endure. You don't just throw out something that works. And that's G-Reco's royal smart person that's saying something that stupid. To contrast, we are over 30 years removed from when Ronald Reagan was in presidential office in America, and we are still paying the consequences of policies and decisions implemented during this tenure as president, as there has been consistent obfuscation about how harmful so many of them were and continue to be. So because so many people do not learn how bad they are, they can still continue to screw us over as they have not been repealed. Now it could just be the stewards of House Ray Hunton dropping all of the expected duties of their family on them that facilitated that response. But as much as I hate the idea of royalty still existing that far into the future, the entire dereliction of responsibilities towards the people that are only acting to facilitate and perpetuate the conflicts of their setting is not a good look for either character, nor is the continued shafting of Ida's character to make it seem like she's the problem when Bellry's actions continue to be the more egregious of the two. Case in point on that, when the Twilight Knights make their retreat from the colony, Bellry screws them all over by going back for Raraya, who had stayed behind voluntarily, and thus causing them all to come under attack despite it being her choice to stay behind. Bellry endangered everyone around him, including his just-revealed sister, because he disagreed with a personal choice that did not endanger the one who had made it, out of his own selfish, egotistical pride. I genuinely do not get the appeal of this character, nor the way this has written him here, as there are so many easy ways around this, not the least of which them being ambushed on their way out, so they'd be forced to fight, instead of Bellry's actions screwing them all over. Especially since the entire matter is going to be mediated with new unit reinforcements in this stage anyways. Tobia given the all-clear from Char, who had rescued the space pirate when they first got to Al Warth, to go and join the Knights, telling him his kindness is based on how he doesn't want to taste the pain of losing a younger person he put his faith in ever again. Okay, I need to stop and explain something, as most people don't know about the scene at all. In my Super Robot Wars V review, I described Char as going inexplicably evil during the events of Char's counterattack as, that is factually true. The movie presents him as irredeemably evil out of nowhere, providing no reason to the extremes he is going to in order to break the yoke upon humanity's back that is the Earth Federation's authoritarian tyranny. Tomino gave no explanation for the shift in characterization that took place to validate this path for him, whereas when we last saw him, he was fighting with the anti-Earth Union group against the Titan faction of the Federation, and also Neo-Zeon, wherein he was advocating reform for the Federation led by all nations, space colonies included, to prevent these same atrocities from repeating themselves. And then after an offhand mention by his sister Sayla at the end of Double Zeta that he was doing something evil, suddenly Char's back doing all the things he was vehemently against. This do not connect. Nothing in Char's counterattack does anything to explain it. However, a scene does exist that attempts to seed that descent into madness.
Kami! いくら希望を見出しても地球の重力に魂を惹かれた者たちのエゴに押しつぶされ結局はこんな悲しみだけが繰り返されていくならば一昔前の人々は9世紀のロケットの G に耐えながら空に上がった彼らは空にこそ希望の大地があると信じた自分たちを空へ追いやった地球のエリートたちを憎むことよりその方がよほど建設的だと考えたのだ地球の重力を振り切った時人は新たなセンスを身につけたそれがニュータイプへの開花へとつながったそういう意味では確かに空に希望はあったのだ
And that scene could have been great. A complete loss of faith in humanity has the weight of Char's sins and a true realization of where the origins of evil in the setting come from. That would have completely recontextualized his actions. The problem is, they didn't put it in the movie. Because Tomino didn't want Char from the beginning to be seen as anything but a villain. He just forgot that a character like Char is complicated, has to have a motivation, and not be a freaking straw man. And the story of UC Gundam, as it had been developed, disagreed with the direction Char's character itself took. Ergo, everything done in the years after to explicitly try and demonize him that has only served to make the entire setting more imbecilic. I am not a fan of Gundam the Origin, so you're all probably wondering where that scene's from. A deleted flashback from Char's counterattack? Nope. The Gundam Zeta New Translation movies in the 2000s? No, not there either. That scene comes from the 1997 PlayStation 1 video game adaptation of Zeta Gundam, buried in the back of Char's story scenario. The game and ending, while based on Zeta Gundam, is 100% a non-canon depiction of Zeta's events. However, ever since that game, that scene, which was written and animated by Tomino, keeps being counted as part of canon and brought up time and again as the explanation and validation of Char's actions. That Camille's loss at the end of Zeta made Char lose faith in humanity, and in a fit of depression and nihilism was consumed by the worst impulses of Zeon, which he then just enabled as a means to just finally break off the cycle of UC Gundam's abuse by the Federation's leadership. Now I can see Char feeling guilty over Camille's fate due to basically everyone mistreating Camille during Zeta, but not to the extent of wanting to drop an asteroid on the planet. That would be the last step only if he found no other ways to make reforms preventing the abuse of the people possible, so that war would be the only way to take the bad faith actors of Universal Century out of power. And by evidence of the later Universal Century content, it actually was. After the Axis incident, they still maintained their power and kept being abusive assholes. And thus, in the metatextual reading of the longer narrative of Universal Century Gundam, Char's still not the bad guy Tomino and UC Gundam keeps trying to demonize him as. Dropping Axis on Earth still needs to be stopped due to the innocence it would affect, but continuing the active myopia of who's behind every UC conflict helps no one, as even if Char surrenders, someone else is going to pop up having seen the problem, and either try and exploit it for their own gain, hello F91 and Victory, or walk the same path Char did in trying to take the bad faith leadership of the Federation out of power, hello Unicorn Gundam, as nothing will change unless that happens. This becomes the problem with a lot of the SRW games trying to shift Char away from what is viewed as the radical end. He already would have had to try the less destructive means first, only to see they went nowhere, in order to build up to the point where he can justify for his characterization the decision to drop Axis in the first place. But if the system is that broken, that requires an Armageddon event to fix things, then getting them to back down is the same as saying, this cannot be fixed. And no belief in humanity speech is going to be convincing when the side opposing them keeps ignoring that there is a problem in the first place. X does not thread that needle. V, well, that is one of V's few screw-ups, to be frank. But the following game, Super Robot Wars Team, I hope to get to it, but in the event I don't, it manages to do it by actually proving Char is 100% right, while making it so Axis isn't needed to then take the malicious parties out of power, primarily because all but the end boss of the game already had been, which in turn makes Char's actions leading up to the Axis drop utterly meaningless, as the reform he was seeking was already happening, thus making the difficult part of that recruitment just getting him to work with us instead of the other way around, when all the UC protagonists themselves do nothing but antagonize him for the choices he felt forced to make to build up forces by which to counter the actual bad guys. Which admittedly is a different problem entirely, but that is the issue with using Char in these games now. Fans want to see him. He is one of the most popular characters of the Gundam franchise. There is wide acknowledgement that Tomino screwed up with him, and there's not much time before his actor will pass away. But the games don't know how to use him due to how perception of the Gundam content with him has been recontextualized with time. So he's not considered the villain of the story, and those who were fighting him look like moral aggrandizing hypocrites as a result, because he keeps asking for their help so he doesn't have to go to the extremes he ends up going to, and the supposed heroes keep telling him no, solely because it is him that is asking. So then he has no choice but to do the bad things, as he can't just do nothing.
Choice is an illusion created between those with power and those without.
So yeah, this leads to Tobia and Amuro escaping as well to join our forces, as does Raraya, as the reason she stayed behind was to get equipped with G-Reco's third primary Gundam, the G-Lucifer, which is equipped with a trio of mean super funnels, and to top it all off, a Moonlight Butterfly system like that of the Turn A and Turn X Gundams. Or at the very least something that looks like a Moonlight Butterfly system, due to Tomino's previous involvement with Turn A Gundam. As I said 4 videos ago, Tomino was not aware that alternate Gundam continuities were a thing, was only later informed by fans of such, and Turn A Gundam only makes sense in its own amalgam universe separate from everything else. Thus, why the G-Lucifer itself acts as one of the few remaining snarls out of Sunrise's attempts to untangle the mess of this misinterpretation that Tomino has since come to agree with. And since the G-Lucifer at no point activates the matter destruction properties of the Moonlight Butterfly system, those wings the Lucifer sprouts instead act no differently than the wings of light systems of the Victory 2, Destiny, Strike Freedom, or O Gundam, where it's a beam propulsion system more than an actual attack. Hell, for all we know, they in a roundabout way lifted the utilization of it in the way Chris did in Symphogear, since her swan song itself was a bunch of Gundam references. Regardless, they all managed to escape. Char concerned they won't be able to accept the truth he has learned about the Reguild Century being a consequence of no one coming to break the Federation leader's hold, and fall into despair as he had regarding it. Which then flips us to the other side of the route split, and Krama once more reporting to Dwokdar's forces, though his loyalties are becoming more and more conflicted, as once more why he's doing this is his village is under a curse of Dwokdar's, and he's acting to try and free them from it. But ironically, one of Vivian's lollipops that contain a medicine within them that allows Vivian to maintain her human form. As for those who may have forgotten or not seen my previous videos on the subject, Vivian is actually a dragon. Well, it ends up being eaten by Kurama, and the properties of that medicine also work to banish the curse on Kurama, returning him to human form, at least temporarily. Meaning he could just tell the Knights this and get more of that medicine for his people as a temporary cure. He doesn't. Why? I have no idea. But this brings us to a reintroduction that is far overdue, with Koji Kabuto and the Massacre crew now found in Al Warth as well, them having been mentioned by Wataru at the beginning of the game as the other major warrior from the World of Peace, but are only now appearing over a third of the way through it, fighting Dr. Hell's minions that have been brought here as well, and apparently become one of those who've allied with Dwokdar. Bracken going an even further level of creepy than we usually see of him, with him perving on all of the Cross-Ange cast, with intent for Tusk to then act really pervy in response. As previously established, Tusk was unintentionally and accidentally perving on Ange in the original series, and it was a disliked aspect of his character even then. V toning that down was a good thing. X returning it, and deliberately presenting him as being a perv on purpose and not accidentally, is not a good thing. This stage also introduces the next of Dwokdar's generals, Soya, who drew everyone to these burning plains created by the next artifact to recover, the Burning Sword. Though as we fight, we get context to where these Mazinger characters are from respective to their series. The dialogue confirming that they are from the proper canon of Mazinger Edition Z The Impact, and not just using the character models because they were the most recent ones at the time. Their continuity syncing up with the very last episode of The Impact before they got ported over here. So yes, this is another series that is set in their respective post-story segments. At the very least, it's acknowledged, as I don't remember if they ever stated what continuity was being counted for the Mazinger cast in V, just that they were there to eventually lead to the material with Mazinger Zero. But with the tide of battle turning too quickly against Soya, he uses the burning blade to boil the lava the blade had already created, risking to create a magma explosion from that. Omri explaining amidst this that the burning blade is supposed to be a paired sword with the frigid blade, once held by a pair of lovers which allowed them to maintain the seasons of the world. They need something fireproof to steal back that sword, which is where Vivian not having her medicine comes into play, as she reverts to her dragon form, which would allow her protection enough against the blade's fire to steal it back. It's the first thing she's done all game. Hell, it's only this stage that remembers that Vivian needs those medicinal lollipops to not revert to this form, and there's no chance she had a significant supply of them when she was traveling with everyone else early in the game. So again, why was Hilda not substituted in for her in the early stages? 'Cause that still makes more sense. The downside of that is Vivian is too out of it after her abrupt transformation to actually do the job. All the Knights retreating as the area becomes just too unstable. Anja's song enough to calm Vivian down to get her out of there. She recovers back on the ship with more of the medicinal candies, as the Arsenal team actually seeing the transformation in this iteration prevents them from trying to attack her, as they know enough of Vivian's nature to not believe that she would be an enemy infiltrator, meaning the game can immediately shift the blame over the secret keeping onto their commander Jill, as well as Nemo, who as discussed before is well acquainted with Jill. Kurama, however, has made his choice, outing himself as a spy for Dwokdar as he attempts to abduct Nadia, drawing enough attention to the act that everyone is alerted to what he's doing. Him saying he's fleeing to the temple where the frigid sword is sealed, and takes a knocked-out Kimiko with him instead, which is in and of itself an indication of which side he's chosen, as his instruction was to abduct Nadia, not Wataru's ninja companion that can easily escape from confinement. The Chili Temple also features Soya's related antagonist, Dr. Cosmo. Clearly he is a meteorologist, with the two of them getting along like oil and water, Cosmo having sent a message to the Knights for only Wataru, and for some reason, Ange to come to this exchange, which ends up not involving Nadia at all. Like, I'm not complaining about that, but you would think that'd be where the story would be going. Anj being here is a bit more questionable, but considering Stupid Hair's canonical stalking of her, Dwokdar's generals might have just had the idea of trading her to Stupid Hair for some concession or something, or they just wanted to kill her for other reasons. It wouldn't be the first. Regardless, they're trapped on both the Burning Plains and the Freezing Plains this time, thanks to the two blades. Hey, shouldn't there be some wet plains in between those two? Wataru is the forgiving sort, though, wanting Kurama to at least explain himself. And man, with all the awful stories built around misunderstandings in media, I really wish we had more characters like this kid. But even with the pair demolishing the forces stacked against them, the two generals think they've already won. At least until Salamande of the Dragon Clans comes into the picture. And her use here is far better than seen previously, as she comes to reestablish a long-forgotten alliance her dragon tribes had made with the dragons of Mount Ikusabe that named Wataru their savior. Begs the question of why she attacked them earlier in the game in that case, but as I said before, their inclusion at that plot juncture was just a narrative excuse done to get the buddy complex characters involved, regardless of how little sense from a character or storytelling standpoint it made. We're around the point Salamande would have become an ally in the Cross-Age content anyways, so that isn't as big a hurdle. With Sala's assistance, the Dwokdar minions are even more messed up, allowing for Lelouch to execute a plan he and Anj came up with to siege the Dwokdar generals when they were distracted, allowing the group to retrieve Himiko, though before they can grab the swords, Kurama ends up injured in the skirmish when he takes a blow meant for one of the others. As the generals withdraw to their machines, Kurama comes clean about being a spy completely, even though he did already before, and his cursed village that made him do what he did. G-Reco threatening his life for his crimes against them, but ultimately unable to land a killing blow due to Kurama's various acts that sabotaged his own missions due to the gained camaraderie he had. G-Reco ultimately letting him go. Anj and Sala hold off the Dwokdar generals while everyone else returns to their mechs. Anj at this point gaining the ability unlock skill for the Vilcus' special modes, which in turn saves Kurama from the retaliation of the head general Zan Cook for his treason. Soya and Cosmo still having the elemental blades permits them to reinforce Zan Cook's mech, requiring both of them be taken out first before any assaults on the head general would succeed. But even with his mech the Getider thrashed, Zan Cook has a crystal that siphons the dragon's power to himself, regenerating for one massive attack that is in turn taken by Kurama, returning with his own unit, who tanks the blow in gratitude for Wataru's long-standing kindness. With the elemental blades recovered, they supercharge Ryujin Maru, letting Wataru at last one-shot Zan Cook's mech, after which it's revealed that Kurama escaped the destruction of his Mashin at the last moment. And people think other pilots surviving certain death in Sunrise series are a stretch. However, this is not a total victory. The damage Ryujin Maru took alongside the stress of absorbing so many of the mountain's relics at once have taken their toll. Ryujin Maru's physical robot form coming apart into little more than a glowing orb, leaving Wataru without his partner and devastated by the loss. However, the spirits bonded to the blades communicate with Wataru, informing him that Ryujin Maru's power can be reforged anew from the blooms of the Serene Forest, which is sacred to dragons. Which leaves us on the other side of the route split, and the two sects of the knights playing catch-up to what the other experienced, with this leading into Amuro bringing up what Char was alluding to, that the Reguild Century is part of the Universal Century timeline, and the distant future for all of the Universal Century crew, and only the Universal Century crew. This is what I was getting into anytime I discussed G-Reco's relationship with other Gundam and the Turn A continuity snarl, as Sunrise's official stance for their continuity is what X has used as the basis for their World of War. While the timing of events has changed in that setting, it's hard to really argue against that. The evidence provided to back up this assertion in-game, however, being the Rose of Hermes, a historical record of all previous mobile suit technology in the Reguild Century, which is how the G-Reco factions have been reproducing Universal Century-era mecha. They have all their core blueprints. While the Reguild history isn't specific around the causes of the collapse of the Universal Century, and that's deliberate as G-Reco itself doesn't say. The fact that Tobia is from the future after the Axis incident shows that Char's actions were not behind the calamity, nor was he the source of all conflict as the wars in UC Gundam kept happening because the people who made others suffer were never allowed to be taken out of power. Amuro even admitting here that Char's actions since they were taken to Al Warth being done in hopes that the current course of her guild, that is repeating ad nauseum the Universal Century's destructive pattern, could be averted, after he was devastated to learn his own failure and the myopia of everything that came after led to nothing changing at all. But of course, that last bit is lost on Amuro, who refuses to even attempt to understand Char's perspective ever, instead believing that anything he'd do would just make it worse. Which again, if Amuro hadn't stonewalled him so he had no better options, that wouldn't be occurring. Like, people think I'm crazy in saying that Suzaku is a character personification of Amuro's hypocrisy put in a different setting, and yet the Super Robot Wars games just make it so easy to point out. Anyways, onto the Serene Forest. There is an LR misromanization present on the name for this one, I don't know why it's here. With intent to revive Ryujin Maru. The entirety of Dwokdar's alliance, including ones we've previously beaten, coming out to stop that from happening. There's a bit of fun in the character interactions here if you have Sho fight Cruising Tom, and Lelouch counter Death God, due to their involvement in previous story scenarios. But for most part, this is filler padding out Ryujin Maru's revival, which begins once enough of the generals are beaten. Zankook trying to stop them, Kurama defending Wataru again, but them in turn being saved by Himiko's father Gen Ryusai, who, like other altered characters, has been turned into a monkey. Gen Ryusai informs them that the blooms of the serene flowers they need are difficult to grow, as they need intense sunlight, which is hard to come by on Al Warth due to the gigantic tree putting a significant volume of the planet in the shade. The game says it has to do with weak sunlight, with Al Warth being a bit farther from their sun than normal Earth-like planets, but the game kind of forgets about the world tree a lot. Fortunately, we have SRW's favorite Deus Ex Machina, Banjo Haran, to provide the sunlight needed for the flowers to bloom, allowing for the revival of Ryujin Maru with enhanced abilities. And Ryujin Maru managed to assimilate the soul of Kurama's Mashin, Kujin Maru, allowing for this further augmentation into Ryu-O Maru.
Henge! Ho! Ike! Hogadan!
このまま投げ飛ばすぞ。
変化竜王。
ここは勝負どころだ。渡れ。
必殺。放流拳。
なぜこの残兄弟が。
みんなのためにも僕は戦い。
And as a bonus to this event, the serene flowers are also the cure to the curse Kurama and his village had been afflicted with, them after the battle being used to return him to his human form. Though this finally starts to bring Dwokdar into focus since he's almost out of his original generals. The last one, Dongaro, being busy as the instructor of Dwokdar's son, Tora-O. Yes, the evil megalomaniac has a son. More on that later. As this is the point where Sala spills the backstory of her dragon tribes to the assorted Twilight Knights, of them being descended from humans that had to genetically augment themselves to be able to better process radiation that had been released upon their original Earth, thanks to the actions of Stupid Hair, and the first one to do so Aura having been captured by Stupid Hair so she can power their magic system, as the way her dragons process radiation is by converting it into draconium crystals. Cross-Ange's dragon hunt all being done to literally feed Aura her children to fuel the mana of the lands of Mana. The issue of this scene is it just entirely mangles the explanation of Embryo and Aura's backstory with how it is being delivered. The words of Sala contradicting themselves several times over with their delivery of the details, which is unfortunately consistent with X unnecessarily overcomplicating its storyline due to the way it delivers information. As most of these conflicts come about just from how plain sloppy the integration of its story is into X's larger narrative, and without there being reason for it, considering how much of X's story is facilitated by the support pillars Cross-Ange's content has provided. X says that Embryo was one of Aura's companions who came to Al Warth after their civilization was devastated by wars, but omits until later that there was no war. Embryo himself devastated civilization with his followers. Thus, the pair would not have been in collaboration. X says that Aura was transformed into a dragon with the assistance of the Shinbei dragon gods to tie their story to Wataru's, and she transformed her followers in turn into dragons and set up a new civilization here in the land of Mana, but omits until later that not all of her followers were transformed into dragons, nor that they were slaughtered by Embryo when he set up his designer homunculi kingdom, or the circumstances by which Aura was captured. As the way it delivers this information about Aura rebuilding a home for the survivors, then implies that all of that is solely occurring on Al Warth, not their original world, and the Mitsurugi don't actually have the ability to open dimensional gates to drag them here from their original world, which is why all the Gundam antagonist groups even have allied with them in the first place. And it entirely forgets to tell you that Stupid Hair was made pseudo-immortal due to his experiments leaving him unstuck from normal reality in his pocket space, which is a pretty big essential detail for why he did everything he did, as it made him think he was a god that deserved to remake the world as he saw fit with his immortality, thus would not have been in collaboration with Aura on any of this to begin with. And worse, it makes all of the discoveries that even allowed him to do it in the first place be discovered by Aura after she was granted them by the Shinbei dragon gods, including the true star song that Embryo figured out, which is what triggers the Discord feather attack of the Ragnamales, which was what Embryo even used to begin with to devastate his original world and create the dimensional gates to other ones, which they would need to know to even, come to Al Warth. X is so bad when it comes to Cross-Ange's content, it literally becomes self-contradictory. I admit, I like Cross-Ange in spite of its faults because Fukada put his foot down to resolve the majority of its worst aspects quickly, and the rest of what people may find of offense was actually the point of it in calling out how offensive that behavior is through a running object lesson about it. But no series featured in SRW deserves to be treated like a prop to hold other series up while doing wrong by it. For regardless of who have legitimate criticism against it, X makes the series look far worse than it is. And that is the worst thing any crossover series can do. Not fix it, but break it. And the damning thing about this all is, they didn't need to change any of the details. Aura could have come to Al Warth independently of Embryo, not been aware of him setting up his designer homunculi society, as she made contact with the Shinbei dragon gods. The two factions make their mutual pact that got Asala as an ally, and maybe helped set up a city where survivors of their world that didn't want to get transformed into dragons to survive the radioactive wasteland Embryo had turned their world into could live, which Embryo then exterminated to follow the canon plot of Cross-Ange. As that other human society that wasn't Embryo-controlled, yeah, that's where Tusk is supposed to have come from. There are absolutely ways to do this the way they wanted to, without the self-inflicted problems. Granted, Sala could just be a really bad conveyor of information. The problem is she's still being written very badly here, in contradiction to her canon self, that delivered many of these same details without the Amalgam Universe elements in the main series, and this problem not being present when these same details were given in V. Like, I don't keep bringing up V to glorify the game, I do so to present that there is an expected bare minimum of competence with these games which V met, yet X does not. Anyways, the bottom line of all this is Stupid Hair is using every other antagonist faction he's recruited through dangling their trip back home in front of them becoming his minions and disposable forces so he can finally gain full control over Al Warth. As he sees the other nations as being vulnerable now that Lord Jenham's dead, the Dragon Guards are weakened, and the Keepers are, well, incompetent. Since he does not have pilots for the Ragnamels he does have, which would give him the power to do it himself. Seriously, despite supposedly being important, we're halfway through the game at this point, and the original characters of this game have done jack all. But we can't focus on them, as we've got another attack by Dwakdar's Alliance to deal with. One of their assaults knocking out communications as Koji, Sayaka, and Amori go out on patrol, which allows them to be ambushed by mechanical beasts, which originate from Mazgar, that are all animated by the souls of the Warriors of Olympus. As I got into in the V reviews, again, if you've not watched the V reviews, please go back and watch them. Mazgar Edition Z The Impact, since it was the most recent Mazgar series at the time, had priority for that interpretation of continuity for Mazgar, and thus most of its antagonists, the Mycenaean Empire, are based on that interpretation where they were viewed as the Greek gods, or rather the Greek titans, with Zeus defecting from them and splitting their forces until he beat them, at the cost of a hand, whose crystallized form was later used as the base material that Edition Z's Mazgar was built into. And now you know why this Mazgar can convert itself into a giant rocket fist, and go full-on Goldion Finger, before Gao Gaigar vs. Betterman actually gave us the Goldion Finger. Not like that. This is all brought up because Edition Z is also another series which is in its post-series events. When Koji and company were transported to Al Warth, they had just killed Dr. Hell, allowing Ashura to kill themselves and awaken the Mycenaean gods, only for the venue for that awakening to be moved to Al Warth in this game. These Olympian warrior souls being a precursor to that by them all possessing the soulless corpses that are Dr. Hell's mechanical beasts, with intent to revive their leadership, as they're not quite awake just yet. The warriors challenge Koji to a duel and push Koji to a corner with how strong they are, which is where Tetsuya Tsurugi in his great Mazgar comes in to interfere, and unlike last game, save Koji, breaking the barrier the Mycenaeans had set up, and letting everyone else in to help. As for why the Mycenaeans are here, in this Amalgam universe, Al Warth is apparently their homeworld. So when Zeus rebelled and defeated Hades, he sealed them all here. Thus why the Mazgar crew got dragged here after Ashura's death. The thing is, though, the Mycenaean gods waking up, apparently that is what finally makes the Keepers of Order actually pay attention to everything else going on. Their leading priest, Selric, coming in himself with the contingent of their golems to repel the appearance of the great General of Darkness. Him seeming to be above the board and calling the knights over for a discussion over the state of the planet, but it is in fact a feint, as he takes us to the Holy Tree of End that towers over the planet. End, once more, being the god of wisdom that the Keepers worship, with Selric trying to curry favor with the assembled knights, and Anj, Lelouch, and Callan being among those that aren't buying what Selric is trying to sell, as they can all see the Viper for who he is in how Selric and his disciples have allowed the escalation of conflict across the planet to occur with no intervention from them. And Lelouch pointedly asking questions that Selric refuses to answer, which are the basic bare-bones sorts of motivational and mission statement queries that are required for the formation of any organization that purports to have the goals that the Keepers claim to. I mean, Lelouch specifically would know this, considering he did found the Black Knights through answering such foundational questions as means, method, morals, and mission statements. He and the rest of the Black Knights collectively fucked up in following those, but it was nonetheless the ideal that was being strived for. If you can't even answer, "What do you do?" in a single sentence, you're probably sus. As this hospitality is with sole intent for the Keepers to get their hands back on Amari and Sparrow. For while Cedric claims they are being treated well and are not under arrest, in another part of the temple, Archmage Keldine, another leader of the Keepers, has executed a full-on inquisition.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition!
And the entire time this is going on, Keldine, I don't know how to pronounce that, is gaslighting indoctrination triggers in Amari that all of those the Keepers take in have implanted. Over the course of the conversation, using them to brainwash her back into being one of their dolls, making her forget why she left to begin with, should she want to come back, and just throw Sparrow back in the prison he originally was locked in by them. But despite them mind-screwing her thoroughly into being a submissive doll, her propriety over manners makes Amari visit Sparrow once more in his prison, and that allows Sparrow to repeat what he did the day they first met, allowing their respective consciousness to connect briefly, and snap the mental tampering placed upon her like a twig. The backstory of the protagonist, regardless of gender, has them leave their family at a young age after discovering the power of dogma they bear, and join the Keepers in service of order and end to best utilize that power. And as I inferred earlier, all of that is a lie. Amari hasn't been there since she was a child. She just got there, and was freshly brainwashed not long before the game's story started, only managing to escape further manipulation thanks to her stumbling across Sparrow, who had figured out the secrets they tried to hide. For every member of the organization is abducted and subjected to the same mind screw, be it from the villages of Al Warth or from entirely different worlds themselves, in the same way that everyone else has been Isekai'd here and now. And it is, in fact, from the spells the Keepers used to do this, that everyone else has gotten dragged here. They're behind everything. As, just to skip ahead a bit, it is as you would expect of a Japanese story at this point, with how religion is used in their narratives. As evil. End is not a god of wisdom. It is a parasite. One that thrives off of eating the life energy of other sentient beings. And the reason why that summoning spell was used so recklessly is because it is waking up, and its minions are not enough to keep its hunger sated. So it needs to feed off the conflict of all these forces and ideologies clashing. And the auto-warlock the Zelgard, despite its age, can only be operated by certain natural dogma users like Amari and her male counterpart Iori, who is sent after her again to try and bring her back into the fold. The confrontation working to resolve the half-hearted will Amari has been stuck with through much of the game, thanks to the shackles the Keeper's mental tampering still held onto her in the interim. But through this second lap is starting to fracture. Her resolve to leave drawing up more of the Zelgard's power, which allows her to hold out until the rest of the knights are convinced by Lelouch's actions that the Keepers are not to be trusted, as their leader keeps explicitly reminding Lelouch of his elder brother Schneisel. Unfortunately, Iori is too far gone into the washing machine to be saved through trying to talk him down, him ranting like Suzaku would towards Lelouch, just with it being about Amari turning them all against End, when they made their decisions themselves. With that aggression all being based on how Amari was promised to Iori by the Keepers. Okay, that is a misleading statement on my part, but it is a view taken on this due to the dialogue Iori speaks in this stage, being in that same vein of being possessive towards an independent person and not liking that independent person's choices that they make for themselves. Iori is as much a victim of the Keepers and heavily indoctrinated by them. He does apologize later, and if you choose Iori as the protagonist, then you have Amari act much the same way when she is herself inserted into this role on his route. Regardless, Amari can tell now that she is not her whole self, and she needs whatever the Keepers did to her undone in full. but she's not given the time as Selric follows up on Iori immediately, trying to crush her completely.
残念だよ。伝説のドグマを見せよう。さあ、消滅の儀式だ。これがイクスハルトだ。
After that, Sparrow surrenders, robbing the Zelgard of power as Omri is broken from this betrayal, and resultantly discarded by the Keepers. The risk to her life gives the Knights pause, Lelouch in specific having to have flashbacks to the last time he was in such a situation with Callan, only for the consequences of the choice he was forced to make to be one of the things that blew up in his face. For the truth is, despite Omri being unruly and her power and asset to the Keepers, they don't actually need her. What they do need is Sparrow, as the Keepers believe that Sparrow, as a magical creature, can be used to sate End's hunger. Keeldon tries his whole Inquisition thing again, outright charging Omri with treason now. But Omri pushes back this time, now able to understand that what she feels from being in proximity to End, that the others feel, isn't strength. It's their strength being drained away. As I said, End is a parasite draining the essence of their lives away. What magic they think End gives them is in fact their own magical powers that End awakens within them that it feeds upon. And they obliviously let it happen, thinking it's the source of their strength. Which is also why Omri's power is a danger, as it's outside their system, with End having lost its connection to her mana, that over time has been restoring itself as she has been recovering. She also calls them out for summoning everyone here, about the Keepers wanting a group like the Knights to form and do their dirty work of fighting in their stead, which they of course justify that it is all done in the name of their god that preserves the world. Keeldon tries to wipe Omri's mind again, at the same time Lelouch is confronting Selric, who completely outs himself as one of the villains in all this. For as Lelouch puts it, Selric recognizes no one's justice but his own, just like Suzaku, and all justice but his own is evil, just like Suzaku, and no other path but the one he treads can be correct, just like Suzaku. For those he serves makes his decisions be right, just like Suzaku. So of course, Lelouch says he's just like his brother Schneisel. Really? Really? Like, I know Bandai is collectively myopic about the problem of Suzaku Kururugi, but it's usually not so bad as to describe him to a T, and yet still fucking miss it. As the thing is, Selric is not a master manipulator or chess master. He is, in fact, mostly reliant on the indoctrination around him to force on others his dogma. And I don't mean the spells in the series either. Well, okay, the Schneisel comparison is more in the mannerisms he presents outwardly that make him seem more cultured than he is, as opposed to ideology and modus operandi, which is more essential in judging someone by. Schneisel was a complete selfish nihilist. The game says he was selfless, but no, nihilism is solely based in arrogant self-presumption that nothing but the self matters because Schneisel was a sociopath, while Selric actually wants something, has a goal he wants to see fulfilled that is driving him, and it's leading everything to destruction as he'll sacrifice everything to get it. But again, that still more describes Suzaku to me over Schneisel. With this act, Selric strikes, letting the Knights exist so as to not destroy their temple to End before unleashing their forces. A once more brainwashed Omri among them. This goes how you'd think, with us having to beat the crap out of the mech holding her for her to snap back to her senses, permitting Wataru to use the Mirror of Truth to shine the light of it in Amri's eyes, and purify her of all the lies they forced upon her. Though since they're so close to their source, the mirror's power isn't as strong. Sparrow coming in again, after having escaped again, to break the tie on them and do the job properly, and in doing so, freeing up more of Amri's own mana to transform it into dogma power. For in fact, the reason why the Zelgard is defective is it takes in too much mana from the wielder, far more than one being drained by End can manage. But one unshackled from End, alongside a mana amplifier like Sparrow is revealed to be, who can use the ambient mana of the world to reinforce and grow Amri's own power, it gives the wielder of the Zelgard the power to shatter the sky, and surpass all limits.
行くわよ、ホープス。
いつでもどうぞ、マスター。
魔力とオドを一つに。体が勝手に動く。新しいドグマが生まれる。つける翼、ゼルガード。これが私たちの新たな力です。
なんだあのドグマは。
With Zelric's assault repelled, the Knights leave unheeded, now having a fourth faction of consolidated enemies to deal with, though admittedly with the fewest forces out of the gathered. Zelric and Keelden already having other plans to make the entire world come to heel. As we leave the Keepers of Border behind, we've got another few DLC missions pop up. The first involving the angry scientist of might Gain, Wolfgang, having a green envy burn in his eyes over just how plain cool the mechs of the assembled Twilight Knights are, even as he believes his own machines are better than them. Now, Wolfgang, divergent design concepts make for better engineering when they are later amalgamated. Just look at the Gurren Satan as an example of that. Better to build on a good idea to make it better than have to construct one whole cloth. While at the same time, Wataru is gushing about being able to fight alongside his heroes, Koji and Maito. Though in both groups' case, it leaves others in their ensemble to be neglected. In Wolfgang's camp, it's his 3 assistant engineers and robot pilots, and in the hero camp, it's Boss, who has a massive ego around him and thinks he deserves as much credit for victories as Koji does. Thing is, his boss Borot robot and its pilots are, let's face it, gag characters, and it's where the gag character gets the most love. So these side cast members go out and find each other to complain to. Wolfgang's minions thinking if they can strike at the Twilight Knights, it'll make Wolfgang value them more as people than his creations. And Boss ends up encouraging them by mistake. And then fighting drags in everyone else. Wolfgang ending up defending his subordinates himself from the others' assaults, because no matter how obsessive a personality he is that can end up putting himself on the bad guy's side, Wolfgang is overall a decent man. And the additional irony from this mission is, at the end, after Boss gets punished for acting solo like this, well, his crew might not have the sheer popularity of the hero, but Boss's resilience and willingness to charge into danger regardless with his ramshackle of a machine has it bear its own fans as well. Meaning, them acting out and being punished is their own damn fault. The next one after that, however, is a contender for the best of the DLC missions in this game, in which Cross Ange's Salia finally hits her limit for stress and dealing with the insanity of this world, and thus has a psychotic break because she's not been able to indulge in the most relaxing hobby she has, pretending to be a magical girl. You know, cosplay like she did in V was understandable, with the differences in cultures from Cross Ange's core story. Here in Al Warth, however, where there's a wealth of magical users, it could be instead seen as a mental condition. And that's kind of how this is more framed. Salia's kept this more hidden than before, and Sparrow, being an actual magical familiar, stepped in it hard, thus roping Amory, Lelouch, and Sho into helping her indulge in one of her fantasies. Ah yes, the magic of prestidigitation! Lelouch and Sho were both chosen for this for two reasons. The first is they fit in the party of a magical group by being the stalwart knight and the exiled prince. And the second is they know how to keep their mouths shut. The hilarity of this, however, comes into play as Lelouch fully embraces playing along. After all, one of the things that is missed in Code Geass is Lelouch was always an actor playing to the audience called the world. So doing so again here among comrades, and to help a comrade not lose her mind out of stress, is a no-brainer, as this is the sort of genuinely kind person Lelouch truly is. Leaving Sho, ironically enough, as the only sane man among them to be their straight man. They go out and exterminate some uncontrolled keeper golems, but unfortunately Salia's zeal to indulge in her delusion ends up drawing more golems to them than they'd planned for, necessitating more of the knights come in as backup, and due to the speed of paramels as units, those reinforcements include Salia's squad, who she least wanted this exposed to. Now the breaking point for Salia is Ange being among that group, but as we discussed before, both in Cross-Ange canon as well as V, Ange could not care less about what Salia does in her free time as long as it makes her happy and she doesn't harm anyone doing it. I figured she would be more concerned about the more condescending members of her squad seeing it. Fortunately, her current costume is a glamour Amory just cancels and takes the blame for, so all that results is Ange continuing to tease Salia through the remainder of the stage, mentioning the darkness that must reside in her soul for that to be her greatest desire. And I gotta admit, the writers had to know what they were doing on this one. Salia in Japanese is voiced by Eri Kitamura, who is known for a lot of roles. Mina Ashido in My Hero Academia, Saya Takagi in High School of the Dead, Juri Han in Street Fighter 4 onwards, as well as in Project Cross Zone, and alongside Yoko Hikasa is one of the 2 Japanese VAs to voice Juliet Starling in Lollipop Chainsaw. What? I liked Lollipop Chainsaw. I'm actually looking forward to the remaster, which has only been announced at this point as I record this. But this actor homage is mostly tied to when she portrayed Sayaka Miki in Puella Magi Madoka Magica, what with the common worship and desire to become a magical girl. Ironically, this is not the first time that Kitamura's role as Sayaka has been homaged like this, as when she portrayed Ranko Honjo in the series My First Girlfriend is a Gal, the 7th episode dressed the character she played up as Sayaka in her magical girl form. And as I have long attested, if Japanese media has a chance to make an actor illusion joke, they're going to find a way to take it. And while the panic over her secret fantasy being out has flushed the thoughts of stress from her system, Salia still wants to have that glamour applied to her again and again in private, so she can play out her fantasies as much as she wants. What makes for the crowning punchline of this entire event, though, is Salia wanting Amory to also create upgrade forms to this outfit, in Super, Eternal, and Princess varieties, all of which being references to Sailor Moon, where Amory's actress, Satomi Sato, voices Sailor Moon's best friend Naru Osaka in the series' Sailor Moon Crystal reboot. Like, there was no way the writers did not know. Back to the main story, the girls help Amory decompress from the personally invasive assault she's experienced over the last few stages, helping rebuild the collective resolve of the lot of them while letting off some steam. While among Mike Guy's Black Diamond League villains, we are reintroduced to Joe Rival, as well as this small lost child having stumbled into their midst. This is Tora O, Duokdar's son, whose ambition is to be the strongest being on Al Warth. Lofty goals, brat. Still, he sought out the BD League to learn from everyone in Duokdar's camp how to become stronger, which is good. Diversify your options. Joe agreeing to lead him to a fight with the Twilight Knights, as Maito and everyone else return to the spatially displaced Auto for resupply. Since they're in a safe area, they let the kids go off to play, and in the midst of a game of tag, that's where Toro is dropped in among them. And this makes it pretty clear that Toro's been around nothing but adults his entire life, as he doesn't really know what playing is. Clearly, recess is outlawed in the oppressive Aristotska of Dwokdar. Oddly enough, Toro does know what marriage is, and his interactions with Himiko during the game makes him respect her strength due to it being different from his own, which actually is surprising for an antagonist to recognize various forms of capability beyond just brute force. Granted, that segues into him not quite knowing what a wife is and thinking it's a special type of servant, which he wants Himiko to be. A wife is a life partner, not property, dammit. And Toro learning in turn that Wataru is the savior that Toro wants to fight. But he's not ready yet, as his goal here was to deliver one of Joe's challenge letters to Maito, as this is the point where the game gets to the My Gain events that trigger Maito's mech exchange, the confrontation with Joe that follows, wrecking the localizer main body of the combination, requiring Maito swap over to the Kaiser machines and Mike Kaiser for the next few stages. What helps in this iteration for the later recruitment of Joe is Purple actually intervene in their honorable duel, dealing additional damage to My Gain that tipped things in Joe's favor, which was the last thing Joe wanted. The rest of the knights intervening until Maito can rejoin the battle. But to complicate this for some reason, Basque and several of the G-Reco enemy aces pop up here. Why? By game mechanics, the designers wanted to give players more recruitment points for some of the recruitable G-Reco antagonists, such as Mask and Rock Pie. Story-wise, there is no reason. Like, they try and do stuff with the Toasanga-related characters, and Mariah viewed as a traitor by them for supporting Bellry and Ida, and I don't care. G-Reco didn't make me care about them, and neither did this game. So they serve no purpose than to be intrusive to plots I am invested in. Really, it's little more than a distraction from Purple's callous continuous bombardment of the city, Wolfgang charging the Senpujin concern's main facility in hopes he can force a surrender before anyone innocent gets hurt. But that just leads specifically into the Kaiser's introduction, as both it and Simon double-team his unit, where it's revealed that its one weakness is a drill, because Wolfgang really loves drills. I mean, they do pierce the heavens. This event also flagging another detail of Mike Gain's story that didn't get focused on in V, that Wolfgang might have become an ally up front in another timeline, as much of his irritation that made him an angry scientist, and thus why I have referred to him as such continuously, was his disagreements with Senpujin Industries executives that ridiculed his work and fired him, one of the workers at the Auto plant actually recognizing him in this, and what he tried to do to protect what he could. Still, the battle ends with Joe losing to the Mike Kaiser and the other forces repelled, Toro having gotten his chance to see Ryujin Maru fight in full. But it turns out to be a Pyrrhic victory, as Purple has used this battle to abduct both Maito's paramour Sally, as well as Nia. Man, he is going to regret that later. Though they are apparently not the only ones. It only being brought up now that Queen Ciela, from Dunbine, basically the ruler of the nation Show and Marvel were working with against Drake Luft, as well as Relina Peacecraft from Gundam Wing, were also brought here and have been held in Dwokdar's clutches. We're through half the game now. Was there really no other time that this could have been brought up before this? Hell, when did they actually learn that fact? The reason, as explained thanks to a cutaway to Gurren Lagann's Rossiu resurrecting Lord Genome as a biocomputer, long story there, is because Dwokdar is an entity that acts as a living incarnation of darkness, and darkness grows stronger by swallowing concepts and ideals. And all of the women he's abducted in their own ways embodies a differing ideal. Peace, comfort, resilience, and for the lack of a better adjective, the future, which make them important embodiments of hope for those who seek those very things. So what better to hold hostage and later sacrifice to increase the encroachment of distorting darkness. Now, some have questioned why Nunnally v Britannia wasn't part of the game as consequence of this, considering she embodies all of those things for Lelouch, and this would allow the two siblings to have their own form of proper closure. And I have two potential reasons for why I feel they didn't, which would make me agree with the decision to omit her. And they are, 1, if they were ever reunited, neither would want to leave the other without some form of validating circumstance, which Resurrection did not supply. And 2, while Nunnally embodies those things for one person, she doesn't embody them for everyone else. Except for like 1 or 2 other people, where even then that is a maybe. Especially those aware of what she did, tricked into it by Schneisel or not. Thus, Relena more thoroughly covers the role for the world of Revolution as she doesn't have a body count. Though, as it turns out, the Mycenaean gods of Olympus have chosen to ally themselves with Dwokdar, as their goals align, to just simplify the factions at play once again. Turo getting to see up front a real no-holds battle between the factions, though it's not as simple as that. For when confronted, they declare that their goals are to save this world as well, and Dwokdar's actions facilitate that end? Why? They do not explain. Though considering N's true nature as a parasite, them keeping it either satiated or asleep, as the Keepers are doing, or drowning the world in darkness so it can't get the sustenance it needs so it would die in its sleep, are certainly 2 ways of going about it. Too bad that creating conflict is what feeds it enough to wake up to begin with. Almost as if it might have been a good idea to explain yourselves. Both the Great General of Darkness and Emperor of Darkness end up being summoned here for the battle, which honestly feels too early for an end boss antagonist like this to pop up. But in this case, they are a means to an end, as the sheer reality-warping presence of them on this plane of existence ends up summoning Mazinger Zero from its peace in the void between dimensions. So at last, we have finally reached the ultimate amalgamation of Zeros, Wing, Code, and Mazinger. You know, since we have the Wing Zero Rebellion color scheme for Wing Zero, I know that Mazinger is mostly black already, but I'd like to see a Rebellion repaint of Mazinger Zero as well. Though I'm probably not going to be the one to burn my Infinitism Zero for that. It is still an idea to see in the future. I intended to repaint my Wing Zero into Rebellion colors, but I just ran out of time to do so. Now, fortunately, X does not repeat what was already done perfectly regarding the Mazinger Zero storyline within Awakening inside the Edition Z Impact Mazinger. Instead, having it summoned as a recurring antagonist throughout the game, reflecting how Zero has the power to become a god or devil. In V, we saw how it was tamed into the divine god of super robots once Koji stopped being ruled by the angry AI of it. But this is the other side of the coin, with X treating it as a devilish machine when it's allowed to just rampage on its own. The fortunate thing about this is, without a proper pilot, Zero is powerful, but it is not invincible. The problem, of course, is, well, most of the usual suspects that could potentially have a chance to be able to defeat it aren't able to do so at the moment. Shinji, Gaishishio, and the Getter teams aren't here. Ange doesn't have access to the Vilcus's Discord Feather or its other space-time distortion abilities to disrupt Zero's access and awareness of abilities across the multiverse, and Tetsuya isn't in the Mazin Emperor G. Yet. Hell, of the assorted mecha series I'm aware of, the only other one beyond those that would stand a chance against it is actually Callan and the Gurren Satan, and for one central reason: the Radiant Wave Surger, as that device is a directed radiation wave intended to penetrate through armor and detonate superconductive materials through thermal expansion. And when it comes to those piloting mecha, it boils them alive and pops them like a pimple. Robot loses its pilot, entire unit goes limp.
質問。あなたの大事なものは何？自分の命だけなの。脅しのつもりか、イレブンが。さようなら。
奪われる私の命がこの
Now, there is some disagreement on that thanks to that acting oddly against the power tier scaling present in Code Geass, but my rebuttal is Code Geass spends the entirety of R2 screwing Callan over explicitly for the reason of too OP, please nerf. And she's still demonstrably this series' best pilot, as by the end it takes those who are exploiting supernatural abilities to even try to tie with her. And they still lost. The Satan's size and agility would be specific advantages over Zero for the most part, as if it were trying to swat a wasp when you're allergic, and break enough of Zero's internal systems and, well, it's going to have trouble either repairing them or using its multiversal access to literally part swap with other Mazigers. As we have already seen, it can do that. Plus, it would end up being thematically appropriate for a god of mecha to have one of those who stand a chance against it to be the literal heavenly winged devil queen born under the red moon of the Crimson Lotus Hell. Now, of course, X gets some details wrong about Zero, such as it not tolerating the existence of other Mazigers. Which is wrong, because Zero can be awakened inside any Maziger, so Zero having backup physical forms would be a good thing for it. But Zero swallowing light to embody darkness? Yeah, divide by zero errors happen because math and reason break down when you deal with black holes. But there is something important that happens in this stage with regards to the longer game. For like in many of the SRW games, there is a secret true ending route split that you can get if you do certain things across the game. And X's flags right here in the dead center of it. You need to have gotten Koji and Tetsuya to ace pilot status with a combined kill count of 80 between them by this stage. You need to have Koji or Tetsuya defeat the Great General of Darkness in this stage, and you need to reduce Mazinger Zero's hit points to under 30,000 by the end of the third turn after its first appearance. And that last one is not an insignificant task. As a consequence of this, the earlier Earthside versus Spaceside route split that introduced Koji, you need to do the Earthside only as the prioritized route, if only to allow more of a buffer of battles to reach for ace pilot status. In fact, just telling you straight out, there is no reason to ever do any of the space route scenarios in this game. As thanks to an unacknowledged programming bug, if you do, and are trying to collect the secret character recruitment points, it doesn't actually give you them on the space routes. Whereas if you play just the Earth routes, those points are calculated differently, so you can end up getting those units by default if you just collect the points available from the normal story path scenarios. Which, honestly, skipping the space scenario routes, that's not a bad thing due to how much those are overwhelmingly focused on G-Reco and Buddy Complex's story, which are both terrible, as well as bashing Char despite how much the metatextual content of Universal Century repeatedly proves him fucking right. The best way to just counter Zero in this stage is, ironically, with Zero. Lelouch's tactical command map ability is continuously invaluable throughout the game, as every turn, the boosts he can cast on units near him can stack. So if you start the stage with him boosting Koji and Tetsuya, and keep at that every turn until Zero shows up, then there will be nothing that will stop the pair from casting Longinus Smasher for a quick and easy curb stomp of an Ultimate Class Devil. But it's not enough to just cave Zero's head in, as Zero, as said, can regenerate any external damage. Koji and Tetsuya acting to try and destroy it alongside their own Mazigers, so Zero won't have a pull to this world or host Maziger to inhabit. And it doesn't work. The Great General saying they fell beyond the karmic horizon, which I assume to be the edge of the metafictional black hole Zero exists beyond. And I make that assumption as it is the only explanation I have for what happens after this. For when Koji and Tetsuya are in this void, the others use the Vilcus and the Saikamu abilities of the Universal Century mechs to bridge the gap, leading to the pair waking up within it, where they are approached by the spirit of Zeus that had been left in their versions of Mazinger, which encourages them to continue to fight on, leading to them connecting to the AI systems of two other Mazin mecha that exist out within the realms of possibility, permitting Tetsuya to once more gain the assistance of Mazin Emperor G, while for Koji, he instead boards the Mazin Kaiser. The Mazin Kaiser was the original upgrade mecha for Koji in the Mazinger franchise, which, ironically enough, much like Mazin Emperor G, was created by Go Nagai explicitly for Super Robot Wars, having felt that the original Mazinger he created in the 1970s was starting to fall behind the power levels and innovation scene of mecha anime since its creation of piloted super robots. And in my opinion, things like Gao Geiger's Broken Magnum Attack might have been something of an inspiration to Mazin Kaiser's revamp, considering, well, Mazin Kaiser's rocket punches also spin.
出てきたな、黒幕。覚悟しやがれよ。飛ばせ鉄拳、切り裂け超合金の刃。ターボスマッシャーパンチ。いっけー。魔人カイザーよ。さすがと言っておく。
And much like Shin Robo, the machine first appeared in an SRW game before being given its own primary work, those being Super Robot Wars F Final in 1998 and the Mazin Kaiser OVA series in 2001, respectively. And I really like Mazin Kaiser. While his design is trumped by Zero, there's a reason why Mazin Kaiser's Infinitism release was on my set for a few years.
行くぞ！暗黒大将軍！勝つのはマジンガーだ！原子一つ残らず燃え尽きろ！いやー！ブラスター！カイザーの炎は未来を照らす光だ！私は破れる。未経目の野望もここまでか。
But yeah, even with the boundaries of reality literally threatening to collapse so Zero would come and destroy Al Warth anyways, then every villain faction of this game is each going to cause the end of Al Warth, leaving the Knights to find a way to resolve all this through a means that won't leave them dead. Though if you did all the stuff to unlock the game's true ending in the last state, you also unlock the bonus stage, Worst vs. Best, which features Koji and Tetsuya training to bring out the true capabilities of their new machines, only for that to summon Zero to them because of that idiotic retcon about it wanting to erase all Mazin machines from existence besides itself. Which, as I said, don't make sense, and is a retcon that only exists to serve the narrative, not the characters. Zero summons alternative versions of Dr. Hell's greatest creations, which the two then have to smash, the pair unlocking a completely new to the franchise team attack between the two machines for their efforts. As a reminder, Mazin Emperor G was created explicitly for Super Robot Wars V. Before that point, Tetsuya didn't have an upgrade mech by which to let them have a team attack with them. And it is impressive.
光子力は可能性の光！その力で未来を切り開く！たぎれ！魔人皇帝！俺たちの怒りで燃えろ！魔人総攻撃！理解不能！理解不能！たとえ神でも悪魔も俺たちを止めることはできない。
Moving on, we reach the Dwokdar-controlled town of Holywood, where we run into Fa Yuiri from Zeta Gundam, who is still caring for Camille Badan, as Camille is still suffering the damage from the psychic attack Patma Shirako inflicted upon him at the end of Zeta. She brought him here after they ended up in Al Warth, as they heard the region had healing properties. But the actions of Dwoktar General Ak Smoggle, yes, seriously, we're now dealing with a Captain Planet villain, have turned this place into an EPA violation and Asthmatic's hellhole, with him being supported by Neo-Zeon forces that are not part of Char's faction, but instead are part of Haman Karn's, that including Mashimir, one of the major antagonists of Double Zeta. I didn't really get much into Double Zeta's plot when I reviewed V, as they didn't use much of Double Zeta's plot to begin with. The most I commented on it was stating how bullshit Haman Karn's death was, when she really wasn't the villain deserving of it versus others in the storyline. And Mashimir was certainly not one that I mentioned. But it's easy to describe his single character in 4 words. He simps for Haman. That's it. Beginning and end. Unfortunately, Haman is not in this game. How X amalgamates UC Gundam's timeline together still has this be in post-series for Double Zeta, just with some of the people who should not have died still being around. And there is one, I'm not referring to Mashimir with this, that should have stayed dead as he was the true villain of it and not Haman. But unfortunately, we are not there yet. Mashimir, however, is not himself, having been brainwashed, somehow, into a psychic berserker Judao has to try and talk down, making him potentially recruitable if you do it right. As for the pollution, it's revealed that a Sokai treasure known as the Good Seeds can cleanse the region. And as is told to us by Tora O, Smoggle is in possession of them. I mean, if they're the one thing that can stop you, it makes sense to take them yourself so you can lock them up away from the heroes. So we just need to assault Smoggle's base to fix this. Though again, this isn't made easy because of Mashimir. His recruitment conditions, however, are a bit annoying, as you need to specifically use the Persuade command with Judao to trigger the event, and then defeat him, which makes Smoggle come out, waving the Good Seeds around to taunt us, which Himiko outright steals from a general once again. When he tries to sick Mashimir on her, that's where the rest of this event triggers, Mashimir stopping upon seeing Fa on the ground, and the Zeta moving on its own to defend her. Fa's words, somehow, bring him back to sanity, as his berserker rage was all out of mourning for Haman, who he's aware has died. But the Zeta moving on its own? Yeah, this story says that's Camille's lost soul, which caused his mental break, as it had been displaced into the Zeta, and it acted to protect Fa, with Camille becoming aware again thanks to it being in close proximity to his body, with him reboarding the Zeta to join the fight.
このタイミングでゼータを通して俺の力が広がっていく。みんなの力を貸してくれ。行けー
With Smoggle's defeat, we destroy all the equipment he used to poison the area, the Good Seeds permitting the greenery to return quickly, which brings us to our next route split. Lelouch being inspired by the blooming plants to try and learn of Al Warth's creation myth, as it's becoming clear that End is the root of all other problems, with in ancient times a world being born alongside End, which flourished after an enormous conflict between the sides of light, Wataru's dragons and also Lord Genome, against those of darkness, the Mycenaean gods, which ultimately split the world into extremes of light and dark power, and other settlers to come upon it independently, those representing both the Cross-Lounge characters and also the Nadia backstory group, with the Keepers meant to keep them all in balance, and they have completely failed. Lelouch wanted to know all this, as he realized that everything we've been experiencing is repeating the same pattern of the ancient war, and that can help them moving forward, the Knights agreeing to split their forces so as to prevent either of the major antagonist camps to gain a major advantage. As while they've been pressing Dwokdar hard, everyone allied with Mitsurugi has been having free reign to do what they want to the rest of the planet. The route split this time being whether to focus on the Dwokdar assault force or the one that's going to raid Mitsurugi. I decided to do the Mitsurugi route first this time, which is done by all the Gundam and Buddy Complex cast members because I just want to get them the hell out of the way. Which begins with a storm forming over the land of Mana, leading to both Alba and Hina ending up on the Island of Isolated Lovers! And people who have not seen Sunrise's library really thought I was exaggerating with how prevalent the repetition of this plot became after Gundam Seed. Due to the storm, the pair end up falling off a cliff, Alba saving Hina, who tries to explain his situation, but does it in the terms of, "Don't you remember? You brought me here!" When he doesn't understand that this hasn't happened to her yet. This is not his Hina. He can't grasp the fact that just because he time traveled doesn't by default mean that she has as well. He should know this by this point, considering their previous encounters. It's only when he decides to drop it and gets it through his thick head that this Hina is different than his Hina, that the two even begin to function in this expected short-lived alliance trope this plot engenders, with Hina letting slip that something externally has caused the political changes that led to her homeland of Zogilla beginning its worldwide campaign. Though exposition on that is broken up by Dio and Hiro using the Zero system to expand the coverage of the coupling system, that's not how the Zero system works! But then again, if I were to harp on that consistently, I'd find the grand majority of SRW games that feature Wing are actually guilty of this. Which is a lot due to Hiro's actor, Hikaru Midorikawa, being a huge fan of the franchise. Hell, at this point, he is basically an uncredited playtester for all of them. Anyways, that allows them to find where Alba is, arriving at the same time Hina's father and Bison, you know, the pilot that is simping for Hina, to also get to this island to take her back. A battle breaking out because of that. The Luxon being captured by Zogilla as consequence. So now they will have the coupling technology as well. With the Zogilla Elite Corps actions actually breeding the first seeds of dissent in Hina as they fire on the island to try and kill the opposing forces' pilots on order of their chief administrator, but only managed to gravely wound Hina's father, with Bison blaming Alba and all his allies for something his government ordered to happen. Yeah, going to spoil this now as it ends up being really hypocritical and only compounds the problems of Buddy Complex overall. The chief administrator that ordered that attack that Bison is getting all pissy about, it was ordered by Bison himself. Specifically, the time displaced Bison from his relative future. Thus, everything he blames Alba for is in fact ones he himself ends up causing. But because of the nature of how wonky this time loop is, this is one of several events that had to be deliberately triggered, despite them having to happen independently in order to maintain the track by which things go. If the events that lead to and cause a time loop are not independently self-sustaining, then they are supposed to fail. So this attack should have happened without it being ordered to make the story work. And ironically, the only reason this attack is ordered from a narrative perspective is to show that there is some malicious mastermind waiting behind Bison that is manipulating everything that's just revealed to be Bison himself. So doing so like this harms the overall story, as it is a point of contradiction regarding the nature of how a time travel story works. As Bison, due to him hating how things would have turned out, with the time to think on his actions, would think about ways to prevent what he hated from happening, instead of causing them himself unnecessarily. As again, the only reason this moment happens is Bison's intervention, which would not have been there in the first loop to threaten Hina's loyalty like this does, that sets off what follows. Now I'm betting some viewing this might bring up something like Eobard Thawne, the time-traveling villain, the Reverse Flash, from the comic series and TV show The Flash, as an example of someone else doing the same thing in such a scenario. And you would be both right and wrong. Eobard's desired revenge on the Flash happens solely out of Eobard's hatred of the Flash, Barry Allen, as Barry unintentionally ruined the best day of Eobard's life when Barry ends up teleported to Eobard's time and saves the people that Eobard views he was supposed to. The difference is the time loop that Eobard becomes part of is 100% a causal loop, where he decides, after idolizing the Flash throughout his life because he is from the future, this event twists Eobard's perspective until he breaks from sanity, and travels back in time to ruin Barry's life, culminating in him killing Barry's mom and altering time in such a way that the death becomes part of Barry's origin story and motivation to be a hero that saves people. And then because of that, Eobard becomes trapped in the past as he changed his own personal timeline. Though I should specify this is in the 2014 series. To then get back to his life in the future, he has to then create the circumstances of Barry gaining the powers to become the Flash and restore time to a semblance of what it was, only with himself now part of those events. This thus becomes a self-sustaining loop because every step part of it is motivated by a character's own actions, and Eobard's own ego that refuses to accept that he is in the wrong, and his irrational hate is destroying the very opportunities and better world he wanted for himself, as he made it his mission in life, even if it kills him, to destroy Barry Allen. Future Bison, however, lacks this rationale for his motivations, and most of them act at cross purposes to his goals. Eobard is oblivious and blind to the very causal loop he's become a part of, that he can escape just by letting go of his hatred for Barry, which he refuses to, and that destroys him. Whereas for Bison, he knows what's going on, and what he can do to break the loop and change time to his advantage. Make it so Zogala would be able to win the war or avoid the circumstances of the war entirely, and doing so would make it so Alba, the one he hates, would not be able to get close to Hina and steal her from his past self. This attack is what triggers that shift of Hina walking away from his past self. And even if future Bison still needed the coupler tech to eventually create the time travel tech to sustain his own existence, he didn't need to do anything else here to stoke Bison's hate of Alba by making this attack happen. Just omit this detail that future Bison's actions are what causes the attack that cements Hina's eventual defection, and both new and old Bison would be oblivious to the trigger, which is what would make the loop self-sustaining as it happens independently of any active changes to the timeline future Bison would be making. Oh, and speaking of, this is why the Zero system keeps acting up around Bison, because the future it can predict for him is snarled with both the past and future by looping back on itself. But yeah, Hina's father dies, revealing that Hina herself was adopted after being found on a battlefield as a child, which to Hina lends credence to Alba's insane story. This tying back to the chicken and egg paradox problem I described previously, with Hina saying as much angering Bison for Hina appearing to sympathize with the enemy, and demands Hina just do as he says. Dude, take the hint. She's just not that into you, and this is exactly why. Like, I don't get why Bison's a recruitable character in this game, as even if you look past his future self manipulations, the guy's a scumbag. Zex, however, has received a coded transmission, revealing that not only does Zogilla have a defector acting behind enemy lines, but their forces have also gained access to a way back to their own world. Which begs the question why they're still involved with Al Warth, as they have their own war against their world to perform, and their tiny nation would not have the resources to maintain 2 world wars, despite all the resupply they're receiving. It's just not logistically feasible. Yet that is the case for one and one reason alone. the Buddy Complex characters need their upgrade mechs. I'm not kidding. Even when they bring up this contradiction inside the game, which admittedly is smart, that's what it all really does break down to. This segueing into a story segment that first showcases a muzzled future Bison to us under an assumed pseudonym, acting as the man from the past that knows all as he lived it, working with an actual mad scientist named Han, introduced previously, to develop Zogilla's own coupler tech from the basis of Alba's, and taking things a step further by selecting Hina and Bison as their new coupler system test subjects. However, due to Hina's recent experiences and Bison's abusive behavior, they have to inject Hina with mind-altering drugs to get her to agree, which defeats the purpose of the coupling system. As the problem with Zogilla's version of the technology is instead of making it a communal system that syncs up two people, the Zogillan model is based so one person becomes slave to the primary's will, and not made any better that Bison is not at all compatible with the system, thus why it required Hina to be drugged to begin with. These two assault the Amerian forces off-screen to show their power, the Twilight Knights only learning of this later, before they themselves end up attacked as they learn of where Mitsurugi is opening up dimension gates, them attempting to use it to get their own reinforcements, with Zogilia attempting to prevent this event, and ultimately failing, the lot being transported back to the Buddy Complex Earth, where Alba and Dio get their upgrade mechs, the Luxon and Braedion, next, which they use to take out the enemy commander.
このルクシオンネクストなら俺たちで状況を打開する。そういうことなら乗った。やれると信じる。俺たちの力を合わせれば。この感覚、俺と今一つだ。これが俺たちの力だ。
The downside of the next mecha is, alongside everything that made the previous units effective, the memory bleed-over effect from their coupling has become immensely stronger, when coupled, it becoming difficult to distinguish the other's memories from their own. So you have some issues around depth of personality with that. At least you would if this was a better executed series. Especially with how dangerous such would be if multiple people were to be slaved to a dominant coupler, where one person literally overwrites the subordinates to just become cloned persona of the first. But I don't think Buddy Complex ever really chose to explore those ramifications of such a system. It certainly wasn't done so in other series that have tried to use it, and yes, I count Pacific Rim in that. Wait, Pacific Rim was 2013. Did Sunrise rip off drift compatibility for the coupler system? Though this fight does confirm for Zex that the one who contacted him was in fact the enemy commander on this mission, Alfred, as insurance due to him disagreeing with the course Zogilia is on as a country due to the actions of future Bison, everyone taking the warp gate back to Al Warth to continue distracting the Mitsurugi Alliance. Though we do have a bit of a scene between future Bison and Stupid Hair, the story amalgamation once again making Cross-Ange bear the weight of supporting and facilitating Buddy Complex's inclusion in all this, as this makes Buddy Complex's absolutely asinine time loop be all one big experiment of embryos on the nature and malleability of time. Which is a straight-up mistake. Yes, Stupid Hair is a control freak. It comes hand in hand with having a god complex. The problem, and this is the key, is he's a false god. He can't actually manipulate things he doesn't have a direct hand in. So him claiming to be behind a time loop that he had no hand in originally, or making him the origin of it in this story, as opposed to a convergence of events which is necessary to create a causal loop? No, it gives him too much free power to manipulate things beyond himself. Especially as it ignores entirely the crack in his ego that is Embryo being a bad creator, as everything he makes is fundamentally defective, with him just hiding these defects as he can't bear the reality that he is an imperfect being, making more imperfect beings. And again, this isn't to amalgamate the stories of multiple series as it was in V. It's to make one series bear the weight of another's inclusion instead of that series justifying its own existence.
Justify your existence.
What contribution have you made? I've given pleasure to the world because I have such a beautiful ass. That's your case? You need more? I must say that's a pretty shallow argument. Some might say I'm a pretty shallow guy.
Oh, and future Bison's reasons for collaborating with Stupid Hair? He wants to kill him! Yeah, get in line. Up in space, Klim attempts again to negotiate with Toasanga, appealing to the Reihunten faction regarding the return to Earth to get them on their side, and in hopes Klim can also get the Venus Globe on their side, as the Venus Globe are the ones that control the means of producing and recharging G-Reco's photon batteries, as well as administering the Gundam-related technologies of the era, them providing the G-Lucifer earlier being one of their acts of supporting repopulation of Earth. And Klim negotiating all of this basically because he's out of options to obtain a strike force against everyone else, which has failed, as the majority of the Venus Globe has also joined up with Mitsurugi under Embryo, with them threatening the Serrano 5 colony Toasanga is situated upon, including where Char himself is, and among the antagonizers being Yazan Gable of the Titans from Zeta Gundam, and Rakan of Neo Zeon from Double Zeta, with the lot uncaring of the casualties they'd incur to a faction that doesn't serve Embryo, or their vision of the Reconguista, which it's revealed that the Venus Globe's colonists want back on Earth as well, as the colonies around Venus were so shoddily built that the cosmic radiation they got inflicted with has started to damage their genetics, meaning they have to go back to Earth so as to not die out. The Monsters from Venus was not as catchy a title as The Witch from Mercury. Also, there must be a lot of space radiation in the Universal Century timeline, as scientists in the real world have been studying the cosmic radiation problem for a long time, and have created, as of 2023, composite materials that block a little under half of all potential cosmic radiation from celestial bodies. But the amount of exposure and the chances these materials may become less effective over time is the reason why space missions, even more than bone demineralization, are usually kept as short as they are. It is such a severe problem regarding the possibility of living in space long term that is one which would in every way need to be resolved before any effort to build long-term space colonies could even begin, or even possibly colonize Mars due to the much weaker EM field around the world not dispersing as much cosmic radiation as Earth does. Which is again the problem with Universal Century Gundam and Reguild as proxy, as this is a big deal that would either need to be taken off the table as a drawback before anything else in the setting can start, and thus it's invalid as a cause for later actions as it is for Toasanga and the Venus Globe, or the actual problem is the Universal Century and Reguild Century elite classes that ignore the potential danger of cosmic radiation for literally thousands of years until it's literally devastating their civilizations, and so shoddily built the colonies over time that every single one of them becomes a death trap. Which I seriously doubt happened after Earth's ruling elite themselves moved to space after Earth became uninhabitable. But if that is so, then the people are still not addressing the root cause, that is the elite class, which screwed them all over, and the colonies that would need to be rebuilt or reinforced. Or, and this makes it even worse for all of UC Gundam across the board, that the various series where the villains of them want to return to Earth or take the ruling class out of power, yeah, this would make all of them collectively 100% right, and the protagonist stopping them irrevocably in the wrong, as those protagonists would be sentencing them all to death. I mean, it is the literal only way left at this point to make Char retroactively the bad guy due to him wanting humanity to live in space and no longer have their souls weighed down by gravity. I know that line will never stop being dumb. It's just, it is something that is so setting-breaking to still be an issue, it potentially leaves the entirety of UC Gundam as an idiot plot that no one noticed it to not resolve it for over 1,000 years. I've got issues with a lot of UC Gundam storytelling, but I don't seriously believe it as a whole deserves that distinction. Now, if I'm being completely fair to this plot point, This is not the first time cosmic radiation poisoning has come up as a plot point in Mobile Suit Gundam. Specifically, it was done so in Mobile Suit Gundam the 8th MS team, where the final antagonist of that story was suffering from radiation poisoning caused by cosmic rays, which had deteriorated his mental stability. Likewise, Gundam the Witch from Mercury actually did bring up cosmic radiation as a plot point in it poisoning one of the main characters, so they could no longer live in their original biological body. But worse for G-Reco stating this is they live in a setting that has possessed electromagnetic shield technology that would repel cosmic radiation. And that technology has existed since literally UC 0083, with the invention of the I-field generator that scatters electromagnetic radiation away from a specified area, which is how mobile weapons equipped with the technology even reflect beam technology to begin with, to say nothing about the later developed beam shield technology that's been around since 0093. And those were over 1,000 years ago from the perspective of those from the Reguild century, meaning they should have even more advanced electromagnetic barrier technology to make the issue of cosmic radiation a complete non-issue. So this is once more a series from Tomino that already has a solution to what they say is the cause of their conflict, but no one actually considers using that solution. Moreover, if they have suffered genetic damage from being in space, then the space-based civilization should already have died out, as such genetic damage cascades fast, only needing a couple generations to wipe out those inflicted. If they're still around over 1,000 years later, then the problem is not cosmic radiation. You're either just being assholes or there's something that is only recently wrong with where you're living. As in the 50 years that our world has been venturing into space, we've already found means by which to deal with half the issue. It's why it's not been something of major concern in most Gundam series, and only began to be brought up seriously in G-Witch, where actual space travel and residency is very new, as is assumed in most of the other Gundam timelines that such is an issue that had already found a way to be resolved before colonization efforts would even begin. Klim and his subordinate Mick are given new Venusian originating machines to try and stop them succeeding in holding them off until the rest of our units arrive to defend the colony. The Knights try and reason with the Venusian forces, but that fails entirely, as all of them are too focused on finally getting what they want from serving Stupid Hair, who, from their view, is already a foregone conclusion to win the war that's brewing due to the masses he controls and the gates he can create, meaning they can't convince them that morally it's the wrong thing, as it's far too late to make that appeal to their forces, which is exactly what Char had been warning them all about when we last visited Serrano 5, that had they not worked with him back then the only option would be for this to devolve into everyone fighting again. He had been trying to avoid that. I'll once more reiterate, Char was trying to head this off, but Amuro said no, and convinced the others that Char was in the wrong. And now we're fighting people we could have gotten on our side had they been approached openly earlier for no other reason than spite. And because they didn't, it has led to the Venus globe not just being manipulated by Mitsurugi alongside everyone else to get what they want, but them also being deceived and made the pawns of the actual villain of Double Zeta Gundam as well. Glemmy fucking Todo. By game mechanics, the designers wanted to give players more recruitment points for some of the recruitable Why do I have G-Witch written there? As we continue on from last time's space-based route split, Char meets with the leaders of the Venus Globe attackers from last time, him apologizing for his role in the Universal Century becoming so dysfunctional that it led to the Straits and Reguild, only for the Venus Globe representatives to insult him for it. That it's arrogant to presume he could have done anything to affect that. Would you stop ridiculing Char for every single fucking thing he does? It is not sheer arrogance. It's factual, as long as one wants to blame him for what went wrong, which everyone else keeps fucking doing, and he himself has just consigned himself to plainly agreeing with them, as he was one of the leaders of the era where things could have been changed. And he has been doing so, as no one from the guild has told him that the plan to drop the Axis asteroid on Earth fails to make him believe otherwise. Thus, he is operating for the belief that it succeeded, and the need to abandon Earth because of it was what caused the circumstances of Reguild. He's wrong, but you don't insult him for that. You correct the misconception, which none of them are! As I've inferred earlier, this is a constant criticism I have of the Super Robot Wars games. That they both acknowledge that Char was right in the actions he took and had no other means to do anything to affect the change that needed to happen due to his isolation, yet he's constantly railroaded, condemned, and put in the wrong by default by the series writers, even when the presence of the crossover material would then provide those alternatives, and by their means making the prior actions unnecessary, and a character would constantly not perform them. This ties back to Amuro and Tobia rejecting Char out of hand when Char was legitimately trying to do the right thing earlier. That exists for the sole purpose of keeping them at odds, which is not a detriment to Char's character, but Amuro's, as Char is continuously looking for better options than the ones he has to resort to, including diplomatic ones. Yet Amuro rejects the need for them to do anything despite their intervention being required. Zex and Lelouch, who made similar decisions to Char, frequently have most of their actions justified both inside and out of their series. Yet it's just Char that's constantly ridiculed for them, despite the same circumstances being born around all of them, and how the narrative of the game exploits him. Like, if you want the irredeemably evil Char clone, you've got Raoul Le Creuset from Gundam Seed, who was deliberately written to be an omnicidal psychopathic nihilist, deliberately playing both sides against the other so they would all reach the point of mutually assured destruction. But canon Char? No, there's a reason I describe his counterattack self as inexplicably evil, as the story bends over backwards to the point of breaking to make him the villain in the face of the tyranny that actually makes the timeline a hellhole. Thus, my issue with Super Robot Wars is they want to use him, but they don't know how to use him without tripping over the problem of him being unjustly vilified, with them putting him on the sides of those he would normally oppose, as they keep doing it. And that is the case here, where Char is disgusted by the conduct of the sheer inhumanity of those he's been left with as allies, who have all lost touch with the humanity as they act as the extremist elites, in the same way that Char chose those same types of people to be his enemies before. And yet he can't do anything to oppose them now, because everyone who would have been his ally has abandoned him or shrugged him off. This doesn't look bad for Char. This looks bad for every protagonist character that should have been his ally and yet rejected him. As thanks to the heroes, he's once again been left with no options and abandoned by those that could turn things into a more beneficial direction, until they come back to berate him for a situation they themselves caused. The most central in that, to me, being Glemmy fucking Toto, who, for those who haven't seen Double Zeta, is the true villain of the story, as he uses the excuse of wanting to return the Zabi family to power as why he rebels against Haman Karn, who, while she did take control of Neo Zeon in her own way, did so to give the last surviving Zabi family member, Meneva, her own life by taking the weight of their campaign off the young girl's shoulders. So Glemmy in turn, in reality, was just doing it all to put himself in power, and abused many, many, many people to make that happen. And yet, he's here, and Haman isn't. Like, not every antagonist in UC Gundam is a better person than the story gives them credit for. And Glemmy is one of them. In fact, he is one of the fucking worst you could possibly make into a recruitable character. And worst of them all being Compo, who again is the one that even started G-Reco's war, through just the act of putting war machines back into people's hands. But as I condemned earlier, war does not happen for the sake of war. It happens when irreconcilable differences boil over to the point where there is no other option but for war to happen. War itself doesn't strengthen anyone as Compo insists it does. It is a failure of a modern system to address inequalities between peoples, with usually the leadership of one side or the other being complete assholes. Or one person being so selfish that he takes from others what does not belong to them. Like, there are certainly others, such as generational trauma that Iron-Blooded Orphans and G-Witch played with, but when Gundam just has its themes boiled down to, war is bad, you miss the actual reasons why war is bad, and the horrible things that make such come about, and that is not a positive for the franchise overall. Again, it's why I prefer the AU Timeline series. They better address these things without scapegoating a cause while ignoring the true source of them. But there's a reason I brought up the Char scene from the Zeta Gundam video game a few videos ago, as the SRW games treat that whole mess as canon. That it's Camille that is repeatedly made into the means of talking Char down from paths that the man already disagrees with. The problem with how this is always utilized is Char is not the one that puts stock in blind faith and optimism, and usually the loudest voices condemning him have likewise put no thought into the issues that Char is endeavoring to find a solution to. Thus, Camille's recovery and well-being should not be the sticking point to quote-unquote redeeming Char from a darker path by giving him new hope, as that could have been done by not treating him like garbage from the start, since he was first presented in this game as agreeing with the position the Twilight Knights were taking to end the conflict and get everyone home, just from the perspective of him seeking to first protect the factions made up of the peoples he felt he most failed. So he's consigned himself to this path he hates, simply because he was robbed of all others by the heroes of this era. This battle is further complicated by the appearance of Peru 2 to counter the original LPO Peru, and Peru 2 has been re-brainwashed by Glemmy. So, fucking fantastic for that. And as happens in the few of the SRW games, we have to save the Peru clones from their key abuser. This once more requiring the specific use of the Persuade command by Peru and Judao on Peru 2. It's certainly the better part of this stage, as like the majority of the space routes in this game, the rest of this is all garbage. Playing fast and loose with Char's motivations to try and place blame for others' actions on himself, which he didn't do before, saying he enabled Compo's actions, which he didn't, and then he wants to kill Camille to harden his resolve, which he doesn't. And also saying that it's Char's own ego that's the problem when that is once again Ambro's own projection onto him.
You're incapable of that level of incompetence, Mr. LaForge.
Regardless, Char is made to be talked down with the form of condensation that I hate about the bad entries in this series that ignore the real problems in a given setting, leading to the actual antagonists taking charge of assaulting us, including Glemmy Toto, as they all plan to backstab Char from the start as a relic of the past, which Char, if he was being characterized properly, would have seen coming from these absolutely transparent scumbags. Though even then, Char's new allies among the UC crew will not stop treating him like shit. The space group returns to Al Warth, I'd asking a lot of questions of Char in the interim to try and understand his perspective, while Bellry just butts in and says it takes a long time for people to change. It really doesn't. People can change very fluidly throughout their lives as long as they are open to new possibilities. What prevents societal change on a grander scale than just the person is rigid oppressive structures that prevent the oblivious from becoming aware of injustices that can end up affecting them, which makes them believe that's just the way things are, instead of accept that this is deliberately being done to them. And that is not a natural system. That is the system that keeps needing to be torn down to actually fix things. Once again, real-life examples of that. Both the civil rights movement and the multi-generational attempts by conservatives to roll back the rights granted by the civil rights movement because they want control over other people's autonomy. Hell, society has continuously changed year over year, era over era. There is not at any point where we have stopped changing for good or for bad. It is just, again, people putting up roadblocks to change that try and slow that down. So the sheer sociocultural stagnation that is present in both the Universal and Reguild century actually is anathema to human existence. And that's not even getting to how, thanks to the revelations in Gundam Unicorn, that the Federation government Char was fighting against was illegitimate to begin with. So once again, Bellry is talking out of his ass. And it's not like Char wants perfection as Bellry wrongly claims. It was from the start about freedom from tyrannical powers that ruin others' lives, and it forces that abnormal stagnation and the perpetuation of self-destructive cycles. For those who actually remember what Zionism is before the Zabi family got to it, Zionist ideals were just about accepting the lots in life they have in space and best changing to suit their new environment, to no longer be held back by Earth and working to free themselves of tyrannical rule. This is not something that should be difficult, and yet it keeps being held to be so for another reason than other people's arrogance other than Char's. But of course, all of this nonsense is based around Taminoisms that ignore the real causes of conflict, which just say it's people, when no, there is always an external cause. And I hate that the game frames Bellry as being in the right, despite how he's deliberately being written to put words in other people's mouths. That's not how you frame a character as being right, as it's making so the debate has a foregone conclusion and cannot be refuted before it's even spoken, even when it easily can. This last stage is more of a filler stage for the space side than anything, permitting Tobia to be upgraded to his X1 full-cloth crossbone Gundam, Ida's G-Arcane to get some new skills, and later in the stage for Bellry to deploy the G-Self with its perfect pack equipment, and in doing so unlock his status as the Reguild Century's new type, to show that once again, Tamino was too super focused on Psychic Superman and G-Reco to really understand the fundamental hypocrisy of new type psychic powers that is supposed to commune with and understand the thoughts of others, but all refuse to understand others' points of view, and instead substitute in their own to condemn any others that don't agree with or do things their way, but may have still been valid. To reiterate the condemnation of new types from Gundam X,
ニュータイプは未来を作らないのか。
そうだ。それと同時に過去にしがみつきそれを利用することしか考えなかったものにも未来は作れない。
私にとってニュータイプとは信じるべきものなのだ。今になって否定しろと言われてもそれは不可能だ。
君自身がそれに陥っている限り、スペースノイドにも未来はない。たとえどんな未来が見えたとしても。それを現実のものとしようとしない限り、それは手には入らないのだから。
行かないでくれ。ニュータイプがなければ我らはどうなる。おやめください。そんなものはなかったんですよ。
Please watch Gundam X. It really did not deserve to be screwed over so badly by its producer and the network it ran on. And yes, those are the actual two reasons why it was cut short. Both of them made the viewership drop like a stone, when beforehand it was much better than it was claimed to be. There's also a story event in this stage regarding the Keepers of Order, but it's repeated on the ground team route, so I'll save it for now. On the opposing side of the route split, we're more focused on the Wataru content for a bit. Tora, impressed by the Twilight Knight's strength, thus is becoming a fan. So Don Goro has to intervene to prove to the Prince of Darkness the power of their regime. So while Tora sneaks away to play with the kids among the knights, which the older members catch sight of, and Lush determines rightfully that Tora is part of their forces, but Cece decides to be snide about that possibility. Yet to reiterate, I have no idea why Code Geass fans like her beyond the actress she is voiced by. Even in these games, she does not in any way positively contribute. Now Callan is supportive of the possibility that Lelouch is right and they have to keep an eye on Toro, and possibly give him reasons to switch to the Knight side, since he is just a little kid. Spoilers, Toro is recruitable, Lelouch's suspicions are justified, and the manner of approaching him that Callan proposes is eventually proven to be the correct one. Cece legitimately does nothing but be a bitch. Joe is also here, wanting a fair duel from Maito, and could only hope to get one by sneaking away from the Dwokdar-related alliances, due to Purple wanting to constantly fight dirty whenever Maito's involved. None of that being something Joe wants. Speaking of, Purple launches an attack on them, which only harms their side in the long term, as Wataru acting to protect Toro from the attack teaches the stunted youth about the concept of friendship, but also that Wataru is as sworn enemy as the Dragon Savior! Anyways, that is where things break in the short term, Goro coming in at this point and destroying the allied mechs of Wataru's supporting characters. And Wataru himself is only not wrecked thanks to Toro intervening to repay the earlier act, but in doing so announces himself as Wataru's enemy, and he will be the one among all of Dwokdar's army to defeat Wataru, just so he can be strong like his father. Yeah, generational trauma's a bitch. So it's Joe, now in his Goryu proper, Goro, Toro, and their cannon fodder in this stage. The three enemies together all viewing power and strength as everything else has failed them. Wataru of course takes on Toro to see if he can't talk him down, which doesn't work yet. But Wataru gets backup from the returning Kurama in his Kurao Maru mech, and Wataru's companions get their upgrade mechs, Sen-O Maru and Geno Maru, from this event as well. Hell, upgrades for everyone! For as Joe ridicules Wataru's resolve as someone bitter against such righteousness due to the losses he suffered, Gain returns to the picture, and he and Maito once more combine into Great Might Gain, pushing back against that sort of nihilism, even getting Joe to agree that if Maito can show the strength of justice, he'll back down and join the Knights. Well, Maito wins, but before Joe can acknowledge such, Purple pulls another sneak attack on them, Joe taking the shots meant for Maito, Purple revealing he even tried to tamper with their match without others knowing, as he was able to channel some of the power of darkness into the Goryu to make it stronger. But Joe rejected that gift, making Joe out to be as insolent as Joe's father, which is the reason why Joe even went to the dark-ish side to begin with. Of course, since so much of this played out in adaptation in V, I'm just skipping along it. But the bottom line was Joe was obliviously working by proxy for the man who killed his father, the Black Diamond League's leader, Xev. But in X, he doesn't know that yet. And now that he's in active conflict with them, he's gonna go off and figure out how to actually redeem himself before we get him as a permanent recruit. But hey, settling things with Joe for the moment shows to Wataru that he can help Toro as well. It just takes some perseverance and time, and removing a literally controlling parent from his ability to poison the children into tainted worldviews. Though in the wrap-up discussion with Sparrow, there is something the magical bird has to ask Black Gain. Since Black Might Gain is based upon Gain's equipment, and they now saw Might Gain and Might Kaiser combine into a single unit, could Black Gain use Maito's Kaiser machines to become Great Black Might Gain? And the answer is yes! This is the Shokugan modeling project model kits for Might Gain that released in 2023, and the Might Kaiser they released as part of that is cross-compatible with Black Gain, albeit with some of the cheat parts they included to get the aesthetic right for the animation model, just not being right to match Black Gain. But it's a minor complaint since you can just not use them. I do not have a Playmo addiction, building things is how I relax. Now of course Black Gain says it can't be done as it's more a matter of interpersonal bonds that makes it work so effectively. But considering how much of Black's AI is literally a copy-paste of Gain's, it's not a great excuse. But it works well enough for why the Super Robot Wars games would never showcase that sort of part swap. Especially since in Might Gain canon, Black Gain was a character that died in the same episode in which they first appeared. But unfortunately, the good times can't keep rolling, as the story swings back to the Nadia-related content, with Nemo calling everyone to the hangar to actually explain himself. Nadia asking what possible authority he could have to call everyone there. He's the fucking captain of the ship you're on! I genuinely do not understand who would find this character appealing? Hell, even the Cross-Ange cast get in on lambasting her for her behavior this time. But they have mostly explicable reasons for their inter-character conflicts. While Nadia holds a grudge against anyone that won't do things explicitly her way, just like a spoiled brat. A spoiled brat that shouldn't exist as part of Nadia's character due to the life she's had to live. And yet that's how she canonically is. Nemo actually asked them all down here to ask them if they could leave the ship temporarily as they have a personal matter to deal with. Nemo intending to immediately come back after it's handled. But Lelouch and Walter are both in the front of asking why they can't just help. It's what Nemo's been doing for them, so they could easily just return the favor. But the issue is it involves Nemo's history with Gargoyle, and a return to one place in specific.
It's the fabled lost city of Atlanta!
Howdy, y'all!
The entire place is, of course, one massive graveyard, destroyed after the energy inside a structure known as the Tower of Babel went critical. The survivors transporting the device here before abandoning the city so it could never be used again, and moving themselves to settlements on the land. I hate this reference made here for numerous reasons, once again sourced from the original series, because the Tower of Babel was literally a tower built in the city of Babel, and has no relation at all to Atlantean mythology. That was a real place, also known as Babylon, in the Greek translation of the name, while Babel originates from the Hebrew one. It was located 50 miles south of Baghdad, Iraq. There are still ruins there, and among them is the base of a giant ziggurat named Etemenanki. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly. That was dedicated to the Mesopotamian sun god Marduk, son of Utu, whose destruction was caused by a siege in 689 BCE by the Assyrian king, I'm again going to screw this up, Sennacherib, and was in the process of being rebuilt when Alexander the Great conquered the region. Whereas Atlantis originates as a fictional antagonist in Plato's work Timaeus and Critias, that were written around 300 years later, and was said to be an island nation beyond the boundaries of the Athenian Empire of the Mediterranean Sea, ergo why the ocean beyond that sea became known as the Atlantic Ocean. Babylon and its tower, however, are given a mythological remake in Judeo-Christian religious texts, as in those books, the raising of that tower arrogantly to a false god that wasn't the biblical god is what destroyed human unity by distortion of languages. In reality, scholars have found that the Babylonian word Bab-Ilu, meaning gate of God, that was used to describe the temple, is phonologically similar to the Hebrew word Balal, meaning confused or confounded, which is often considered where the name Babel originates. So while the Judeo-Christian Bible ascribes to God in causing the fall of human unity out of arrogance, it is actually a parable for a real-world event, that being the fall of the Babylonian Empire, and Babylon the focus of that parallel because Babylon, during the rule of Hammurabi, was made the capital city of the empire due to its role as an administrative town through which all management of and orders throughout the empire were given. Hammurabi consequently raising its status to a holy city due to both its role and the temple placed there. But the city had no natural means of defense, so when Hammurabi died, the unity he brought as the empire's leader was lost. And the empire crumbled when the city fell, because all its administrative duties could not be taken up by any of the remaining regions, which thus fractured the second great empire of the world, as the arrogance of the people, when put in context, is about putting too much power and importance on one place, that no other is capable of functioning without it, and them being completely incapable of guarding it. Now, I don't take issue with stories making use of the mythological parable that humanity was cursed with diverse languages that made it difficult to understand each other, as other series have used such. Case in point, Symphogear. Despite the natural evolution and diversification of dialects, having done that all on their own, due to the long periods in human history where cultures were cut off from one another. But I have a bigger issue with stories that try and claim, no, the Tower of Babel was something in somewhere else. As, while the mythological view also takes the historical perspective out of context, it is not saying it was something else entirely. And this wasn't based on the Jules Verne books either. This was completely Gainax and Miyazaki on that. Despite, again, Babel Tower having nothing to do with Atlantis' mythology. And yes, Nadia does treat this as the actual original tower, which is the problem. You can use it for things relating to human unity and language, but when you go into the range of, it was a weapon the people knew not how to control, and go back to Miyazaki's will of all science and technology is evil as we're too stupid to understand its dangers, it's more likely to irritate me, as so much of our history is us doing stupid things because we didn't have the science and knowledge at the time to understand why something may have been bad. Which contradicts Miyazaki's stories insisting that the pursuit of advancement makes us idiots because it causes the world's problems, when the problems of the world are overwhelmingly caused by individuals with wealth and power resisting progress, even when that progress is made for less harmful means. The SRW X amalgamation of the story takes things further, and then after the Tower of Babel reactor went critical, the survivors transported Atlantis' ruins to Al Warth, because they can do that. Them being the Seekers of Paradise in Al Warth's creation myth, and in gratitude for the dragon gods taking pity on them, they allied with them in fighting the varied forces of darkness. That's why Nemo's been helping Wataru and also been on Arsenal's good side. With the survivors of Atlantis building a new settlement on Al Warth until 10 years previously when Gargoyle's machinations destroyed the survivor civilization by overloading another of their Tower of Babel reactors which warped their forces, Nemo's group, and Nadia to the world of peace. With Gargoyle and Nemo trying to find ways back ever since due to them no longer having the means themselves of freely transporting back and forth. It only being thanks to the Keeper's schemes to feed End that they got back here at all. Thus Nemo brought his crew here as it was far past the point they properly mourned for those they lost a decade ago, and also to get repair parts for the N Nautilus, which hadn't been operating at full capabilities yet. But unfortunately Nemo was followed here, leading to an extended confrontation with Gargoyle, and since they're one of the factions allied with Mitsurugi, Stupid Hair supplied them with mass production paramails to boost their forces, which I don't think he could actually do before. Though as they're repelled, Nemo decides to increase the power of the seal in this place so no one may ever enter it again, leading to Nemo taking Nadia to see a literal fucking space whale, because he doesn't want to tell Nadia himself that she is his daughter, and wants the space whale to do it instead, as at this point Nadia does not fucking listen to a single thing he or anyone else says, so would more likely than not call him a liar and refuse to listen any further. Okay, let's be fair. The space whale is actually here as part of the human suck crap, where the higher being is amused by the contradiction of humans loving peace but blindly entering war, which ignores the actual origins of why conflict begins, that is an outright straw argument and oversimplification. I hate that shit, as it dismisses the actual suffering of people as trivial. But its actual point is to try and tell Nadia to not judge people from preconceived false notions, which you would think is a condemnation of her horrible attitudes towards others to make her reconsider them, as it's an animal telling her she's being awful, but she never stops. She acts as dismissive to that advice as she does everything else that doesn't fit her worldview, and that's in the original series as well. So like a lot of content of Nadia, it's fucking pointless. On Gargoyle's flagship, he plots with Stupid Hair as him invading Atlantis. It was for the same reason Nemo did, to get repair parts for their super weapon, named the Ark. Yeah, in Nadia, the people of Atlantis are actually aliens that migrated to Earth after a completely different civilization-destroying calamity. What that was, they don't get into, but considering Evangelion was originally written with intention for it to be an in-universe sequel to Nadia, it was probably the entities Eva would later name Angels malfunctioning and trying to overwrite whatever worlds they occupied with new life forms. As if you're aware of the Evangelion Apocrypha material, you will be aware that Evangelion's central conflict is caused by Earth becoming occupied by two extraterrestrial biological terraforming devices meant to seed life to planets, which were not designed to be able to co-inhabit the same one. And Evangelion's antagonists activated the opposite one, while hindering the one they were born from being able to counteract them, as they viewed them as being artifacts that could grant them the power of gods by unifying humanity in a single form they would control. Obviously, we're not dealing with Evangelion here. It likely would have been smarter in that context had Nadia been included alongside a game featuring Eva, but that's not the issue here. The issue is, if Atlantis and all its relics originated from the world of peace in this timeline, and the Ark was completely non-functional, it wouldn't have been transported to Al Warth alongside everything else. So, how did it get here? Moreover, in this version of the story, it's made clear that Stupid Hair corrupted Gargoyle into turning on his people, and that's not a change I like, as it obfuscates the fact that Gargoyle was adopted into the Atlantean survivor civilization to begin with, which admittedly isn't possible in the same way it was in the sourced series, due to the series amalgamation separating the civilization from normal humanity to begin with. But when a story's entire thematic point is specifically about wisdom to use the advancements of science responsibly, it muddies the purpose to change the entire reason why Gargoyle was deemed as unwise. I hate that reason in the canon Nadia story and view it as bullshit, but X disregarding it for the most part is a poor change because Gargoyle is being contrasted against Embryo, who is a man-child with a god complex so full of himself he literally can't get off unless the women he's screwing willingly become his sex slaves. And yet they both have, well, had, a common element to them, in that their own egos blind them to their faults and how generally bad they are at their purported goals. Stupid Hair incapable of making his own designer humans to the specifications he intended of them, and Gargoyle being completely incapable of using Atlantean technology himself because it is gene-locked to those of Atlantean descent, which he is not. What they want are the things they most cannot have, due to the respective shortcomings of the characters, and their opponents being aware of that is their respective berserk buttons. Also, that the technology is gene-locked because Atlanteans are aliens thing, yeah, that is why Gainax actually had a better chance of suing MGM over Stargate's Atlantis than they would have over Disney's The Lost Empire, if they had even owned enough of the IP rights to even consider a lawsuit. It still would have failed, as those details are only the start of what is done with the series, but it had more of the details in common than just a general description of a plot arc. Hell, Roland Emmerich and Dean Devlin actually had a better chance of suing Disney than Gainax did as well, considering The Lost Empire shares not just a plot arc in common with the original Stargate film, but characterization, situation, and dialogue similarities. Anyways, the Nautilus heads back to Arsenal Island as we've hit another major story flag for their series, and one long delayed, to the point that to compensate for it, Hilda and Tusk are actively fighting over Anja's affections now out of completely fucking nowhere. Because damn it, everything is bi about this. I mean, it's nice to see Anja's little harem forming earlier, but as I said several videos ago, this would have been better justified had Hilda been Anja's constant companion to better showcase the shift to affection. Here, it's because they're consolidating the plot because they need to turn Ursha, Chris, and Salia into enemies to get the other Ragnamales in play. And they don't have the time to do the Anja and Tusk banished to another world to do those developments off-screen part of the story. Hell, part of the problem of X is, since Cross Anja's story is used so much as a vehicle to facilitate other content that is not its own, the depiction of Anja's story as consequence is waylaid to a harmful degree. So much so that I have not seen this in any other SRW game to date. So the supporting cast members basically get nothing to do by which to even allow them to have a character. Ursha being the mother role of Salia's team, only now being exemplared by her being a surrogate mom to the other abandoned Norma. Or Chris being repeatedly mistreated as Rosalie's doormat. Or Salia's one-sided infatuation with their boss Jill, leaving her unfulfilled. All three of these are the contingent storylines they had, which explained their fall into serving Stupid Hair, despite them being the one that screwed them over to begin with. But none of that has been depicted as part of X's story previously. So only introducing that now makes their personal motivations that led them astray come off as unimportant and petty, as opposed to something that had been showcased from their introduction or seeded beforehand. Something which the original series and V both did. And not helped at all due to the means by which Embryo first makes contact with them, being as a tempting devil poking at an insecurity which flies in contradiction to his entire modus operandi of framing himself as a god. There is, after all, a reason he set in motion the events that led his nations to attack Arsenal in Cross-Ange's canon story first, to specifically appear to them as a savior in their moment of death, by which to then offer his help in exchange for serving him, which gets him their loyalty, as their comrades couldn't do anything to help them in the moment of crisis, which was the point of him engineering that entire scenario. As I said, he gets off on the woman he turns into his slaves worshipping him, as that is all it is about to him, being viewed as a god, and destroying everything that proves that such is not so. So for him to appear like this, in contradiction to the very character that Cross-Ange builds up about this monster, it is a sign of how badly X has done wrong by it, thanks to how it has used Cross-Ange's content in the same way Stupid Hair uses women, to only enable their other machinations. As all it takes in X to turn them is him just walking up to them, having a casual chat, and offering them a fucking job that makes them decide to become enemies. In X, the kids Ursula looks after haven't been murdered. Chris hasn't had moments with Embryo that endears her to him as a better friend than Hilda and Rosalie, who she thinks didn't care about and abandoned her. And Salia has not been repeatedly rejected or had her importance to her disregarded by Jill, who has a history of herself being one of Embryo's victims. Here, their personal doubts are revealed for the first time without them actually coming to pass. Stupid Hair swoops in, and now they work for him, without any evidence he even used his mental domination ability on any of them. Which is another thing he's shown to not rely on because he wants his slaves to worship him of their own accord, as a true god should not have to force people to worship him.
What is a god but a being that is worshipped by those beneath? Is great knowledge, power, understanding not enough for you to revere?
Like, I know some people that are of the opinion that both V and X do Cross-Ange's story better than Cross-Ange itself did, and it's for reasons like this that I cannot agree with X doing so. V is considered to achieve that solely because it killed the most caustic part of Cross-Ange's plot before it could gain any traction. So everything that follows after in V was better received without any major revision outside of the crossover amalgamations. X has not done that, when it had every opportunity to, including addressing the needless inter-character antagonism as it never even made the attempt. It is forgetting about Cross-Ange's content until they have to use it. It is not using what they do intelligently, and is done wrong by its characters as consequence. Some of that is fixed in DLC, but in broad stroke terms, it's here like so many of the others included in this one, as an afterthought because they needed some plot points from them for their story engine about the other amalgamated series to work, but not to tell or do right by its story. My guy and a few of the post-story series in this one have the same problem, but it's less harmful to them as their cast's characterization has been mostly maintained due to them being either episodic series where it's easier to swing their paradigm, or their character arcs have already concluded. And even then, it's doing wrong by a few of them that makes their inclusion not seem to matter. Case in point, when in all of this have I last brought up Shozama, despite how early he appeared in the plot? But that doesn't work as much with a serialized story that is still ongoing in this amalgamation, where adaptation of it has overlooked essential elements until the last minute, if it even remembers them to begin with, due to the exploitation of its ongoing story as a vehicle for other, less interesting content, that does not include focus on them as well. Now, this isn't the only SRW game where this is a problem either, and not just the bad ones. It's just better spotlight here because of how deeply it does contrast against V's use of this series. Usually the problem is found from the opposite view, of certain series acting intrusive to the focus on others. My go-to example on that being the SRW game's overuse of UC Gundam, as UC Gundam's inclusion shoves series that aren't compatible with it into a box that limits how well those series' stories can be told in the crossover plotline, or end up stealing the show from them like happened in V with the introductions of Full Metal Panic and Double Zeta in their storyline. Victory from Research tends to be the worst on that, due to how specifically that series has acted intrusively in conflict with other included stories. And none of them deserve that. Neither ones whose plots are screwed over, nor the ones that caused the problem to begin with. It is something that really should not be seen in the way it has been. Hell, the game makes the point for me on this, as Stupid Hair isn't even specifically there for those three in the first place, but instead decided to fuck with them as he's already here to take Nadia and the Blue Water, doing so by the simple statement of her being Nemo's daughter. Anj coming in to defend her as her ring told her to do so? So was her ring like a Mado ring from Garo and actually talks? Should we be looking to pay Hironobu Kageyama and Ai Orikasa more royalties than hiring Jam Project for the theme songs already do? No, in the SRW X version of things, the bloodline rings for the families of the original Ragnamail pilots that acted as the basis for Stupid Hair's Designer Humanity were in this time based off of Stupid Hair getting chances to analyze the Blue Water Gem before this. He just couldn't use it. And of course, this once again evokes the aforementioned chicken and egg paradox for the Cross-Anj backstory as X tells it, as Embryo used the Ragnamail pilots to lay waste to his original world, meaning he needed those control rings for their pilots as part of the multiple locks he placed on them to prevent their use against him, as the reason Anj is important in the first place is she's from the bloodline of one of the original pilots, so she unlocks the gene lock on the Vilkis. The rings interface with the Ragnamails to unlock their special abilities, such as the Vilkis' dimension jumping and hyper beam sword, and the true star song that is her family's legacy unlocks the Discord Feather. All three are needed to get each Ragnamail to function to their true capabilities. Thus, you can't have Stupid Hair create the rings based on something else, when those rings need to exist before Stupid Hair could have possibly ever encountered another artifact to base them upon, as they have to predate both his and Atlantis' emigrations to Al Warth. And furthermore, if he's analyzed and unlocked the Blue Water secrets on his own to create his own versions of it, then why the hell would he need Nadia's? It goes back to my point on his god complex. If he could do it, he would, just to prove he was superior. And if he can't, because he's that bad of a scientist, then he'd never admit it. Thus the assault on Arsenal finally begins, among the assaulting forces being dragons? Why the hell are there dragons on Gorgol and Stupid Hair's side on this? Ursha, Sally, and Chris is one thing, but Stupid Hair's mental domination trick only works on the descendants of his designer Humanity specifically, so that wouldn't work on dragons. And the physiology of the Aura-descendant dragons is too divergent in their dragon form for the mind control tech Gargoyle has to work on them. Made worse as this is where the Keepers come in, actually earlier in the respective point in the story than the space side had this. And the bottom line of their intervention here is that the Keepers of Order have chosen to side with Stupid Hair, which even Embryo says is ridiculously stupid of them. And all because the Keepers' actions have made it so the very soldiers of virtue they want to bring to this world to fight against oppressive forces they brought as well, have decided the Keepers are just as bad. So might as well side with the bad guys. With the indoctrinated members of the Order not able to see past their own noses due to any individual thoughts over morality going against doctrine. As they're repelled, Jill explains her history with Embryo with her suffering a more justified version of what Ursha, Chris, and Sally are going through now, and how difficult it can be to leave Embryo once he worms his way in due to how much of a master manipulator he is. Or rather, is supposed to be. As I've inferred, X isn't very good at showcasing that with his various strong-arm tactics. But regardless, they have a good idea of how to deal with him in the interim. And that is through using Anj's bait to pull them out into a circumstance they can control, due to Stupid Hair being obsessed specifically with courting Anj. However, we don't get back to that immediately, as Wataru's plot pops up again, with the introduction of the Black Witch, Bibidi Baba Debu. Yes? Seriously. And it turns out she has been looking after Todd since he was injured in one of the earlier battles and brought back to her by Mike Gein's Mifune, thus explaining why he's not been seen in a while, with his ego being harmed by how he needed assistance from this old crone, and despite her proximity to Dwokdar's forces, her condemnations of his foolishness really strike him to his core. When he leaves, however, so does another Bystonwell fairy, known as a Ferrario, who runs straight into Sho Zama as he and other members of the Knights are trying to do mental training to strengthen their focus, and help get Sho out of the fugu the game says he's been in for a while, but has not been presented as showcasing. Considering this entire exercise was being led by Suzaku, and his entire modus operandi is head empty, ignore the consequences, and everything I did was right, it was everyone else that was wrong, he's probably among the worst trainers they could have, as Sho's hangups are all about the consequences of his actions, and whether they were right towards other people. This Ferrario is named Silky Mao, who happens to be the reincarnation of the Ferrario who was originally responsible for summoning Sho and the other Aura battlers to Bystonwell, when she was tricked into doing so by Drake Luft. How she's an Al Warth is anyone's guess, but she was captured because she is the guardian of another Aura machine, which she leads Sho to as Mifune shows up in his Shogun Robo to try and recapture her. And since his last appearance was before the Code Geass character showed up, Callan has to comment on how crude Mifune is with his weeaboo cultural appropriation, as he's actually an American who exalts samurai culture. And Callan herself has a lot to condemn about that, considering her history of being a half-Japanese woman that had to live through occupation by her world's America equivalent, and them scoffing and suppressing her culture of origin. And on top of that, Bushido-style ways of thought only making the situations they suffered under worse. That is, after all, why Suzaku's murder of his father that exacerbated the whole situation even happened to begin with, and why it was covered up. So to run into someone like Mifune is just really kinda creepy. Granted, that probably isn't helped that in Universe for Code Geass, there likely was a rich asshole noble that after Japan was turned into Area 11, they bought up the rights to Japan's actual innovations and manufacturing industries to sell such products as their own to a broader market. After all, it couldn't have just been the 6 houses of Kyoto that maintained all Japanese originating industries while under occupation. So the Japan originating knights from the world of revolution would have a larger reason to be offended by his acts than those from the worlds of peace or war. Still, this offense prompts the Brave Express Corps to re-recruit their final member, Might Gunner, unlocking for Great Might Gein his perfect cannon once again. On the ground, however, Todd and Sho have another confrontation, with Todd trying to claim the Aura machine Silky is directing him to, and it's here that had the Dunbine content used in this game been better plotted and tied into things, I feel this would have hit harder. As his losses in Al Warth have done nothing but cause Todd's hatred of Sho, and his bullheaded zeal to defeat him to surge to their zenith once again. Sho trying to snap him out of it by saying he has zero issue with fighting Todd as many times as he would want so he can have his chances to win. But he doesn't want them to be to the death or when it could cause harm to others, as Todd keeps escalating it too. With it being Silky that purges Todd of this supernaturally originating malice to bring him to his senses. Todd leaves, allowing Sho to obtain the Aura machine Silky was protecting. The prototype for Dunbine, the Surbine. The Surbine, which was made into a high-grade Malekith in 2021, originates from the good sequel OVA for Dunbine, The Tale of Neo Bystonwell. In that story, Sho Zama's reincarnation of Shion Zama, yes, seriously, is captured alongside the princess of his country by the Black Knight Raban, who is seeking to obtain the legendary treasure of their kingdom, which is eventually revealed to be the Surbine, which Shion pilots to defeat Raban. And the reason why the Surbine popped up here is... I have no idea. I know why it does in SRWT, though, as T actually includes the cast of the Neo Bystonwell OVA. My best guess for why it's here is to give Sho and Marvel another option of a mech for them to pilot, with an additional co-pilot to give them support skills. Or 3 in a single unit when Sho's the pilot. As the Surbine isn't a bad unit, it just doesn't have many attacks and has the same problem as the other Aura Battler mechs, in that I do not know how to raise the characters' aura levels to pull off their best attacks. Though the source of the malice that infested Todd is better contextualized, and how Bibbidi has mind-screwed a different group of aura battlers, which are used as the cannon fodder by which the Surbine's power can be showcased, on top of dealing with Mifune and his forces.
犯罪者の集団が
サーバインの力がすごい。
私は必ず戻ってくるぞ
But as the battle wraps up, this stage also gives us the ultimate attack of the Might Gain team, that was not included in Super Robot Wars V. I have no idea why it wasn't, but this team attack is just plain badass.
勇者特急隊究極の合体を見せてやるみんな合体だ了解勇者特急隊6体連結行くぞ6体連結攻撃ジョイントドラゴンファイヤーうわバカなこの将軍三船が
What's even better about the SRW version of this attack is this is the ultimate version of it, as the original was a 5-train combination, not 6, since it's only in the SRW series where Black Gain survives. Though despite the upgrade available, Sho immediately switches back to the Dunbine as his primary unit, as facing Todd when he's ready in this new unit wouldn't be sporting for him, and only end up making Todd's problems with him worse. But as it turns out, as the next stage begins, no, Bibbidi, despite mind-screwing other battlers, had not done so with Todd, as now that he's not consumed by his hate, he tries to make amends with the old woman. From his calmer interaction, Todd reflecting that Bibbidi's a lot like his mom, who at the end of Dunbine he was trying in his own way to protect, even if he went about it the wrong way. In recognition of his growth, Bibbidi gives him the Senko Bracer, the next of the relics of Mount Sokai Wataru needs to retrieve, that can reinforce Todd's abilities, while Sho himself has been trained by the other knights enough to begin to enter a proper void state, where his own ego and issues aren't conflicting with his techniques. Though during this, Lelouch ends up putting his foot in his mouth unintentionally, as when Anj and Callan both want to try out this training method themselves to improve their skills, Lelouch comments that they both can already enter void states at will, so they never get distracted during combat by things that don't matter in the moment. At least when a rider isn't deliberately screwing them over, which they take as meaning they're unthinking airheads, when there's a difference between not thinking and not letting oneself get distracted. The latter is the mental flow needed for a void state. I bring this up as, well, Lelouch's dialogue here doesn't really imply what they take away from it or what Simon says in the conversation, that they're empty-headed, which in turn is what sets them off. Telling someone they don't need a mental cultivation exercise, I view as him telling them they're already smart and talented at what they're thinking of training in, not that they're idiots that wouldn't grasp such. Especially due to the fact that the times either have gotten tunnel vision or panicked in a battle can be counted on a single hand with digits to spare. As fighting in a void state, that's what Domon Kashu does to enter Burning Gundam's hyper mode. That's Goku's Ultra Instinct form. That's that flow state you enter when you're hyper-focused on a task and blowing your productivity out of the water. Void states are a good thing. And had Seaman not said anything, I think they would have taken it as the compliment it was intended as. So this becomes another what the hell moment for this game, with his originally intended paramour and spiritual daughter being mad at Lelouch for no reason. Anyways, Todd sends his letter of challenge, ready to put this stage of his life behind him, win or lose. Preferably win. and not utilizing the cheat of the Senko Bracer to push Sho to his limits. Bibity intervening as the battle reaches its climax to insist he finally use it, which threatens to send him on a hyperform rampage. Sho stopping him by showing how to properly channel the highest tier of aura power without going insane, as the training he's put himself through has allowed him to expand his consciousness just enough to use the Force and let it flow through him, instead of trying to hoard it all that causes the hyperform problem in the first place.
目を覚ませトッドわかるぞ全てが行けこれが俺のオーラ力だしまった今ならわかるオーラ力の意味が
The implication of the Dunbine's Aura Shoot animation is that a fully aura-powered Dunbine can open the Aura Road to Bison well, transport itself and its opponent to that realm, make them collide like a meteor, and just abandon their opponent there before going home. It's all sorts of insane. And with Sho quoting a line he said to Todd when they first fought together at the beginning of Dunbine's story, Todd finally stands down and lets go of the last lingering bits of his resentment, and finally joins our side, tossing back the Senko Bracer to Bibity so we can get it back from her fair and square, which becomes the focus of the rest of the stage. But considering the Senko Bracer enhances its user's abilities, giving an enhancement artifact to a spellcaster that can conjure up enemies was probably a bad idea. As when we defeat her, it does backlash upon her, and it's only due to the intervention of Dunbine's Queen Celia in momentarily suppressing the power of Dwokdar's darkness, which Bibity was drawing upon to begin with, that she is not outright killed. And Celia could do this because she has proximity to Dwokdar as one of his prisoners. Though after this battle ends, a cutaway shows that all of said prisoners of Dwokdar are actually being used as tutors for Toro. Yeah, it turns out that was Goro's idea, as he has to justify doing that to Dwokdar himself in order to calm Toro's spirit after the psychological shock he suffered from learning his enemy is Wataru. Though even then, Dwokdar doesn't seem to really care about any of that, as the only ones among his prisoners he's given any attention to now are Nia and Marimeya, this being Marimeya's first appearance within the entire frickin' game. With this, the route split ends, and the Greater Knights team meet back up, and we have the introduction of a new character, or rather, a new returning character. That being Masaki Ando, pilot of the Elemental Lord of the Wind, the Psybuster. Masaki and the Psybuster, which has a frustrating number of alternative romanizations, are among the first Super Robot Wars original characters for the franchise, them debuting in SRW 2 in December 1991. And ever since, Masaki has been a hugely popular character, him even getting his own SRW spin-off game series, referred to as the Maso Kishin games, which began in 1996, which in turn became the Super Robot Wars OG Saga supplemental series. There was that much fanfare for him alone that he alone created the vehicle for celebrating over time all of the original characters of the various games. Hell, this goes a step further. In 1999, the story of Psybuster was adapted into its own anime series that unfortunately has a bunch of inaccuracies with respect to the plot, and actually is a very frustrating watch, as most of the characters are kind of assholes, spending a large chunk of the series working for the villains, whose sole wish is to return to the world that the Psybuster originates from, Lagias. With the Psybuster being dispatched to Earth whenever an interdimensional gate is opened to investigate and stop whatever's opening those gates, as they are a danger to both of the worlds involved. The most fun you're likely to get out of it is with Masaki's counterparts, or, well, counterparts in the story. As in the Psybuster anime, Masaki's character is split into two different people, the actual protagonist of the story, Ken Ando, and the character Masaki, who is the one who starts out as the Psybusters pilot before Ken eventually becomes the main user of the machine late in the series. And the reason why you might have fun with Ken, despite them being kind of a jerk, is Ken Ando is the first voice role ever recorded by voice actor Yuri Lowenthal. It tied with Horror Glory from Rave Master for that credit. So yeah, between Ken, Simon, Suzaku, and Riddy Marcinis, Yuri has voiced 4 separate major characters that pilot giant robots in widely distinct series, plus his role as Baku Netsumaru in SD Gundam Force, and Glacius in Transformers R.I.D. as sentient robots atop that, and Barnaby Brooks in Tiger and Bunny if you want to include power armor in that as well. Not a lot of actors can claim that many mecha-adjacent credits, and 3 of them are present in SRW X. However, Masaki's popularity has actually ended up being to his detriment, as the character keeps getting isekai'd into other Super Robot Wars games. Masaki has the highest number of recurring appearances in other games, and that even affects his own games, as Masho Kishin. Yeah, of the 4 games in that subseries, the first canonically happens between his appearances in SRW 2 and 3. He then appears in SRW EX, 4, Alpha, Alpha Gaiden, Original Generations 1 and 2, Dark Prison, The Moon Dwellers, OG Gaiden 2, OG Dark Prison, OG The Moon Dwellers, The Animation, Divine Wars and the Inspector, XT30, Operation Extend, Cross Omega, Shuffle Fight, Hero Senki Project Olympus, and another Century Episode R. That's 26 games and 3 anime series, not counting the adaptation of the original Psybuster storyline. And every reappearance, literally every single one, is considered canon to the character's personal story. The guy needs a vacation! Now, the frustrating thing about Masaki coming in here, well, it is actually supposed to occur as the 3rd stage in the game, but you only get access to it then if you pre-ordered Super Robot Wars X, which got you a DLC code which flagged his appearance far earlier to play a more active part in the story, which might have had a larger impact thanks to Masaki piloting a literal magic robot, and how that would play into Iori and Amri's own respective stories to possibly improve it. But that's not something I can confirm unless I want to spend literal days reviewing what public Let's Play footage of X is available on YouTube. And frankly, that isn't something I want to do. So much like happened in SRWV with the Huckbin and Gungrust, what could have been a more major and essential character, 2 events by which to provide a chance to really get appeal built for the character, is so far delayed until after we've got recruited everyone but the special unlock condition cast members, which makes it more difficult to build that same connection for those new to the series to a legacy character, and especially with such a popular one at that.
こいつのパワーは桁違いだぜ。
マクスウェルコイル充電完了。全自動追尾セットオッケー。
これで終わりだ。コスモノバー。
And as you've been seeing from the footage of the fights, the Psybuster is actually really impressive as a unit even now, with just the sheer power it showcases. Really, I think half the reason Masaki's gotten as many appearances as he has is because he is voiced in Japanese by Hikaru Midorikawa. And as I have established before, Hikaru Midorikawa absolutely loves the SRW series, so of course he'd be happy to reprise a role for the game series he adores. Masaki's role here starts with him being attacked by a bunch of the Keeper's golems to try and bring him to heel, and that's basically it. Him being recruited by the gathered forces and then integrating into them simply, with him downplaying his awareness of several of the characters involved in this due to his frequent quips to alternate realities, which admittedly the game then forgets about. Next time, we're building up to a larger confrontation with the Keepers, as well as us reaching one of the reasons I even wanted to review this game in the first place, as what pops up in the next segment sure justifies itself better than a certain film I loathe. As the Twilight Knights prepare to once more lay siege to the land of Mana, the younger Sunrise protagonists, after a training session, exalt Amuro for his piloting capabilities. But Amuro shows concern they don't care for him at all in the perspective of who he is as a person, which is the writer's own way of calling out the fandom believing Amuro is the best pilot without concern of anything else. As when put into context of who Amuro is as a person, well, he's not a very good one, even with his personal traumas factored in. After all, a lot of bad things in Universal Century's timeline happen because of his personal actions, preventing the needed change from taking place due to his blind adherence to the Federation being the good guys, with the Titans being a one-off exception instead of a symptom. And even then, he stuck his head in the sand a lot throughout that conflict. Though the mechanics mention in this that the new Gundam isn't in great shape right now, the one Amuro is piloting being a rush job put together to counter Neo's Zeon aggression, and is not the complete new Gundam as was intended. Which comes into play as all the aces of the Mitsurugi Alliance, Barzugilla, prepare to assault the Knights while they're shorter on manpower, their leaders wanting them to target Amuro due to him historically being less known than his rival Char. Well, yeah, the Federation did everything to suppress knowledge of Amuro due to the belief that he was a new type, due to the leadership being fearful of the idea of new types being the next stage of human evolution, and the whole, lapless box stuff where the Federation's leadership were behind a terrorist attack that allowed them to seize power and rob it from the people to begin with. But yeah, thanks to that, and the stories the people of the era have said about Amuro's rep, their leadership wants him specifically taken out. All the enemy aces just trying to dogpile on Amuro here. And you actually get some fantastic bonuses if you have Char, the person most wronged by Amuro over the years, defend him and defeat several of the aces. You need to specifically have Char defeat Kia to unlock Kia's recruitment conditions by getting Char to earn Kia's respect, and also have Char defeat Yazan, Mask, Rockpie, Rakan, and Barara to clear all the special conditions on the stage. Beyond that, defeat enough of the aces, and Amuro will feel the pull of another Psycho Frame mobile suit in a transport near the battle. The transport containing Kampa, who Amuro does not properly condemn despite him doing more to cause harm and atrocities than Char ever did. So for Amuro to not even attempt a reason to suck speech towards him, that's off. Regardless, the Psycho Frame in question is in fact the completed New Gundam, known more commonly as the High New Gundam. The High New Gundam, I have not had the time to build this yet, originates from the alternative story version of Char's counterattack, Beltorchica's Children. And yes, the name is referencing the bitchy blonde sipping for Amuro from Zeta Gundam. Now, technically, both stories, Char's counterattack and Beltorchica's Children, are based on another of Tomino's novels, Mobile Suit Gundam High Streamer. However, Sunrise rejected just turning that novel into a series or the eventual film because it was viewed as incomprehensible. Are we seeing a pattern here yet? Sunrise basically had Tomino rewrite the story to be understandable before they'd give it the go-ahead. And the new script Tomino made for the film was also rejected, but this time by Sunrise's sponsors due to their pre-existing bad relationship with Tomino due to his actions in the past, which thus made them insist Tomino rewrite the story again into the form of the film we know today. Tomino said the reason why the sponsors rejected that original draft was because they didn't like the idea of Amuro being a family man, with Beltorchica pregnant with his child. But that is a vast oversimplification of the problem to the point it might be considered an outright lie, as no one had issue with that happening for Bright and Hayato, nor was it based on the original draft confirming Char and Amuro's deaths. Audiences would have preferred such be confirmed. It still would have been a disliked conclusion due to Amuro being the one acting deliberately ignorant of the problem Char was trying to solve, and Char going to the most extreme way inexplicably to address the problem without valid cause for him to take it that far, as remember the retcon would still be a decade off by this point. But the deaths themselves were not the issue, just the circumstances around them, and ambiguity around their deaths was not a fix for that. And no, it wasn't tied to the negative stigma that comes from the story tropes of a man going to war and abandoning his family in the conflict either. The actual issue was Beltorchika Irma was and has remained a deeply unpopular character in UC Gundam, basically from the point she was introduced. To the point audiences did not want her to have hooked up with Amuro in any way, shape, or form after the way she was depicted as acting in Zeta Gundam. While fans wanted Amuro to be with Sayla, as was the directed implication from the original series, it was accepted due to her actress being unavailable that such was unlikely to happen. So it became a long-agreed fandom thing, even in the 80s, that Amuro could be with anyone else as long as it wasn't Beltorchika. On some level, Tomino knew this, as Beltorchika's role was completely written out of the movie that was made, thus leading to the introduction of Amuro's last love interest, Sean Agi, who serves as Beltorchika's replacement. And it has been a multi-decade-long fan theory that the entire reason Hathaway murders Sean is Tomino acting spitefully to audiences with regard to their dislike of Beltorchika. Regardless, that initial script was then used as the basis for a new novelization of the film, which was named Beltorchika's Children, due to the major differences in the plot being hinged upon Beltorchika's innovation of the Psycho frame, and the Suzabi new Gundams replaced with completely new and upgraded versions of the respective mechs, the Nightingale and the aforementioned High New Gundams. Though, in looking into this fact, turns out there actually wasn't a lot lost in adaptation. High Streamer, Beltorchika's Children, and Char's Counterattack all lack one essential detail to their stories. They all forget to justify Char's thought process in why he wants to drop Axis on Earth as his means of breaking the Federation's control over the Earth sphere, as opposed to implementing any other method of breaking the chains placed upon peoples of the Universal Century. That is in fact why Sunrise originally rejected High Streamer to begin with. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Which is in turn why the stage has all those special conditions as well, for by completing them, it unlocks the secret scenario Red Comet's Dignity, which gives Char in turn with his Nightingale unit to complement the High New Gundam, but is predicated on a plot where Judao has his turn at being a jerk to Char, with his own being contingent on him holding Char accountable for how Judao views Char mistreated Haman. Or rather, this is another case of the story choosing to place the blame on Char, because of course they would, for something he isn't responsible for, and in this case it being the horrible way Haman was treated in Zeta and Double Zeta, with Char and Haman's one-sided relationship used as the focus. In the original Zeta Gundam, Haman Karn is depicted as being sexually infatuated with Char, despite their own respective goals being at odds due to Haman being one that was indoctrinated to the goals of Zeon, and wanted to put Zeon's Zabi family in a position of power over humanity, which Char opposed because of the way that these people had been indoctrinating the young Maneva Zabi into just repeating the sins of the past. Char repeatedly rejected Haman's advances as well during the years between the original Gundam and when he left Axis in 0083, which is where Judao comes in on this, as Char had to more and more extremely refuse her advances, which gave birth to the animosity between them as depicted in Zeta Gundam. As Char and Haman have a 7-year age gap between them, and the two first met when she was 14 and Char was 21, her only being 16 by the time he left Axis. So, of course, Char wasn't going to return her affections. At least it wasn't until they retconned it. What I'm referring to is Hiroyuki Kitazume's Char's Deleted Affair, Portrait of a Young Comet, a manga published in Gundam Ace from 2001 to 2009 that fills in the missing years between 0079 and 0083 from the perspective of the Zeon remnants as they occupy the Axis asteroid and fend off unprovoked assaults from the Federation, during which Haman and Char first meet, Haman presents her affections, and the manga bears the implication in it that Char for a time accepted, before breaking it off in a damaging way due to the story also focusing on Haman's radicalization by a Zeon colonel who wants to restart the war, using a distorted version of the philosophies Char's father, Zeon Zem Daikun, originally promoted to do so. So congratulations, Miss Sunrise! You allowed one of the two most popular characters of your largest franchise to have overt pedophilic implications made towards them instead of keeping to the idea that Char had always told Haman that he just wasn't into her, and made it her be the one with the legitimate problem. And no, I don't care about what ages of consent in Japan are in this case, as they are not justifying that shit here. But you know how I know that works as a motivation and character arc? Because that's Salia's storyline in Cross-Ange. Hell, Salia even shares young Haman's freaking hairstyle, but it's better justified because Jill actually did take advantage of Salia's affections for her own ends, while never intending to actually get in a relationship with a younger woman due to Jill's own issues. Though, if anything, Char's part in this is more like Kaji Ryoji's from Evangelion towards Asuka Soryu, where he neither can nor wants to return the younger woman's affections, and she won't stop trying to flirt with him. The best thing that came from Char's deleted affair, however, was the confirmation of one detail. That the Federation had always remained the aggressor, and sent fleet after fleet out to attack Zeon remnants that had fled to Axis from the original Side 3 Zeon colonies after the war. They were never, at any point, left alone to reconsider their actions. Which thus leads to the actions of the Zeon forces in playing their parts in both the Delaz fleet incident depicted in Gundam 0083, and eventually moving Axis back into Earth orbit to play part in Zeta's events. Even as it then begs the question of how those at Axis were even allowed to build up their forces enough to become a threat during Zeta if the assaults against them never stopped. Regardless, Char's deleted affair's canonicity has become a point of contention due to its sequel, Zeta Gundam Define, a manga retelling of Zeta Gundam that diverges a lot from the anime or the A New Translation movies, but in turn actively calls back to CDA. Some things outside of it count or refer to it as expansion material in the same way that scene from the Zeta PS1 game is. Others disregard it because of the pedophilic implications, but it's a mess trying to make a definitive statement due to how tie-in media to the Gundam anime can vary widely in its explicit canonicity. In the AU timelines, it's easier to say what is and what isn't, but just so much of the side stories for UC Gundam are retroactive and bad for what was previously canon, that there's a lot more people want to disregard. Ergo, why Unicorn got animated to confirm it canon. So yeah, that's the context of Judao's issue with Char, that he didn't respect Haman's feelings for him. But he doesn't understand that he legitimately could not, and Haman refused to accept no. So Judao's bias against Char on Haman's behalf is complete bullshit, as Judao's entire attitude throughout this entire stage is Judao declaring that Char should have sexually assaulted a minor. It's not like I agree with every decision Char ever made. Of course the man made a ton of mistakes. Everything involving Garmazabi, that was a mistake. Not trying to clear the air war with Amuro during Zeta, big one as well. Not staying with Camille to help him recover, or even check in with him before beginning the Apsis drop plan after continuity for the Gundam series started to make that a big contingent issue. That is a big, big, big mistake. And I could name more. But the reason I tend to take his side in regards to a lot of these events where they scapegoat him is, no one else will! And the entire reason Char asked Judao and also Toby all along is they're the two from his time he's not interacted much with, and wants to get to know them so he knows how to best help them. But Judao doesn't want to listen due to his prejudice, so charges in without listening to orders as they investigate a recently attacked town. The stage also permitting the Double Zeta and Crossbone Gundams to get workouts of their recently upgraded mechs. The Double Zeta getting its full armor gear, and the Crossbone its full cloth equipment if you hadn't grabbed it before. Judao's actions put him in the line of fire as reinforcements arrive, leading to Char putting himself in harm's way to protect Judao, and the Sazabi taking significant damage. Which Judao completely fucks up the understanding of, thinking it's all about them not wanting to show weakness to the point that people get the wrong idea of them, and that's why he and Haman didn't work out. No, you idiot! She was too young for him and he's not a fucking groomer! And that strength narrative doesn't make sense because despite his plans, Char's one of the most straightforward characters in UC Gundam. people just don't understand him because they're deliberately written to be idiots, or they're short-sightedly ignorant of what he has perspective to from having seen more than the bubble these other characters' little lives have been. Char's forced to retreat, but somehow Sparrow knows the location of another unit he can pilot. That happens to be the Nightingale. How Sparrow knew of it is anyone's guess, but the assaulting forces credit Compa for constructing it from their MS archives. Though, unfortunately, unlike the High New Gundam, the Nightingale is actually a downgrade from the Sazabi for Char, it having a very limited moveset, most of which are underpowered in comparison to the Sazabi, despite the Nightingale having been sold as an improved version of the Sazabi. Granted, the Nightingale overall is way too bulky for its own good and point, since its construction basically makes it act as a full armor equipment version of the predecessor mech. The High New has a more balanced compare-contrast with the original New, but yeah, if they had just changed the backpack on the Sazabi to hold more remote weapon funnels, it'd probably outdo the Nightingale, as it's just too big. Like, I own the RE100 of it, and it's stupid huge. But the irony of this is, I actually really like the High New Gundam. Seriously, it's one of my favorite UC Gundam-related units from an aesthetic perspective, and a lot more balanced in most regards to the normal New, even though the High New has all sorts of problems with regards to actually storing its weapons. And again, that's what the heavy weapons variants are for. More DLC missions are available at this point, the first following up with Amuro's stuff from earlier about the younger pilots only knowing him as a pilot and not a person, when Amuro views himself as more of an engineer. Yeah, that's an easily forgotten part of his character, as it's seen so rarely in the actual anime. He was the mechanic for the ARC-78, as they were short-handed, yes. The apocryphal material mentions it on occasion as well, and his custom-designed Haru of course became so bafflingly popular that it became Sunrise's mascot character. But main series content? It is barely seen in 0079 as that distinct. Hell, the other pilots in that series also help service their own mecha. But if you want an Apocrypha example, Amuro apparently was the in-universe designer of the new Gundam, at least on a conceptual level, with Anaheim Electronics taking it from there to actually develop it, and also installed the Psycho Frame technology that Char gave them for Amuro. So, that's more a case of he was involved, not he was responsible, or a chief designer on the project, which should belong to others. Kinda like how Camille gave the design ideas for the Zeta Gundam, but the project was already underway before him, which allowed for the machines to be developed in a few months, when that normally takes a lot longer. Still, that acts as the framing device for this stage, as he takes more of the younger pilots out on a differing patrol, and encounter a group of Reguild Century pilots utilizing reproductions of varied mechas of the era, with Amuro educating them on the history of their respective mechs from his personal experience with them, while he gives advice on the pros and cons of the mecha of his companions, as well as giving the High New Gundam a greater collection of shakedown tests towards its performance.
仕掛けるぞ! 動力部に当てればいけー!
I actually do like this stage, as I'm obviously a bit passionate about media lore consistency, so writing a character in character commenting on mechs they've faced is something I really do like. But the framing device is where I ended up being more baffled, as that's more an issue of the character trait and passion that is reliant on not being one that had been as emphasized in depiction of the character. Still, that is one of the pros of the SRW series, to promote and spotlight those more obscure elements instead of just rewriting a depiction wholesale, which ironically is the problem this game keeps running into. Plus, I like the speculation Amuro has at the end of, what would Amuro have done with his life if Tamino was not so insistent on creating situations to deliberately kill him and Char off like he wanted to do since 1979? And him possibly being an educator or test pilot for new advances? Those are ones I can at very least get behind. The next DLC stage focuses on Masaki Ando, and how stressed out he is, which he's apparently been dealing with for a while. I mean, that'd make more sense if you got the pre-order DLC stage version of Masaki, but from context of the later purchase version, and those not aware that Masaki's been getting Isekai'd repeatedly to play part in the story of dozens of Super Robot Wars games, which have all taken a toll on his psyche, that is not as understandable. But this also highlights a recurring problem with the DLC missions in this game, in that the setup for so many of them is a member of the cast getting too far stressed out, and other members doing something with them to bleed that stress. We had that with the pizza run, and with Sally's magical girl fantasy. And my belief is it's once again the problem of the story engine of the game not permitting them to take advantage of many of the traits of the given setting for which to tell extra stories with a greater variety. So we're just filling the stage with the repetitions of the same idea, just with different casts for the stock tale focused upon, with them inevitably all going on recon to set it off. This time Masaki's stress has led him to, for some reason, think Hero's got some beef with him due to how reserved the wing pilot is. The recon assignment intended to get them to work it out through competing for kills against a group of rogue rune golems, where it's even more shown that it's Masaki that has this odd problem, with it being Zex that comes in as backup to just literally tear Masaki down for the attitude he's been displaying, and making the incident an example to publicly shame him for it. That's a bit extreme, but if it would prevent a fatality of a member of the team, not an unwarranted one. It's just the stage is really bad at explaining why they even began to feud to begin with, nor why at the end they're suddenly united against not just Zex, but the ones who got him in trouble in the first place. And no, I don't think that the fact that Hikaru Midorikawa voices both characters really factored into that here. Lastly for this set is another Dream Battle simulation mission against all the bosses we faced in this third of the game, to train the group against plausible forces they could end up facing going forward in a worst possible scenario, which they are about to hit, but not in a way any of them are expecting. For you see, I skipped something earlier regarding Stupid Hair, for as the route split ended, he ended up obtaining by chance a new ally, one that is capable of helping him and Gargoyle with their end goals. Or rather, two of them. The first of which is Shot Weapon, the true villain of Aura Battler Dunbine, who was the one who created the Aura machines that facilitated Drake Luff's war, all out of his own genius ambition. And he cares more about his research to understand and create new things greater than before than he does control, which is a different expression of the god complex that complements Embryo's own. But while they complement each other in a way different than Leonard from Fullmetal Panic did in V, well, the fact Embryo needs a researcher to begin with is a bit suspect, considering Embryo is, or at least started out as, a scientist and researcher himself. While yes, there are so many fields of science that it is implausible to think one can do all of them with any competency, well, Stupid Hair has literally been in this realm for centuries, so it would have had the time to investigate the things that Shot Weapon, by comparison, has only had at most months, maybe a year to look at himself. Like, maybe Stupid Hair supplied him the data so a scientist of a different specialty than his own could look over his own findings to confirm them, especially since Shot fused science with fantasy beasts and magic to create the Aura machines to begin with, and he has his own experiences with other dimensional realms. But it always felt odd to see Embryo deferring to Shot in matters of science. Regardless, it's Shot's conclusion that has them unnerved, and also brings in the other new executive member of this little alliance, as Shot has uncovered that Al Warth is not in fact an alternate universe parallel Earth, but a world that has been artificially created and exists in a rift between the three Earths we've been dealing with, that should be instead described as existing at a nexus point between the living realm and the point which exists beyond the Veil of Death. Which admittedly doesn't make the most sense, as if the worlds of peace, war, and revolution exist in entirely separate universes, and they do, this is not a Super Robot Wars V or even Xenoblade Chronicle situation, then their own afterlives should not be connected for Al Warth to intersect with them, but isolated from one another inside their own universes. The only other way that would make sense is if Al Warth is in a rift between universes that happens to coincide with these universes, and is parasitically draining the populace of them, so snaps up individuals who are in their moment of death, as we've been seeing, and their transportation heals any injuries they may have had, as opposed to dragging them back from beyond death. After all, it's hard to miss someone has been abducted when you believe them dead to start with. But regardless, it allows for the introduction of the newest antagonist in all of this,
大きくなったわね、ルルーシュ。
Her Royal Highness, wife of Emperor Charles Z. Britannia, Empress Consort Marianne V. Britannia, also known as Lelouch's mother. And this reveal right here, this is why I did not in any way, shape, or form allude to her in the Code Geass review, that Lelouch's mom, the woman murdered by his uncle that put him on his path as rebel leader and liberator, was secretly one of the biggest actual antagonists of the series, with her supporting her husband even beyond death, thanks to her own Geass power given by CC that allowed her the power to possess others' bodies, and the secret conspirator CC communicated with through her contract that told them everything Lelouch was doing behind his back to thwart it. Like, how do you explain that to someone not inducted to the series? That everything Lelouch was driven to do was founded upon a lie not of his own making, but that of his parents, and CC was ratting him out all along.
まさかゼロをやめるだけなら簡単だ。そんなロマンティックな話じゃないさ。しかしこのままでは黒の騎士団もおしまいだな。あ、ナナリーのためのゼロ。ルルーシュはそう言っていたよ、マリアンナ。
In Code Geass's backstory, Marianne was a young girl who witnessed her family being murdered, with her eventually falling into the ranks of the Britannian military, and specifically into alliance with a younger Charles Z. Britannia, who at the time was plotting his own rise to power by using his own memory-altering Geass to pit Charles's family against each other in an event known as the Emblem of Blood. Marianne became Charles' personal knight, and assisted in both that rise and the conquest of new areas for Britannia to rule, with her piloting the first true nightmare frame of the series, as Charles' most loyal and sycophantic follower, only rivaled by Charles' other knight, Bismarck Waldston, who himself was in love with Marianne. But by that point, Marianne was so smitten with Charles, she didn't give him the time of day. Her actions charmed the Britannian commoners, as her skills from out of nowhere had allowed her to rise to the highest seat of power she could, thus reinforcing the greatest lie Britannia ever told, the implication they could rise in status as well. Though that led to her being hated by every other non-military member of the nobility, including the other consorts that viewed her as being the favored wife, despite earning her place there more than any of the others simply through deed. Though the favor she held more had to do with what she brought to Charles that no other did, that being her own contract with CC as a Geass user, which she'd held since not long after her family's death, and that in turn made possible Charles' greater plans and research into the powers of Code and Geass that made her invaluable to them to keep around and a larger part of their grander schemes. But that opinion was not shared. Charles' brother, Victor Z. Britannia, also known as VV, murdered Marianne due to, in his view, Charles actually loving Marianne more than him, so betrayed them both in killing her. The death triggering Marianne's own Geass, whose power allowed her to possess others' bodies, and her doing so to Anya Allstride, who at the time was living with the V. Britannias to undergo instruction under Marianne. And once Marianne awoke in Anya's body, immediately reported what happened to Charles, forcing him to perform a cover-up, and all of them collaborating in the resultant aftermath. Them deliberately acting to maim Nunnally to rob her of her legs and sight in order to frame Marianne's death as the act of terrorists. And in Code Geass's expanded material, VV then furthered this masquerade by performing copycat attacks on Charles's other consorts, one of them being done on Maribel Mel Britannia's home to kill Maribel's mom and abduct her sister, likewise setting up the events of the Oz the Reflection manga. They killed any investigation into Marianne's death and these other incidents to disguise this fact, helped in turn by the nobles that despised Marianne and the upward social mobility she had achieved, which thus set Lelouch off into confronting his bastard of a sperm donor, him drawing attention to their cover-up, and the appearance of Charles' weakness in allowing those under his protection to be killed and maimed without retaliation, and that being what made them disown him had thrown him away to Japan, where they were already planning to invade even at the time he arrived there. Suffice it to say, as I got into a bit during the main Code Geass review, the fact that a Britannian Commodore, we think there's some conflicted material out there that implies Marianne had French origin, ergo Lelouch's Lamperouge pseudonym, could rise to such heights and yet be so despised as an unacceptable anomaly in Britannia's caste system is another reason why Suzaku's scheme would have never worked on its own, as the entire reason the two met was a result of that systematic rejection of non-nobles moving above their stations. So think of a number trying that. No, he only rose as high as he did through cronyism during a time of conflict, not acknowledged merit of his skill or identity as a person. Had Lelouch done nothing as Suzaku kept insisting, so Suzaku could have used the system to change things, he would have never gotten recognition by anyone in power to then do anything. There is no point in Code Geass' story where Suzaku's position is proven factual, or any argument he makes is in any way backed up. But yeah, the beginning attacks on Japan that targeted where Lelouch and Nunnally were first, intentionally done to martyr them and sweep the greater incident under a rug to make those invested in it turn their attention to every outsider that may cause harm instead of inwards where the perpetrator really was. All while Marianne used Anya's body as a puppet to continue assisting Charles. Every time Marianne took control, robbing Anya of the stretches of time from her memory, which left her fractured as a person and unable to grow up, thus leading to her emotional stagnation as every important decision in her life was dictated by the one who was possessing her, leading to Anya eventually joining Charles' personal knights, the Knights of the Round, so Marianne could once more overtly serve her husband. Irony in all this being, had they just created a fake terrorist group to frame for all this, they likely could have prevented Lelouch going full rebel. But then again, that is why we have Maribel's story, to show what could have been had Charles not deliberately created his own worst enemy. Then again, this entire plot I am explaining, yeah, it is all 1000% facilitated by a collection of retcons introduced in Code Geass R2. This was not intended from the start of the series, at least not all of it, but invented when they got to R2 as they needed to make the supernatural mythos plot actually have relevance to the story, because Ichiro Okouchi and Goro Taniguchi had written themselves into a corner regarding the powers of Code and Geass thanks to their forced creation of CC, as despite creating her in the first place to provide Lelouch with his Geass, everything relating to CC had done nothing but eat time and drag the entire production down, thanks to her taking focus away from characters they needed to spend time on to justify the direction of the main Revolution narrative. To continue to justify her presence, despite her doing nothing for the story, they needed her to tie into one of the major climaxes of the narrative. And in that context, it makes sense to make Marianne a Geass user and CC's previous contractor, to explain why she would then stalk Lelouch for years before contracting with him, and be invested more than her other contractors with his survival. Because it was never about Lelouch or gaining affection from him, it was always about securing a means by which to obtain her own death. So, she spied on him for them. As if Lelouch didn't kill her, for that betrayal or not, his parents would. To them, Lelouch, solely because of his own survival against expectations, was a means for them to chain CC down long enough for them to get their big scheme ready to go, and the information CC gave them behind Lelouch's back, making them aware of exactly when and where it would be best to screw him over. Once again, this, because of R2, is the canonical reason why Charles did not object to forming Euphemia's special administrative zone, despite it being against his doctrine. He and his group of co-conspirators already planned for its failure to push forward their own agenda, and in doing so, neuter Lelouch's rebellion outright. But to continue my thesis about R2's story being written backwards with respect for the need of an event preceding its cause, and the ending being decided before anything else about the series being written, That then required the creation of Anya to be Marianne's host body. And for Anya to have relevance to the story, that then required the invention of the Knights of the Round as special ace pilots, which were then used as additional barriers towards the progress of Lelouch's campaign against Britannia beyond just Suzaku, who himself is promoted into their ranks as representing the face of the oppression of the Empire, with the irony being that most of the Knights of the Round just ended up being cannon fodder. And that all being the reason why the Knights of the Round weren't mentioned in R1 despite their supposed prominence. They weren't planned to exist originally. Thus, there isn't a knight for every position, nor do the ones that were created have significant characterization in the main material, and only get such in later side material. They were not made to be characters, but plot points that enabled other plot points. And if you do look back, you won't hear them referred to by that name until R2. Lelouch in R1 referred to his mother's position as a Knight of the Round as a Knight of Honor, as the concept of the rounds had not been written into the story yet. This is also why fan-favorite Nanette Amagram was added to their roster and is seen in R2 after her first appearance in the Lost Colors game. They needed bodies to fill out their ranks, so grandfathered in the character despite that now introducing the question of whether the game itself was canon or not. But by proxy of this, due to her being popular, they couldn't defame Nanette's character by having her go against Lelouch when the knights would later die against either Callan or Suzaku. So the staff then had to create another knight atop that to be the really oppressively classist anti-number one later on as the Sacrificial Lamb, where the side material would then later characterize that character as not being as anti-number at all, which then pissed off people who became fans of that character too from reading the manga. As discussed before, Code Geass's story becomes a mess of contradictions due to so much of it not being thought out as a progressing narrative, and everything that informs the greater story direction being divested in side material the movies then consequently ignored. And this all isn't made any better in the media surrounding the series either. Code Geass's original manga adaptation of the story doesn't use the Knights of the Round at all, them making the adaptation exceedingly and unnecessarily convoluted by their entire exclusion of the nightmares from the story, despite their role being Marianne's entire wheelhouse of influence and why she even grew to power to begin with, and yet making Valletta Nu be Marianne's host instead, which in turn invokes so many logistical problems I can't even name all of them. But the bottom line of why such was done that way was because Valletta was a pre-existing character, so it made things easy in rushing the adaptation of the tale to make her Marianne's victim in that version. At best, all that adaptation did was further highlight the one truth of Charles and Marianne the anime presents. They only really cared about themselves and their goals, and everyone else was expendable, including their children. Them uncaring of Lelouch and Nunnally's state of being because it didn't matter to them. Not in the face of the Ragnarok connection plan they had spent decades working towards, that they believed would strike and disperse the afterlife known as the collective unconsciousness of humanity, which they believed would kill God and permit the souls of the dead and living to intermingle to the point that death as a concept would lose all meaning, and thus allow the truth of the world to finally be laid bare, despite the very deceptions they were responsible for birthing in the first place, which facilitated the worst and most malicious of those lies. Hell, you have third reinforcement of that point in the Nightmare of Nunnally manga, where they try to use Nunnally herself as a focal point for this same plan instead of CC, with the known risk it'd kill her, as their plan was always more important. Thus, it didn't matter who they sacrificed, didn't matter who they claimed to love died. As long as they completed their plan, the border between life and death would end, and they'd get them all back. And thus, they didn't care about the collateral damage along the way, as all such would do was make the consciousness of humanity so yearn for the past that they'd subconsciously embrace what Charles was doing regardless of how wrong it was. But in the end, all they actually succeeded in doing is actually lose all concept of empathy that allows people to connect with and understand the truths of one another despite the barriers that may exist between them, which is what drove Code Geass's Earth into such a deplorable state. This is what Suzaku's role model for his actions was despite them being descriptive of the very people he claimed to despise in its condemnations of Lelouch. Those who are completely incapable of caring for others, and bear the very same sociopathy Lelouch loathed to the point that when this truth was laid bare, he rejected the very mother whose memory he'd put on a pedestal. As everything good in the world she represented, it was all nothing but the very lies his parents seemed to hate. And that's what you should take away from them at the end. Charles, Vivi, and Marianne's goal was to destroy the world of lies that they viewed human existence as, and used those very same liars to facilitate their schemes, not understanding that their very actions and who they exalted were why it had become worse than what they had believed it to be to justify that position. And they were incapable of understanding the truth of what, where, why, how, and whom they had wronged.
皆いずれ分かる時が来る。そんな時は来ない。計画を優先したお前たちは、もう俺たちが生きていようと死んでいようと関係がなかったんだ。だから捨てた。自己満足の言い訳だけ残して。
それは違うわ。
今言っただろ。死んだ人とも一つになれると。未来なんか見ていないんだ。未来はラグナレクの接続。その先にある。ナナリーの言った優しい世界。違う。お前たちが言っているのは自分に優しい世界だ。お前たちは知っているのか。ナナリーの笑顔の意味を。
笑顔？
ナナリーは目も見えず歩くこともできなかった。だから世の中には自分一人ではできないこともあるって知っていたんだよ。ナナリーの笑顔はせめてもの感謝の気持ちなんだ。そのようなごまかしこそがそれを嘘だとは言わせない。言わせてなるものか。現実を見ることもなく高みに立って俺たちを楽しげに観察してふざけるな。事実は一つだけだ。お前たち親は俺とナナリーを捨てたんだよ。
And that is the linchpin in this. They are the liars who perpetuated lies because they could not accept the reality of their responsibility in what they were doing, and facilitating nothing but a delusion that God was to blame for what they did and what they suffered because of it. For it is the final condemnation of why Suzaku's way of doing things, changing the system from within, would have never worked, and his deeds are nothing but self-aggrandizing moral cowardice, as the empire he fought for was led by a man with the same goals he claimed to have, and he did nothing to change anything despite the power of the position he held to do so. People think Lelouch became the very father he hated by the end? No, Suzaku has more in common with Charles due to him using everyone he claims to care for to further his own goals. If anything, thanks to Resurrection, Lelouch was turned into the VV of the new generation, which is vastly worse. Instead of the movie using its story to break this cycle of children that grow up to be the very people they hate and fought against. 'Cause I hate that shit when it's done to characters that were legitimately trying to fix the problem of their world with awareness of what the problem is. But this also answered one of the major questions of CC's actions as well. For intermittently in the story, CC would be shown talking through her code to another person, which is revealed to be Marianne. CC actively betraying Lelouch's trust and telling Marianne everything about what her son was doing, thus permitting them knowledge of all the Black Knight's activities. CC playing both sides as a means to get what she most desperately wanted. Her doing so is so baked into the series that this reveal recontextualizes all of CC's actions as spending the story stabbing Lelouch in the back without him even realizing it. She is one of the characters most harmed by those revelations which happen solely to validate her presence in the story. And yet paradoxically, she is the least held accountable for it alongside Suzaku. And just think about that for a moment. You've heard me spend numerous videos bashing Suzaku, and there are several characters whose depictions are almost as harmed along our two story. Ogi, Cornelia, and Nina being common names thrown around as targets for bashing as there's never a proper response inside the series where they pay for their own sins. Hell, I've heard Nunnally more condemned for how easily she's led astray in R2 into literally blindly murdering millions. But when it comes to CC, there's an even more enormous, egregious blind spot regarding how she literally knows the answers to everything from the start and refuses to tell Lelouch any of it. The sole excuse being that she was not originally written as possessing the information she does, as everything relating to her was not planned out in advance, but were a collection of mystery boxes. But the second they made it so she was tied into this greater plot, that instantly invokes the problem of her withholding that information while spying against him. And that retcon damns her.
And don't say I didn't.
You didn't test.
Fucking dirtlers!
And this in specific, is why there is such rejection of the movie timeline's attempts to promote CC into the role of a love interest for Lelouch. Because she is the biggest traitor in the story when it comes to her association with him. Callan botched this twice, and there are people who think she doesn't deserve a relationship with him as consequence. And you know what? There is a valid argument that can be made there, as relationships are built on trust, and trust is what Lelouch most struggles with. Another one associated with that is, in the wake of the revelations about Marianne, and in context to Lelouch's own loathing of his father, that he likely would not have wanted to repeat the actions of his sperm donor with regards to entering a relationship with a woman that is very much like his mother. Though for that to hold water, it would have required Callan to also be present during the final confrontation with Charles and Marianne, so that comparison could be invoked. Lelouch to actively see it, comment on it, and then force a separation of them to avoid such. The problem with doing things that way, however, is it would have even more robbed Callan of her own agency as a person than the series already had, as there is no valid way to separate them once Callan is in the know, and has the opportunity to force Lelouch into a corner where he'd have to explain himself that would resultantly shatter the barriers keeping them apart. Moreover, that she betrayed him too much argument even more condemns CC because of how she's canonically playing both sides to get what she wants and running on Lelouch's actions to his mom.
Whose side are you on?
I'm on my side. And if you're smart, you'll keep your mouth shut.
And thus, even in the movie timeline where they end on them together, it doesn't work, as she actively chose to betray him and keep secrets from him which he deserved to know, with full awareness of what she was doing, and to a degree where it is not forgivable. That is not the foundation of a mutually beneficial or respectful relationship. That's not even the foundation of a partnership, or the work of accomplices, or even looking out for another's best interests due to what she knew and withheld, causing him to make the wrong decisions and be exploited as consequence. This is what is done when you are using someone without any care towards their emotional well-being or future. The second Okuchi and Taniguchi did this, that instantly created the fandom's rejection of CC as a canonical paramour, as this is something you cannot get past. Which is why I say they wrote themselves into a corner with her, as in trying to make her an enigmatic presence to cover up the fact she wasn't intended to be part of the story to begin with, they had to make good on all of those mystery boxes. And as a consequence, a dead woman was made a villain as an afterthought uncaring of the ramifications for doing so, just to make this character have relevance as more than the story device that she never escapes being. You all wonder why I'm not a fan of CC? This is it. Ironically, Okuchi to some extent would recognize this, as Prospera Mercury in Gundam the Witch from Mercury is a version of Marianne's character that is fully actualized from start to finish as a villainous figure, and what one of her mentality would look like if she were allowed to exploit and indoctrinate her kids to be used for own machinations. I actually consider Prospera to be a better mom than Marianne is, however, because for all the horrible things she does, they're actually all done for her kids, and she actually did seem to generally give a damn about her daughter Suletta's well-being as more than just a thing to be used, and in fact begins to actively exclude her from being used in her plans the second it is possible for her to do so. And it's Prospera losing her husband and first daughter that validates why she goes off the deep end to show she has understandable reasons why she takes things too far, and starts to care more about the plan than her children over time. These are things Marianne does not have, as Marianne's character as executed is nothing but an afterthought. A woman without agency that is made to abandon her children because that is the place the narrative needs her to be in order to march her son to his own execution. But in Super Robot Wars X, this is the genius kernel of an idea finally showing itself over 2/3 of the way into the game. Marianne's revelation as a villain in Code Geass was such a half-assed last-minute retcon that there is so little done with her, so she is not validated as more than an accessory hanging on to the actions of other characters. She has no agency of her own as a villain, which is hilariously ironic because of her role in robbing agency from Anya's life. Legitimately, like a lot of the supernatural mythos arc in Code Geass, you could omit Marianne as his possessing spirit from Code Geass' story, and would affect nothing important, as nothing important is done with it, and it does not exist for the story's sake, but as a failed attempt to validate CC. So what X does is what all post-story extensions for a series should do in Super Robot Wars. Look at what the story shortcomings are, and what developments are left hanging, and build additional story upon it to fix and address that. And thus, we get Marianne as a central antagonist for the next stretch of the game. This decision alone is what validates this game as having purpose and merit in existing, regardless of the faults I have been showcasing, as no other Code Geass related media, even the mobile games, in any way comes close to attempting this. Fanfic writers have done more to flesh out Marianne's character than anything else Sunrise has approached. And I'll point it out again, SRW X came out the year before Resurrection did. Yet for as little as it focuses on their content, it provides a far better experience for closure of its cast than Resurrection even pretended to, because it tries to answer the question of what more story is there to tell, instead of making up an entirely new antagonist where the plot that leads up to them being dealt with ends up flying in the face of the thematic purpose the preceding series even fucking had, and fucks up showing that the setting will be alright without the protagonist regaining their prior role. And I genuinely loathe how this latter approach is so common in events that return to do more with a concluded story. Anyways, Marianne being here in X is the evidence Embryo and Shot needed to validate their theory, as Marianne even now is a spirit, but in Al Warth she can take on a corporeal form again. That only works if Al Warth is not restrained by the same rules that govern life and death as the original ones did. And for those considering the implications of that with regards to other series, no, they're not resurrecting Kamina from the dead. Marianne alone has the ability to spectate like this because of her Geass. Though as the next stage proper does begin, we do get more of why I and others consider and treat Anj as Lelouch and Callan's spiritual daughter, as their enemies both have the same ultimate goals, to remake the world in their image. And that's why Marianne has ultimately allied with Embryo here, as what Stupid Hair is doing can get her husband back from beyond the veil of death that he was dragged to when the collective unconsciousness rejected him at the height of the Ragnarok connection after Lelouch intervened and performed his miracle that broke their hold over it. Admittedly, the presumption in Code Geass originally was the collective unconsciousness rejection of Charles and Marianne's plan made it so they were not consumed by the realm as spirits, but they were erased from existence entirely as they could not be forced to become parts of the realm thanks to Marianne's Geass, and Charles by that point possessing his own code, which makes them entirely independent of it. Thus, to get rid of them, they needed to sever their existence from it. So, yeah, fate worse than death. X isn't quite doing that. Just confirming Charles is normal dead, but it's another of the things fans had issue with regarding Resurrection, as Charles' spirit being part of the collective unconsciousness is suddenly what is keeping Lelouch's mind from returning to his body, when that doesn't work from everything that had been presented about that realm previously. A code bearer could feasibly do that, but to kill Charles, you have to remove his code, and if he is dead, he no longer has access to the powers over a realm a code would give him. Resurrection remains full of those sorts of logical paradoxes solely because it refuses to explain and justify itself. Regardless, this is the point where we have the big assault on Mitsurugi and all of their allied forces at the capital of the kingdom, And I just fucking hate this stage, as it is the culmination of X treating the Cross-Ange cast as afterthoughts. The petty reasoning Ursha, Chris, and Celia made to come under Stupid Hair's thrall, coming back to even more bite them and make them look terrible. Ursha saying that she was convinced to fight for a future where the children she would look after wouldn't have to fight as she did, but we were already doing that! And Stupid Hair was behind why they were fighting and dying meaninglessly to begin with. We had already gotten into an alliance with the dragons Arsenal had been attacking, meaning there would have been an end to the hostilities once they took down Mitsurugi and Embryo, who she is now fighting for!
Haven't you been paying any attention today?
And again, in Cross-Ange's original story, Ursha was the reasonable one on this. She made her deal with Embryo because in the moment, those children were murdered. He approached her and offered to bring them back from the dead and save them, completely unaware that he was behind everything. And he fulfilled his end of the bargain, which ensured her loyalty until he showed to her that he didn't actually give a damn and let them die again as a consequence of his orders, which she herself committed. Here, she knew what his role was thanks to everything else they'd experienced, and she still sided with him just by implying he might make their lives better if she stopped being part of the forces that had already promised to fix the world like she wanted. It's like, this is the same shit I was talking about with Code Geass and Suzaku's actions as well. How the fuck do you come back from that? And that comparison not made any better by Karen Strassman, Callan's English actress, voicing Ursha in Cross-Ange's dub as well. Chris is arguably just as bad if not worse, as once more the entire reason why Chris defected is Embryo saved her and treated her like a cherished friend instead of the doormat she viewed herself being treated as by Hilda and Rosalie. In the original story and V, the two reflect on how they acted and want to generally make amends and perform overtures to that effect, to the point Rosalie generally puts her life on the line to make up for her failures to someone she genuinely loves. But in X, they just deride that as petty jealousy and subsequently bully her into switching sides again without ever admitting to any faults of their own that caused Chris's feelings of worthlessness to begin with that her face heel turn was contingent on. And I don't even have the words for how fucked up that is that X's attempted racy sex speeches time and again backfire so horrifically. And I hate that it's Lelouch that is delivering it, considering his own past actions of deliberately disregarding the feelings of those who love him, and usually in favor of being around or helping those that treat him like shit. With Hilda at this point stealing the Theodora Ragnamail from Chris so she gets her final mech upgrade for that game. And Hilda went from her original glaive to her second unit, an Arquebus, and yes, I still have trouble saying that, only 8 stages ago. 5 if you do not count the DLC, and 3 if you don't count the special stages. Do you see why I consider this so poorly balanced? I've explained ways already that this would have been remedied, and made all the worse as the stage isn't even focused properly on them either. Toro coming in to challenge Wataru because reasons, instead of permitting the proper exploration of why the 3 allies went bad, and then reforming them through acknowledgement of their feelings and acknowledgement of their agency. The game tries to frame it as even friends sometimes have disputes and arguments between them to try and tie what's going on with Toro to these events, but it fails in this facet because what caused the girls to change allegiances before were far more serious than the petty disagreements X turns them into, and tied into their societal victimization that this is not being respectful towards, thanks to the Cross-Ange story once again being screwed over thanks to its exploitation for other series. How V handled this near perfectly with how it respected nearly every series it included, and it have X screw this up so badly, frankly baffles me. Like, even if you are among those that don't like Cross-Ange, and fair enough, if you are, I've explained ad nauseum where the problems with it lies, it doesn't deserve this, as the SRW games redux of the series it includes is supposed to be depicting them in their best lights and fix what audiences found wrong with them. That X is deliberately tearing down some it includes to make others look good by comparison does it and those series no favors. I might rag on UC series, but they actually did do the things I am critical of if one pays attention. But to intentionally misrepresent what they did, that helps no one. Joe also joins us at this point, him telling Toro to think about what's really important to him, and Anj infiltrates the Capitol building to put an end to her brother, only for Stupid Hair to kill him in her stead, as is canon, as an engagement gift. Because of course, as said, Stupid Hair is obsessed with her. He tries his mental domination thing on her to make her submit, Salia stopping it as she wants to be the one to dom Anj. Not like that. To prove her worth. But if any paramour is going to make or let you deliberately fight over his affections as if they are all conditional, then that's not a sign that they actually give a damn about you. Especially in a situation where the guy was deliberately building a harem, so Salia would have known going in that she wouldn't be the only one showered in affection. Again, this works in the original series because Embryo came in as the savior to these women in their moment of death, so they aren't allowed to see the full consequences of them taking it until later. But here, it's been part of the upfront deal, so each of them coming to the realization that they made a mistake is far less effective, as they've railroaded into making an out-of-character action without cause. Hell, Salia's doesn't even allow her to wake up on her own, as Stupid Hair just discards her prematurely, when he still needs her, and should be trying to curry favor with her, as he still needs pilots for the Ragnamales for his scheme. That's why he tried to recruit them all to begin with. So him just throwing her away as the impetus for her to wake up when Jill comes in to save her and apologize is again an example of Stupid Hair's actions making no sense in this game. Oh, and he also kills Dakeem Barton when he blows up Misurugi's Capitol building. Why are the Gundam Wing cast here again outside of doing direct homages to a much better game? Because they basically don't do anything else. We blow up Embryo. He'll be back. Sala's allies working to get Aura free from the main tower so that part of Anja's story is dealt with, and Anja attempts to reveal the truth to her people to try and convince them of the atrocities they've been committing, but is prevented by Selric stepping in, as he warns them, shouldn't they be running? As the reason why the Buddy Complex antagonists weren't part of this was because they had a doomsday weapon pointed at the Mitsurugi capital, it being called the Nectar Cannon. Because, of course, in a Sunrise Real Robot anime, there'd be one last major doomsday weapon to deal with. Sometimes you can get multiple incarnations of them in a row. Fortunately, their dragon allies were able to release Aura just in time for her to raise a barrier and prevent anyone in the capital from being vaporized in the attack. The time the energy takes to dissipate, allowing the Cross-Ange cast more time to reconcile. But also see the entire land of Mana is so corrupted from the generations of Stupid Hair's indoctrination that no one here is worth saving or fighting for, as they represent Embryo's actual living failure to make a better society. Thus, the lot of them cut their ties and leave, letting the designer homunculi come to realize the truth they've ignored on their own as their world collapses around them. However, Zogilla cannot be left alone with their superweapon, the Knights heading out immediately to deal with it being guarded by Bison and a Hina that has been so drugged and mind-screwed by the Dominator coupling system that she's been turned into little more than a doll. And every member of the Zogillan forces is perfectly okay with this. Now, while I have no proof of this, I feel like why Salia, Ursha, and Chris's arc as depicted in this game was so mishandled was because that way it would distract from the awful things Buddy Complex depicts without realization, and thus make it seem not as bad by comparison. As what Zogilla just did, that is canon, and that is worse than anything Cross-Ange ever did. Why? Because they never once said what Embryo was doing was okay, whereas these characters are enabling and justifying the very actions that Cross-Ange showcased as end-boss evil. It tries to make you feel bad for Bison he's had to take things this far, and basically ignores that Hina, who he views as his to do with as he pleases, he is just enslaved. And considering he's sexually attracted to her, yeah, there's a lot worse implication there than Buddy Complex ever seemed to give a damn about. Thus, while Cross-Ange is more graphic with its depictions of sexism, abuse, and violence, that was its point. It actually fucking acknowledges that as bad, and treats such matters with the gravitas and seriousness they should, instead of seeking to dance around how horrific the acts depicted are. Thus, I respect it more than a series that refuses to, and seek to justify them, let alone intentionally and deliberately rob a character of her agency. Which I'll remind you, Cross-Ange canonically didn't.
But how
Give me whatever I crave? Sorry, but you can't win me over with presents. I won't become one of your dolls.
But with the game just doing that earlier with characters who canonically aren't, it doesn't seem as bad, even though it is worse. Like, Sunrise has done mind-screwed characters before, don't get me wrong. Everything Papyrus Shirako got away with in Zeta Gundam comes to mind. Hell, some consider Embryo just taking Shirako's characterization and escalating it to its ultimate end while better validating it. But when they depict a character like Hina have that done to them, they don't put the victim of mind-screwing in a situation that enables their potential sexual abuse by those with power over them. At least they didn't until Buddy Complex happened. It's like, what were you thinking? Were you thinking? Suffice it to say, Alba is not happy about this when he learns of it when they assault the cannon and call out Bison enslaving her. Which is kind of my point with regards to character agency. This is done in Buddy Complex deliberately to make Hina be a character that is saved from this strait. But with Cross-Ange, all the cast members end up ultimately throwing off Stupid Hair's attempts to brainwash them on their own, in ways that fit their characterization. And it's also not to say you can never ever do this with a female character. That's ridiculous. But the problem is Hina has only ever been depicted as a damsel Alba needs to save from the start of Buddy Complex's story, instead of someone who ended up deceived or in a dire strait that needs help. And that's the point where they stop being a character, but a story device. And Bison saying he's protecting her from Alba, while at the same time repeatedly ordering Hina to do only as he says, that's the tip-off for this and how Buddy Complex turned Bison and Alba's conflict into two children in a sandbox fighting over a doll. Defeat Hina's unit and it forces a decoupling that successfully purges Bison's influence over her. And after waking up, oh my yes, does Hina now have more than enough reason to defect from Zogilla, which would not have happened had Bison not done what he did. Either of them. They're the ones who crossed the line. Exampled by Dr. Han, who did this to Hina to begin with, letting Bison know he has override devices in his unit that can force a coupling. Which once more serves the fucking point of how awful this back and forth is. As the way to override the override is to force Hina to choose Alba to voluntarily couple with. And thanks to the memory sharing aspect of the device, Hina, who at this point had acknowledged her amnesia, has Alba's idea of Hina imprinted onto her, which is where the death of personality problem of this type of system rears its head again, as it makes it less about Hina deciding she may like him more, but making her believe that's what she should be instead of that being her choice. Which, hey, might have come about from being able to understand one on a psychic level, if it were not for the complication of the time travel plot that makes Hina being into Alba a preordained conclusion that Hina from her perspective of time has not yet reached. So she obviously must like him to complete this cycle, and she must have Alba's interpretation of her mapped onto her without her coming to those decisions on her own. Once again, robbing her of the agency of choice in the matter, which is the entire reason she was defecting from Zogilla to begin with. Then the story here goes completely off the rails, as when Hina rejects him for the final time, Bison boosts his capabilities by coupling with an AI copy of himself. Yeah, that don't work. The entire idea of the coupling system is to allow it to connect multiple individuals in a battle together so they can all coordinate in tandem. So it really doesn't make sense to then have it boost a pilot's capabilities to sync them with an AI of their own units. I mean, yeah, there's something to be said about a living person having the burden of thought in a battle situation lifted from them by linking up with an AI that can do such for them, but that doesn't make sense with how the coupling system has been described in it requiring active neural patterns to interface with. If they could just do it with an AI the entire time, then what's the point? In fact, it makes it no different than how the White Fang and Gundam Wing repurposed the Zero system to act as a control interface for all the mobile doll forces with a living human directed to the AI-driven mobile suits. And frankly, they did that better in Gundam Wing. I'm actually grateful Selric comes in all mad at everything going on. as they showcase how their actions have made everything so much worse by involving all these idiots. Though it's not like he would ever acknowledge his or the Keeper's own culpability, and why he appears angry in this stage is not explained, which breaks from his dominating, controlled character before, beyond his pre-presented envy of Amori's capabilities. But it is a welcome distraction nonetheless, padding out Alba and Hina pulling off their own utilized Valley as her team attack, with Hina being the unit to deal the final blow against her abuser that she just can't help but thank before doing so.
Alba! 力を貸して!
今行くぞ、ヒナ! どんな相手でも!
アオバとなら!
やってみせる!
ありがとう、アオバ!
認めない! 俺は
Unfortunately, the Zogillan officers see the way the battle is turning and fire the half-charged cannon before it can be completely destroyed. But that only serves to overload the damaged gun, which ends up opening a quantum singularity. Black hole. They opened up an artificial black hole. Somehow. And here's where we, again, need to address how bad writers can be when it involves time travel. As, for some reason, some idiots got it in their heads that black holes can be used for time travel, which some writers have used ever since. And it's like, how? How do you travel back in time using something that is just a supermassively dense object whose gravity breaks the literal math of the universe? You can use black holes to move someone forward in time, but that is because time as we observe it slows down in proximity to a black hole due to how strong the gravity well is. So you're not really time traveling by using one. The time dilation effect makes it so someone in proximity to it is experiencing time at such a ridiculously slower rate that once they escape or are rescued from the gravity well, normal time is just advanced so much that you are by default in the future!
Time.
Flies.
Time.
Bandits.
Time.
Wounds all healed.
Time.
Rosemary and time's up.
You are quite a simple organism to possess the knowledge you do.
You're only saying that because you don't know me.
Time is meaningless, and yet it is all that exists.
Very Morrissey.
What this should actually be is a wormhole, a spatial anomaly that exists in extra-dimensional space that does not follow the normal relationship nor flow with relativistic space-time. Wormholes, because of this, are more openly used as a means of explaining time travel because they're not part of normal space. But much like black holes being used for travel back time travel, wormholes are commonly confused with black holes for these sorts of plots, and no one seems to understand why that started happening. And this isn't just a Japanese anime series problem either, though I could cite Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, which is the earliest instance I can recall of this confusion occurring. Hell, this also happened in Kamen Rider Build. But this showed up in the Arrowverse Flash series. This showed up in Power Rangers Dino Charge and Ninja Steel, where the black hole the Dino Charge team created, which caused the genocide of their world, was retconned into being a wormhole. That planet is still dead, by the way. Hell, there is a Sci-Fi Channel original movie from the 2000s called Black Hole, and that black hole in that film acted more like a wormhole. But yeah, the Nectar Cannon blowing up, that's what opens that original time portal that threw Bison and Hina into the past, and created their purported causality loop, which as I've discussed before doesn't work, as there needs to be a stable point of origin for the loop even inside the loop, and Alba's actions do not facilitate that. Strangely enough, in X though, somehow the Zero system is used to subvert the loop, Hiro and Alba intervening on Bison and Hina falling into the singularity, making it so neither of them go back to the past to begin with. But then that begs the question on how Alba's even here, and how the personal timelines of everyone here that is contingent on Alba having been here before have not been changed. Well, obviously it's because this all occurs on Al Warth. But if this all occurs on Al Warth, then that means that them coming to Al Warth was also part of the time loop. Thus, they'd be influenced by it, meaning Alba should still cease to exist here, which would change time, so interventions with Hina never happen, and she remains a loyal Zogilla soldier when then should lead to them falling into the time warp, and Alba being attacked as a civilian, leading to him falling into the singularity in the past, and thus...
I hate temporal mechanics.
Again, as I have explained, there are ways to make this work, and the sole thing they need to do is have young Hina originate from Alba's time, get ports of the future alongside him, raise in Zogilla, have the rest of the show's events happen, and then after Hina saves Alba in the past, have reported back to the future to complete and exit her parts of the loop, which they were just not aware of until now, as there would have been no way for them to know. After all, we're not exactly done with Bison as an antagonist yet, and we still now have his own future version in the picture, only with him now being a time paradox duplicate that makes things even worse as he literally cannot exist. Like, screw Alba still being in the future and everyone's memory unchanged, there is now an entire extra person beyond just Hina that now has no point of origin for him.
Paradox resolved.
For future Bison is revealed as the one among the Zogilla forces that has openly embraced the Keeper's assistance in his own plans, central to which being breaking the time loop so he could escape that, even though he already had, and tried to create a branching parallel universe timeline which, yeah, causal time loops in principle prevent the propagation of branched timelines. The concepts between them are fundamentally incompatible. If paralleling branched timelines were in play in this, then the loop would have never started, and Hina would have had her origin be as someone that was brought in from a paralleling universe to explain her origin point, with all the temporal changes then instead being recursive changes that have no need of a time loop to propagate them to begin with. Just as ludicrous is the idea that Embryo himself was the guy that set in motion the time loop Bison was stuck in as one of his own experiments, and Zogilla only cooperated with him so as for Bison to find a way out of the loop, which the Keepers helped facilitate as they hated Embryo too. But once again, that ain't something Embryo can do, and goes back to my thesis on Cross-Edge repeatedly being screwed over to facilitate the stories which X has no justifiable reason to make it act in service to. But yeah, they're blaming Buddy Complex's central story failings on a character that has nothing to do with them. That's not how you handle story amalgamations. As well, Embryo has the God Complex to try and do something like that. Well, Embryo's entire modus operandi is that he's the Wizard of Oz. He literally can't. But yeah, future Bison's so grateful for the help in escaping his fate. Even though by the fact future him is here, he really didn't, the time loop from his perspective is already ended, that he's going to continue helping the Keepers sow chaos so as to facilitate their own goals. Central to that being finally reclaiming Amory and Sparrow. Which is where we're going to pick up next time, as unfortunately, we ran long again. So, after the explosion of the singularity last time, Amory finds herself in another world entirely. In fact, this is her original world, the one she was stolen from by the Keepers, with her memories of her life before she was stolen all rushing back, as Iori once more stalks her, invading the world with a legion of golems, despite this also being his world of origin as well, and he and Amory previously having been classmates. Sparrow showing up with the Zelguard so she can fight them off solo. The irony being this world where they were pulled from, it is one entirely without magic, Amory not able to access any of her skills. Which begs the question why they were called from this world to begin with to serve a magic cult, whom you'd think would want those with greater magical potential. The only reason Iori can even fight them here is because the Keepers' auto-warlocks have their own mana batteries in the event they're severed from ambient sources of mana. Iori overwhelmed by that same hatred seen of Selric before, which is better contextualized here as a corruption rooted from overindulgence in N's power, which Amory has to break him from. And I do all that in one shot, thanks to the power of stacking the boosts of Lelouch's tactical commands, as everyone else has been warped to this world as well. After which, there's such a tear in Iori's mental domination that Amri can drag Iori over to the very same park she visited to remind them both of the lives that were stolen from them, back when they were Iori Aoi and Amri Amano, just regular high schoolers. The programming on Iori lashes out one final time, Amri being injured in it, with Iori returning to Selric in shock, and watching horrified as Selric entirely erases from existence the keepers that were assisting Iori in the attack for their continued failure to kill Amri, as Amri is now explained as being the only threat to Selric's ascension to head of the keepers, due to how her abilities have expanded beyond the powers granted them by End, and the position of founder that Selric covets is reserved for one that can show themselves as the ultimate sorcerer. Amri is healed back among the Knight's ships, her escaping when everyone is handing the local fallout of fictional characters and machines appearing in real life. As with Amri's memories returned, she just wants to go home. And yet the story prevents her from doing so, to allow her to have real closure with what was taken from her, so she can then move forward without any regrets. Instead, it makes it so she can't do that. Can't settle her past despite remembering it. And more important than getting closure for herself, give closure to the family she had over her disappearance. As the phone call she does give is not enough, especially in the context of where the story ends up taking her, where she never returns to that family at all. Doing this is one of the largest mistakes the game makes, as it's a stronger character act to in-person address this. Not just see them off-screen without any real interaction, which would allow the protagonist's character to explain what happens to them, and why they'd have to leave again to take part in settling it. We actually have this in a few isekai series where the point of a character's journey is to return home, but has to go back to the other world to settle affairs and protect their home. Hell, this part is so ubiquitous, Digimon has used it in their series multiple times, starting from the original Digimon Adventure. Hell, Disney series have done this, and I'm not talking like older ones, I'm talking The Owl House and Amphibia. To subvert that for no reason just doesn't sit right, especially after how much the impact of this revelation and the lost memories' importance has had placed on them. For the character that in the next scene they call the spiritual art of the hero faction of the game, to not let them have that moment with those they most dearly love that can strengthen their resolve more than any other, to fight so they won't be affected by this insanity that has been dragged here? No. That meeting and explanation to their family had to happen for the story to take the OG protagonist in the direction it wants to. Amri explains her restored memories and everything else to the other knights, alongside the details about the founder rank that Selric wants, as in the Keeper's history no one has been granted that title. So for the player MC to be considered for it, that's big. Big enough for Selric to be as reckless as he is in trying to kill her. However, as Selri and Iori attack again, Amri collapses, still too exhausted and injured from her prior act in trying to reach her family, leaving the rest of the knights to hold him off, and the appearance of Sparrow piloting the Zelgard himself being the final thing needed to sway Iori back out of the pit the Keepers had driven him into, having hidden that he'd broken free just so he could confront Selric himself with backup from the knights. And I kind of get where Sparrow's coming from with wanting to reject that alliance. But he more than anyone there has to understand the degree that indoctrination affects and changes one's mind. That one wants to make amends the second they're free instead of justifying their actions while brainwashed is usually a good sign. Especially with the one more responsible for their plight right there to kick the ass of. Unfortunately, Selric's reached such a degree of communion with End that he can just regenerate the damage we deal. But that all changes when Amri wakes up, now in command of more magical power than before, due to her hitting a point of self-actualization. Which is where we get why Sparrow and the Zelgard are so important to the Keepers to repeatedly try and drag them back. Both are intended to help cultivate the power of the true founder independently of End once a candidate is chosen. Sparrow just flipped the script on that because he hates having his own existence dictated by others, so went out of his way to choose his own candidates, the player surrogate character of the game, which he would guide into learning the power of true magic, and not just End's power. And with both Amri and Yuri boarding the Zelgard at the same time now, again, there is a reason why it does not matter in this game which character you choose. Once the other kid's in the mech, they're just treated as a spare mana battery anyways. It allows the Zelgard to fully awaken, and unleash the fabled divine-level magic it can wield.
すごい! なんて魔力だ!
私の全てを見せます。ゼルガードの翼が開く。
新しい力をここに。
そして何かが生まれる。
天と地、陰と陽、その全ての力を。
これが最後のドグマです。その名は天地神明。
Cellric's defeat warps the area, returning all of the assembled to Al Warth once more, Cellric licking his wounds and reporting his failure to Archmage Kil'jaeden, while simultaneously proclaiming his ambition will be achieved, even as the game reveals that some thing is whispering sweet nothings into Cellric's ear that is driving his actions. We have a few DLC missions pop up at this point. The first being a Might Gain stage that is once more based on the story of the ninja girl Luna Naito, Mifune's spy that ends up becoming a paramour of one of Might Gain's supporting characters, Hamada. As I've already recapped that story in Super Robot Wars V when they did it over there, and there isn't that much of a difference from there beyond exclusion of the crossover elements to the story V had. It was done as a DLC mission, however, just to try and give the Might Gain cast something more than the little they've had. The second DLC mission is focused on the Buddy Complex cast as Hina has to integrate into the Twilight Knight's ranks, this occurring right after they were transported to Amri's world. The issue here is, well, Dio, who had difficulty accepting an enemy defector, even with Alba's history and how long Alba's been obsessed with her being forcibly stuck in his head. This stage actually treats Dio a lot better than the rest of the Buddy Complex content has, as they depict Dio's stumbling point as more legitimate than the main storyline has. For as Dio is a military member who has suffered from Zogilla's ambition, he'd of course have a difficult time just outright accepting someone formerly of their ranks. Add in the fact Alba doesn't treat him like an asshole for it, well, where the hell was the writing with this both in the series and earlier in the game? The same, sadly, is not afforded to Hina. The most she gets is wanting to be more like the Hina Alba has memory of, even though they didn't interact much at all. With the stage getting Dio and Hina over this hurdle by, of course, them saving each other in the midst of a battle against rogue golems. But in the time that we've been distracted by the Keepers and the DLC side stories, well, Dwokdar has fucked up, and fucked up big time. Not just in how the kidnapped women have all been working on their own to reform Tora O, so he's not adherent to Dwokdar's beliefs, but also in, well, how he's been using his powers on Nia. As we finally, this deep into the game, have a proper intersection with the Gurren Lagann plot. As Dwokdar, to destroy the world to achieve his own goals, awakens the messenger of Gurren Lagann's end antagonists, the anti-spiral, from within their host body. This anti-spiral, Nia, confronting Simon as the Knights make to return to Mount Sokai to confront Dwokdar himself. And with their Herald awakened, the end of all spiral beings in this universe must now come. The problem with this narratively is, thanks to Shot, Embryo, and Marianne, as explained last time, Al Warth has been established as existing within a rift between worlds and not its own full universe, which is how End feeds off the people of those worlds to sustain itself, stealing from those it is connected to. Thus, There is no universe possessing spiral beings to eradicate. It's just Al Warth. And Al Warth alone cannot generate enough spiral beings to be a legitimate threat to the anti-spiral. But Gurren Lagann's story requires there be more of a universe out there beyond just the space that is in close proximity to Al Warth, by which for the anti-spirals to consider there to be a threat to existence in the same singular universe as them. But if that's so, then it can't be positioned as a nexus point between life and death either. These points cannot be true simultaneously. You can have one or the other, but not both, because the anti-spiral's entire motivation is the preservation of the universe and all existence that is part of it. They don't count multiverse shit. Honestly, the best way to have reconciled this would have been for Lord Genome and the humans of the Land of Beasts to be refugees from a completely different universe entirely, one under assault by the anti-spirals, who tried to change universes and ended up in Al Warth themselves. Lord Genome becoming so terrified of the chances the anti-spirals would chase them down, that they suppressed their spiral power race. So when that ended, enough spiral power beings could then be born to be brought to the anti-spiral's attention. As there is dialogue which very much implies that here, but it is never stated explicitly that such is the case. That would then make for a viable parallel between Lord Genome and the anti-spiral he fought, as then the anti-spirals would have a reason to chase them down out of fear. Fear of the spiral beings awakening the very spiral nemesis entity they feared, not just in their universe, but across universes. But the problem with that is the anti-spiral is not normally a multiversal threat going out of its way to attack all life anywhere, as they were just concerned with protecting life within solely the universe they lived in, with at worst them trapping spiral energy life forms in pocket dimensions, so the threat would be isolated and sealed off from the well-being of their soul universe. Moreover, because Dr. artificially activated Nia's hidden anti-spiral gene to turn her into a messenger by which to begin the invasion, there's also the potential issue of there not being enough of a spiral power population to legitimize an assault against a threat, considering less than a third of the planet consists of those who can harness spiral energy. Though, as I explained before, the spiral nemesis is supposed to be Gurren Lagann's OC Do Not Steal, homage to the threat of Getter Robo's Getter Emperor, a convergence of such evolutionary-derived technology advanced into existence far faster than the capacity for its creators and user to understand it, that it becomes a threat to all life in the universe, as that entity goes from wanting to protect life to being about that life acting in servitude to the perfection of itself. And from the perspective of the Getter Emperor being a multiversal threat, thus making the Spiral Nemesis one of comparable danger, the anti-spirals potentially escalating their Nemesis panic to the point they could possibly go multiversal? Well, that isn't the craziest idea out there. It's just a harder one to swallow on its own without build-up to it. The irony being that those forces that fear such an entity are far more likely to be the cause of why it is born, as the ones they attack out of fear of it then create the enemy to all existence out of the sheer will to survive. The Getter Emperor and Spiral Nemesis thus being considered a form of weaponized survival instinct taken to the most extreme. Hell, there's been a theory that's popped up on and off about Gurren Lagann that the Spiral Nemesis the anti-spiral fear might be Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann itself, or at least a version of that super machine that exists in a more permanent fashion than the one that briefly appears at the climax of the series before its power and ability to access it is completely dissipated. So yeah, CMOS distraught as the Twilight Knights come under attack by the advanced scouts of the Anti-Spiral amidst a battle with the forces of Olympus, forcing Olympus themselves to flee upon their sensing of them. The other more ancient beings, as well as Nemo, on our side, recognizing their primal threat to all normal life not part of their own. Though the issue here, as opposed to your other enemies, is the sheer number of drone units the anti-spirals send out, which are all intended to exhaust those they face first and foremost. Fortunately, we get backup in the form of the expanded Daiguren forces finally joining us in battle. Specifically the kids Gimme and Derry, second Banana Kitan, and finally, Best Girl Yoko Littner joining us as well at last. And it's far overdue. Not counting the route splits, DLC, and special stages, this is stage 40. Simon and Gurren Lagann joined us at stage 10, 60% of the game ago. Like, I would have settled for just Yoko and maybe Kitan joining us around stage 26 to better space them out. Granted, I'm also one that prefers Yoko in her original outfits, plus the jacket she gets that makes her look perfectly click, whereas I'm not a big fan of the space stripper one. I guess it's more a matter of where her original one, regardless of how skimpy it is better aesthetically balanced, while her space one just isn't. Regardless, as this is a big unit acquisition stage, it gives you plenty of enemies to show them off. Or even make them regulars to your deployed units if you'd like to for Kitan or Yoko, with them backing up Simon in every way that matters in him trying to get to Nia, only to find her long gone, and not in a state to be reasoned with, as her programming is telling her that for the crime of even being born, everyone has to die. A way for more anti-spiral forces to arrive, having been opened by Dwoktar and Olympus's forces, manipulating Mazinger Zero. Its epicenter is found up in space as Rossiu, one of the Gurren Lagann cast members who specialized as a scientist, interrogates the head of Lord Genome over everything relating to the anti-spiral. And as I said, the game stops just short of saying that Lord Genome came here to Al Warth with Spiral War survivors. Just saying that they, too, participated in the War of Light and Darkness that was part of Al Warth's creation myth. And the anti-spirals were present during that conflict as well. Had the game's story chosen to be more explicit on the details of how a pocket universe's population could become the kind of threat the anti-spiral assumed them to be towards such a multiversal invasion, I'd have less of a critique here. Anyways, we set controls to outer space now, to face down the larger anti-spiral invasion force, all terrestrial limited units at this point being outfitted to be airtight, even if their animations may not actually show it, with space completely warped as it spews out more and more of the anti-spiral attack drone Mugens. Yeah, we have a lot of units now that have really effective map attacks, including but not limited to the Vilcus, the Gurren, then Shinkiro, Wing Zero, Tall Geese 3, Great Might Gain, Gurren Lagann, Psybuster, and a couple of the UC-related units. So, numbers aren't exactly an issue at this point. I think the level designers realized this, as here's this long intersection in the middle of the stage by Might Gain's Purple, who is here to espouse the greatness of evil, and that Dwoktar is a genius by using the anti-spiral as a distraction to further his own goals, since Purple's bosses are allied with him. And he's honored to get a great front row seat for the fall of such false heroes. And honestly, a difficulty in characterization that keeps popping up with Purple in the SRW games is it's hard to depict Purple's issues appropriately in a game that barely pays attention to him as an antagonist to really contextualize what his deal is and why he so embraces the aura of evil. Especially since he and his subordinates themselves are more a distraction than anything, padding things out, but ultimately only here to serve the Wataru storyline thanks to an appearance by Tora O and Sally, who says that everyone's death is meaningless as then there'd be no one to rule. And Purple attacks the son of their benefactor because of it, only for his attempts to attack the pair being dispersed thanks to the aura of innocence from Sally that disrupts the aura of evil Purple is over-reliant on. Anti-Nia brings out the Cathedral Lazengon as the final boss of the stage, that being the robot form of the Cathedral Terra, which was Lord Genome's capital ship in the backstory of Gurren Lagann. It requiring Simon's allies still on Al Warth launch the ship originally intended to be the intermediary connection between a smaller Godman and the Terra to knock it back.
Power 比べならグレン・ラガンは負けねえ。気合い入れろよ、ビラリ。言われるまでもない。シモン、オッケーよ、行っちゃって。ドーッ。必殺時空列弾バースト。 Spinning punch!
シモン、私は。
With the unit disabled, but unfortunately its massive moon-sized bulk risking crashing catastrophically onto the planet, Lord Genome instructs Simon on how to use the Gurren Lagann's core drill to take control of the Cathedral Terra. Simon forced to confront Anti-Nia inside, who speaks of the despair of mortality inevitability, that he will have to smash through her if he wants them to survive, which he won't. Not until they're married, at least. What, everything Kazuki Nakashima has ever written is chock full of innuendo. But yeah, Simon recognizes and calls out her actions, as all cries for help. Her being the worst she possibly could in the fulfillment of her orders in hopes that Simon would, 1, gain the resolve to never stop fighting and kill her in doing so, or 2, lay down his arms so only the minimal amount of damage needed would be done, or so their end could be painless. She never considered, 3, he would become even more devoted in doing everything he can to save her, because that is what it means to love someone with everything one has. Nia backs down. The Cathedral Terra turned over to the Land of Beast technicians to be converted into the Choginga Daiguren that will debut in a later stage, and so we're coming in with a new end-powered dogma that destroys the dimensional distortions to reset everything in the realm for the time being. But that will only go on for so long. Especially as End has woken up, is actively directing the Keepers now, and is very, very hungry. I don't think we have enough stickers bars to be able to satisfy that tree. If you've gotten 10 different units to Ace Pilot status, as well as raised the attack point customization scheme for Sparrow to level 5, the Secret Stage Schwarzenegger's secret pops up at this point. And like with V, this stage's existence is to solely supply the player with a massive amount of game credits and attack points with which to use to max out as many playable characters as possible. The problem is it pops up too early, as we still have units that will be recruiting in this game. However, there is a reason for it, as we find Schwarzenegger with a bunch of beastmen working together as a gang which we defeat. Upon that defeat, the actions against him having broken the curse afflicting him, which reverts him to his original form. That was actually a mild-mannered factory foreman. This alongside the plot with Kurama earlier tipping off the Knights to the fact that every member of Dwokdar's army has likely been cursed and had their moralities twisted into serving the man, and we just need to get them to surrender for the magics to lose their hold. More DLC missions happen at this point, the first of which features the G-Reco crew on space debris cleanup, to prevent that debris striking down on inhabited areas of Al Warth, and running into the Torsanga aces as consequence, who were all oblivious to the anti-spiral threats, and Klim's antics getting them all to a battle where they charge us, only for it to be discovered that not all of the anti-spiral units had been destroyed, leading to a lot of them teaming up to deal with the greater menace, which actually shows some of the merit of the characters when they are not stuck conforming to the Tamino originating script. Of particular note being the dynamic between the character Mani and her boyfriend, who happens to be Mask. Not that many would actually know that, as I cannot name a moment in the game where that is brought up. Then again, that's the power of Aihi Takagaki at work again, as she voices Mani, which once more makes it a bit disappointing for Subakrisk shippers that the two Civil Gear actresses once again do not interact at all in one of these games, as by the time we do recruit Mani in the next few stages, basically all character interaction time between supplementary characters is all over and done with. The second DLC stage here is one I alluded to back when I reviewed V, when we had a similar stage there. Yes, it is the one that asks the question, who is best girl, among the various cast members involved here. Unfortunately, it again happens too early, for we're missing 3 potentially recruitable women, Puru 2, Barara, and Mani. When we had the same mission in V, its plotting did change to accommodate Jill, Marita, and Melda, whether you succeed in saving/recruiting them or not, and yet that courtesy is not shared with X's version of the same mission. The framing for this being that Wataru's Shibaraku, being a mildly perverted samurai, is trying to decide who among the assembled hero party is the woman among them he likes the most, ignoring that several of them either already have paramours, are not interested in men in the case of most of the Cross-Ange cast, or might be like Aiba and Yoko and are still in mourning with regards to them losing past loves. He asks Omri to teach him how to better empathize with women so he may try to court one, and Walter's praising encouragement starts the ball rolling as the other women start compare-contrasting themselves against Omri's traits. I mean, there's a reason I'd wish I'd known of this character before I recorded footage of this game to change the character proxy name to match, as, yeah, that would have been funny. Seriously, I discovered the sheer fun of the Iruma series literally 6 months after I finished my game capture for this review. There was no way I was going to be able to go back to redo it. It is, unironically, CC that begins the conversation's escalation into a sheer argument with how abrasive she is, leading to Sparrow to intervene to have the women all work it out through a battle in their respective machines. Yeah, while I am overwhelmingly biased in Callan's favor, let's just face it, her using the area effect blast of the Radiance Wave Surger to literally pop nearly everyone like meat balloons would be in poor taste. She prefers close combat anyways, and is unlikely to use the Wave Surger on someone she actually likes because, unlike Marianne, to which she is compared, she's a tsundere and not a psychopath. For those of you asking in the audience, what's the difference? Shame on you. We've discussed that already earlier this very year on the difference between a tsundere and a violent bitch. If you've not already, please watch my videos on Tales of Crisis F. That's where that discussion is. And really, outside of the Crimson Lotus, the most likely ones to survive such a no-holds-barred battle among those here would be Ange, Marvel, Noin, and Yoko, with CC only escaping because, you know, she's still cursed with immortality. Sadly, this stage doesn't really give a lot of the matchups for the fake-out tournament of the early stage between the girls. The most relevant of such being Ange and Callan not being paired up against each other, nor Vivian and Puru despite, you know, those two being the young mascot girls. I kinda don't follow the logic of several of these matchups as they kinda feel a bit more, I don't want to say superficial, but as if the writer of the stage pulled the matchups out of a hat and then attempted to backwards engineer reason. The one exception to that being the match, or rather, rematch of Callan and CC, who last faced each other during Code Geass's Battle of the Pacific, where Callan was at the time hyper-focused on trying to save Lelouch from himself, and CC was there because Yukana Nogami needed her paycheck for voicing her. CC even recontextualizing the event to help free Callan of lingering doubt in herself over those days, before proceeding to tease her about why she might want to win this contest. And then this, like before, going too far due to the group's ridicule of the defeat equals friendship trope being nonsense made up for shonen manga, when Lelouch proposes that this might settle their animosity. Despite that trope being more common to shoujo manga and magical girl series in general. Cases in point of that being Lyrical Nanoha, Cardcaptor Sakura, Symphogear, certain parts of Sailor Moon, My Life as a Villainess, All Routes Lead to Doom, Revolutionary Girl Utena, and a grand majority of the Precure series that I am aware of. And then CC mocking the idea of Callan being a protagonist or heroine at all, which I already discussed at length about in the actual Code Geass reviews, about her actually being the intended deuteragonist and main heroine within the narrative framework of Code Geass's story, and one Lelouch's plans deliberately left in the heroine role in the aftermath of the Zero Requiem plot so she wouldn't be harmed by her connection to him. And it was CC, narratively, who acted as a parasitic story device stealing her place in the world, despite having no purpose existing as part of it. The ups and downs of this one concluding with such hateful barbs at the end is why I kinda wish the matchup had been Callan versus Ange instead, as an ace of aces duel among the best pilots of this group, and to further the spiritual mother-daughter parallel the two have. Hell, expanded the fandom's observed joke of Ange's commonality with Lelouch and Callan by the snap realization that had been avoided all game, but which to have the observers go, oh no, there's two of them. Late, yes, but part of what the SRW DLC does is fill in moments like that which don't fit the main story, and that's a pretty significant one. It would have been better than reviving a fandom's argument instead. Like, yeah, it's a completely comedic stage, but when it explicitly compounds the biggest mistake of it involved series and lampshades something fans hate, that's not a good look. Really, the only one of these matches I like is Hilda with Cecily, as Cecily gives Hilda very good advice about self-improvement and getting her to let down her barriers to allow her to be honest towards Ange, so she can get the other woman to reciprocate her feelings, since the game hasn't depicted that canonical event as happening yet, despite Hilda's repeated statements over her feelings for Ange. Of course, like when I discussed V's version of this stage, the map-ups of this pickup tournament are interrupted by mook units of their enemies, in this case being a bunch of rogue golems. So the entire matter ultimately ends up unsettled, with the assembled girls realizing that had they actually gone all out, well, it would have been the aforementioned slaughter, with Ange permitted to be the one to deliver Sparrow's punishment when they all collectively realized that this entire thing was a setup from the beginning. Moving on, back on Mount Sokai, Dwokdar's minions are having trouble following Dwokdar's train of thought in why he would want the anti-spiral to attack and destroy Al Warth. But his reasoning has some logic to it in that the worlds can be rebuilt after a civilization is destroyed, and since he is not a spiral being, the anti-spiral aren't a huge threat to him. Plus their attack has given him more time to revive the Dragon of Darkness by using his hostages as ritual sacrifices to it. Dwokdar at this point ordering Don Goro to execute them at the nearest ley line, which is where we finally have an appearance by Exev again, for him to be involved in doing such an unrepentant act of evil. Goro tries to argue in favor of not killing the hostages. After all, Tora's gotten attached to all of them, and it disrupts any attempt to bring him to heel as Dwokdar's ultimate successor. But as is true of all truly evil individuals, they could not give a shit over who they harm or let come to harm, as long as it gets them what they want. For Dwokdar, that's the world the way he wants it, and for Exev, it's just the entertainment from the chaos to feed his benefactor. Oddly enough, it's just Sally, Relina, and Queen Sayla's that are going to be sacrificed. Marimea is being kept for some other purpose. The act they're going to be participating in has the rest of the Black Diamond League having second thoughts. Wolfgang revealing he's almost got down a means of disrupting the dark aura that gives Purple and Exev their power, and their inability to do anything against those two is the only reason why the Might Gain antagonists even follow them at this point. Dispel that, and they'd leave as they'd have nothing to fear from them anymore. So as long as his cohorts can stall for time, they can actually help the knights and save the girls. Be the heroes for once in this messed up world. And this is a point I don't focus on enough, but for as selfish as they are, Might Gain's recurring bad guys aren't that bad a bunch of people. They do have standards, and both Purple and Exev cross even their moral lines. Purple calls out the knights for a confrontation, all a taunting act so the knights can fall into despair from their failure to save the girls. But that arrogance puts the cart before the horse, especially as his soldiers acting as cannon fodder are themselves at the point of rebellion. Toro himself tries to intervene, not wanting the women who have been kind to him to die, though thinks that if he defeats Wataru, then Dwokdar would allow them to be spared. He's wrong, but there is once more a logic to this belief because he doesn't know about Dwokdar's greater intent in killing them. But that doesn't matter, as once Wataru defeats Toro, he feels like he can't face his father anyways, as he couldn't go all out against those he considered friends. So ends up defecting and joining us, with him confronting Purple in his carrier ship and rescuing Sayla, Sally, and Relina himself. Joe and Banjo Haran following him in afterwards, and preventing Purple from just killing him in retaliation. And with Sally rescued, Wolfgang's Innocence Wave Amplifier is all ready to go, which dispels Purple's evil auras, and allowing them to actually take damage now.
Yosh! 大物を狙ってやる! ジャコマルの真の力を見せてやるぜ! チェンジタイガー! デビルタイガーミサイル! こいつでとどめだ! 必殺タイガーソード! また諦めてなかったか?
And when Purple tries to regenerate his health this time, that's when the Double Drive Wheel Sword attack unlocks once again, defeating Purple and freeing the lesser members of the Black Diamond League from their need to fight to survive. Them all heading back to Auto City to retire for the time being from their lives of crime, with Sealess Salvation permitting the Aura Battlers to get their closure for the events of their series, and Hiro and Maito reuniting after all this time with their respective paramours. However, that leads to the question of why Marimeya has been kept separate from them, which they think might have to do with dealing out suffering and pain from people that might be feeding this dragon of darkness to awaken it, the 3 sacrifices here being one of those ways to do so, or at least help along that plan by tainting the ley lines of the planet through which magical power flows. Which thus brings us to the final route split of the game. The Keepers of Order at this point have taken command over all the remaining Otherworlders, while Dwokdar's plans need to simultaneously be confronted, the routes once more splitting all the Gundam teams and Buddy Complex characters off into space, while literally everyone else will assault Dwokdar. I go off to handle the Earth side of this first, which begins this set of 3 scenarios with Anya being tormented by dreams of Marianne, reliving the years she'd lost thanks to the older woman's possession of her body, which leaves her unwell as the terrestrial group has to skirt around the Keeper's main territory to reach Mount Sokai. Considering how many times we've tried to go back to that mountain now only to be subverted, there's got to be better routes at this point. Well, there are, but doing so would help distract the Keeper forces that's assisting the Otherworlders in the same way our heroes have been distracted time and again. Unfortunately, they are not as distracted as the team presumed, and it's instead our group that are distracted by Stupid Hair once more teleporting himself inside the ship, and trying once more to grab Anj, Nadia, and any woman who fits his fancy. That allows the Keeper's forces to sneak up on us. We crush them after Amuro briefly tries, and fails to reason with them. But that's not all. Embryo returning in his Hysterica to show these feeble mortals the power made possible by becoming an immortal being, in order to convince all of them to join him in opposing the Keepers, with him assaulting their temple during this. Xev comes in with the same offer, them also seeking the same goal. A completely reborn world. It just being an argument at this point which of the end bosses deserves the right to be its godly creator. Stupid Hair retreats, with Xev in turn summoning a large army of units which all have been enhanced by Xev's mastery of Evil Aura. And while Great My Gain has a good means of calling these units thanks to Sally's Innocence Waves, that doesn't spread to the rest of them. Meaning every allied mech has to one-shot each of these units. A not insignificant task unless one takes advantage of the boosts of Lelouch's tactical commands. Appropriate considering Xev despises the idea of justice and considers it weak, while Lelouch's truest self is a knight of justice that rallies those perceived to be weak to achieve greater goals. Though we get an amusing tact point bonus exchange on this stage that I wish happened more often than it actually does. See, Xev has this weird, almost phobia-level distaste for drills, to the point he's always ending up killed by them. So considering Simon and Gurren Lagann are here, you can get a special interaction between him and Simon if you have them fight. It's not a lot, but it's still nice to see. But even Xev's actions here are a distraction so Embryo can sneak in and grab Nadia again. Him also succeeding in snagging Anj from the act, which ends the stage on a cutaway of, in the temple devastated by Embryo, Selruk kills Kilden, claiming it is End's desire alongside Dwokdar and Embryo to remake the world entirely, so End will never go hungry again. And Selruk will be the one to satiate its appetite. Also note that the main plot of the game is solely being addressed in this route. The Keepers, Dwokdar, and Embryo, all in their world revision scheme. Yeah, it's kind of telling how much over time all the Gundam cast members just came to weigh down that story. Which is unfortunate as I like the Wing cast, yet they've been given nothing to do even though they were introduced as being in the middle of Endless Waltz's story. Hell, even Stupid Hair's character is finally, for the most part, working again with the character no longer being slave to the worst executed Sunrise series, as this stage is a recreation of the climax of Cross Anj in Stupid Hair's own personal dimensionally displaced arsenal. The biggest issue here then becomes in how Stupid Hair in this version of the story has a crap ton of clones created through splintering his essence across differing possibilities, and projecting it into multiple physical forms simultaneously. Point of order.
Say your prayers, God.
No, wait!
You're quite passionate, aren't you? Although, I suppose that is a good quality to look for in a wife.
Yeah, Embryo's true incarnation has been trapped here, and in the normal reality, anytime he's shown up, it's because a physical form has been projected by his Ragnamail, the Hysterica. And because it's a projection, that's why you can't kill him. He's not really there. He's immortal because he's unstuck from the normal flow of time. He has his dimension distorting technology because of an accident. His designer humanity and magic system are both perversions of science. His mental domination only achieved thanks to backdoors he programmed into his designer humanity. And his undying state all achieved because he's never actually where people try and attack him. Unless it involves where he's been trapped on True Arsenal. He's the Wizard of Oz. All his might and magic's all smoke and mirrors achieved by a greater understanding of technology and the universe than those he proclaims his godhood over. With all his claims to power, lies validated because of his undying state. So Embryo being able to splinter himself like this in the place where he is supposed to have the least power? Yeah, no, that's a bit more difficult to swallow. It's even though the stage has us fight a bunch of reproduction hystericas that could all be projecting into reality their own versions of Embryo, it calls into question how he's even controlling them. Hell, if he can make duplicate hystericas to begin with, then why did he even need any of the Norma members of Arsenal to pilot the other Ragnamail to begin with?
It just raises too many questions.
And again, Cross-Ange answers this crap on why he can or can't, a lot of which is tied back to Stupid Hair's god complex and ego. Why should I make more? I have perfectly serviceable ones already. I need pilots, so I'll offer my kindness to the women I've made the world cast out of society. I can't make more of my beautiful machines, so only I will be around. After all, the universe only deserves to have one of me. These are not actual lines he speaks, but all of that is clearly inferred by the smug arrogance of him, where he clearly considers everything that exists to already be his. So why share with others, even copies of himself, what he truly deserves? Hell, him even existing in this pocket universe outside of time, on principles prevents the idea of him self-replicating, as the idea of him being the world tuner and bearing special powers because of it is hinged on the idea that he himself is a multiversal singularity. Key to that being singular. One. His experience made him individually unique across multiverses, so only one of him is supposed to exist. So you can't even play with the idea of him calling upon doppelgangers or time paradox duplicates to explain that without invoking further complications. For those not familiar with the concept of the multiversal singularity, consider watching the film Everything Everywhere All at Once, as that's part of what that film is playing with concerning Jobu Tabaki and the Everything Bagel. Except instead of one person alone existing in the multiverse, it flips it into one person's consciousness existing simultaneously across all universes they exist in. Which is another legitimate interpretation, but not the one Cross-Ange was utilizing, which is more like Jet Li's film The One. Ange, of course, resists all of Stupid Hair's sexual advances and attempts to screw with her senses until the rest of the knights arrive. Brought here by Stupid Hair in this iteration in order to force them to agree with his plans by revealing to them the truth of Al Warth, which this cast doesn't even bother to listen to, as there's no word that would come from his mouth that any of them would possibly trust. I have Callan smash the Hysterica in one blow, which makes Stupid Hair send in the clones. But in doing so, he still reveals the way to defeat him in this incarnation remains the same as the original series. The multiversal doppelgangers can all be banished from existence simply by destroying the dimensional nexus point that this version of Arsenal exists in, which will cut them all off. But as he proclaims and espouses on his genius and culpability in other plots that he really should not have had any involvement in, he keeps giving away time and again the way to defeat him. And I'm like, Stupid Hair is pathetic as a person, but he's not this stupid. Like, why would you keep telling us the one way to defeat you, when we have that specific means by which to cause that very thing? As said, this is a dimensional rift. And what collapses dimensional distortions and rifts? The Ragna Male's Discord Feather attack, meaning Anj has the specific way to kill him. He knows that, and that is the specific reason why he keeps trying to court her, so she can't use it against him. Except she's not the only one with that attack either. You'll all recall that of the other Cross-Anj mecha, Salamandes and Ryugo can also cast that to collapse the rift, as exampled when Sala and Anj prevented Stupid Hair's attempts in series to distort the dimensions to destroy and overwrite the dragon's Earth. There's consequently no reason for him to be gloating like this. But this isn't even the worst part of this. Oh no, that has to be who actually deals with this dimensional rift. As it's not Sala, it's not Anj, it's not even a member of the Cross-Anj cast. Oh no. Well, V involved Lacus Klein to make her be part of the events that brought down the dimensionally displaced arsenal there. That was justified as it had been part of a story-long arc, where everyone part of Anj's world in that game played their own parts in bringing down the abuser at the top, to end a long cycle of atrocities due to him being built up as an even grander bad guy than the original series had. And it was still Anj that was the principal player in taking him down. But here, the heroine of her own story doesn't even get a say in the matter. Her agency is robbed once again. For instead, it's put on the buddy complex characters, who were not part of this stage at any point previously, to pop over from the space side of the route split, to break in here and disrupt the spatial stability of this place that, again, the Cross-Anj cast should be able to do themselves. To compare, all V did was have Lacus Klein sing the true star song that awakens the full power of the Ragnamales in concert with Anj. Anj was involved. Lacus was supporting Anj, so she still remained the point woman of focus in resolving the threat of her story's central villain. And yet here, Embryo's plans are all being thwarted by a trio of characters that have nothing to do with him! Which is another showcase of how the agency of the Cross-Anj story keeps being entirely robbed from them in this game by a property that is not deserving of it. V didn't rob them or any others of those very things. It worked to bring them all together. Yet the only way this game has ever found to prop up Buddy Complex and G-Reco in this story is to take from other series while tearing everyone else down, and blaming others for their series' own failings. And that, dear audience, is not how such matters should ever be handled. I'll give this iteration of this battle one thing, however. Because there are so many spare Stupid Hairs here, it allows nearly the full cast of characters who were wronged by him to each be able to tear out their own pound of flesh from him. But that's the only real merit to how X handles this. The Vilk is at this point gaining access to his true ability unlock attack, which features a bit of new animation added onto it from V's version. But that's pretty much the only bonus to this approach, since this really should have retained the Cross-Anj cast at this point on this, as Super Robot Wars normally operates with regards to antagonists associated with given series, which makes the divergence from it that X does all the more jarring. However, we're not done. As the last embryo dies, not really, there is unfortunately a couple left, one of which is on the space route, which we'll see feature before we're done with this loser. And the group attempts to go grab Nadia. It's revealed that dream Anya had of Marianne, yeah, that wasn't a dream. Marianne using her Gios to return to spirit form and possess Anya, waiting in the back of her head while Stupid Hair was an active antagonist, so as to bide her time. Her using power gained from Al Warth, I presume at least, to clone herself a copy of Anya's mech, the Mordred, by which to then abduct Nadia again, and escape from the collapsing dimensional rift, gloating all the while that this is the key to continuing Stupid Hair's plan, which will allow her to revive her husband from beyond death. So, here's my question. Why didn't Marianne just have Shot and Embryo build her, or hell, with Stupid Hair's purported multiversal access with all his clones, steal her a copy of the Mordred? On top of that, considering Marianne's canonical backstory as the greatest mecha pilot in Code Geass's history, before Callan's ascension at least, the game could feasibly have put her in any nightmare from that series. Say, Bismarck Walston's unit the Galahad, considering Bismarck was the only one who could beat Marianne, though only when Bismarck used his future side Geass actively. As Marianne's specialty, as indicated by her epithet of the Flash, is she's a pilot that specializes in high-speed, heavy-hitting blitzkrieg attacks, whereas the Mordred is nothing like that as a machine, as it's a slow, heavily armored, heavy assault unit over-reliant on its float system to even move. That better fit Anya's skills, but it is a handicap for Marianne, who doesn't fight like that. Hell, as I said, part of the character parallels between Callan and her is Callan fights like Marianne was said to in lore. But the only reason Marianne has a copy of the Mordred now is because it was already programmed into the game. Oh, and yes, it is hilarious parallels that the best pilots in the Code Geass universe are not only women, but ones that can only be defeated through tricks and the supernatural. Though in their retreat, the villains let slip of Nemo's poorly kept secret, that Nadia is his daughter, and he couldn't just tell her for the sole reason that she wouldn't accept it. As the rift collapses, the Knights are expelled back to the base of Mount Sokai, so while Nemo's distraught over Nadia still being gone, he can compartmentalize the loss due to his age and wisdom to not affect him actively. Which compare-contrasts him in Lelouch on this, where in a similar situation with Callan, due to his age and loss complex, was not able to maintain the same objectivity. The Knights rush repairs to their machines, but them trying to strike at Mount Sokai is still pointless. I didn't mention it earlier in the story, but the reason why we needed to revive the Shinbei Rainbow Dragons to restore the rainbow over Mount Sokai is because there is a barrier over the mountain that prevents unauthorized interlopers from reaching it, with them instead having to return to where the game started, Manja Village, at the foot of the mountain, where Wataru was originally summoned. The Elder residents recognizing the Neo Nautilus as the 4th generation fast-than-life interstellar cruising super dreadnought all-purpose space battleship Excellion. For those who don't get the joke, the Excellion is the battleship featured in the Gainax OVA series Gunbuster, and the Neo Nautilus was designed to be aesthetically similar to the Excellion, as the Excellion was just that good of a design. I explained that as it's a what the hell sort of out of context line, where those who aren't aware of the joke won't get the joke. And unfortunately,
if you have to explain a joke, there is no joke!
The elders of the village informed them of what the problem is, as while they collected the treasures of the dragons, there's a final one they couldn't retrieve until now, as it would only appear when the others were gathered. The paired Ryuo's sword and Ryujin's shield, which can shatter the barrier over the mountain. But Dwaktar's forces have detected them nearing, and have sent out every single one of their generals to face us down. The stage giving up tack points if Simon and Viral defeat Cruising Tom, Lelouch crushes Death God, Koji takes out Soya, Anj defeats Dr. Cosmos, Genryusai battles Axe Smoggle, and Todd defeats Bibi Baba Debu, matching how each of these characters has impacted the stories of the opposite facing them throughout the game. This is how such story amalgamation is supposed to be done. This is how V handled Cross-Anja's story alongside the other properties it included, and is how X has not been handling it in turn. That the wrong way to use such, and the right way to execute such, have been so closely placed together, leaves me once more baffled at the mistakes in this game, and once more tie it back to the stories that shouldn't have been here to begin with. And the full circle journey this represents actually does work well for providing closure for these assorted characters. The ones that are on their post-story extensions, at least. Not to say the material with Koji, Viral, Anj, and Genryusai is bad per se, but the Lelouch and Todd beats of this are far stronger overall. However, with the tier bosses defeated again, it allows more Dwaktar allies to take focus, such as the Great General of Darkness who invades and swallows the entire village in dark power, revealing that he has, in fact, found the Ryuo sword, which Dwaktar had discovered alongside the rest of the relics, and corrupted into a blade befitting a being of the Blackest Night. Great, and he didn't even need to play the Claw of Hermos to seal the Dark Dragon within it. Of course, the Mazines are here to deal with the General, but in my consistent presentation of Callan being an amazing pilot, I find it more appropriate to instead steal back a Dragon Sword by using the power of a mech that draws its final form's inspiration from Yi Drag Gok of Wales, acting counter to Albion. But when the Great General loses the sword, the corruption from it goes wild, risking the destruction of the entire area due to how deeply it twists reality. But this is in turn the purpose of the other trinkets of the mountain, to control the power of the Ryuo sword and counter what can happen when it is used wrongly, which allows Wataru to suppress its own rampancy, and reveal that the Ryujin shield was hidden within the Senko bracer, which could only awaken in response to the proximity of the Ryujin sword, and it being wielded by someone who has proven themselves over the course of their journey as a true savior. The Great General admits his defeat, dying from his injuries, which finally clears the way to Mount Sokai itself. Next time, we wrap things up with the other side of the final route split, the confrontation with the Anti-Spiral, the true power of End, and the grand reason why no matter how flawed this game is, I still consider it a better Code Geass tale than Resurrection delivered to us. Finale time! Let's finish that last route split. We get a scene with Mask's contingent, and how they feel as if they've been completely screwed over by everything. Their leaders bouncing from one faction to another, and none of them getting anything for it. The most they get is trying to bring some humanity back to Peru 2, who has been re-brainwashed by Glemmy since we last saw them. Again, Glemmy is a far more disgusting creep of a person and makes it for a better antagonist than Haman in Double Zeta. And I don't mean that he's a better individual than Haman, but it makes more sense to be the overall villain of the story than her, due to how much more he is openly maliciously evil than her. Yet that's the role Haman herself gets shoved into, despite, she's just as indoctrinated to the worst of Zeon as the Pruru clones are, yet they are consistently considered salvageable and sympathetic. UC Gundam has a lot of those frustrating double standards. Anyways, Glemmy is actually in charge of this group, and proceeds to use them as cannon fodder in the next stage, which in truth acts as the big battle from which you can finally defeat Mask's forces and recruit him, Rockpie, Barara, Manny, and Peru 2 once you knock it into their heads that their bosses don't give a damn about them. Actually, no you can't, and this is the reason why it's pointless to play the space route missions at all in this game. As ever since the game released, there is in fact a gameplay bug, which is why I haven't been listing off the grand majority of the recruitment flags this time around. Because you can literally gather every point from doing just the space side route splits, and do the ones in the normal missions, and they will then not flag you as having the necessary points to recruit the characters. And this only happens if you play the space route splits. If you play the ground-based route splits, this bug doesn't trigger, and you're auto-flagged for those recruitment points. So for me, since I did separate save files every time I did a route split, I just went back to the save file I used to finish off the Earth route split I finished recapping last time. And I resultantly got everybody the space route is supposed to provide. I actually replayed every mission part of this specific route split as well to make sure it wasn't just me missing something. But despite performing the same necessary and needed actions, it actually changed which one would not be flagged for recruitment despite clearing all the recruitment prerequisites. The first time for some reason Mask didn't flag, but I got Barara and Manny who require I clear all of Mask's recruitment conditions first, so if I get them I should be getting Mask. And the second time I wasn't allowed to recruit Tia in the third part of this route split. Thus, all this shows that it was not just a case of me missing the points needed to recruit them, since it changes. The space side is glitched and just wouldn't acknowledge that I did everything correctly, even though the Earth route just gives them up. Frankly, the fact it's been 6 years since this game released, and there's never been a patch to fix it, is in and of itself telling of both how well the game was playtested, and how few people actually gave a damn about anything in the space-side specific stories of G-Reco and Buddy Complex to actually notice it. Hell, the recruitment here feels very rushed as it is to try and finally begin to make these characters appealing. Normally with such, it's a secret recruitment flag or we're talking someone down from a ledge. Often, they don't deserve it. Case in point, we can actually recruit Glemmy here despite how much of an irredeemable scumbag he is. But in Super Robot Wars, it would help to make us actually want to recruit them far before we get to the point of doing so. You know, see that there are better parts of the person to make them seem appealing. This is another thing X does not succeed with, especially in the context that it's Glemmy's horrible treatment of Peru 2 that incites our recruitment of the Capital Army characters to begin with, as they want nothing to do with him anymore. So, you then also recruiting Glemmy so they have to deal with him more distorts the message you're trying to give. Especially as Judao attempting to give Glemmy a raising you suck speech once more highlights how this storyline is missing the point of what causes the Reguild Century to happen is the Federation government remaining in control as long as it does. Which is their fucking fault. The stronger beat in this is instead Peru 2 rejecting Glemmy outright, with her losing the will to fight against Judao and Peru simply because they treat her better. Which should present what an abusive asshole Glemmy is. But that again goes back to how we should really not be bringing him on board. But if you end up getting him to surrender, he just does. Though, as much as I generally like the Quint Mantha, seriously, the Quint Mantha is another of those mobile suits I am baffled has not gotten a high grade yet. I am generally happy that every time I had to replay this, I saw his face just explode when I beat his ass in with Rue Luca, as what Double Zeta tried between them was genuinely creepy. With that fight over, we get word of the Zogillians building an even bigger, more powerful Nectar cannon than the last one, which brings up a rather significant question. And that is the Nectarbillion that powers the cannon is a rare resource. The previous cannon model risked exhausting all of Zogilla's supply of such just firing at the times they did, and considering their entire army runs on that resource, depleting such to just fire the big gun seems like a really bad plan. As even if you erase your immediate enemy from existence, you lose as you have nothing left to fight with. It's like, you're trapped in a room with a guard that has no awareness of what you will be doing, and you have enough gunpowder for one stick of dynamite or a full set of bullets. Basic economic theory says you should make the bullets and headshot the guard to then use anything you have left against what might come after them, instead of trying to blow them up with dynamite, which leaves you with no resources. Overkill is only cool when you don't have to worry about anything else afterwards. This is all future Bizon's doing, as he at this point has taken over the entire Zogillan government, using future knowledge to sweep the competition to get him instated, which he really should not have. After all, the entire principle behind Buddy Complex's time travel is the original Bizon was transported to the past without awareness or understanding of what happened because he's that much of a fucking idiot. While it's easy to see him using what he knew of history to play things in his favor by which to move into a position of power for time, future Bizon having the specific details of everything before him to facilitate such grand manipulations, and that it's always been future Bizon behind everything that's gone wrong in the setting, thanks to his future knowledge and time travel, yeah, no, that's a bit harder to swallow, for the reasons I've explained before. A lot of Buddy Complex's events have to be independent of the group that is focused upon for them to even set up the initial cycle by which Bizon travels back in time, meaning the course of the war had to occur without manipulation by the secret admin group that future Bizon commands, to even get to the point where they'd have the tech that creates those tears in time. If their military strength and aggression all occurs because of Bizon, then we're still stuck in that time travel causality loop problem that Buddy Complex's content pretends is solved once you get around the Hina issue, as that was all a symptom of the problem, not the origin. Basically, Bison, even his future self, can't be the big bad that causes everything, as then there's no origin point to Zogilla's aggression that starts the larger cycle. Moreover, the time loop has already been closed, so Bison no longer has any future knowledge by which to work with. That all ended. His younger self should have been sent back in time already, so he's not working with anything he should already know in advance. Made worse that he's made it an instantaneously treasonous offense to object in any way to any questionable orders from the top, namely future Bison himself, who has built this cannon primarily to kill stupid hair, as he knows that Embryo can't possibly be dead. I mean, he isn't, but a supergiant cannon wouldn't really do it either. The only reason the Discord Feather could work is that weapon destroys dimension distortions. Embryo's immortality is caused by dimension distortion, and the version of himself he sends to interact with people is nothing but a projection, so it's disposable, so the one future Bison would fire that gun at wouldn't be the real body. Granted, as explained last time, this game changed that to dimension counterpart doppelgangers, which is not the same thing. But even then, this cannon would be worthless to actually doing that job. What this cannon would do, though, is devastate Al Warth's surface and wake up End in the worst way possible, so it has to be stopped. But this again shows why making Crossage facilitate and cause Buddy Complex's events like this was a really bad decision, as it entirely fails to justify future Bison's actions. Him coming out in a giant Valley Answer unit that has the power to interfere with the coupling systems of the heroes. How is a good question since, again, the technology is based on the principles of quantum communication, and you can't interfere with quantum communication. That is its point. But yeah, this is the big villain reveal. And they immediately faceplant with regard to future Bison, because he is just one gigantic fucking man-child which you cannot take seriously for a fucking second as a serious villain, where the second he's interacting with the main cast, he devolves into being a petulant brat. I cannot see a guy like this maintaining the self-control to bullshit his way into the position he has over the course of 70 years. Granted, real life has a counter-argument to that belief, but that case at least showed a cult of personality be built around that jackass to give him his immunity from consequences. We have not at any point seen the same revolve around future Bison, where the emphasis on loyalty has been made towards the state, and not the person running it. I'm pretty certain by this point that neither Buddy Complex's nor X's writers really understood how time travel, paradoxes, and parallel universe mechanics in fiction are supposed to work, as even the rationalization of events regarding branching timelines and parallel universes are a confusion of differing concepts. Causal loops and paradoxes do not occur in multiverse theory, as they don't create branching timelines, but overwrite events in a way that is self-sustaining. To start a causal loop is to isolate a timeline from branching to begin with. So to say that the Buddy Complex world was artificially prevented from creating branching timelines as they do here, which they then blame on Embryo, who, as discussed before, does not have such powers, is itself a contradiction regarding the fundamentals they are discussing, as their world should not have been creating branching timelines to begin with, merely by the very nature of the form of time travel they were experiencing. Granted, again, time travel itself is a fictional event, as far as we know. So real-world rules aren't as stringent. But when building fiction around it, there are still narrative rules, where you can't just shove every different type and means of time travel together and expect your explanations to make any sense. You have to pick one type at a time and stick to it. And yet, that's what I keep finding with Japanese authors that prefer to mix and match the rule sets they play with. But you can't play the Pokemon TCG with Yu-Gi-Oh cards in Magic the Gathering's Legacy format, and then throw down an Imperial Dramon to declare Yahtzee. This is not Calvin Ball, and authors doing it that way is why such stories devolve into headaches that have people's eyes glaze over in indifference. Causal loop time travel is incompatible with multiverse theory time travel. Thus, involving Embryo as the explanation is bullshit, and blaming future Bison for all of Zogilla's changes and evils is nonsense. He should be making things worse, not be the origin of why things became bad to begin with. And likewise, Stupid Hair's explanation for why this game made him experiment on them is also nonsense, as his means of creating his ideal world all have to do with dimension distortion and a genetic designer humanity to rule, and he already really had that. So as I've insisted, X ruined one of their more effective villains in this, as he should have had nothing to do with any of this. Worse, they've justified the position of Bison's malice that obfuscates the morals about hate making one empty, as now there's an excuse for his crusade. And really, it's done to make excuses for young Bison to become an ally in this. Shots from his unit distracting Stupid Hair long enough for him to transfer the data for the coupling system's standalone mode, which gets around the system jamming future Bison triggered through likely mistranslation as it's nonsensical technobabble, because that's basically what it all boils down to. But bottom line, use of this system allows Alba, Dio, and Hina to interlink at the same time.
お前だけは絶対に許さねえぞディオ、ヒナ分かっている
私たちの力を一つに
やるぞ今がその時だ必ずやれるこれで終わりだ私がこの私が
Notice how this wasn't used against their actual villain this first time. Mistake. Reason being that this was the midpoint in the stage, whereas future Bison's the end boss of it. Every named character on Zogilla's side turning onto the instigator of their suffering, even though he really should not be cited as such. When we break his unit, future Bison triggers the satellite cannon to overload to get the power it needs to fire on Al Warth, even if it destroys their weapon in the process. But with the weapon about to fire, the only way to counter it is with weaponized bullshit! Alba and Dio somehow using the coupling system to distort time so they can move and attack in the seconds before the weapon can fire to damage it enough so it fails to entirely. The game not having any logical means of explaining this in story, so takes you out of it by Sparrow and Hina having to provide one. But the problem is, it's contingent on the explanation that the coupling system to deal with such matters as lag sends the input from the pilots 1 nanosecond into the future to make sure they stay synced. And that's how the coupling system led to the invention of time travel. The problem is, to deal with lag, you don't send information to the future, you would send it to the past. You make the information available to the recipient before they would need it. If they receive it after, and at a further delay than they would by just sending it normally, then performing the action is pointless. If, say, you stream a video game, and your software receives the recording at a lag from real time, then to pair screen capture of it, you and your voice, then you would delay your audio and video's receipt by the audience to make such sync up with your recorded gameplay. You buffer it. It has to be set back in relative time to deal with the time lag. With the coupling system, that would then explain how time travel would come to be possible in this series. As otherwise, if you are just pushing that information further and further ahead, that creates further and further delays, which would make synchronization impossible. And here that explanation doesn't even make sense, as in order to stretch 1 second into multiple seconds and even minutes, you need to be adding physical spatial time into the equation, which doesn't happen if you're just sending information in time one way or another, but only works if you're physically traveling back in time, which this explanation says is not happening. So once again, this game is self-contradictory with regards to what is said and what is done. Though, this one feels like it might be a translation-induced plot hole, as the script goes from saying they're sending information forward 1 nanosecond in time, to saying they're traveling back 1 nanosecond in time, over and over and over and over again, to be able to move in this moment, and destroy the satellites. Which is in truth, nothing but a time dilation effect when you think about it, but they're not describing it as that. Or in other words, if the game actually bothered to try and explain this properly, it would have described them as having learned to... Kamen Rider Kabuto and other high-speed henshin heroes used it so much better than these two fucking dumbasses. Somehow, this allows them to open up a wormhole. Not a singularity, goddammit. That sends them into the Earth route split and their intervention with the embryo scenario. That is said, robbed the agency of the Cross-Ange cast for no fucking reason. But yeah, this is the complete end of Buddy Complex's relevance to anything, with it just being us dealing with the mess that is the Reconguista. Which can't even happen because we're in the wrong world entirely for it to take place. Not like X cares about that at this moment, depicting Kia as a battle freak that takes what he wants. And really, that's the most Tomino thing, to depict antagonists as idiots that undermine their entire argument. As when you negotiate with someone, you have an exchange where you can get what you want, and the opposing side will freely give it as long as agreed terms are met. To take what doesn't belong to you and what is not freely given, when it comes to physical territory at least, that is what starts wars. Which is what the stupid Tomino-ism is. As wars result from irreconcilable differences, and we have not reached a point where things are irreconcilable for them to jump to this. But for some inexplicable reason, they refuse to listen and talk. At least it's a diversion from what the expected is, at least, as usually the ones who aren't listening are the UC Gundam protagonists. As bad as G-Reco is, it's quite refreshing that for once the fault is solely on the antagonists when they're doing things that don't need to be done, which only hinder them getting what they want. The only things of note here are that Mask comes out for one final duel where if this flag's wrong, Mask dies. And for some odd reason, the Reconguista fleet pulled out the frickin' Alpha Azeru specs out of mothballs. And I don't see why, as the Alpha Azeru has to be one of the worst mobile armors from an aesthetic and design point of the Neo Zeon library. It makes sense in context to Char's counterattack. Zeon by that point was very short on resources. But honestly, this should have been where the Queen Mantha should have shown up, as the Queen Mantha is a much better unit. But the twist comes in after you defeat most of the Reconguista, which reveals, oh hey, the G-Reco characters are so overall lacking that they had to actually justify Seabook's inclusion in the F-91 Gundam by revealing that his big bad Iron Mask is also here. And we now have to defeat his mobile armor, the Rafflesia. Oh, name redundancy. We despise ye unless it's made into a deliberate joke. It was not here. I don't even know why they held him back for so long. Iron Mask isn't really notable as a villain. He got deluded by his family's bought title of nobility, came to think that gave him a right to rule over man. For some reason, feudal classes never made sense in UC Gundam with how it's structured. And he failed after he made one attempt to take over one set of newer colonies, but did so in the most ass-backward way, and tried to just wholesale slaughter the civilians that at worst would be neutral towards him. He may have had something more to him if F-91 had gotten a full series order, but the reason it didn't is pretty well known. Tomino pissed off the sponsors, and Bandai passed on it past the animation of the pilot episodes. As, frankly, his wipe out the excess of humanity and rule over the broken remainder after my Cullings plan was better executed by Schneisel El Britannia in Code Geass, as he only revealed his scheme once it was near the point of completion, and not as his opening gambit, wherein everyone will be out to stop him.
But how does killing people make everything better?
Look, I planned this.
So explain it.
Yeah, explain your great plan.
He's been hanging back with Compa, who even Iron Mask admits has nothing but half a brain cell thinking about anything he's done. Which says something about G-Reco's quality again, when even other half-assed villains in Gundam can legitimately say, wow, this guy is an idiot and my plans were better thought out. And yes, Iron Mask is trying to re-implement his population culling scheme, thanks to everything he's learned about the future, making him believe it's necessary to prevent the bad end timeline that is the Reguild century, and him taking advantage of Gundam Wing's drone technology of the mobile dolls to do it. Which is again an example of why comparing him to Char and making Char out to be the worst of them is wrong, as Iron Mask doesn't care about who he kills, whereas all of Char's actions were motivated towards the goal of freeing an oppressed people from a cycle of victimization the heroes were enabling. I genuinely think that had F91 gotten more of a series than the film its pilot was turned into, it would have subverted many of my problems with UC Gundam. As while Mask is a deluded, selfish dumbass, he's the kind of selfish dumbass one has no qualms about being taken down, as he'd only make things worse by replacing those who are the problem with just himself. And Cecily's pushback against him is more engaging as a result, as she openly rejects this blatant inhumanity. Granted, this was a Tomino production, so for all I know, it being cancelled early to have the sole film cut of the pilots and plotline that we have prevented the worst of his producer-mandated tropes from infesting the end products. But having a villain I actually hate be treated as the proper villain, I can more easily be on board that than one whose goals are more virtuous than they're given credit for, even if they are gone about the wrong way, or a villain that the story refuses to treat as such. The problem here is more that Iron Mask is only being introduced now in the final act, and he's now being used to represent the malice of all the alternate worlds when, yeah, those are big shoes that Iron Mask just cannot fill, as everyone here is just plain done with this nonsense. Frankly, I'm disappointed Lelouch isn't here to point this out, but Char fills his shoes quite well in condemning Iron Mask that, like Schneisel's redux of this plan far later, all Iron Mask's plan will do is lead humanity to the very stagnation that it claims to suffer from during Reguild, just with a different person in charge. And with the Rafflesia's defeat, that is the end of the Universal, Reguild, and Buddy Complex plots in the game. The group's meeting up as Nadia's taken aboard the Red Noah, the arc Gargoyle's been trying to turn into a superweapon, with Nadia resisting his manipulations for the moment. Her flimsy resolve waning the more Gargoyle tells of how the Atlanteans are a precursor race species that were responsible for the genesis of the rest of humanity. Again, Stargate has more in common with Nadia than the Disney Atlantis movie. It is a very distorted history, however, all stated the way the Gargoyle tells it to try and sell the idea that it is the Atlanteans' right to rule over all, which ignores that not every human population draws its origins from Atlantis. Hell, it's very likely Gargoyle is miscrediting the creation myth of humanity, and they actually developed independently of Atlantean influence. But bottom line is, he's trying to get Nadia on his side with these lies, as well as Nadia's elder brother, Neo, as the last he, Marianne, Shot, and Embryo need to begin their world recreation scheme, which in turn distracts once again from Wataru reaching Mount Sokai, even as he breaches the barrier to that location. Marianne teleporting onto the ship to gloat, as Gargoyle uses the fully operational Red Noah, which of course looks like a flying saucer, to attack us. Gargoyle activating its warp drive, which transports everyone to the ruins of Tartessus, the last Atlantean originating city, that 10 years before Gargoyle destroyed, and cornering us with Gargoyle's entire fleet intending to crush us. Marianne and Stupid Hair leading their forces. Oh, and since this is the last stage in which Stupid Hair was featured, I am contractually obligated to do what X didn't, and return Anja's agency to her by event killing the rapist.
私に支配されることの何が不満だというのだ。
人間だからよ。支配をぶっ壊す好戦的で反抗的なイレギュラー。それが人間なの。
私の愛を理解できぬ女などもはや不要。
何が愛よ。キモい髪型でニヤニヤしてて服のセンスもなくていつも車に構えてる恥知らずのナルシスト。女の扱いも知らない1000年引きこもりの変態親父の遺伝子なんて生理的に絶対無理。血に帰れ。私を抱こうなんて1000万年早いわ。
But yeah, back on topic, the game acknowledges at this point Code Geass's original canon, where Marianne and Charles were supposed to be erased from existence at the end of their confrontation, and not just absorbed into the collective unconsciousness. X does not answer this contradiction, nor does it need to. Resurrection, however, did need to do so to explain why Charles could still be active inside the consciousness despite having lost his means of affecting it at all. But that's that movie for you, where half the important details were in a pamphlet handed out in theaters instead of the movie, and even those details didn't fix shit. But why it doesn't harm X is because Marianne's reason for being here is more straightforward. It is to cause conflict. If Charles were here, she'd fall into line with her husband, but her acting on her own to bring him back? As said, that grants her the actual agency she was previously denied in Code Geass's series itself. And it gives her a chance to show her own skills, as it allows her to act as a much harder foil for Lelouch. And thus, this is the climax of that, with him finally having a proper confrontation with the mother that gave him life, but discarded him like used tissue in favor of her own selfish desires. Now the one critique I have of this battle is Jeremiah. As I went into before in the Code Geass reviews, Jeremiah worshipped Marianne, and now she is their enemy. And even if Jeremiah has sworn loyalty to Lelouch since, there is no canon material that implies he was ever made aware of what she did. And the story isn't all focused on any conflict he may feel over that. Would have actually been a credit to his character overall had they given such. Hell, this is probably the only time since the stage he was introduced in that Jeremiah has actually been able to do anything in this story. As this stage has its tact point requirements, require you have Marianne be fought with every Code Geass character. Suzaku has no purpose being here at all, and I do his part of this prerequisite without getting him any levels, so yeah. Anya from this gets closure due to her former profession. Cece has something of a role here in finally officially breaking her former contract, which she never did in series. And Callan is Lelouch's true Knight of Zero and Queen. So her role in taking down the former Empress is a given, which contrasts how different the two actually are. Though even this game lampshades how deeply Sunrise screwed up the pair's paramour status with unwanted and undesired ambiguity. But Jeremiah's former loyalty to her? I feel that required something more than a restating of his fealty to Lelouch, especially as his fealty to him is born from his fealty and failure towards Marianne. But yeah, this tact point event ends with Lelouch being the one to finish off Marianne. Poignant because Lelouch is not the best pilot, and Marianne is only canonically trumped in that ability when you don't factor supernatural bullshit that Bismarck and Suzaku use by Callan. Well, if that's the case, then what about that pair working together to defeat her with a team attack?
決着は我が手でつけるぞマリアンヌこれでチェックメイトだ逃がしはしない
悪あがきもそこまでになさいルルーシュお別れよルルーシュ残念そこは射程内なのはい直撃
相 手の損手先を読めばたやすいことだ。
続くよルルーシュ。そこだ。直に叩き込む。
いいわ、あなたの勝ちってことにしてあげる。
私は自分が信じる正義をやる。
And yes, I love that the game lets me do that pretty much from the first stage that they are together. It's not a formal combination attack, but it is the closest we get, and no other two characters in the game can so easily team up like that. So it drives the point home that she cannot win, and yet maintains the advantage as Al Warth allows her to manifest her Geass-drumming spirit in a corporeal form, one that cannot be stopped by anything Lelouch can do. Restrain her or use Jeremiah's Geass Canceller, she goes spirit and escapes. Find a magic in this world that can bind her? He can't keep that on her at all times. What could he possibly do to her that would stop her from her crusade to revive from death her beloved husband? The man she has given everything for, who defined her very life, which continues beyond even death. Yeah, about that. We have reached the precipice to why this storyline is in every way superior to Resurrection. Why Okuchi and Taniguchi didn't possibly consider this path instead of the idiocy with Zikistan, I will ever know. As what happens here just plain writes itself.
どきなさいルルーシュ、自分が何をやろうとしているか分かっているの？
無論だ。今度こそお前を、そしてシャルルジ・ブリタニアを完全に消滅させる。
実の親をその手にかけるの？
俺とナナリーを捨てた人間の言う言葉か。お前とシャルルは自らの目的のために俺や世界を踏みにじってきた。その報いを受けてもらう。ルルーシビ・ブリタニアが、いやただのルルーシュが命じる。マリアンヌビ・ブリタニアよ、シャルルジ・ブリタニアに関する一切の記憶を捨てろ。
As him doing this is proper closure towards Lelouch's past, which allows him to move on and not be ruled by it. This confrontation treats Marianne as more than an afterthought, after already elevating her to a more relevant antagonist position than the original series allowed. It made her into a literal specter of the past, haunting the present, and preventing a newer future from taking root and prospering how it should, matching the literal thematic purpose of the series in doing so. And Lelouch's solution is a permanent one, as any attempt by Geass Canceller to remove Lelouch's command would in turn banish her corporeal form first, before the command's removal could even take effect. Unfortunately, this does not depict the command as having erased so much of Marianne that it causes her to cease to exist. Instead, since this encounter occurs at a shrine to End literally eats her through one of the monster's rooted tendrils. But the effect is ultimately the same. His mother ceases to exist, Lelouch closing the book on his family's insanity. Hell, Sho also gets closure on this stage himself. For with all of his allies dead or abandoning him, Shad Weapon tries to sneak away. But with Sho confronting him, Shad lets slip of the true nature of Al Warth existing between life and death, and its creator End feeding on the conflict born of the cycle from war, peace, and revolution. But upon revealing that, the Ferrario Silky takes the initiative to banish Shad back to where he deserves to be punished, Byston Well, which I presume sets up the events of the Neo Byston Well sequel story. or just shot to land himself in prison for the rest of his natural life. Thus, all that's left is dealing with Gargoyle, who returns now from taking the time to fit Nadia with a brain control device so he can more properly command the Ark. From space! Surprisingly, she's not a more tolerable character once she's been mind-slaved. Who knew? This newest warp sends the group to the world of peace during Jean's time, permitting the Ark to invade France to recreate the climax of Nadia's story, and to, in doing so, destroy the Eiffel Tower. Well, usually stories like this do that to the Tokyo Tower, so variety? Gargoyle instructs Neo to declare him the rightful ruler of humanity, but that never goes over well, the Knights reassembling and laying waste to his forces. Nemo declaring that even if it takes his life, he'll prevent one man's abuse of their ancestors' creations. Though this fight is made no easier by the Keepers shoving their nose into this matter, this being Selric's doing to eliminate Amari and her supporters once and for all. But they're once more little more than a distraction to just charging the N Nautilus straight on down the central path to the Red Noah, which the ship's new attack can handle in an instant.
身勝手な理由で世界を戦火に包むなど許されることではない。最大戦速で目標へ突撃。了解。電磁バリアを展開。圧力最大。
バリア展開。圧力最大。
総員衝撃に備えろ。行け。カモン！オーバーブーストを使え！はい！手法発射！バカな！神の船が！
Even then, the Red Noah was a colony ship, and those things are deliberately built to be tough. So even the small amount of penetrative attacks aren't going to destroy it. The Kraton diving into the damage of the hull to just smash everything the tiny tank can get in range of, delaying the actions of the Red Noah long enough to let everyone else smash their own ways inside. Jean and Nemo leading the charge to save Nadia, which is where Gargoyle, proclaiming himself a god, puts Nemo on trial for not controlling the humans when he had the power to, like is their right, even though Gargoyle has none. The madman ordering Nadia to shoot Nemo to prove his absolute control over her, and in turn prove the Miyazaki-isms of the series and how weak, pathetic, and cruel humans are. As Gargoyle, as said before, is not an Atlantean, so every condemnation he makes of humans over Atlanteans is just a self-descriptive sin. He turned Nemo's son into a literal puppet, and is doing the same to Nadia, even when Nemo himself promotes the best aspects of humanity as their advocates towards a man that doesn't understand how wrong he is. As I've said before, Nemo himself is an interesting character. It's just everything that has to do with his daughter that bogs the series down. As atop that, he's gained enough trust in others to act as the distraction for the others to ambush and disable everything Gargoyle has working for him. Gargoyle, unable to understand the simple concept of camaraderie that shows how much his talk of being a perfect being, condemning the Mud Dwellers, is nothing but open hypocrisy if he can't understand something so simple. Though while Nadia has not even attempted to resist Gargoyle's commands, Neo himself has been waiting for such a moment himself to gather and use his will to stop Gargoyle, using it to break the control device on Nadia, and with it Gargoyle's command over the blue water, and by proxy the Red Noah, but at the cost of what life Noah had left within the cybernetic shell he'd languished in. Nadia then refuses to do anything Gargoyle says once freed, so Gargoyle shoots Jean in punishment, prompting to reveal another secret of the blue water, in that it has healing properties. Nemo offering up his own version of the gem, so Nadia's would have enough power to save Jean's life, as the crystals they do carry do not grant them true immortal longevity, merely a greater resistance to it alongside a healing factor that's Atlantean-coded. And healing someone non-Atlantean like Jean takes more power than one can handle. But Gargoyle thinking he can just seize them now leads to his undoing. For as said, he's not Atlantean, and the gene lock protections on such crystals making it impossible for a non-Atlantean to handle them when they're active. And instead, he's just turned to salt. So at least this villain is dead, Jean is saved, and the Red Noah blown up so its technology can never harm anyone again, before everyone is once again dragged back to Al Warth. Well, at least with that done, we can finally, truly reach Mount Sokai with absolutely no more diversions or distractions! So anyways, we have more DLC stages to do. The first is focused on the former Black Diamond League members from Might Gain, having to go into retirement from their villainy at this point to survive by working at the Auto factory run by Maito's support crew, with some of them integrating more than others. Wolfgang and his subordinates having the time of their lives, as, frankly, coming here hasn't changed their modus operandi much, but Vuitton and Hoiko Lo having a more difficult time. They get the chance to show their worth, however, when an invisible monster attacks one of the neighboring towns, prompting them to take their own mecha out of retirement and do their own parts to save the day! Wolfgang using his scientific genius and prior research into innocent ways to disrupt the invisibility field, which is revealed to be used by a member of the Keepers. And it's likely stealth operatives like this have helped stoke conflict throughout Al Warth. But the merit of this stage is getting the chance to control the BD League's units in a fight. For as I've said before about these losers, they may be bad guys, but they are not bad guys. And their own moral standards are enough to not stand for the Creepers' senseless aggression. Hell, they get backup from Yazan and Rakim from Zeta and Double Zeta Gundam. Them both out of a job now that the idiotic Reconguista is over with. Though they honestly joined too late to take part, as the BD League are hailed as heroes of the town, instead of the villains to be chased out of it for once. After that, it's the last dream battle for the Twilight Knights cast, which means that this is the super hard boss battle stage of the game, with us facing down once more all the antagonists from the previous stretch of the game. Which ironically is less awful on the cast than V's variant, as they're all comparatively pumped up to beat it. Probably because the Gathered were asked to participate instead of being suckered into it like 9 kept doing to everyone in V. Lastly of the DLC is one focused on Amori, Sparrow, and Aori. As with it being inevitable that a confrontation with the Keepers is going to happen, the trio have to figure out how they want to handle them. This question hangs over them as the Knights face another group of Keepers and their golems, all of them overflowing with dark aura malicious energy, and brainwashed to the point they're little more than drones at terminals to receive the dogma power of End, being directed remotely by Selric. It's an expression of that man's own malice, and it's reached a breaking point for the trio, with this stage ultimately setting up Amori and Iori working to develop a dogma spell version of the means that Sparrow used to break the shackles on their minds, so they can cast that counterspell over their opponents so the truly malicious Keepers would lose control over their own forces, leaving them with nothing. It's actually frustrating, though, that this ended up needing to be the last DLC stage, as, from what I understand, it was actually created to fill in a plot hole that appears in these last few stages. Like, this has been a problem with the DLC this time. While these DLC added in extra side stories that weren't necessary to telling the rest of the story, which in turn further accented and complemented the relationships in it, X's DLC, time and again, felt like this was more story essential to explaining things the main story didn't even bother with. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it shows the difference in priority in writing where there was felt a need to go back and add more to justify where the story would go. But yes, now we're finally back at Mount Sokai, for reals this time, and we see how desolate Dwokdar has made even the place he lives. Though, oddly enough, Dwokdar's castle kind of looks like a Zerg hive cluster from StarCraft. Well, okay, not the Zerg hive building specifically, more the general organic structure with mouths look a lot of their constructs had going for them. For those not aware, as I don't bring it up much, I was a StarCraft fan before, you know, modern Activision Blizzard nonsense. Toro wants to confront his father, but he's too busy trying to revive the Dark Dragon, sending out all his remaining generals, again, alongside backup from the forces of Olympus. Take Don Goro out, and that calls out Dwokdar, who, with all his forces gone, basically has to respond by attacking Goro? Yeah, it's a you have failed me for the last time situation. Not the smartest thing to do when an evil overlord is out of minions by which to throw in their path. Toro insists Goro leave, Dwokdar scoffing at such compassion, and discarding Toro as not having any merit anymore either. Hell, the only reason this isn't already an end-boss fight is the Emperor of Darkness from Massacre shows up, intent on assisting in the revival of this dark dragon, which they finally succeed in. Dwokdar riding it into battle against us. But the two are creating a power gain feedback loop, the Emperor's power feeding the dragon, and the dragon empowering the Emperor, requiring a player to defeat both enemies in a single turn. Well, that means it's tactical command time! Seriously, Lelouch by game mechanics makes breaking damage limits so ridiculously easy. You can get some bonus attack points by having Toro attack the Dark Dragon and Dwokdar, but because the defeat of the beast is tied to a story flag, we're not doing that much damage to either of them yet. Toro attempting to sacrifice himself to give the others a free crippling shot to the dragon, but Goro returns to take the damage. For here it is revealed that Toro isn't Dwokdar's son, but Goro's. Their relationship distorted due to Dwokdar's power, as their family was once the custodians of the mountain, which Dwokdar usurped with his magic. Goro appears to die, he'll be back, with this loss and the will to not stop fighting being the final keys to Wataru's awakening as the dragon savior, and bringing the power of the dragon gods together, allowing him to strike back at the Dark Dragon.
救世主としての使命、今こそ果たす。竜王の剣でドアクターを倒す時が来た。よーし、やるぞ、竜王丸。天の時至り、神武七竜神よ、救世主渡るのもと一つになるのだ。みんなの希望を僕が背負う。行くぞ、龍神丸。うおー！ドワークだ！覚悟！これが僕たちの真の力だ。
While that doesn't completely kill the Dark Dragon thanks to the Emperor being here, it does cripple it, permitting the Massins to hit the Emperor hard themselves, who in response calls back in Mazinger Zero. Mazinger Zero has basically become a yo-yo at this point in the game, called out when one needs to distract from the main bodies of malice. Not to say it's not leading to something, you still need to crush it to unlock the secret path, but it's telling there's not much more of a story told here with its Dark Reincarnation, versus how it was used before. But yeah, it's here so Koji and Tetsuya can show off techniques they created specifically for battling the Dark Majin, and they are awesome.
Mazinger Zero! お前の予測を超えてみせる。今こそマジンエンペラー G の奥の手を。エンペラーオレオール変形完了。まだだ。もっと加速しろ。エンペラー。 超必殺オレオールブースター G！ これが偉大なる魔人皇帝と俺の力だ。 可能性の光を見せてやるぞゼロ。俺のカイザーの全てをぶつける。未来を切り開く光を受けろ。魔人パワー全開。カイザーオーバー。これが正義の魔人、魔人カイザーだ。
Granted, it's important to remember from all this that Zero only appears as such a cannon fodder unit because it is unpiloted through 99% of the game, and its true unlocked, reduce all to zero threat comes when someone's behind the controls or just plain plugged into it. So yeah, after that exchange, hit the Emperor of Darkness with a Twin Mazin Emperor attack to unlock the secret path true ending of the game, with the power of these enemies' dark aura fading from the world. Even as they say will regret it, as they still believe that their rule was the only thing that would protect them all from the anti-spiral, which they summoned here in the first place, and the true enemy of all, that is End, the pair using the last of their strength to once more open a dimensional gate through which the anti-spiral can return. In response to which, Simon just says bring it, as it will call back the woman he loves to this realm, so he can save her as well. Marimea also being rescued from within Dwaktar's castle, and with her warning of Al Warth's true nature as Shot did, it's swaying to the dance of the Endless Waltz, all through the will of its creator, and the will of the beings within it shaping its nature. The will thing that's been getting introduced here as a power all on its own is a rather late story patch to explain how many characters in the game have gotten their units back. Case in point, Wataru turning that clay doll into Ryuji Maru's mech. The Lancelot and Gurren were pretty heavily damaged/destroyed at the end of Code Geass, or the Aura machines appearing immaculately, them being recreated in Al Warth because of a need for them forged through will. This also would have explained Marianne literally cloning Anya's Mordred. The problem with that one, though, was that mecha cloning happened in Stupid Hair's pocket dimension, and not on Al Warth. The thing is, relying on will might seem like a bad advice, but one has to remember that this is a setting with spiral power in it, and spiral power at its core is just weaponized willpower. And speaking of weaponized willpower, Simon supporters have gotten the Cathedral Terra rebuilt and reformatted as the Choginga Daiguren. And yes, I say it that way because Choginga just rolls off the tongue better than Super Galaxy. Though even as they repel the anti-spiral, there's awareness that this will not be the end either, as both Lord Genome and the Shinbei dragons are suffering selective amnesia regarding the time period revolving around the creation myth of the world, as if something's preventing them from accessing that knowledge. The anti-spiral forces arrive with a huge army, this being the Smash 'em all stage. Though considering how huge these units are relative to the size of our cast, the game actually had to write in dialogue lampshading that the sprite work of SRW games tends to make things appear as if they're on smaller scales, even though that is not so. Plus, it's a shorthand to get around why several units haven't gotten the "Supersize Me, Captain!" service that Gurren Lagann's various mecha got in their series. Worse, this is a "and then more waves come in" battle, as once the first massive fleet is dealt with, more stream in. And more beyond that. Exev eventually coming in and asking, are you just going to keep blowing up drones? Why not just quit? That would be an unexpected end. But this is where the Black Diamond League themselves come in to break Exev's attempts at breaking morale, reminding the group that their will in this realm is power. And as long as one's will and resolve stays strong, there's no artificial construct that can actually win here, as Al Warth was a land born through will. After all, they've been doing so well until they got spooked by the numbers in Exev's demotivation, So a reminder of that lets the rest of the cast realize what XEV was trying to do. Cause them to lose by breaking their will in the face of such unfair, unreasonable odds. But it's important to remember that kicking reason to the curb is the Daiguren way!
どんなデカブツだろうと俺のドリルがぶち抜くこちらは気にせず好きなだけやれそうさせてもらう超銀河ギガドリルブレイク友の思いをこの身に刻み無限の闇を光に変える天上天下一気闘神超銀河グレンラガン人間の力見せてやるぜ
I freaking love that mech. I'm still waiting on a Playmo of Tengen Toppa. Anyone? But as we finish off the last of the forces sent by the Anti-Spiral fleet, we have an incoming message from the Big Giant Head. The Anti-Spiral representative tells this group of the danger of unchecked progress they fear, banishing those who have potential to the multiversal labyrinth, which is in actuality all in people's heads. Designed like that so people will wander in this artificial consciousness construct, playing out meaningless fantasies until they naturally die out. All of them none the wiser as meaningless trifles occupy their time. Simon dreaming of a more peaceful world where he could have been with Kamina, one that as consequence never grew into the man he became. But for those who seek a future of freedom and one who has undergone the hard lessons that invoke personal growth, such distractions are worthless. Granted, X doesn't play things out quite that way. Only Simon is swallowed in the delusion. The rest of the group just trapped in an empty void to rot for however long they live. Or until their spirits break, whichever comes first. And even if they make an attempt to escape, there's a karmic vortex that will swallow them once they run low on power. So there's presented as no way to escape. Which is where Selric comes in to, in his own way, break them out, on the terms they swear loyalty to him, and give up the Zelgard and Sparrow to him so he can become the proper founder, which none of them will do. But this permits the game to expose that Selric is suffering from dogma backlash, a state keepers suffer from when they use dogma that is far beyond their capabilities. With it twisting their perceptions, and in Selric's case, his condition is caused because of End using him as a puppet. He wants them to work with him, however, as End created Al Warth in the first place as a haven against the Anti-Spiral, which End fought against in ancient times. But considering End's nature as a multiversal parasite, that explanation is a bit suspect. It's a moot point, as XEV, as a being of darkness, has no issue entering a realm where light does not naturally exist. The mad executive intending to finish us all off himself. Selric joining him in the assault, as we have no way to possibly escape from this dimension. Anja the Vilcus? Anyone? Discord Feather pops dimension distortions like this and can open gates out of them. Hello? Anyone? It's a moot point, though, with them being stuck in battle, XEV having become even more powerful in a realm absent of light, Banjo having to rob him of that power, using the Daitarn 3 stores of solar power as a means of illuminating that darkness and weakening it, so Maiko can defeat him with the joint dragon fire. Yeah, I forgot to put Joe on the field during this fight, so I'm uncertain if this event would have played out differently like it did in V, where the Goryu deployed. Regardless, that inspires Kitan to take one of the spare Gigadrills of the Gurren Lagans, and in his King Kitan unit, recreate the circumstances of his death, trying tearing a hole in this dimension that way. And it doesn't seem to work. Selric gloating that this has cost them more and more of their allies by resisting, which pisses Amori off to the point of just straight erasing him from existence. Or rather, I should say, his ability to cast magic. This is that point the game needed the previous DLC mission to explain the origin of. Their anti-mind control spell? It works by severing one's connection to the magic of Al Warth. And because Selric's insanity has all to do with his magic, his obsession with becoming and being the founder and ruler over all others with magic in N's name, like Lelouch with Marianne, it is the perfect way to have karma come crushing down upon them. For while he was obsessed with becoming the founder, and obsessed with killing Amori for her potential to be it instead of him, Amori could not care less about the position he so covets. But that's still not the end for this one. For after X-Ev and Selric are dealt with, Black Noir then reveals itself, trying to claim that it is the orchestrator of everything as a multi-dimensional existence. Okay, no. Everything else in this game pretty much covers such manipulations that, well, it's a Might Gain enemy that you'd expect to have to exist in the plot for this, cannot take credit for others' malice in such a situation. Especially as the Might Gain cast have not had agency as an influential power within these collections of circumstances to warrant that from Black Noir. So in this case, while it is justified in V, it's just this entity bullshitting his claims to power in X, as whatever masterful story-controlling scheme it may have had would have been entirely subverted the second everyone started being sent to Al Warth. Moreover, it claims it attempted to turn the world of peace to the world of revolution, since the world of revolution was itself entering a time of peace. But, well, for it to be a world of revolution, it'd first have to be a world of war that would permit a tyrannical power to seize power, i.e. Dr. Hell, and that would disrupt the Al Warth endless waltz too overtly for it to claim credit for that. So, yeah, in this case it's all bluster. Proven by Banjo Haran returning from beyond death to fight again, though before you ask, no, Kitan stays dead, but it's shown his own actions were not in vain, as Kitan's attack did puncture a hole down at the depths of the karmic vortex, at the bottom of which has been sealed Simon, this allowing him in turn to break out, shatter the stability of this dimension space, and prove once more that whatever claim Black Noir makes, he is no god.
必殺の一撃受けてみろ
The anti-Spyro representative is shocked at this, as it believed that from observation through Nia, it had finally come to understand Spyro races to be able to finally kill all of them off. But as was my point far earlier when I discussed Gurren Lagann as a series, you cannot understand things that you continue to fear and hate, as that fear and hate blinds someone to the truth of them. And in this case, that truth is that the anti-Spyro's own actions force forward the spiral power evolution they so fear, for the sheer fact that this spiral power only grows in the face of conflict, and settles in times of peace. By attacking them as they have only forced the very circumstances they sought to stop, and that has at last blown up in their amalgam consciousness's face, as Simon drills in at last to rescue his love. And thus, it is time!
全員突破グレン・ラガン俺たちも誰だと思っていやがる
We're are literally fighting atop galaxies right now. Why could more of this game not have been about this? Though the game once more backs up what I said about Gurren Lagann's final form, the entire battle that features it does not exist in a real universe, but a pocket one. So Tengen Toppa's actual scale as a mecha is massively distorted from what it's supposed to be. At most, it's likely as big as, say, Jupiter or even the solar system, but not take up an actual tangible fraction of a galaxy. The scaling from mecha form to mecha form just does not make sense otherwise. Hell, in X this is all scaled down farther and more evenly. The arc Gurren and Choginga Daiguren in X are shown to be smaller than the dimensions the anime content tried to depict them in. The arc Gurren relative in size to roughly a super aircraft carrier, and Choginga ostensibly around the size of Manhattan or even Rhode Island, instead of the size of a moon. So in turn, that makes Tengen Toppa even smaller relative to everything else. And that's something I actually like, as the par dimensions people claim Tengen Toppa to operate at is just ridiculous. Though while Tengen Toppa has been scaled down, everything else has also been scaled up, harnessing this realm's power of will to make this grand fight finally be on even terms. The Anti-Spiral creating their own Tengen Toppa mech to crush us, but that not going well for them, as literally every character that fights the Anti-Spiral just telling him to shut up. And its reasons are no different in the end than anyone else we fought here. And its excuses for harming others are pathetic in light of how universes are capable of being created as well as destroyed, as that's a self-sustaining cycle. They got so focused on the preservation of civilization as the hallmark of the universe that they missed how they are not synonymous with the universe itself. Their logic is fundamentally flawed, as it's all based on nothing observable or demonstratable. Speaking both on limitless growth being destructive, but also the limits of the people it oppresses. That goes back to that one truth. It is contingent on fear. They try to break Simon's resolve by revealing that due to Nia having awoken as an anti-spiral messenger, that ending their existence will also mean that Nia's life will end. Which is something I never quite got. Like, Nia was a flesh and blood person living before whatever anti-spiral thing infested her, not some form of projected construct like a grand majority of the rest of the anti-spiral forces. So why would then cutting her off kill her instead of reverting her to a mortal existence? Yeah, downer Gainax ending, such being the cost of doing the right thing, but for many it was the step too far. Regardless, Nia knows that one life isn't worth the cost of uncountable others by enabling the malice saving that life would entail. So she backs Simon, which allows the Daiguren Brigade to bring things all together, as this climax is based upon the movie version of the series.
螺旋の力に限界なんざねえってことを教えてやるぜ。さあ、行くぞみんな。
まずは私が行きます。えい！やあ！
お見事でした、宮姫様。もう負けてはいられん。
ナイスよ、ビラル。おまけ持っていきなさい。
突っ込めみんな。
私たちも
当然撃ちまくりだぜ。まだまだ行くぞ超次元アンカー。最後は俺が決める。ラガンインパクト。
Even then, it refuses to go down, now summoning from beyond the dimensional void Mazinger Zero one final time, with Mazinger Zero's AI properly woken up, with it declaring it will devour everything and reduce all of the existence to zero, with the anti-spiral cheering it on? Dude, if you're trying to preserve life and reject the idea of a cycle where the universe naturally collapses to then start a new Big Bang, to then birth a new universe, then it makes no sense to back an entity whose entire point is to cause a cosmic reset as its final solution. Though again, that's the hypocrisy of a lot of villains. Do things my way, or I'll break the very system you rely upon. Granted, Zero's AI is a complete nihilist. But that, for Zero, is completely understandable, as it's only called out of the void between dimensions when things are so beyond foobarred that the universe in question is already at a point of crisis or collapse. So when you're only allowed to be awake in a crisis, it's hard to think that existence has meaning beyond pain. I like that characterization for the AI, as it's probably heard the life is worth living speech from Koji an uncountable number of times. Zero here is depicted as just being tired of only being able to exist in one sole form. One that others can't see due to their own limited perception of the infinite expanse that is the multiverse. So for one that can, it's hard to see these squabbles and conflicts caused by tiny ants to really, truly matter. And since it's without a partner of its own, it started to want to cease the existence of other Mazagers just so it could be left alone. So ultimately the way to stop it from attacking them is for Koji to offer to partner with it, to allow it to walk in the light not just as long as this conflict lasts, but as long as Koji lives, to give it a better personal grounding to the merits of the realities that do exist. So it hopefully won't be as trigger-happy on destroying them. This in turn unlocking Mazinger Zero's use in the final stage of this game, with it baffling the Anti-Spiral long enough for Simon to deliver the final blow.
悪党の野望もこれで終わりだ。やれシモン、全力だ。天も次元も突き破るギガドリルブレイカ
The Anti-Spiral ceased to exist, but in one of the few examples of this game properly diverging from the source material to fix something Found's found flaw with, Nia's returned to a mere human existence, and will die in 80 or so years, just like any normal human would. Thus the Knights return to Al Warth in victory, only they forgot something. And that is that End is their true enemy, and even without Selric, is still commanding the Keepers. End's true awakening only accelerated by Selric's connection to it being severed, and thus is draining all life from the world. It is easy, though time-consuming, it taking me literally 18 minutes, to wade through these final golems to actually get End to reveal itself, its voice reverberating in their heads before End pulls itself out of the planet, which shocks everyone that hadn't previously connected the giant world-eclipsing tree to the enemy pulling their strings. Omri and Lelouch connecting this thing's power to what they kept sensing in the Keeper's shrines and temples. While some characterize him as an enemy to all in this, End sees it as courteous enough to explain that it eats emotional and cosmic energy. But unlike the Shinbei gods or the higher order entities, End's food, as explained before, comes from conflict, and the way it feeds is by creating the pocket universe Al Warth exists in, wedging it between the realms of life and death, and drawing people to it to feed on it. In some ways, this is compassionate, to draw people with bad ends to a place where they can have a new life. But when it's only done to drive them into conflict so they may be fed upon, well, as said, that's what a parasite does. Having taken advantage of the Spiral War survivors and the other varied factions of the conflict 3 millennia ago to plant its roots, and set up the Keepers to control the conflict for a perpetual buffet, at least until the food began to become unfulfilling, necessitating it wake up properly to find all new feeding grounds, necessitating it recreate and expand its universe so it may connect to and subsume even more worlds into its grasp. And even now, Though we've ended the conflicts and created that cut its feeding short, it's still feeding on the emotions of everyone here, that are still perpetuating its utopic regenesis. But the more it talks, the more the group comes to realize End's not all that divine. It's just a beast with immense power that wants to feed. There's no greater machination than that. Which honestly just goes to show that malice, which can taint entire worlds, civilizations, and cultures, don't have to have ridiculously Machiavellian means and reasons for a collection of actions. It can be as simple as wanting something, and not caring about the means to getting it. We've been seeing that all game, hell, all year, with the various antagonists who all want things, regardless of the way they get it, harming the way to actually having it. It's the closest we get to a cohesive thematic narrative towards all of them. So yeah, in this SRW game, after all the attempts at fantasy crap, it does make sense to end all of that by slaying a literal god. Fortunately, we have like half a dozen god and moral slayers in the party by this point between the Gurren, the demon of rebellion, the angel of revolution, the literal songstress of god slaying, the elemental lord of wind, and the god of all piloted mecha. We got this. The one hang-up on that is, of course, End can take the power of emotions and use it to regenerate the damage we do, making Amari reflect on one thing. If End got everything it needed by just manipulating the Keepers through his priests, then what was the point of the role of the Founder? It's redundant, isn't it? Well, that was in fact a backup plan. End intended to create a better body for itself than the form it has now, but it required a magic user with great potential that could nurture that more perfect and efficient form of the divine beast. And that was intended to be Sparrow. Only for Sparrow to develop a consciousness and life all his own, making him worthless for that goal. Amari, however, could still be of use to her because of her power being independent of his. But when she rejects it, it tries to gain more power to crush us by just devouring Al Warth. But it appears that End finally ate something that didn't agree with it, as End's forced to regurgitate the planet due to how foul the world suddenly tastes. For in truth, a beast that feeds on conflict, pain, and despair cannot handle the taste of hope that the Twilight Nights have brought to the realm. This also being why End needed a properly cultivated body to begin with. Its palate is too narrow. While Sparrow's? Sparrow can feed on all these good vibes all day long. And as consequence, Sparrow conducts all that power into himself, and in tricking Amari in proximity to End, jumps ship. So instead of End reincarnating into Sparrow and the Zelgard as intended, Sparrow hijacks End's body instead, attempting to frame himself as the Machiavellian mastermind having manipulated everything from the start to steal its own way to power, but no one is buying that for the simple reason that a magical beast that feeds on positive emotions would not invite such heartbreak upon others deliberately, lest they were attempting to do nothing more than sacrifice themselves to end a greater threat. The bigger flaw in that being there are several characters in this cast who have attempted that gambit, and it has not gone well for any of them. But even if Sparrow is faking being evil and wanting to now fuse with the Zelgard and Amari to create a true perfect form for this final event to close out the game, well, End's body still needs to be destroyed in order to free Al Warth from his malice for good, and not just when Sparrow is hijacking End's power.
Hops! あなたと旅した日々は忘れない私たちの全てをかけます魔力とオドを一つにこれで終わらせます
全てを生み全てを滅ぼす
これが創造のドグマです
勇気や希望が私を満たしていく
界は人が作り出す。
With End dead, it takes the will of everyone in the realm praying for salvation for their collective consciousnesses to stabilize the universe without a divine entity to support it. Sparrow making up the difference by scattering End's essence across this realm, which will make it so that the people's will shape and maintain it in perpetuity. With that, we begin to wrap things up with peace returning to Al Warth. Simon getting a sit rep on the other nations before rushing off to his and Nia's wedding, Anj offering aid to her sister Sylvia, who's gone full guerrilla fighter in the wake of the entire Mana civilization, losing the power of their magic, now that Aura's been freed, in exchange for a few concessions regarding the treatment of the former Norma, with Anj even getting an actual apology out of her sister this time. You get 1 point for that, X, but you're still in the negatives for how garbage you treated their tale. Wataru's honored as the savior back where his journey started, preparing the power of the Shinbei dragons to send everyone else home. The Nadia crew set to return to their period in the Land of Peace, the Wing team all set to conclude the events of Marimea's uprising now that she's been talked down and her grandfather Dakim is dead, the Dunbine crew agreeing to go wherever their souls feel drawn to most strongly, as Sho returns the Turbine to Silky to once more set up the events of Dunbine's sole canonical sequel. With the fight between the G-Reco factions already settled, it's likely a peaceful version of the Reconguista will be able to take place, and the Universal Century timeline might branch from their timeline thanks to the shift in the UC faction states from their own period as well. Nope! For once again, the problem was never Char. It's the Federation leadership none of these leads ever did anything about. So like in V, missing the cause does not fix the problem, and no timeline divergence for you. Char tried to warn you, you just didn't listen. With this wrapping up as Lelouch and Callan finally get a chance to say goodbye to each other as well. For as I said several videos ago, she can't stay, and he can't go back. Not without screwing everything up in the off chance he's recognized, and some lunatic starts the troubles he sought to end all over again. Lelouch decided to continue to be Zero in this world, and maintain the peace as the true hero of justice he was always meant to be. Though if another problem arises that Suzaku playing the second Zero can't solve, namely all of them, CC will drag him back for Callan if they need to, as it's better for her to be here as well, and away from those whose fate she just fuck up as another code bearer. With the farewells said, Selric, who is revealed as alive and repent for his actions once the mind screwing on him was removed as well, sends all who want to return to their world's home, leaving Amari, Iori, and a revived Sparrow to now lead a reformed group of keepers in bringing true peace to this world. As while Amari and Iori aren't returning home as well, it's because they feel they have a duty to make sure these mages won't go astray again, at least, much like Lelouch, for as long as they can.
始まりのアルワース。神と獣、光と闇。過去と未来が集う世界。それは永遠。大地は人の思いを吸い、生と死の狭間に浮かび、誰にも知られず世界は回る。すべてはそこに生きる人々の未来への願いとともに。
Super Robot Wars X is a mess. The Wataru content is good consistently, I like the Dunbine editions, saving Nia is always a boon, and the proper closure it writes for the original Code Geass canon is the entire reason I bit the bullet and did this one, as I genuinely do believe that bar Suzaku being here and not only not, this is in every way a better handling of the unfinished business of that series than the film Resurrection ever pretended to approach. But how badly they treated the Cross-Ange cast is inexcusable. Buddy Complex has no reason being here, and its issues were only magnified by how it dragged down other series. The Nadia content only reinforced how huge a disaster that show is. The original plot with the Keepers really isn't engaging, and at best, the G-Reco stuff only reinforces my thesis about Universal Century being the most self-destructive of the Gundam timelines, with it still refusing to acknowledge its own internal setting hypocrisy regarding who is the source of all problems within it. A lot of what is done here I feel wasn't given the time and thought it should have to do what they were attempting correctly, backed up by how a lot of these storylines have no proper conclusions and just stop, which is likely what caused it to be the worst-selling game in the franchise, and among those most debatable in its overall merits. Had they subbed in Rayearth for Buddy Complex, I do feel they would have had more material to work with that would have gelled with the magical world isekai story they were crafting with this to make Al Warth a stronger, more fleshed out setting that would have played more into the ultimate culmination with end at the, well, end. And yet, you want to know what the worst part of this is? I have praised the writers responsible for this game before, yet I cannot say they approached this one with the competence needed. The scenario and event writers for Super Robot Wars X were respectively Masahiro Nagura and Koki Imaishi. And if those names sound familiar to you, they were the ones I was heaping praise on for writing all of Super Robot Wars V as well. And it's not just V either, it was also T and 30. Hell, their involvement goes back farther, as they also wrote the entirety of the Z series games and others as well. So one can't help but ask regarding this, what the hell? Why was this one so messy when V, T, and all but Z3 of the Z games gets praised? Well, I hate to say it, but it's probably for the same reason that 30 got criticism as well, which the staff of the game did admit to as a cause for the sloppier execution of 30, and that was suspected about Z3 as well, and that cause being time crunch. Between Z3 and V's debuts, there was a 3-year gap in time to develop the plot of V, that time allowing them to get the licenses they needed and to craft the story and interactions meticulously. So there were only a few problems with its tale, and the international release of the game brought in unprecedented financial backing to the game's franchise as a whole. So when in doubt, instead of doubling down on further marketing to push the previous products, some marketing and corporate executives think it's just a better idea to push out a new title, leading to X coming out only 13 months after V did. This actually would give an explanation for why so many of the units part of this one are just wholesale recycles from the previous games. They already had most of the resources on hand, so less would end up needed spent on new assets. And the ones they knew didn't have that much in the way of items and characters that would need to be made brand new. So it's in all likelihood, X was just a budget title that consequently doesn't do the best right by what it includes, even though it's clear the writers had genuinely good ideas for some of the involved that they wished to properly explore, and yet just didn't end up doing so. While T also released exactly a year after X, it's entirely plausible that both X and T were greenlit at the same time, leading to 2 titles that had work done on them simultaneously instead of consecutively, which would lead T to having more development time to do it right. Hell, the much larger roster of T also lends credence to the idea that X was rushed out to keep attention on the franchise in this new international era, while T was instead given the time and attention to receive the polish to its story that, frankly, X does not have. T has its own share of problems, but a lot of those are more rooted in the series involved that even the SRW games have no easy fixes for. And I don't want to blame T for X's failings either, as there's a lot to like there between the series it includes and what it does with them. But considering how normal game production is supposed to allow them to go through 3-year development cycles at bare minimum to make a good game, the reason that makes the most sense to why X isn't a good one is simply it wasn't given the time it needed to be fleshed out into a good one. Which once more would make a case for executives to just let development teams have the time and resources needed to get their games right, as long as those investments are not excessive. It should not be that hard. We're patient. We can wait if need be. And a botched product isn't going to have the fanfare behind it that one which was allowed the time to be done better is. At the very least, one can cut down on one's irritation at its events by avoiding the space route splits, but it doesn't fix everything in the game, nor spend the focus of it appropriately. but with so little to be actively engaged with due to how little time is spent focused on or doing right by a lot of the more engaging and appealing characters, it's hard to generally be invested in this, and thus your mind goes more to nitpicking. So it's ultimately unfortunate that I can't in good conscience recommend this one, as when X is doing something right, it is doing things right. But a wrong mix of series coupled with the writing issues and a likely time crunch over development really does bog it down enough to explain X's place on the bad entries list the series has. Which just goes to show that no matter how much you may have a good idea, no matter how much you do better by casting their creators, it's not going to play well with an audience that is also paying attention to the entirety of the end product. In reality, this one was depressive and was an absolute slog to get through, even in the writing process. So, I am going to be taking a break after all the videos this year complete. Thus, it might take me a while before I get to any Super Robot Wars content again. But when I do, how about we take a look at what the original generation side of this franchise has to offer? If I don't end up actually reviewing this, I am definitely going to be doing this game as a series of streams.